Shen Sangyu, after being fatally stabbed by a malicious troll, finds herself reborn, returning to the day she participated in a dating reality show. Unexpectedly, she binds with a gossip system, and in a bid to avoid repeating her past mistakes, she resolves to take a passive approach. However, the system inadvertently reveals her thoughts, which are heard by the entire internet.
What?
You say the newly crowned Best Actor has a financial backer? How utterly surprising. The top-tier flower and the male lead are merely a commercial couple? This was evident at first glance. In the recently trending historical drama, the male and female leads are actually a genuine couple. Oh mother, I am utterly enamored with them. How could this highly educated female star possibly be my senior sister? What nonsense is she spouting? Netizens across the web exclaim, "Mother, my ship is a false one." Those in the entertainment industry remark, "Who knew my colleague had so many secrets? It was completely inconspicuous." After participating in her final event, Shen Sangyu no longer wishes to exert herself. She decides to withdraw from the entertainment circle. However, before she could issue a statement, those in the industry who heard her thoughts plead, "Sister Shen, please don't leave the industry. If you withdraw, where will I find my gossip?" Shen Sangyu is reluctantly inundated with an array of excellent opportunities. Meanwhile, President Shen, eagerly awaiting his obedient daughter's return to inherit the family fortune, vents his fury on Weibo. Shen Sangyu, who exactly is in the entertainment circle? Why must you remain there? After her withdrawal from the industry, in gratitude to her fans, she gifts luxury homes and holds a meet and greet for those who have steadfastly supported her. Unexpectedly, the most fervent fan turns out to be her ex-boyfriend from university. Shen Sangyu remarks, "Didn't you say we were merely performing a couple's act on the show? Why do you still wish to become a real couple with me?" Chapter 1. Who exposed you while you were not wearing pants? Miss Shen, I apologize, but I must decline your invitation for a date. The man's deep voice resonates in her ear, causing Shen Sangyu to momentarily daze. She recalls distinctly that she had already been murdered by trolls, hadn't she? Why can she still hear Xiao Luojing's voice?
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have found the gossip system. Your current gossip level is level 1. A gossip system? What on earth is that? Shen Sangyu quickly comprehends. Has she truly been reborn? And back to the very first day of participating in the dating show? In her previous life, lacking a background, she became a target of capital manipulation, transforming into a scandal-ridden little flower that everyone sought to denounce. After finally securing a spot on the dating show, she was coerced by the director to create a couple's act with the newly acclaimed actor Xiao Luojing. Failure to comply would result in her exclusion from the program. Shen Sangyu thought, if we must, then let's create some buzz. However, she did not anticipate being figuratively stabbed in the back by the fans of Xiao Luojing and the popular flower Li Qing. Given a second chance, she has little to reclaim. Once filming for the dating show concludes, she plans to exit the entertainment industry and return home to inherit her family's wealth. Xiao actor, do not harbor such confidence in yourself. My choice of you was merely the director's arrangement. Rest assured, I hold no interest in you, Shen Sangyu declares nonchalantly. Xiao Luojing finds her response somewhat unexpected. What game is this woman playing now? Since the dating show is live-streamed in its entirety to showcase authenticity, the online audience naturally hears Shen Sangyu's words. Is this woman unwell? Clearly, she chose Xiao actor, yet now claims she was coerced by the director. It appears she merely wishes to play the innocent White Lotus, asserting that her choice of Xiao actor was not her own, but a directive from the director. Her every word is suffused with the aroma of tea. I am a fan of an actor she previously collaborated with. Xiao Luojing should keep his distance from Shen Sangyu, as all past co-stars have had scandalous rumors with her. She likely aims to leverage Xiao actor for attention, yet little did she expect that he would end up with Li Qing. Indeed, Li Qing was selected due to Xiao actor but was forced to partner with Qian Haoshuan. She has already requested Qian Haoshuan to refuse her. Who doesn't know that Qian Haoshuan is the biggest shipper of Xiao actor and Li Qing? However, since he rejected Li Qing, he is left with no choice but to team up with Shen Sangyu. How pitiable. Although Shen Sangyu cannot see these comments, she knows instinctively that netizens are undoubtedly berating her once again. In order to avert a recurrence of the tragic incident in her past life, where she was metaphorically stabbed to death by malicious fans, she resolved to maintain a considerable distance from these two individuals. Host, in truth, Xiao Luojing and Li Qing are merely a commercial couple. Both of them are involved with others. What do you know? Netizens are particularly fond of shipping commercial couples. If they were genuinely together, their popularity would not be as high as it is now. Shen Sangyu compared the advantages and disadvantages of commercial couples and genuine couples within the entertainment industry to the system. Suddenly, A comment appeared in the barrage. Wait a moment. Did I just hear Shen Sangyu's voice? She claimed that Xiao Lujing and Li Qing are merely a commercial couple? I think she's lost her mind. How could she say such things on a show? She is bound to be blacklisted. Shen Sangyu must have gone mad after being spurned by the esteemed actor Xiao. Our Xiao and Li Qing are a match made in heaven. She must be seething with jealousy. But why didn't I see Shen Sangyu speak just now? To the person above, you are not alone, and even if Shen Sangyu were foolish, she wouldn't dare to speak out on the program. Are you all out of your minds? Did you not see her speak? Or are we hearing her innermost thoughts? Xiao Lujing gazed at Shen Sangyu, who seemed lost in thought, and spoke. Miss Shen, you wrote to me last night indicating that you would select me today. Since the director has made you the first choice, I anticipated this outcome. However, I still wish to make my own decision. I came to this show for one person. Shen Sangyu deemed Xiao Lujing utterly incapable of comprehending human speech. Was he not merely attempting to leverage his pairing with Li Qing to achieve genuine popularity? She was determined to thwart his intentions. System. Host, Li Qing has already rejected Qian Haoxian. She also wishes to team up with Xiao Lujing. However, I have heard that the powerful figure behind her does not want her to participate in this dating show, as it has caused some discord between them. It is inevitable that Li Qing will team up with Xiao Lujing. However, Xiao is merely a purchased actor, and his skills do not even compare to those of Qian Haoxian. What could Li Qing possibly see in him? Is it his age? Or perhaps his aversion to bathing? System. Host, it seems that Xiao Lujing genuinely dislikes bathing. You would not believe it. Xiao Lujing currently emits a rather unpleasant odor. I truly cannot fathom how those individuals tolerate him. Perhaps this is the mark of a great artist. Shen Sangyu's conversations with the system were greatly disparate, leaving the netizens somewhat bewildered, yet most had begun to grasp the situation. Oh my, Shen Sangyu really didn't speak just now. Could it possibly be her innermost thoughts? I just visited Xiao Lujing's live stream, and there was no trace of her voice whatsoever. I suspect one can only hear it in her own stream. This must be a publicity stunt. I refuse to believe such things. No. It seems to be true. I attempted to share this with my friend, but everything I typed came out as gibberish. Those who do not believe can certainly try it themselves. Indeed, it is quite curious. I refuse to believe it, haha. No, I believe it. It truly cannot be typed out, not on any platform. While you all are preoccupied with the issue of mind reading, am I the only one concerned about her assertion that Xiao Lujing and Li Qing are merely a commercial couple? I truly feel shattered. Xiao Lujing's status as an esteemed actor was indeed acquired through capital. Does he truly believe he is a genuine star? I am in tears. Shen Sangyu even remarked that Xiao Lujing does not bathe. It truly is not apparent. At this moment, Shen Sangyu's live stream erupted with activity, with discussions ranging widely. However, due to the inability to articulate the matter of mind reading, her audience remained relatively small. Those present were merely there for the excitement, encompassing a spectrum of insults and disbelief. Only the fans in Xiao Lujing's live stream continued to vociferously berate Shen Sangyu, accusing her of attempting to seduce him. Shen Sangyu, upon hearing Xiao Lujing's words, could hardly suppress her laughter. How could this man be so self-assured? Her letter merely informed him of her selection due to the director's arrangement, and now he seemed to imply she wished to bear the blame for disrupting their pairing. Xiao Lujing, did you even read that note? I stated that my choice of you was due to the director's influence. Whether you accept or reject me is of no consequence. Now you imply that I wish to choose you? Who has exposed you in such a manner? Oh, so confidently? Throughout his years in the entertainment industry, Xiao Lujing had always been held in high regard and had never been subjected to such vitriol. Momentarily taken aback, he found that the barrage in his live stream had resumed its insults, even creating clips to disseminate across various platforms. Chapter 2. The Triangle of Despair. Has Shen Sangyu lost her mind to dare insult Lujing like that? She herself is unrequited in love, and yet feels compelled to lash out at others. What a lowly character she possesses. I feel utterly wronged on Lujing's behalf. He has done nothing wrong. His only fault was rejecting her, and yet she hurls insults. How is it that such a person remains in the entertainment industry? Does anyone truly wish to watch her? Such foul language. This sort of person dares to call herself a star. It's utterly ludicrous. It was only then that Xiao Lujing grasped the meaning behind Shen Sangyu's words. This woman, simply because he had declined her advances, chose to berate him. How utterly detestable. However, with the cameras recording, he needed to maintain his public persona. So he swiftly composed himself, offering a resigned yet forgiving smile. Miss Shen, I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. If your anger stems from my refusal, I can empathize with you, yet I kindly ask that you refrain from speaking in such a manner, and please, do not involve Li Qing. Upon hearing this, the barrage of comments in his live stream erupted once more. Oh my, Emperor Xiao has just requested that Shen Sangyu not mention Li Qing. Who else is shipping this? What a shameless person Shen Sangyu is, clinging to Emperor Xiao. He truly is unfortunate. Fear not, dear Jing, for mother has already defended you against Shen Sangyu. I shan't allow her to disturb your happiness with Li Qing. Shen Sangyu rolled her eyes, preparing to retort, when suddenly a system notification chimed. Host. Li Qing is approaching. It is advisable for you to make a hasty exit, lest you find yourself once more ensnared in a triangular dilemma. Immediately, Shen Sangyu became alert. In her previous life, she had been maliciously edited due to a similar encounter, and the live stream had gone viral, resulting in an increased number of shippers for Xiao Lujing and Li Qing. Meanwhile, she had faced the wrath of her haters. As the system continued to speak, Li Qing had already arrived. Host, look. Li Qing is adorned in the latest collection from Fragrant Granny, reportedly purchased by her benefactor for over 300,000. Ah. Didn't he, her benefactor, just have a quarrel with her? They reconciled rather swiftly. It seems Li Qing has honed her skills in placating others. The audience, having been conditioned to accept the notion that they could hear her inner thoughts, found this revelation to be akin to a depth charge, causing the comments to explode. What? Li Qing has a benefactor? Impossible. Our Qing has the purest personal life. Shen Sangyu is slandering her again. Wait. That garment is indeed the latest from Fragrant Granny, not yet released in the country. Surely Fragrant Granny intends for Qing to be their spokesperson. Some of you in the comments just love to spread salacious rumors about female stars. Seeing Li Qing approach, Xiao Lujing's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward. Shen Sangyu, witnessing his eager demeanor, could only scoff internally. System, do you think Xiao Lujing is aware of Li Qing's benefactor? Of course he knows. Their commercial CP contract explicitly states that they cannot engage in any substantive relationship to safeguard the benefactor's interests. That benefactor must be quite miserly. But just wait. The moment Li Qing approaches, she will surely express her disapproval of Xiao Lujing's actions, lamenting that such behavior is unbecoming. As expected, Li Qing gracefully approached. Speaking in a gentle tone, Lu Jing, I heard that you turned down mission? That may not be wise, considering it's a live broadcast. It could be quite embarrassing for her. Internally, Shen Sangyu chuckled. Here we go, the quintessential White Lotus rhetoric. Exuding faux magnanimity, while secretly reveling in her delight? And yet she dares to claim she feels embarrassed for me, when she herself just made that statement publicly. The audience, being fickle, shifted their sentiments towards Li Qing based on Shen Sangyu's thoughts. Honestly, I too find Li Qing's words inappropriate. She embodies a true green tea persona. If a colleague spoke of me in such a manner before others, I would undoubtedly be angered. Same here. I used to admire her. But I never anticipated she would turn out to be this kind of person. I originally came to witness Shen Sangyu's misfortune, yet now I find her rather charming. If she dares to voice her true feelings, she would undeniably become a sensation in the industry. Shen Sangyu, having learned from her past, recognized that no matter how composed she remained, she would always be targeted. She boldly declared, Who do you think you are? Do you believe I should apologize for your embarrassment? Li Qing, seeking to avoid further conflict with Shen Sangyu, took Xiao Lujing's arm, saying, Lu Jing, let us stroll over there. We wouldn't want Miss Shen to be alone and upset. Also, Miss Shen as a female star, it would be wise to exhibit a bit more grace. Your demeanor is rather. Li Qing trailed off, yet her implication was clear. Shen Sangyu rolled her eyes, once more. Oh, dear, is this how it begins? This is intolerable. The system continued to divulge information. However, host. Although Xiao Lujing has a girlfriend, he frequently engages in the entertainment industry's matchmaking game. Li Qing is fully aware of this, and harbors disdain for him. It seems actors truly excel at playing such games, and she is willing to pursue a man like him. Shen Sangyu, not wishing to grant them their desires, had already forgotten how she had met her demise in her previous life. Embracing her mischief, she mimicked Li Qing's tone, sweetly proclaiming, Lu Jing, I was merely jesting earlier. In truth, I am absolutely enamored with you. Would you ever consider me? Both Xiao Lujing and Li Qing were taken aback, unable to fathom Shen Sangyu's sudden shift in demeanor. The comment section erupted in laughter. Wait, I just heard Shen Sangyu cursing them in her heart. And now she's behaving like this? Clearly, it's a thinly veiled jab. Li Qing's facade of composure has completely crumbled, ha 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 ha. You mustn't overlook that Xiao Lujing's face is turned quite green. Li Qing could no longer contain herself, stepping closer to Xiao Lujing. Shen Sangyu. And what of it? Shen Sangyu blinked innocently. Did you not suggest I should be more gentle? Am I not being gentle now? Xiao Lujing, keen to uphold his warm-hearted persona, hastily interjected. Li Qing, please do not be upset. Miss Shen is likely just distressed over my refusal. The fault lies with me. Upset because of you? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror and see what you truly are, Shen Sangyu scoffed. I can't stand the sight of you two pretenders acting as if you're in a relationship. Xiao Lujing, about last night. Shen Sangyu. Xiao Lujing abruptly interrupted her. Though he knew she couldn't possibly know what transpired, a tinge of anxiety coursed through him. Certain things were best left unsaid. Shen Sangyu wore a knowing smile. The system had informed her that the benefactor behind Xiao Lujing was, in fact, a man. Oh dear. Xiao Lujing seems to be quite the charmer, appealing to all genders. The comments section buzzed with excitement. Chapter 3. Take a seat. It's a roller coaster ride. Can Sister Shen share more? Spill the tea. Oh my, was her unfinished sentence hinting at something scandalous? Is Xiao Lujing's benefactor truly a man? We all knew he had a benefactor when he won the Best Actor award, but I never imagined it would be a man. Even if it were a 50-year-old benefactor, I would still find it acceptable. So, do you think Xiao Lujing is the one on top, or? As the viewers engaged in lively discussions, Shen Sangyu found herself in a predicament. Qian Haoxuan, having turned down Li Qing, now sought to accompany her on a date. In this dating show, the first outing involved pairs splitting up for individual dates, and as the director, Shen Sangyu aimed to create a captivating spectacle. Thus, she was the first to select both the scene and her partner. There are 3 distinct scenes: an art gallery, a cat cafe, and an amusement park. As Shen Sangyu pondered her lack of artistic inclination and minimal interest in small animals, she decisively opted for the amusement park. Rather than attending the amusement park with Qian Haoxuan, they arranged to meet directly there. While on the way, she scrolled through Weibo, where the events of earlier had already catapulted to the 3rd spot on the entertainment trending list. However, the headlines were far from flattering. Shen Sangyu, Xiao Lujing, and Li Qing found themselves embroiled in a scandal. Upon clicking the link, she was unsurprised to find an abundance of disparaging comments directed at her. Interspersed among the insults were suggestions to visit their respective live streams, all of which were dismissed as orchestrated by her supposed hired supporters. Shen Sangyu felt a pang of bitterness. That wretched company certainly lacked the funds to procure any such support. As she scrolled further, she stumbled upon another trending topic featuring herself and Qian Haoxuan. Shen Sangyu and Qian Haoxuan at the amusement park. Upon clicking, the tone was decidedly more favorable than the previous thread. I never expected Shen Sangyu would choose the amusement park first. Does she dare to partake in those rides? I bet she thinks that by selecting Xiaoyingdi, she can engage in thrilling activities with him to cultivate their relationship. Wow. Some people should just go watch Shen Jia's livestream instead of spouting nonsense here. I watched Xiaoyingdi's livestream in its entirety. Shen Sangyu is the type of woman who destroys what she cannot have. She should just leave the entertainment industry. She's tarnishing its reputation. Shen Sangyu, however, paid little heed to the vitriol as she alighted from the vehicle and spotted Qian Haoxuan not far off. He stood at the entrance of the amusement park, adorned in trendy attire that made him resemble a flamboyant peacock. Upon noticing Shen Sangyu approaching, he immediately donned an expression of disdain. The production team insisted I come. Don't misconstrue anything. At that moment, Shen Sangyu was listening to the system reveal dirt on Qian Haoxuan, including his embarrassing 6th-grade bedwetting incident. Without lifting her gaze, she replied, "Rest assured, I have no interest in you." Host, Qian Haoxuan is currently wearing a perfume endorsed by Lu Zhiheng, which he queued for 3 days to purchase as a limited edition. Shen Sangyu nearly burst into laughter. Isn't Qian Haoxuan a fan of Xiao Lujing and Li Qing? Why does he also like Lu Zhiheng? Who is on the opposite side? Lu Zhiheng, the one who lost to Xiao Lujing in the Best Actor competition, had afterwards taken to Weibo to insinuate that Xiao Lujing had an unfair advantage. However, Xiao Lujing's status as a rising star meant his fans swiftly retaliated against Lu Zhiheng, even reporting his Weibo posts, and the backlash continued unabated. I only know that Qian Haoxuan entered the entertainment industry to pursue his idol. I assumed he liked Xiao Lujing, but then again, they are of the same generation. So it's unlikely Xiao Lujing would be his idol. So, is Qian Haoxuan both a fan of Xiao Lujing and a supporter of Lu Zhiheng's career? No wonder he is hesitant to mention it. His fans would likely turn on him. What are you all talking about? Why can I hear Shen Sangyu speaking? Just get used to it. Don't overthink it. Come join us in enjoying the gossip. Qian Haoshuan felt uneasy under her peculiar gaze. What? What are you looking at? Nothing, Shen Sangyu replied, pointing at a brooch on his chest that depicted Xiao Lujing and Li Qing. You're really trying hard. Aren't you? Qian Haoshuan immediately covered the brooch. You don't understand. This is true love. Shen Sangyu couldn't bring herself to disclose the truth to him. Perhaps he would discover it in due time. Since they were here, they should complete the task swiftly. Qian Haoshuan, appearing reluctant, reminded her that they had come to gain attention for their live stream through their date. Otherwise, the couple in last place would face penalties. Host. Qian Haoshuan is actually afraid of heights. Even the merry-go-round on the second floor makes his legs weak. The system chimed in again. Shen Sangyu smirked. All right then. Let us go on that ride. She pointed towards the drop tower nearby. Qian Haoshuan turned pale. I don't want to. He couldn't fathom the thought of being on it. It seemed more daunting than death itself. No way, Shen Sangyu taunted. You're not afraid, are you? Provoked by her challenge, Qian Haoshuan straightened his neck defiantly. Who's afraid? Let us do it. 5 minutes later, the drop tower ascended slowly to its peak. Qian Haoshuan clutched the handrails tightly, his fingertips turning white, and his lips quivering. Shen Sangyu leisurely observed his performance. Teacher Qian, you're trembling quite a bit. Shen Sangyu is practically chasing him to his doom. I'm dying of laughter. I can't handle this. Just watching from the live stream makes me feel faint. It's unimaginable what Qian Haoshuan must be thinking. Why would he agree to this if he is afraid of heights? Think about it this way. Shen Sangyu is a hater of Qingchuan Lijing, while Qian Haoshuan is a diehard supporter of them, and it all makes sense. Although Shen Sangyu's live stream was filled with spectators reveling in the drama, Qian Haoshuan's stream was inundated with insults directed at her. That wretched Shen Sangyu must know our little Xian is afraid of heights. She is doing this on purpose. If something happens to our little Xian, I'll never forgive her. My heart aches for little Xian. How did he end up with such a person? At that moment, Qian Haoshuan heard Shen Sangyu's mockery, and though he felt anger rising within him, he could barely articulate his thoughts. Shut up.
Just fixated.
The next moment, the drop tower plummeted suddenly, and Qian Haoshuan screamed. His terrified shriek pierced the air, and in his panic, he inadvertently released his grip on the handrail. Instinctively reaching out for something to hold onto, only to grab Shen Sangyu's hand, nearly pulling himself into her embrace. Shen Sangyu remained unfazed. The drop tower was her favorite ride. However, she soon noticed that Qian Haoshuan had gripped her hand so tightly that it had turned crimson. When the ride finally halted, Qian Haoshuan's legs felt like jelly, and he struggled to stand, forcing out the words, Is that it? Not scary at all. Shall we go again? Shen Sangyu's suggestion was like a devil's whisper, causing Qian Haoshuan to retreat in haste, shaking his head. Let us skip that. There are plenty of other fun things to do. We shouldn't waste time on this. Chapter 4. A real couple participates in a dating show. Alright, enough pretending. Let us grab a drink to calm your nerves. Shen Sangyu reached out to steady him as he swayed precariously. Qian Haoshuan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such tenderness from Shen Sangyu. Shouldn't she be upset that he rejected Li Qing, which led to Xiao Lujing and Li Qing getting together? His ears flushed a deep red. Who needs your help? Yet, after taking just 2 steps, he nearly collapsed to the ground, only for Shen Sangyu to swiftly catch him. Host, breaking news. Despite Qian Haoshuan's flashy persona, he has never been in a romantic relationship. Shen Sangyu discerned this truth. But Qian Haoshuan doesn't seem like a playboy. His entire outfit clearly looks like a counterfeit, right? The system fell silent for 2 minutes, presumably searching for information, before slowly responding. Host, Qian Haoshuan is actually the young master of the Qian family and quite wealthy. However, he believes in rising to fame through his own talents. Shen Sangyu understood. Yet another young master who had not faced hardship. I never imagined the Qian family was so affluent. I heard the eldest son is quite the playboy, but this young master seems like an innocent youth. The comments followed Shen Sangyu's lead, buzzing with discussion. Didn't we hear that Qian Haoshuan was quite the playboy? Who would have thought he was so pure? And Qian Haoshuan is actually the young master of the Qian family. With such wealth, why is he struggling in the entertainment industry? What is so tragic? They earn a considerable fortune simply by acting. Why should we worry? The 2 individuals settled at a dessert shop in the amusement park. As Qian Haoshuan brought over a cup of hot cocoa, Shen Sangyu instinctively reached out to take it, only for Qian Haoshuan to retract his hand, exclaiming, This is mine. What do you think you're doing? Qian Haoshuan truly embodies the persona of a wealthy heir. He lacks even the basic respect for women. What nonsensical chatter is coming from upstairs? When has Qian Haoshuan ever claimed to be a wealthy heir? His persona has always been that of an outspoken individual. If he harbors no affection for Shen Sangyu, why would he bring her anything? I suspect Shen Sangyu is merely being overly sentimental. If it were me, I would feel utterly humiliated. However, Shen Sangyu did not feel embarrassed. In fact, the system continued to mock her. Shut up. She went to fetch a cup for herself and returned. Host. Qian Haoshuan internally wonders if you harbor feelings for him. He perceives that you might be interested in him. Shen Sangyu nearly choked on her milk tea. What kind of thought process is that? Did she merely assume he was getting her a drink? Why would he think along those lines? Meanwhile, the barrage of comments exploded with laughter. Ha ha, Qian Xiao, your persona is truly impeccable. On the surface, he appears arrogant and domineering, yet in reality, he is nothing more than an innocent young man. Sister Shen, can you tease him a little? He is simply too amusing. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Shen Sangyu leaned closer and asked, Qian Haoshuan, you wouldn't happen to like me, would you?
Ah.
Sister Shen. That's precisely how you should ask. What nonsense is Shen Sangyu spouting? Unable to entice the esteemed actor Xiao, she now turns her sights on Qian Haoshuan.
Puffed.
Qian Haoshuan sprayed hot cocoa everywhere, his face turning crimson. What nonsense are you saying? How could I possibly like someone like you? Someone like me? Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow. After a considerable pause, Qian Haoshuan finally managed to stammer, someone as beautiful as you.
Oh.
I acknowledge that Shen Sangyu is indeed beautiful, but Qian Haoshuan, you cannot be serious. I can't take it anymore. This duo is far more entertaining than the neighboring Xiao Luojing and Li Qing, who are merely sitting there discussing art. Will the comments ever stop dragging others down? At that moment, Qian Haoshuan regretted his outburst, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Shen Sangyu stifled her laughter to the point of pain. System. How is he managing to navigate the entertainment industry? All thanks to the Qian family's financial backing. His debut film was funded by them. Yet his abysmal acting skills led to widespread ridicule online. The Qian family immediately bought 10 trending topics to suppress the negative news. Noticing her expression, Qian Haoshuan asked warily, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Shen Sangyu wiped her mouth, contemplating what thrilling activity to engage in next. Qian Haoshuan grew anxious.
No.
We shouldn't take any more risks. I mean, as artists, we must prioritize safety. How about the haunted house? Shen Sangyu blinked. Having heard that the haunted house in this amusement park was exceptionally gentle, even elementary school students were unafraid. With Shen Sangyu pushing for it, Qian Haoshuan could only swallow hard and feign calmness. Fine, we'll go. Who's afraid? 20 minutes later, screams echoed from within the haunted house.
Ah. Shen Sangyu.
Where are you?
Don't come near me.
Qian Haoshuan stumbled through the darkness. I'm right here. Shen Sangyu's south voice rang close by, inexplicably providing a sense of reassurance. Qian Haoshuan clung to her tightly, as if she were a lifeline. Let us get out of here. This place isn't fun at all. He looked up to see a ghostly visage looming before him.
Ah!
He screamed, crouching down and covering his ears.
Don't come near me.
I can't take it. How can Qian Haoshuan be so adorable? He truly is a novice. If it were me, I would never have gone in. Although Qian Haoshuan emerged from the haunted house with a face that spoke of near-death experiences, he insisted he was utterly unafraid and followed Shen Sangyu into even more exhilarating attractions. Eventually, seeing him in such a pitiful state, Shen Sangyu could not bear it any longer and decided to return early. Upon returning to the program's villa, Shen Sangyu noticed another pair of guests, Chu Baiman and Zhou Mingxuan, already seated in the living room. As soon as Chu Baiman saw them, she eagerly approached. Sangyu, did you enjoy your day? Given Shen Sangyu's poor reputation, few fans in the entertainment industry would allow their idols to converse with her. Can't Xiaoman keep her distance from this woman? Don't provoke any trouble. Xiaoman is too kind. If it were me, I would have stopped talking to her long ago. Xiaoman is a decent person. Just as Shen Sangyu was about to respond, the system suddenly shouted in her mind. Host. Major scoop. Chu Baiman and Zhou Mingxuan are indeed together. They've been dating for 3 months. Chu Baiman and Zhou Mingxuan are together? Shen Sangyu questioned, her reaction overshadowed by the viewers in the comment section.
Wow.
I always thought they looked good together. Turns out they're a real couple. Hadn't someone already revealed that long ago? But they aren't exactly celebrities. They have talent and no one pays attention to their romantic lives. Exactly, and I watched their live stream today. They were even sweeter than the couple next door. At that moment, Shen Sangyu broke into a knowing smile, glancing meaningfully at the two sitting close together. Where did you two go today? You seem to be quite cozy. Chu Baiman blushed, instinctively leaning closer to Zhou Mingxuan. We just went to a cat cafe to play with the kittens for a while. Host. You have no idea how many times they kissed when the cameras weren't rolling, all while maintaining a facade of innocence in front of the viewers. Chapter 5. The Faux Actor. The True Villain. Suggested for rework. Viewers. So, I am just a part of your hidden agenda? As Shen Sangyu eagerly listened to the system divulge details about Chu Baiman and Zhou Mingxuan's romance, the villa door swung open. Xiao Luojing and Li Qing entered, carrying several exquisite food containers. You all haven't eaten yet, so I brought dinner for you.
Li King smila gently.
Her gaze turning noticeably colder when it landed on Shen Sangyu. I figured everyone would be tired after their dates. Xiao Luojing set the food containers on the table and casually mentioned, "This is a Michelin 3-star meal. I set my assistant to queue for it." Host, she is lying. This is clearly a buffet. He just took advantage of his celebrity status to bring it back. The receipt shows it cost only $298. $298 for a dinner for 4 is still quite reasonable. Shen Sangyu was the first to approach the dining table. I want to be polite then. She directly opened the most expensive steak package and began to feast without hesitation, not forgetting to serve some to Chu Baiman.
Eat.
Shen Sangyu has such thick skin. How can she shamelessly eat food brought by Xiao the actor? How can she eat after what she did with Qing Chuan and Li Jing? Moreover, she even served Chu Baiman. She just trying to drag her into the mud with her? Such a ghastly sight, like a starving ghost reincarnated. Xiao Luojing frowned at Shen Sangyu's voraciousness. Miss Shen, as a female star, shouldn't you be mindful of your image while dining? Without looking up, Shen Sangyu munched on her food and replied, Xiao Luojing. As an actor, shouldn't he maintain a certain standard while lying? This is clearly a hotel buffet. Why pretend it's Michelin? Since Xiao Luojing had brought it up, she felt compelled to respond. Xiao Luojing's expression darkened immediately. What nonsense are you spouting? Shen Sangyu swallowed her final bite of steak, contentedly wiping her mouth. Thank you for the hospitality, but next time, remember to ask the hotel to use less salt. This steak is overly salty. Being publicly exposed. Xiao Luojing's face flushed with embarrassment. He coldly responded, Miss Shen, I am unsure how you discern that, but please mind your language as a public figure. As a public figure. Shen Sangyu interrupted him, imitating his condescending tone. Shouldn't you first manage your personal life? That was enough. Xiao Luojing appeared on the verge of erupting in anger, prompting Li Qing to hastily comfort him. Forget it, forget it. Could it be that Xiao Luojing truly has personal issues? What nonsense is being spouted upstairs? Do you believe everything Shen Sangyu says? Can't you exhibit a modicum of independent judgment? Ugh, Shen Sangyu is truly repulsive. Just thinking about Xiao Jing having to spend a month with her makes me feel nauseated. After dinner, it was time for the director to announce the viewership for today's live broadcast, with the lowest group facing punishment. As expected, Shen Sangyu's team was to receive the consequences. Since Qian Haoshuan had declined Li Qing's advances, he had long been prepared for the impending punishment. The director began to announce the penalty. Miss Shen must recite 3 cheesy love lines, and Master Qian is to respond accordingly. A staff member handed her a card. Shen Sangyu glanced at it, nearly regurgitating her dinner. What a collection of cringe-worthy lines. Host, the viewership in your live stream is skyrocketing. Everyone is eagerly waiting to see you embarrass yourself. Shen Sangyu took a deep breath. I've been receiving intravenous therapy lately. Qian Haoshuan looked utterly bewildered. Huh? Are you ill? What kind of liquid? Shen Sangyu suppressed her nausea and robotically recited, I think of you at night. A deathly silence ensued. 3 seconds later, Shen Sangyu pretended to gag. How disgusting. Shen Sangyu, don't get too cocky. Who are you to be picky? Can Shen Sangyu just leave? It's revolting to watch her. Shen Sangyu has been inexplicably bizarre today, almost as if trying to rid herself of her scandalous past.
Puffed. Ha ha ha.
Chu Baiman was the first to burst out laughing, collapsing into Zhou Mingxuan's embrace. I'm sorry, but I simply can't hold it in. Qian Haoshuan's face turned crimson from his neck to his ears as he stood there, flustered. Please stop laughing. Qian Haoshuan is just too adorable. He truly embodies the persona of a foolish male star. It's utterly endearing. I actually think Shen Sangyu and Qian Haoshuan make a rather good pairing. Forgive me. The director struggled to contain his laughter, observing the live stream's viewership soar. He felt confident in leveraging Shen Sangyu's presence to generate buzz. He hurriedly urged, continue, there are 2 more lines to go. Shen Sangyu shot the director a venomous glare and continued, do you know why I am so tired? It's because I have been tossing and turning in sleepless nights because of you. After completing her punishment, it was time for the final segment, to write down her impressions of everyone present. Host, you must tread carefully here. Xiao Lujing and Li Qing are poised to use this against you. They have been fabricating dirt on me for ages. I'm long accustomed to it. Shen Sangyu thought nonchalantly. Is Shen Sangyu implying that Xiao Lujing and Li Qing are buying dirt on her? I mean, initially, she received quite a few accolades upon debut, and her acting was commendable. I don't know why she began to be vilified after collaborating with Xiao Lujing. Isn't it evident that someone is orchestrating a smear campaign? Frankly, I have a friend in the industry who has worked with Shen Sangyu, and she said that Shen is actually quite nice. Shen Sangyu gripped her pen and glanced around at the preposterously writing guests, feigning warmth and professionalism. The pen tipped scratching against the paper. Xiao Lujing, faux actor, true villain. I suggest he be remade. Li Qing, a puppet of the financial backers. Her acting all reserved for real life. Qian Haoshuan, the naive son of a landlord, yet charming. Chu Baimin and Zhou Mingxuan, true couples are the most powerful. While writing, she pondered. The viewers in the live stream heard every word. Is Shen really writing that? Her audacity is astonishing. Anyone who dares to insult our Shen will have to deal with me. She is currently my sole connection in the entertainment industry. And I can't let her be driven out. No matter what Shen says, I will support her. These notes would only be revealed on the final day, serving as a source of anticipation for the viewers. After today's live broadcast, Shen Sangyu glanced at the trending topics filled with their names, still somewhat astonished. Even when she had been criticized previously, she had never trended this way. Strangely, someone had unearthed the truth about Chu Baimin and Zhou Mingxuan being a genuine couple. Hadn't the show just begun? The trending topics still predominantly featured insults directed at her, and her Weibo had been inundated with negativity. Yet she felt a flicker of joy amidst the barrage of criticism, as there were a couple of comments praising her, vowing to support her forever. Could it be that her company had hired a legion of trolls on her behalf? That shouldn't be the case. The company was notoriously frugal. Could it be that they were captivated by her charisma? TSK, they truly possessed discerning taste. Just as Shen Sangyu was about to rest, she suddenly received a message. Shen Sangyu, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of what you are plotting. Chapter 6. Punish him severely. Shen Sangyu stared at the vague yet threatening message, a cold smile curling at her lips. Host, he is exceedingly arrogant. You must punish him severely. Shen Sangyu swiftly took a screenshot and typed furiously on Weibo. Xiao Lujing, the esteemed actor, sending me such messages late at night. Who do you think you are? Screenshot. JPG, the dark underbelly of the entertainment industry. Not long after posting, Shen Sangyu's Weibo went viral. The crazy woman is at it again. The screenshots are doctored. Why would my Xiao Jing ever be interested in you? Desperate for attention. She has lost all dignity. Shen Sangyu, just leave. The further away, the better. The trending topic surged. But it was not due to any wrongdoing on Xiao Lujing's part. Shen Sangyu was accused of exploiting Xiao Lujing. As she observed the flood of insults, Shen Sangyu calmly posted again. Since everyone believed her to be fabricating evidence, perhaps the video would prove otherwise. Surely, the video could not be faked. When she uploaded the video, she also included snippets of Xiao Lujing's prior warnings to her. It seems this truly isn't doctored. Did my Xiao Jing say anything wrong? She merely came to entangle him, and now pretends to be virtuous. Has anyone actually watched the live broadcast? Ugh. It was clear that Sister Shen disliked Xiao Lujing, even despised him. I have no idea what you're searching for in the void. It appears Shen Sangyu's company is making a move. While Shen Sangyu continued to read the comments, her phone suddenly vibrated violently. The screen flashing with the name Sister Wei. As soon as Shen Sangyu answered, she was bombarded with a tirade of fury. Shen Sangyu, have you lost your mind? Delete that post immediately. Otherwise, the company will consider putting you on ice. Fine, put me on ice then. Do you think I fear you? Shen Sangyu replied languidly. Host, he is manipulating your Weibo account. The system alerted her. Shen Sangyu watched helplessly as her account automatically deleted the explosive post, followed by a new update. Apologies, everyone. My account was hacked but has now been recovered. I sincerely apologize for the misinformation concerning Xiao Lujing. The comment section was instantly overrun by Xiao Lujing's fans. Indeed, it was a rumor. She must be seeking fame, yet didn't he expect to be met with such backlash? Shen, just leave the entertainment industry. Is that truly the only reason? It's simply too lowly. A slip of the hand and a hacked account. Those are the only two explanations. The green tea vibes are off the charts. Shen Sangyu scoffed, switching to her alternate account and retaliated in the comments. If your eyes aren't functioning, consider donating them to those in need. Don't pretend to be blind when the video evidence is right in front of you. Is this the quality of Xiao Lu Jing's fans? Resorting to vulgarity. Does your mother know you're an online troll? Oh, how pitiful it is. With only a single page on her ID, yet she takes delight in berating others online. After her tirade, she did not forget to post an additional tweet. Some fans should not be too hasty to jump to conclusions. See you in tomorrow's live broadcast. Adorable JPG. Wait. Is this Shen Sangyu's alternate account? I have seen her previous content. It seems likely, but this sister has quite the audacity. She is genuinely entertaining. Her past rants indicate that her mental state may be concerning. Why should we be worried about a big star? My salary is 3,000. Why should I care about a 30 million star? At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in. Host. Xiao Lu Jing's studio has issued a lawyer's letter. Indeed. Xiao Lu Jing's official Weibo released a statement. In response to the unfounded allegations made by Ms. Shen Sangyu, we have engaged legal counsel to pursue litigation. Shen Sangyu's alternate account promptly retweeted. Support. Please ensure you reach the step of retrieving the original chat records. After posting, Shen Sangyu prepared to sleep, as she intended to appear splendidly for the live broadcast the next day. Upon waking, she received a message from the director. Miss Shen, a newcomer has arrived today, and you have been selected. Shen Sangyu, what do you mean a newcomer? She recalled that yesterday the director had sent a card, which she had carelessly placed aside without a glance. When she retrieved it again, it read, 2 new guests have arrived, 1 male and 1 female. They will choose their date for the following day based on what the locals have written. Shen Sangyu was the one selected. In her previous life, she had been tragically stabbed by haters while obsessively pursuing Xiao Lu Jing to be paired with him, now that she had miraculously survived. She was curious to see who had the audacity to choose her. The date took place at a cake shop. As someone who had never possessed culinary skills, Shen Sangyu had never frequented such places, but since someone had chosen her, she had no choice. The cake shop was located in the heart of the capital, and she was surprised it was this particular one. As she pushed open the shop's door, the wind chimes tinkled, and the aroma of cake batter enveloped her. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a man clad in a deep gray bespoke suit, slowly turning to face her. His eyes behind golden-rimmed glasses holding a semblance of a smile. It was Xie Jinyan, the man who had vanished 5 years ago after a single text, now standing before her, his fingertips lightly tapping the glass of the cake display case. At that moment, Shen Sangyu's breath became erratic. She had heard rumors of his return to the country, yet she was reluctant to confront those memories. She had pursued Xie Jinyan for a long time, finally winning his affection, only for him to disappear on their 3rd anniversary with nothing more than a message saying he wouldn't be coming. Shen Sangyu finished her slice of cake alone. She was aware this was being broadcast live and did not wish to reveal her vulnerable side before this man. She donned her standard professional smile and said, Hello, I am Shen Sangyu. I know, Xie Jinyan remarked, gazing into her eyes with a gentle tone. Then please introduce yourself. I am still unaware. Shen Sangyu held his gaze, though internally, she was already screaming. System. How can he be here? This isn't a dream, is it? System. You mentioned he left with a single word and now returns. What does this signify? Shen Sangyu's mind was a whirlwind, and the live chat could hardly comprehend her words. Do these two not know each other? Their eyes almost sparked. They must know each other. The new male guest is so handsome. A refined rogue, just my type. Doesn't this man look familiar? Hasn't he been on some show? The production team wouldn't invite a newcomer, would they? I saw him on a financial program. He asked the president of Xie Group, just returned from abroad. I didn't expect him to be Chinese. Xie Jinyan adjusted his glasses. The light reflecting off the lenses obscured his gaze. Xie Jinyan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Shen Sangyu extended her hand. He reciprocated. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 7. They had undoubtedly conversed before. Xie Jinyan's fingers gently clasped Shen Sangyu's fingertip, his touch barely grazing her palm. Shen Sangyu retracted her hand as if shocked, her ears suddenly flushed with crimson. Let us start with the bread dough, she suggested, turning to fetch the flour, deliberately avoiding Xie Jinyan's gaze. However, Xie Jinyan followed closely behind, reaching out from behind to assist her in retrieving a high mold. His chest nearly brushed against her back. His warm breath whispering past her ear. Shall we use this? Shen Sangyu turned abruptly, nearly colliding with him. Flustered, she stepped back. Mr. Xie, please maintain an appropriate distance. This man, who had once left without a word, why was he now returning to provoke her? Did he truly consider her to be foolish? Xie Jinyan chuckled softly. Not retreating, but rather stepping forward, trapping her between the counter and himself. His long fingers rested on the edge, his eyes sparkling with mirth behind the golden spectacles. But this is a dating show, Miss Shen. He intentionally lowered his voice, causing the live chat to erupt in excitement.
Mom.
I'm shipping them.
Ah.
They definitely know each other. I can't handle this.
So sweet, so sweet.
Look at Xie Jinyan's expression. He resembles a forlorn puppy. Shen Sangyu squatted down and attempted to walk away. Xie Jinyan seized her, taking the whisk from her hand. Their fingers brushed, and Shen Sangyu recoiled as if burned. Yet, he naturally began to mix the batter. How much sugar should we add? 50 g, Shen Sangyu replied with a familiar figure. She had once baked a cake for their 3rd anniversary and had slowly eaten it alone, finding it somewhat salty. She wondered if it had been so poorly made that no one wished to share it. She had tried time and again. However, the person she had wished to share the cake with was no longer by her side. Xie Jinyan suddenly leaned closer. Miss Shen, are you quite skilled at baking? Shen Sangyu's hand trembled, and the sugar canister toppled onto the table. She attempted to step back, but Xie Jinyan firmly grasped her wrist, pulling her closer. Be careful. Don't step on the sugar. The audience in the live chat could only see him holding Shen Sangyu's waist, their noses nearly touching.
Ah.
Where is the secret squad? What is this idol drama plot? I'll bring you to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Let go. Shen Sangyu frowned, trying to push him away. Yet Xie Jinyan raised his flour-dusted finger and gently brushed it across her nose. You got some on you. His gaze was so tender it could almost draw tears, still so clumsy. Shen Sangyu froze in place. The gesture was so familiar, it brought a sting to her eyes. 5 years ago, he had done the same, gently wiping her face clean each time she got dirty while eating. At that moment, the live chat was in a frenzy. Some viewers had already leaked snippets, and the number of people in Shen Sangyu's live stream surged. They've definitely spoken before. Reuniting old flames, my favorite. Xie Zong looks at Sister Shen as if he is about to melt. So gentle. Shen Sangyu turned her face away. Let us get back to baking. Following that, Xie Jinyan did not engage in any further outrageous behavior, and they quickly completed the cake, preparing to take it home. As they reached the door, Shen Sangyu could already hear the joyous laughter inside, accompanied by a familiar voice. Her lips twitched. Surely, that woman wouldn't he have come? Would she? As she pushed the door open, she was greeted by the sight of a familiar face. Miss Shen, you're back.
Exclaimed Li Qin enthusiastically.
Today, she was once again on a date with Xiao Lu Jing, and the live broadcast room was as crowded as ever. Shen Sangyu cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked, What fly is buzzing around? Li Qing's expression soured, while on the other side, Gu Kai chuckled softly and approached with a sweet smile. Hello, Miss Shen, I am the new guest, Gu Kai. After her introduction, she threw a flirtatious wink at Shen Sangyu. Dressed in a pink ensemble by the renowned designer Xiang Nai and adorned with high-end jewelry, she radiated brilliance. Shen Sangyu couldn't help but smile, quickly playing along. Hello, I am Shen Sangyu. Gu Kai had known her since childhood, and now that her best friend was joining her on the same show, the pretense of not knowing each other struck them both as amusing. Isn't that the young lady from the Gu family? I was wondering why the two newcomers weren't streaming separately. Turns out they have notable backgrounds. But really, would a wealthy heiress participate in a dating show? It feels so surreal. Did you not recognize the new man over there? It's Xie Jinyan, the CEO. Could Gu Kai have come for Xie Jinyan? Didn't the Gu family recently mention plans for a marriage alliance? Could he be the chosen one? Especially since he just returned to the country and needs domestic support? Xie Jinyan, evidently unaware of who the other female guest was, felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing Gu Kai, who had once disapproved of him because of his relationship with Xiao Yu. Sure enough, when Gu Kai spotted him, she snorted dismissively. No need for introductions. I know CEO Xie all too well. The weight of her words conveyed unmistakable hostility. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments had already begun to flood in. Is Miss Gu being coy? So sweet, I can't handle it. They must have come to the dating show for each other. Oh dear, Mom and Dad. Unaware of the misunderstandings brewing in the comments, Shen Sangyu jested internally with the system. The system replied, Host, Gu Kai has come for you. Of course, I know they both came for me. If only this show allowed same-sex dating, I can only imagine how delightful it would be to participate with Kai Kai. As Shen Sangyu mused, all the viewers in her live stream were now aware of her relationship with Gu Kai Kai. My best friend and I are bound to create chaos on this show. Sister Shen, act like me. Isn't Sister Shen supposed to be from a humble background? How does she know Gu Kai Kai and Xiejin Nian? Once all the guests had arrived, the director announced that today's live stream had the lowest engagement, along with the corresponding punishment segment. Upon hearing that he and Gu Kai Kai had the lowest ratings, Jian Haoxian jumped up from the sofa, incredulous. Why is it me again? He pointed to his own nose, disbelief etched across his face. Shouldn't Shen Sangyu be the one dragging them down? And thank goodness Qing Chuan and Li Jing took the top spot. Who else had they managed to captivate? Gu Kai Kai, however, took it in stride. Standing up to pat his shoulder, young Master Qian, accept your fate. She turned to the director. What is the punishment? The director chuckled. You will need to complete a challenge of affection, randomly select someone, and surprise them. Gu Kai Kai's eyes lit up, and without waiting for Jian Haoxian to respond, she turned and walked towards Shen Sangyu. Before anyone could react, she cupped Shen Sangyu's face and planted a resounding kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, surprise. Chapter 8. Sister Shen, I'm sticking with you for life. The room fell into an instant silence. Shen Sangyu covered the spot where she had been kissed, dumbfounded. Gu Kai Kai, do. The director said to give our partner a surprise. Gu Kai Kai replied innocently, blinking, and you are my partner. Xiejin Nian's expression darkened instantly. He had foreseen that this woman would bring trouble. Adjusting his glasses, the coldness in his gaze was chilling. Ah. Who said Gu Kai Kai and Shen Sangyu had a bad relationship? Clearly, they know each other well. This is too fun to watch. I just returned from Shen Sangyu's live stream. Everyone should check it out. It's genuinely entertaining. Once you watch, you won't want to see anyone else. Could the Shen Sangyu fans in the previous comments kindly leave? Whose live stream is this? Sorry everyone, I went to watch, and it's really fascinating. Shen Sangyu was equally bewildered. She hadn't anticipated Gu Kai Kai would kiss her outright when she was supposed to pretend they were strangers. Jian Haoxian stood frozen in place, his expression shifting from shock to grievance to sudden realization. So, I'm the unexpected twist? Gu Kai Kai patted his head. Good boy, sister will treat you to cake. Haha, Jian Haoxian is incredibly amusing. I can't handle it. The sibling dynamic between Gu Kai Kai and Jian Haoxian is delightful. He seems to have chemistry with everyone. You four just burn brightly. This is what I truly want to see. It seems Sister Shen's heart is about to shatter. Her best friend secretly loves her.
Shen Sangyu siged.
Rubbing her temples, thanks to the interaction between Jian Haoxian and Gu Kai Kai, the viewer count in their live stream had surged. Meanwhile, Chu Baiman and Zhou Mingsun appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, as their own live stream was filled with die-hard fans who wouldn't be swayed. However, many of Xiao Lujing and Li Qing's fans were newly minted and had rushed over to Shen Sangyu's live stream. After the punishment segment concluded,
They moved on to the next task.
with all members present, the director announced the next activity, Truth or Dare. Since seating was self-selected, Xiejin Nian and Gu Kai Kai sat on either side of Shen Sangyu, who could keenly sense Xiejin Nian's gaze fixated on her. She shifted slightly, only for Xiejin Nian to immediately follow suit, while Gu Kai Kai stubbornly squeezed closer, leaving her sandwiched in between and unable to move. The game involved screenshotting comments from Weibo to see whose name appeared first. The first to be called was Li Qing. The director, grinning mischievously, posed the question, what was the most heart-fluttering moment while working with a film Emperor Shao? He knew well that this was a dating show and naturally aimed to ask questions related to romance. After all, Li Qing and Xiao Lujing were currently the hottest couple. Li Qing immediately feigned shyness, covering her face. It was when I fell into the water during filming. And Xiao immediately wrapped me in his coat. Li Qing understood what the couple's fans wanted to hear. This moment was a significant scene that had drawn many into their fandom. Host, she's lying, the system interjected. Shen Sangyu, munching on popcorn, thought to herself, you mean when she was groped 8 times, and Xiao Lujing was upset because she wouldn't jump in? But to sell the couple image. They had to play it off, yet he had a Tiffany necklace hidden in his coat that left bruises on Li Qing's collarbone. She nearly burst into laughter, hastily lowering her head to feign adjusting her dress. Wow, I thought that scene was so romantic. Who knew it was all staged? Sister Shen is truly my only connection in the entertainment industry. Who else would share this with me? Sister Shen's expression at that moment was priceless. It was precisely because of Shen Sangyu's laughter that the fans of Qing Chuan and Li Jing began to lash out again. What is Shen Sangyu laughing about? It's so inappropriate. Why laugh while others are speaking? Have some decency. No wonder there is so much dirt on her. It turns out she is the one causing it. When it was Xiao Lujing's turn, the director continued to ask him questions related to Li Qing, described teacher Li in 3 words. Xiao Lujing smiled slightly and replied, dedicated, lively, lovely, gentle. He managed to rattle off 4 words in one breath, sending the couple's fans into a frenzy. Shen Sangyu couldn't help but internally scoff. What a facade. Just yesterday during rehearsal, someone remarked that her face looked overly filled with hyaluronic acid, resembling a steamed bun. That cracked me up, steamed bun indeed. But Li Qing's face does seem somewhat peculiar. Sister Shen, why do you say everything? I'm sticking with you for life. Xiao Lujing and Li Qing truly embody the essence of green tea, but I believe Sister Shen is quite amiable. At least we can hear her true thoughts and know she harbors no ill intentions. Perhaps the past scandals were orchestrated by Li Qing. I wholeheartedly support the previous statement. Sister Shen simply wants to enjoy the gossip, and if she starts a group, I'm in instantly. Xie Jinyan suddenly leaned in close to Shen Sangyu's ear, covering his microphone. Are you so concerned about him? He forgot that Shen Sangyu's microphone was still on and continued. I'm feeling jealous. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing her to blush. Gu Qiki immediately chimed in. Xiuyu, I'm feeling jealous too. Qian Haoshuan, watching from the side, was left dumbfounded. Are you all in a love triangle? The director, reveling in the chaos, suddenly turned the spotlight on Shen Sangyu. Miss Shen, who do you find most appealing among those present? Xie Jinyan froze mid-motion, adjusting his glasses, eagerly awaiting Shen Sangyu's response. Shen Sangyu was taken aback that the director would pose such a question to her. Everyone present was remarkable, yet none truly fit her ideal type. She thought frantically. In truth, none are worthy of me. Can I say that? If I had to choose, I'd pick the cameraman. At least, he discreetly helped me edit photos yesterday, without charge. Wait, he's an ordinary person. Am I allowed to say his name? Ha ha ha. Sister Shen is so amusing. I think that cameraman is quite handsome too. Could it be that he is Sister Shen's fan? I've never heard of him moonlighting as a photo editor. Look at Xie Zong's gaze. It seems he is ready to devour someone. By the way, what is the relationship between Xie Zong and Sister Shen? She hasn't mentioned anything. It's hard to tell. I don't know either. Sister Shen doesn't say, but there's definitely some gossip. Once all the truth-telling was done, it was time for a dare. Chu Baiman and Zhou Mingxuan, please hold hands and gaze into each other's eyes for 10 seconds. The real couple exchanged smiles and naturally intertwined their fingers. Zhou Mingxuan gazed at Chu Baiman tenderly. Host. They were video chatting until dawn last night. Zhou Mingxuan must know how to practice eye contact today. Shen Sangyu found these two rather amusing. What a pure, young couple. The barrage of comments erupted in cheers. Ah, how sweet. Real couples are the easiest to ship. I believe they're genuine. Sister Shen wouldn't say otherwise. Next, Gu Qiki was required to kiss Shen Sangyu again. The director grinned mischievously as he announced. Chapter 9, A Date Together. Gu Qiki immediately jumped up, cupping Shen Sangyu's face as if to kiss her. Xie Jinyan swiftly pulled Shen Sangyu into his embrace. What are you doing? Gu Qiki stuck out her tongue. Spoil sport. She turned to the camera. Audience friends, this is the legendary king of jealousy. Shen Sangyu felt somewhat displeased. She leaned in closer to Gu Qiki and gently kissed her cheek. Is this acceptable? Xie Jinyan's expression darkened further. The comments flooded the screen. Is this what a battlefield looks like? Xie Zong is a jealous pot indeed. Who said Gu Qiki is here for Xie Jinyan? Sister Shen is amazing. I love her chemistry with Gu Qiki. The director wiped his brow and, skipping over Xie Jinyan, directly called out. Lastly, Xiao Lujing and Li Qing, please gaze into each other's eyes for 10 seconds. Even if he were bolder, he wouldn't dare to provoke Xie Jinyan, after all. He was not only a guest but also a major investor. He couldn't afford to anger him. Upon hearing the director's words, Li Qing coyly lowered her head, while Xiao Lujing's smile radiated warmth as he turned to her. When their eyes met, Shen Sangyu distinctly heard the system's prompt. Host. Xiao Lujing is contemplating how to speak to his benefactor, while Li Qing is considering the trending topics she wants to buy tonight. In her amusement, she couldn't help but laugh, interrupting their gaze. Xiao Lujing shot her an annoyed look. What is so funny, Miss Shen? Nothing. Shen Sangyu wiped away the tears of laughter from her eyes, simply thinking they seemed well-matched. She added internally, one desires wealth, the other seeks fame. What a perfect pair. As today's live stream concluded, and everyone prepared to retire for the night, Shen Sangyu was unexpectedly pulled away by Xie Jinyan. He took her to the balcony and closed the door behind him. He fixated on the faint lipstick mark on her face, suddenly reaching out to rub it away with his thumb. Does she do this often? Gu Qiqi always does this. You don't. Before Shen Sangyu could finish, she found herself pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window. Xie Jinyan's breath was mere inches away. Suyu, it has been 5 years. His fingers traced the spot where she had been kissed. I don't want anyone to get there before me. Shen Sangyu felt a pang of bitterness. He was the one who left without a word, and now he was forcefully intruding back into her life. What exactly did he want? Noticing her silence, Xie Jinyan moved closer. Speak. Shen Sangyu's heart skipped a beat. Before she could react, Xie Jinyan had already leaned in, placing a restrained yet fervent kiss on her other cheek. Now it's even. His voice was husky. Shen Sangyu suddenly recalled their first kiss. Back then, Xie Jinyan was nothing like he was now. He was rather rough, kissing her for an extended period and then expressing his disdain. But all that was in the past. She was uncertain of Xie Jinyan's thoughts then or now, yet she reminded herself that she must not succumb to temptation. Shen Sangyu pushed him away, gazing earnestly into his eyes. Xie Zong, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After stating this, she disregarded Xie Jinyan's reaction and turned to leave. Lying in bed, Shen Sangyu scrolled through trending topics on Weibo. Shen Sangyu and Gu Qiqi. Xie Jinyan and Shen Sangyu. Love percentage, 100. These topics were soaring, even surpassing those of Xiao Lujing and Li Qing. Although there were still negative comments directed at her, a greater number praised her authenticity. Shen Sangyu herself was baffled as to where her authenticity lay. She clicked on a fan screenshot, showing a moment when Xie Jinyan shielded her while making a cake. His gaze behind the lenses fierce and possessive. That expression was all too familiar. Back in college, when a senior pursued her before they were together, Xie Jinyan had worn the same look. She and Xie Jinyan were high school classmates. She was the cherished Shen heiress, while he was an outstanding yet impoverished student. For Xie Jinyan's future, she had chosen not to confess. She began studying diligently, gaining admission to the same university as him. In college, she took the initiative to confess, and he agreed. Eventually, Shen Sangyu set her phone down and closed her eyes. The next day's dating task was for the male participant to choose the female. Shen Sangyu had anticipated that Xie Jinyan would seek her out, but she was unprepared for him to arrive the moment the director announced the rules. There was a knock at the door. Who is it? Shen Sangyu, fully aware, still inquired. It's me. Xie Jinyan's voice was cold. As she listened to his familiar tone, her fingers paused, and she lifted her gaze towards the door, imagining his expressionless face even through the door. Taking a deep breath, she approached and opened the door just a crack. What is it? Xie Jinyan's hand slipped through the gap. We're going on a date today. Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow. I refuse. Xie Jinyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Reason? I don't want to. She answered succinctly, attempting to close the door, but suddenly remembered that his hand was still there. Reluctant? Xie Jinyan's voice lowered. Shen Sangyu, are you avoiding me? She lifted her gaze to him, a faint smile gracing her lips. Mr. Xie, you overthink. I simply prefer not to be in your company. Xie Jinyan's eyes darkened, on the verge of speaking, when the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. It was Shen Sangyu. Xiao Luojing approached, a hint of a struggling smile on his face. May I have a moment to chat? Shen Sangyu furrowed her brow, uncertain as to why Xiao Luojing was here. Before she could respond, Xie Jinyan coldly interjected. She is unavailable. Xiao Luojing maintained his smile. Mr. Xie, the director mentioned today is a day for free selection. In her heart, Shen Sangyu scoffed at the situation. What does Xiao Luojing mean? Why choose me when he could select Li Qing? Is he out of his mind? I certainly do not wish to team up with him. The system replied, Host, he seeks to ride on your popularity. However, she did not mind Xiao Luojing leveraging her popularity. It was far preferable to being with Xie Jinyan. Ignoring Xiao Luojing, Xie Jinyan's gaze remained fixed on Shen Sangyu. Are you certain you wish to reject me? Shen Sangyu shrugged nonchalantly. Yes, I choose Xiao. Isn't the film emperor supposed to team up with Li Qing? Xie Jinyan interrupted her, his eyes directed at Xiao Luojing, filled with an unmistakable threat. Forget it, Miss Shen. Xiao Luojing, apprehensive, took a step back and turned to leave. I truly cannot comprehend why the film Emperor sought out Shen Sangyu. Is it at the behest of the production team? Moreover, what does Xie Jinyan mean by this? Isn't it's supposed to be a free selection? What is he implying now? Since he has feelings for Shen Sangyu, he should choose her himself. It is better for us to steer clear of such a woman. Having just returned from Li Qing's live stream, she is still waiting. By the way, why didn't Tian Haoxuan select Li Qing? Isn't he fond of her? For your information, Qian Haoxuan is a supporter of the Li Qing and Xiao Luojing pairing. He joined the show to safeguard their relationship, so how could he possibly choose Li Qing? At this moment, Shen Sangyu was perplexed. Haha, host, Xiao Luojing has backed down. He fears Xie Jinyan. The system laughed heartily. Shen Sangyu's lips twitched. Why does this man falter at crucial moments? She had intended to use Xiao Luojing to reject Xie Jinyan. Chapter 10. The events of that year were beyond my control. The atmosphere grew awkward. Xiao Luojing turned to leave. The boys would have 2 opportunities to select, and he was likely heading to choose Li Qing. Xie Jinyan regarded Shen Sangyu with a calm demeanor. Now, you have no choice but to select me. Shen Sangyu smiled. I choose to sleep at home. 10 minutes later, in the living room downstairs, Shen Sangyu sat cross-legged on the sofa, expressionless as she munched on an apple. Host, is this truly acceptable? We are here to observe, and encountering more people allows us to uncover more gossip. Shen Sangyu retorted, be quiet, I am pondering life. The crisp sound of her chewing echoed in the otherwise silent room, deliberately loud as if to declare her dissatisfaction to the man opposite her. Xie Jinyan sat on a single sofa, his long fingers casually turning the pages of a book, seemingly unaffected by the awkwardness. Shen Sangyu stole a glance at him, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Sensing her gaze, Xie Jinyan looked up, prompting her to swiftly avert her eyes. 5 years had passed, yet Xie Jinyan's reading posture remained unchanged. She took a final bite of the apple, purposefully tossing the core into the trash can with a crisp sound. What are you staring at? Shen Sangyu feigned nonchalance, attempting to turn the tables. Sister Shen, what are you saying? Wasn't it you who first looked at Mr. Xie? Haha, whatever Sister Shen says goes. I wholeheartedly support her. Sister Shen and Mr. Xie, please rekindle your relationship. You truly complement each other. Why do you reject me? Xie Jinyan pondered the earlier exchange, his voice tinged with an emotion that Shen Sangyu could not decipher. Shen Sangyu shrugged, strategically placing a cushion against her chest, presenting herself like a puffed-up kitten in Xie Jinyan's eyes. Mr. Xie, you jest. Why would I choose you? Rising, Xie Jinyan slowly approached the sofa. Shen Sangyu instinctively shifted to the opposite end, only to realize she had backed herself against the armrest, with no escape. Xie Jinyan halted before her, towering over her, the proximity allowing them to catch each other's faint scent. Shen Sangyu, are you blaming me? He suddenly asked, his voice lower than usual, almost a whisper. Shen Sangyu's heart skipped a beat. 7 years ago, during their first encounter, Xie Jinyan had been just like this. She raised her head, meeting his unfathomable gaze, filled with emotions she could not comprehend. Longing? What could he possibly long for? Was he not the one who chose to leave? Regret. If he truly felt regret, why would he act in such a manner? Mr. Xie, it's been 5 years, Shen Sangyu smiled lightly. Wouldn't it be better for us to live our own lives? You just returned from abroad and must be quite busy. There is no need to participate in such a program, especially a dating show. She emphasized the term dating show heavily, intending to underscore her point to Xie Jinyan. He took a step back, uncertain of what to do. Only then did Shen Sangyu regain her composure. There must be something going on between them. Why do I feel that Xie Jinyan must have done something to wrong Sister Shen? Otherwise, why would she have changed so much? I agree with you upstairs. In the next moment, the lights abruptly went out, plunging everything into darkness. What happened? Director, fix it. What is the director doing? Xie Jinyan approached her, his long fingers gently brushing against her lips. Shen Sangyu was momentarily stunned, her body stiffening as she stared wide-eyed at the face so near to hers. Xie Jinyan licked his fingers sweet. He intended to continue his touch when she suddenly turned her head away, her heart racing wildly. She swatted his hand away, raising her voice. Xie Jinyan, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? He did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he took a step forward, trapping Shen Sangyu between the sofa and himself in a narrow space. His knee nearly brushed against hers, his warm breath fanning her cheek, exuding an unsettlingly exhilarating intensity. Xiaoyu, the events of that year were beyond my control. Beyond your control? Shen Sangyu laughed. If you did such a thing back then, Why return to me now? Her breath quickened as memories of 5 years ago flooded her mind. She sat in a restaurant, staring at the message from Xie Jinyan, which contained only a few simple words. I'm sorry, I have to leave. No explanation, no reason, not even a formal goodbye. Shen Sangyu wished to speak, but Xie Jinyan raised his hand to silence her. His fingertip pressed lightly against her lips, causing her to shiver. When Xie Jinyan was angry, he would do this. Kiss her before she could speak, preventing her from voicing her thoughts. Don't speak, he murmured, his voice husky, leaning slightly closer until their noses almost touched. Shen Sangyu's rational mind urged her to push away this suddenly unfamiliar man, yet her body betrayed her. Remaining frozen in place, she could feel the rise and fall of Xie Jinyan's chest, hear the rapid beating of his heart, and even catch the familiar scent that enveloped him. Xie Jinyan, she finally regained her voice. What exactly do you want? His gaze darkened as he straightened up, yet he did not pull away. The distance between them remained charged with palpable warmth, his eyes sweeping over her face, as if attempting to reclaim every moment lost over the past 5 years. What do I want? He chuckled softly. I wish to pursue you again, may I? His tone carried a hint of humility, causing Shen Sangyu's heart to momentarily ease, as if something deep within her had been sharply tugged. She had, of course, inquired countless times about Xie Jinyan from his friends and colleagues, even resorting to family connections to trace his whereabouts. She had even traveled abroad in search of him for quite some time, yet to no avail. It cannot be. Shen Sangyu murmured. Xie Jinyan's gaze flickered slightly as he reached out, gently caressing her cheek, his thumb lingering for a moment on the almost imperceptible mole beneath her eye. You are deceiving yourself, he said softly, almost as if sighing. If you truly wish to reject me, why do you not do so? Shen Sangyu's eyelashes trembled faintly. She yearned to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the very first moment she beheld him, her heart had fluttered once more. It is getting late. Shen Sangyu struggled to push him away. The director will be looking for us soon. Xie Jinyan withdrew his hand, stepping back to restore the distance between them. He adjusted a suit cuff, reverting to the familiar demeanor Shen Sangyu recognized. You should rest for now. I will call you when the meal is ready. Shen Sangyu sat there, staring at his retreating figure as he made his way toward the staircase. Once he vanished around the corner, she exhaled a long breath, her hands unconsciously gripping the armrests of the sofa. Her chest rose and fell violently, her heartbeat racing as if it might burst from her ribcage. The lights had now been turned on. Host, your face is quite flushed, came the notification. Shen Sangyu retorted with annoyance. Mind your own business. Meanwhile, the comments began to speculate about the earlier events. Chapter 11. Support Xinjie, and the company has exploded. Mom and Dad, what did you just do? Did President Xie suddenly leave to turn off the lights? But how could it have been so short a time? What are you thinking? It must not be that kind of thing. I reckon they merely kissed behind our backs. Feeling uneasy, Shen Sangyu returned to her room, lying down to prepare for a nap. Sister Shen, don't sleep. I want to see you interact with President Xie. President Xie is not live streaming, so we have no idea what he is doing, but Sister Shen, you are live. Could you not find President Xie? Aren't you worried about tonight's punishment? When Shen Sangyu awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and she felt slightly hungry. Under normal circumstances, she would have endured until dinner. But now she had no intention of lingering in the entertainment industry any longer, and dieting was out of the question. As she descended the stairs, she suddenly recalled Xie Jinyan mentioning lunch together. However, since he had not called for her, perhaps he had merely spoken casually. Her gaze quickly fell upon a dish on the dining table, still steaming. Shen Sangyu's eyes brightened. Upon closer inspection, it was her favorite sweet and sour ribs. She was touched, certain it was Xie Jinyan's handiwork. Just as she sat down, ready to indulge, her phone rang abruptly. It was Wei Jie calling. Shen Sangyu, how dare you disregard my instructions? What instructions? Shen Sangyu pondered for a moment. Oh, it must be about binding me to Xiao Lujing. She switched to speaker mode. Wei Jie's voice resonated. Shen Sangyu, are you out of your mind? The company wants you to be bound to Xiao Lujing. And this is how you choose to disregard the arrangement? Just look at your reputation online. It's practically in shambles. You must follow the company's plan tonight and stir up a CP with Xiao Lujing, do you understand? Upon hearing Wei Jie mention her online reputation, Shen Sangyu couldn't help but chuckle. She had always had a poor reputation, and now it seemed as though the company was feigning concern for her. Holding the phone at arm's length in disdain, she waited until Wei Jie finished before leisurely replying, Wei Jie, I've already told you. I have no desire to create a CP with Xiao Lujing. I'm merely participating in this dating show to pass the time. Once filming is over, I'll return home to inherit my family's fortune. Who cares about reputation? Could you not show a little ambition? Look at your current situation. You're surrounded by scandal, and yet you talk of going home to inherit wealth. If it weren't for the company's support, do you think you would be where you are today? Being bound to Xiao Lujing is a fantastic opportunity that could bring you immense popularity and traffic. If you let it slip away, you'll regret it later. Wei Jie urged her with a heartfelt tone. Shen Sangyu took a bite of the sweet and sour ribs, the delightful flavors bursting in her mouth, and she squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Wei Jie, I truly have no interest. Moreover, I have no real connection with Xiao Lujing. What CP could we possibly create? It feels rather awkward. Do not be willful. The company has already communicated with Xiao Lujing's side. Tonight, you must complete an intimate task with him. If you dare to refuse, you will face the consequences.
Nej ett förrättened.
Shen Sangyu shrugged nonchalantly. Is the company truly looking out for me? I heard Li Qing is stepping in, right? You're using me as a stepping stone for her, aren't you? If I keep clinging to Xiao Lujing and then Li Qing plays the victim, won't they successfully solidify their fanbase? Seeing her thoughts laid bare, Wei Jie scoffed. Shen Sangyu, you must complete this task today. It's not optional. I said I will
Not.
Shen Sangyu declared firmly before hanging up. Furious, she tossed her phone onto the sofa and resumed eating. It seemed the online community had likely guessed that the company treated her poorly, but she never expected the attitude to be this atrocious. What does the company mean by this? So, Sister Shen's earlier rejection of Xiao Lujing was genuine? I never thought there could be a company like this. It's truly disgusting. I feel for Sister Shen. I can only imagine what the company did behind the scenes when she was under fire online. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Shen Sangyu looked up to see Xie Jinyan descending in simple attire. His eyes lit up upon seeing her as he sat beside her. I made lunch. When I sent you a message, you didn't reply, so I figured you were still asleep. It's been reheated now. And while it's not as delicious as when it was freshly cooked, it's all the dishes you love. Shen Sangyu remained silent. Xie Jinyan, undeterred by her demeanor, picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of rib, chewing thoughtfully. Not bad. I made it according to your taste. Still unyielding, Shen Sangyu retorted. Who cares? I can cook for myself. Xie Jinyan regarded her, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Is that so? Then I shall have to learn from you, Yu.
When are you planning to teach me?
I have no intention of teaching you. Thus, they continued their meal, the atmosphere subtly tense. After finishing, Shen Sangyu placed her bowl down and allowed Xie Jinyan to take over the washing up duties as she ascended straight to her room. Plopping onto the edge of her bed, she received another message from Wei Jie. Shen Sangyu, you better think this through. This is your last opportunity. If you dare to stand Xiao Lujing up tonight, you can forget about joining the next production. The company will make you aware of the consequences. Consequences? Shen Sangyu scoffed, her fingertips gliding across the screen as she accessed trending topics. Indeed, the company had already secured her a new scandalous headline. Shen Sangyu throws a tantrum, refusing to cooperate. However, immediately following was, Shen Sangyu's company withholds resources. The comment section was filled with supporters. Sister Shen was previously suppressed by the company. All the good resources were given to others, and now they are forcing her to create a CP? For those unaware of the situation, please check the live stream. The company is truly despicable. I support Sister Shen in standing against the company. I see Xiao Lujing isn't exactly a good person either. Who knows if his CP with Li Qing is genuine? What nonsense are some people spreading? What does it have to do with Xiao Jing? This has once again turned into a competition. Your master will never achieve what our Xiao Jing has accomplished in a lifetime. Indeed, it is merely a triumph built upon the foundations of capital moguls. I once thought that Li Qing and Xiao Lujing made a charming pairing, but now it seems they are nothing more than a commercial couple. Alas. Due to this incident, Shen Sangyu's live stream has soared to unprecedented heights, as everyone is eager to uncover the truth behind her relationship with the company. Naturally, all of these viewers have heard her innermost thoughts. Host, your company is truly despicable. The system suddenly interjected. Your agent must have accepted some benefits from Xiao Lujing and is desperately attempting to make you a stumbling block for him. But would you like to know who is orchestrating all of this? The system tantalizingly piqued her curiosity. Who is it? Chapter 12. Huaijin and Sangyu. May you rise. Qian Haochen, the older brother of Qian Haoxuan, and now Qian Haoxuan is still the second largest shareholder in your company, Isn't that a remarkable coincidence?
Oh my.
Are you saying that Qian Haochen is also gay? How did I not see that? Shen Sangyu had previously encountered Qian Haochen, a notorious playboy, but she never anticipated he would be open to both genders. This is rather amusing. Isn't Qian Haochuan a fan of the pairing between Xiao Lujing and Li Qing? He would never have guessed that his brother is actually Xiao Lujing's benefactor. Goodness, system, this revelation is too exhilarating. Why didn't you say it sooner? Shen Sangyu's dialogue with the system was overheard by all the viewers in the live stream. Goodness, I never expected that Xiao Lujing's benefactor is actually Qian Haochuan's brother. How hilarious! Qian Haochuan is blissfully unaware, fervently shipping Qing Chuan and Li Jing. I truly cannot fathom how he would react if he knew this. I still maintain my stance. Sister Shen is too unfortunate, never realizing that both the company and others are conspiring against her. I have some insider information. Sister Shen's identity is quite extraordinary. Do not underestimate her. What could possibly be so extraordinary? You can't be suggesting that Shen Sangyu is the daughter of some wealthy tycoon, right? That would crack me up. At that moment, Shen Sangyu felt a sudden sharp pain in her abdomen, a chilling sensation sweeping over her. Her forehead turned pale, and beads of sweat appeared, as she instinctively clutched her stomach and curled up slightly. Why is it hurting so suddenly? She had not experienced her menstrual cycle in quite some time due to her dieting, and unexpectedly, after a few days of healthy eating, it had arrived. Enduring the discomfort, she managed to rise and decided to go downstairs for a cup of hot water to alleviate her pain. Gripping the stair railing, she descended slowly. With each step, the pain intensified. Upon reaching the kitchen, just as she filled a cup with water, she heard a familiar voice behind her. What's wrong? It was Xie Jinyan. Shen Sangyu shook her head. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll head back upstairs. All she wanted was to lie down and rest, having no strength to engage in further conversation with him. However, moments later, Xie Jinyan knocked on the door.
Come in.
Shen Sangyu was reluctant to open the door, preferring to let him enter on his own. Xie Jinyan walked into the kitchen, holding a steaming cup of brown sugar ginger tea. Upon seeing Shen Sangyu's pale complexion, his eyes filled with concern. Xiaoyu, how are you feeling? You look quite unwell. He quickly approached her, handing over the brown sugar tea and taking out a painkiller from his bag. If you're really uncomfortable, you should take this. Shen Sangyu nodded and took the medication. A warmth spread through her heart, and she did not refuse Xie Jinyan's kindness. She knew he must have sensed her discomfort due to her menstrual cycle and had made the tea specifically for her. Seeing her take the medicine, Xie Jinyan's expression softened with relief. He gently stroked her head, saying, Drink this, I will get you a hot water bottle. Shen Sangyu embraced the warm tea, the steam enveloping her face, providing a measure of comfort. Watching Xie Jinyan's retreating figure, she felt a swell of emotion but continually reminded herself not to develop feelings. Mom and Dad, you two are just too sweet. This is too adorable. I declare, these two are the best pairing in the world. Huaijin and Sangyu, may you rise. After a few sips of the brown sugar ginger tea, Shen Sangyu, whether due to psychological relief or otherwise, felt her abdominal pain lessen. She lifted her head to see Xie Jinyan returning with a hot water bottle. Place this on your stomach. It will ease your discomfort, he said gently. Shen Sangyu hesitated but eventually reached out to accept the hot water bottle. The moment their hands touched, her heart inexplicably quickened, though she feigned calmness. Thank you, she whispered. In the past, even when her menstrual cramps were absent, Xie Jinyan would still rub her stomach and prepare sanitary pads for her. Xie Jinyan watched her with a gaze full of concern, sitting beside her and saying, You should rest well. Call me if you need anything. Shen Sangyu nodded, leaning back in her chair and feeling the warmth of the hot water bottle gradually dissipating the chill within her. She looked at Xie Jinyan, reflecting on how much had changed over the years. Yet, the viewers were engrossed in their ship. The atmosphere is absolutely perfect. The interactions between President Xie and Sister Shen are simply delightful. I feel there must be a story between them. Can they please resolve their misunderstandings and be together? Though Sister Shen may outwardly refuse, she is surely touched inside. Who could withstand such kindness? Before long, evening arrived, and everyone returned home. Shen Sangyu had just finished the soup Xie Jinyan had made for her, feeling considerably better. Guoqiqi leaned closer and remarked, Xiaoyu, this must have been made by President Xie, right? It looks like he put in a lot of effort. Shen Sangyu gently bit her lip, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she playfully chided, Only you would have such a sharp tongue. Guoqiqi's words stirred ripples in her heart. and she glanced towards Xie Jinyan, who was tidying up in the kitchen, her expression somewhat obscure. At that moment, Qian Haoshuan swaggered over, loudly exclaiming, "I want some too. Shen Sangyu, give me a bowl." He was completely oblivious to the atmosphere in the room, having caught a whiff of the aroma as he entered. His mind solely focused on wanting to drink. Shen Sangyu frowned and retorted sharply, "Get lost. This soup is for me, not for you." She was quite irritated by Qian Haoshuan's lack of awareness. Undeterred, Qian Haoshuan pressed on, but before he could say more, Xie Jinyan emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of chicken soup and rice. "There's none left. This was made specifically for Xiaoyu," he said with a hint of warning in his tone. Qian Haoshuan glanced between Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinyan, suddenly realizing that they appeared to be quite the match. The earlier scene had given them an almost couple-like chemistry. Just then, Li Qing and Xiao Lujing entered together. Upon seeing Shen Sangyu, Xiao Lujing's previously simmering anger seemed to dissipate. Perhaps it was because Shen Sangyu was unwell today that she had spoken those words. He had seen the trending topic. Shen Sangyu seemed to disregard him entirely. And now there were even speculations about his relationship with Qian Haochen, complete with photographs. What could possibly occur between two men? These netizens were merely stirring trouble. As long as he did not acknowledge it, claiming they were just good friends, the online community could do nothing to him. He still needed to maintain the hype with Li Qing. After a moment's hesitation, he approached Shen Sangyu. "Miss Shen, I would like to have a word with you privately." Chapter 13, Scolded by the Benefactor. Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow, surmising that Xiao Lujing likely wished to discuss the live stream task for the evening. However, she had no desire to complete any tasks with him or spend time alone, so she instinctively leaned closer to Xie Jinyan. Xie Jinyan astutely perceived Shen Sangyu's intentions. He strode purposefully to her side, obstructing Xiao Lujing's line of sight, and coldly remarked, "Xiao Emperor, if you have something to discuss, let it be known here." Xiao Lujing, taken aback by Xie Jinyan's sudden intervention, momentarily displayed a flicker of displeasure on his countenance. Yet, he swiftly reverted to his characteristic genteel demeanor. Fixing his gaze on Xie Jinyan, he stated, "Mr. Xie, this concerns Miss Shen and me. I would appreciate it if you refrained from meddling." Nearby, Li Qing felt a pang of discomfort as Xiao Lujing approached, grappling with the disconcerting reality that while he was engaging in a faux romantic pairing with her, he was simultaneously interacting with Shen Sangyu. What did this signify? Xie Jinyan let out a derisive laugh. "Xiao Emperor, we are in a variety show, and everyone is watching. If you wish to converse with Miss Shen, you must also respect her wishes. Xiao Yu is currently unwell. If you have matters to discuss, please be direct." The stage is set for a dramatic confrontation. Sister Shen has already cursed Xiao Lujing 1,000 times in her heart, yet she has managed to restrain herself. Observe Li Qing's expression. This is not one of jealousy, suggesting that their romantic pairing truly is a fabrication. I crave more of this dramatic tension. It delights me immensely. Sister Shen and Mr. Xie are simply too captivating together. I cannot contain myself. Poor Xiao Jing. His reticence in front of the crowd surely stems from his desire to protect Shen Sangyu. Why must they treat him this way? It seems Xie Jinyan is not without his flaws either. Shen Sangyu regarded the tense standoff between the two men with a sense of resignation. She understood that Xiao Lujing had undoubtedly come for tonight's task. Stepping out from behind Xie Jinyan, she addressed Xiao Lujing directly. "If you have something to convey,
Do so plainly."
Naturally, Xiao Lujing dared not speak before the assembled audience, and simply shook his head. "It's nothing." Soon, the moment arrived for the live broadcast's lowest punishment, as Shen Sangyu had spent the entire day at home, resulting in a lack of viewers and consequently placing her in last place. Then it falls to Miss Shen to accompany Mr. Xie on a date tomorrow. Shen Sangyu was taken aback by the notion that the penalty for finishing last was to continue her date with her partner from today, yet she found it somewhat acceptable. After their interactions today, she no longer felt as averse to Xie Jinyan. After the punishment was announced, it came time for the selection of partners for the following day. As the night breeze gently tousled their hair, the director stood before them, elaborating on the tasks for the morrow. The challenge involved teamwork at the seaside, requiring partners to collaborate in completing tasks, wherein the females would depict their aspirations for future lives, which the males would then choose from. This would test their mutual understanding and compatibility. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The female contestants sought a tranquil corner to earnestly illustrate their visions for the future, while the male contestants awaited their turn to select their desired partners after the women had completed their drawings. Since Xiao Lujing had garnered the highest viewership during the live stream, he was the first to choose. His gaze immediately fell upon a painting rich with artistic flair, depicting a scene of her performing on stage, with an audience cheering below. Instinctively, he felt it must belong to Li Qing and decisively made his selection. Upon receiving Gu Qiqi's drawing, his mood soured, and he remarked with an edge of sarcasm, "Oh, Xiao Emperor, you truly have an eye for talent. However, I must caution you, I am not easily satisfied." Xiao Lujing's lips twitched. He had not anticipated making an erroneous choice, but a selection was a selection. And there was no turning back. "Miss Gu, I merely chose based on the artwork. I hope we can effectively accomplish tomorrow's task," he replied courteously. Gu Qiqi rolled her eyes and continued, "Let us hope so. But do refrain from flirting with others during the task, as I can be quite possessive." While her words suggested one thing, her thoughts were clearly bent on ensuring his discomfort the following day. Observing this exchange, Shen Sangyu found it somewhat amusing. She understood that Gu Qiqi was being sarcastic, yet Xiao Lujing was clearly at a loss. The second to choose was Qian Haoshuan, who immediately set his sights on a wedding photo taken by the seaside and made his selection without hesitation. He did not care whom he ended up with next, as he successfully chose Chu Baiman. Consequently, Li Qing and Zhou Mingxuan were left with no option but to team up. After the live stream concluded, as Shen Sangyu returned to her room, Xiao Lujing arrived, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Shen Sangyu, are you truly intent on opposing the company?" he inquired. In truth, he did not wish for her to face a ban. Losing her would mean losing his stepping stone to success, and that was unacceptable. Shen Sangyu looked up at him, her expression one of disdain. "Yes, I do not wish to continue. I am indeed opposing the company. Xiao Lujing, I am aware of the dealings you've had with them. Do not play the victim here." Xiao Lujing frowned slightly, taken aback by her resoluteness. "Have you considered the consequences of such actions? The company will not easily let you go. Your acting career may suffer significantly." He attempted to persuade her. Shen Sangyu scoffed. "I am well aware of the repercussions, yet I choose this path. What can the company do to me?" She had entered this dating show merely to gain some visibility, only to find herself being used by the company to fabricate a romantic storyline with Xiao Lujing, which she adamantly refused to accept. Xiao Lujing remained silent for a moment. "All right then, now that you have made your choice, be prepared for what comes next." The following morning, as Shen Sangyu descended the stairs, rubbing her eyes, she was greeted by the rich aroma of frying eggs. She paused, astonished. In the kitchen, a man donned an apron. Absent of his glasses, she recognized him instantly as Xie Jinyan. "Awake, are we?" he said without turning, as though he had anticipated her descent. "I made you some sweet rice dumplings, have a bit to warm yourself." "Oh, Mr. Xie is playing chef today." Gu Qiqi emerged from seemingly nowhere, standing beside her with two perfectly toasted slices of bread, tossing a wink at Shen Sangyu. "Little you, does this mean I can't be your girlfriend just because I can't cook?" Shen Sangyu's lips twitched. Was this woman doing this on purpose? Just as she was about to respond, the system unexpectedly chimed in her mind. "Host, be advised. Xiao Lujing is downstairs in the living room, his expression exceedingly grim. According to intelligence, he was severely reprimanded by his benefactor yesterday for attempting to encroach on the resources of a formidable actor, who happens to be the benefactor's #1 idol." Shen Sangyu halted, turning her gaze toward the living room. Xiao Lujing sat on the sofa, indeed looking rather displeased, casting furtive glances toward the kitchen. What was he pondering? Before she could contemplate further, the system continued. "I have heard that Qian Haoshuan was also scolded by Qian Haoming yesterday for failing to choose Li Qing." Qian Haoshuan was in distress. It was clear that Xiao Lujing had simply failed to secure Li Qing, so why was his brother reprimanding him? Moreover, why was his brother so concerned about Xiao Lujing and Li Qing? Was he perhaps a fan of their pairing? Shen Sangyu mentally chuckled at this. He had often engaged in similar antics, yet he had never expected to hit a brick wall this time. Gu Qiqi also noticed him and laughed. "Xiao Emperor seems to be in a foul mood today. Did he fail to secure Li Qing?" Shen Sangyu chimed in. Perhaps he didn't land the role he desired. Chapter 14. The spectator's level elevated to level 2. Xiao Lujing distinctly sensed that Shen Sangyu was alluding to him. Yet he was certain she could not possibly know of the incident. This only fueled his annoyance. Shen Sangyu.
What do you mean by that? Feigning surprise, Shen Sangyu blanked.
I merely spoke casually. Why is Xiao Emperor so irate? Could it be that I struck a nerve?
Oh, dear.
Is this a case of a cornered dog leaping over the wall? Unable to seize the resources, he vents his frustration on us instead. Why didn't he express himself so candidly when being reprimanded by his benefactor? Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Your spectator level has risen to level 2. In truth, Shen Sangyu was perplexed by the distinctions of the gossip levels. Did reaching level 2 mean that more scandalous revelations would emerge? At that moment, in the live stream of others, wherever Shen Sangyu appeared, her innermost thoughts were audible to all. Wait, was that Shen Sangyu speaking just now? What does she mean? Does Xiao Lujing have a benefactor? Hold on, did I just hear her thoughts? Oh my, I think I heard it too. Shen Sangyu is implying that Xiao Lujing is involved in an affair. Is this some sort of black technology? I heard it too. She mentioned that Xiao Lujing's benefactor is actually Qian Haoshuan's brother? I also heard that. She said Xiao Lujing has been involved in such matters more than once. Haha, this must be false. How can you believe such things? She is clearly slandering our Xiao Jing. Exactly, could Shen Sangyu just leave? Why is she stirring up trouble? At this moment, Xie Jinyan emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 exquisite plates of side dishes. Xiao Yu, come and eat. Shen Sangyu, still engrossed in the system's gossip, paid no heed to Xiao Lujing and proceeded to have her meal. Once everyone had finished eating, they could split into groups to head to the beach. Naturally, beach attire was essential for a trip to the shore. The audience fervently anticipated their outfits. Shen Sangyu appeared in a pink one-piece swimsuit reminiscent of a primary school student, complete with 2 fluffy bear ears adorning the collar, the hem reaching her knees. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. 10 minutes later, Shen Sangyu arrived at the beach, and the barrage of comments was filled with laughter. Ha ha, Shen Sangyu looks just like a primary school student. What a ridiculous outfit. Did the production team forget to prepare something? Sister Shen has a great figure. Why not wear a bikini? I've seen how good Li Qing looks in hers. She could definitely attract a wave of admirers. It's alright, Sister Shen, I'm your little primary school fan, and I like you just as you are. At that moment, the system chimed in with more gossip. Host, Xiao Lujing once had an intimate encounter with Qian Haochen on this very beach. TSK. And they haven't been discovered yet. Naturally, Shen Sangyu understood what that intimate encounter entailed. Shen Sangyu thought, goodness, are these 2 completely unable to control themselves? How audacious of them. What did I just hear? How shocking. I never expected Xiao Lujing to be this kind of person. I've heard rumors about Xiao Lujing being problematic. Perhaps there is truth to it. Do you all truly believe this? It must be Shen Sangyu's deliberate fabrication. That wretched girl just wants to tear down our Xiao Jing. Can the fans of Xiao Lujing please leave? This is Sister Shen's live stream. Unbeknownst to Shen Sangyu, her innermost thoughts were being overheard. When she heard the director announce that they would engage in sports, she stood at the edge of the beach, her expression one of desolation, gazing at the inflatable castle and beach volleyball net not far away. The production team noticed the sudden surge in viewers in Shen Sangyu's live stream, puzzled. Why were there so many people in her stream? The assistant director sneered. I bet they don't want to come in last and are secretly buying fake followers for attention. At that moment, Xiao Lujing approached. Clad in black swim trunks, his muscular physique clearly defined. He even spun around in front of Shen Sangyu, seemingly eager to showcase his physique. However, Shen Sangyu cast a disdainful glance, internally musing. With this physique, he can't even compare to the youthful Xie Jinyan. What's so appealing about him? But after all these years, can Xie Jinyan still be that good? Huh? What does this mean? Is there a history between Sister Shen and General Xie? For the newcomers, take your time. Their relationship is definitely not ordinary. By the way, I also want to see General Xie's physique. TSK, he seems quite impressive. I genuinely envy Sister Shen. Meanwhile, Chu Baiman and Zhou Mingxuan donned matching swimwear. Whether by design or coincidence, their glances exchanged were enough to dazzle anyone. Li Qing stood nearby, her expression growing increasingly sour. The system noted. Li Qing is aware that Chu Baiman and Zhou Mingxuan are genuinely a couple. Yet she pretends not to know to ride the wave of attention. She plans to get closer to Zhou Mingxuan today, hoping to incite jealousy in Xiao Lujing. Shen Sangyu speculated that the company's mention of Xiao Lujing likely referred to their partnership in promoting a romantic storyline today. But she truly did not wish to be burdened by this clingy attachment. She once considered Xiao Lujing as an alternative to avoid being with Xie Jinyan. But after yesterday's incident, she found herself less averse to Xie Jinyan. Observing Li Qing's forced smile, she rolled her eyes internally. A true green tea warrior. I'd better keep my distance from her. Shen Sangyu, come here. Suddenly, Qian Haoshuan waved from a short distance, clad in cartoon shark swim trunks, resembling a walking emoji. He was unfazed by his companion's matching attire with another. Instead, he found Chu Baiman and Zhou Mingxuan's pairing delightful, even considering switching allegiances. As Shen Sangyu approached, the system alerted her. Qian Haoxuan is actually a poor swimmer, but upon learning of the beach outing, he's secretly practiced for a long time, though it seems he hasn't quite mastered it yet. What are you doing? She looked at the float he offered with a bemused expression. He certainly couldn't admit it was because he was concerned about falling into the water and had bought the float specifically for her, saying, I fear you might drown. So, I got you this. The viewers couldn't help but notice their matching childlike swimwear and began to ship them. Does this count as a couple's outfit? Sister Shen has so many potential ships. I'm loving this. But does no one understand her relationship with Xiao Lu Jing? Is someone up there crazy? Doesn't T Xiao Lu Jing already have a male benefactor? Stop trying to pair everyone with our sister Shen. In the beach volleyball area, Xiao Lu Jing was warming up with Li Qing. The game hadn't yet started, allowing for free-form practice. He occasionally glanced towards Shen Sangyu, his expression darkening ominously. This woman had been acting strangely, not like her usual self, waiting for the company to approach her. She had grown bold. Li Qing noticed Xiao Lu Jing's distracted demeanor and deliberately leaned closer. Lu Jing, what are you looking at? Nothing, Xiao Lu Jing replied, retracting his gaze. Li Qing had long observed his wandering attention towards Shen Sangyu and felt a surge of anger. During beach volleyball, we must perform well. Let us give it our all. As she spoke, she leaned further into Xiao Lu Jing's face, practically pressing against him. Yet, Xiao Lu Jing's focus was entirely on Shen Sangyu. His thoughts consumed by her earlier words. He saw Shen Sangyu whispering with Gu Qiqi, their conversation shrouded in secrecy, her childish swimsuit somehow. He abruptly turned his face away, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, Gu Qiqi emerged wearing an even more modest black swimsuit than Shen Sangyu's. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Shen Sangyu. Xiao Yu, you dressed like this on purpose, didn't you? We're so in sync.
Huh?
What do you mean? Shen Sangyu replied innocently, I just like wearing this. It's clear that Sister Shen has a very youthful spirit, but while she appears harmless on the surface, she has a feisty inner self. I adore people like that. This is truly a genuine artist, huh? I believe one day, everyone will come to love our Sister Shen. Seeing that Gu Qiqi was not engaging with her, Shen Sangyu continued. Oh right. Didn't you say you wanted to try the water slide? I'll join you. Gu Qiqi's eyes brightened. Really? But Shen Sangyu is a poor swimmer. Can she really handle it? Of course. Shen Sangyu was not quite so fearful of water. She raised her head and readily agreed. As the competition commenced, the director, holding a megaphone, announced, the first event is a water volleyball match featuring Team 1, Qian Haoxuan and Chu Baiman versus Zhou Mingxuan and Li Qing.
Ah.
Even though some are not on the same team, they are dressed in couple outfits. Zhou Mingxuan will surely go easy on Chu Baiman. I am about to ship them. Can we hurry and have Sister Shen take the stage? I want to see her. When it was time for the teams to shake hands, Li Qing, clad in a bikini, stood right in front of Qian Haoxuan and tossed her hair. Young Master Qian, you must go easy on me later. Upon turning her head and spotting Chu Baiman and Zhou Mingxuan, her expression fell instantly. Zhou Mingxuan had actually taken Chu Baiman aside, tenderly brushing her stray hair. The key was that his partner was supposed to be her. How disrespectful. What's wrong? Qian Haoxuan inquired, noticing her demeanor. It's nothing. Li Qing shook her head and walked away. Why do I feel like Li Qing is upset? Put yourself in her shoes. If your partner abandoned you for someone else, wouldn't you be upset? ISNT Li Qing shipping with Xiao Luqing? She should be happy at a time like this. Sister Shen said they are a commercial pairing, but this is quite blatant. ISNT it. Meanwhile, as Shen Sangyu and Gu Qiqi opted out of the competition, they were playing on the slide.
Xiao Yu.
Gu Qiqi exclaimed excitedly. Shen Sangyu gazed at the towering slide, her legs trembling. Shall we play something else? No way. Gu Qiqi, aware of her hesitation, grabbed her hand. You promised me. Besides, your Mr. Xie is here, looking over. Shen Sangyu indeed spotted Xie Jinian waiting nearby. Your Mr. Xie? Sister Gu is so persuasive. I see Sister Gu is also a shipper. This shows that Xie Jinian is quite impressive. Even Shen Jie's friends admire him. Just as Shen Sangyu hesitated, she heard Gu Qiqi say, get ready. The next moment she slid down. As she plunged into the water, she felt the ocean surge around her, but in an instant, Xie Jinian had pulled her up. Gu Qiqi joined her. Xiao Yu. This is too thrilling. She rushed over to embrace her, the droplets on her head glimmering in the sunlight. Meanwhile, a commotion arose in the beach volleyball area. Li Qing covered her flushed cheeks, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Qian Haoshuan. Why did you hit so hard? Noticing her state, Qian Haoshuan felt displeased and inwardly cursed her for being so dramatic, yet he scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. Sorry, Xiao Qing, I lost control for a moment. Shall we continue? Zhou Mingxuan inquired, tossing the volleyball again. Qian Haoshuan missed it, his expression darkening as he retrieved the ball. Catching a glimpse of Shen Sangyu being dragged by Gu Qiqi toward the shallow water, with Xie Jinian following closely. He thought to himself that being with Gu Qiqi wasn't too bad. Forget it, let us carry on, Chu Baiman suggested, prompting everyone to resume the game. In the end, Qian Haoshuan and Chu Baiman emerged victorious. Next up were Shen Sangyu and her team, who were not playing beach volleyball but engaging in various mini-games. Gu Qiqi looked at Xiao Luqing, dressed in black swim trunks, and snorted, Xiaoingdi, don't you dare hold me back. Xiao Luqing, upon hearing this, ignored her, his gaze sweeping over Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinian as they laughed together, his throat tightening. Before the match began, Shen Sangyu whispered to Xie Jinian, you must be quite athletic, right? Later, you should outperform Xiao Luqing. I've never liked him. Xie Jinian's eyes sparkled with amusement as he affectionately replied, all right. The first round was a double buoy relay. Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinian were assigned to the same inflatable boat, while Gu Qiqi and Xiao Luqing occupied another. At the referee's signal, Xie Jinian effortlessly leaped onto the boat, reaching out to pull Shen Sangyu up. Hold on tight. 3, 2, 1, go. With the command, both boats surged forward simultaneously. Shen Sangyu gripped the edge of the boat tightly. Noticing that Gu Qiqi and Xiao Luqing's vessel had already gained half a body-length lead, only Gu Qiqi was paddling vigorously, while Xiao Luqing was clearly slacking off. Xie Jinian, we need to step up our game, Shen Sangyu shouted, turning to him. Sitting in front of Xie Jinian, she turned her head, coming unusually close. In an instant, she quickly turned back. Yet, Xie Jinian suddenly leaned forward, whispering in her ear, you should also give it your all, he murmured, then exerted force to paddle, propelling the boat forward like an arrow. Ah, I am completely shipping them now. I can't take it anymore. More of this, please. It's too delightful to ship. Huijin and Xinyu are perfect together. I'm going to edit their CP video. Shen Sangyu also diligently paddled. Though compared to Xie Jinian's effort, hers seemed insignificant. Before long, they reached the destination. We arrived. Xie Jinian steadied the boat at the buoy area and directly lifted Shen Sangyu down. As she stepped onto the buoy, her foot slipped. Be careful. The anticipated plunge into the water didn't occur. She was instead caught by Xie Jinian, securely held above the surface. Shen Sangyu looked up to see Xie Jinian's face mere inches from her own, her heart skipping a beat. Xie Jinian, please put me down. Don't be afraid. Xie Jinian, aware of Shen Sangyu's fear of water, comforted her. I'm here. Meanwhile, Gu Qiqi and Xiao Luqing's boat encountered a problem. Gu Qiqi, paddling too forcefully, let go of her oar, sending it flying, splashing water everywhere. Xiao Luqing, help me out. She had always been competitive, and in this contest, she expected no less. But she hadn't anticipated being paired with someone so unhelpful. Ugh. Seeing Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinian almost alone together in the distance, Xiao Luqing suddenly paddled vigorously. The boat rocked violently, causing Gu Qiqi to lose her balance and tumble into the water. Xiao Luqing, clambering back up, her anger was palpable. The comments section erupted in laughter. How did Gu Qiqi fall into the water? I feel like Xiaoingdi's performance is off today. What is going on? He asked, simply dragging Sister Gu down. The task was to toss 5 balls into a hole. By the time Gu Qiqi and Xiao Luqing arrived, Shen Sangyu and her team had already completed the task. Useless. Gu Qiqi no longer pretended, turning to scold Xiao Luqing. Xiao Luqing remained silent, trying to uphold his refined persona, while the viewers in the live stream began to express their frustration. The second round featured a water balance beam. They were required to walk hand in hand across a narrow board floating on the water. Xiao Yu, don't look down. Shen Sangyu nodded, cautiously taking her first step. The board gently swayed on the water's surface, and as she held her breath nervously, she felt Xie Jinian's steady grip guiding her, each step reassuringly firm.
See.
It's quite simple. Halfway across, Xie Jinian suddenly leaned down and winked at her. Want to try walking with your eyes closed? You dare. Shen Sangyu playfully slapped his hand, but this slight shift caused the board to wobble, sending both of them tumbling into the water. Just as Shen Sangyu was about to fall, Xie Jinian caught her. She could distinctly feel the taut muscles of his body, her cheeks flushing. "Put me down."
All right.
Sensing her tension, Xie Jinian reassured her, "This time, it's all on me. Let us try again." Oh my heavens, these two are quite the spectacle. It seems that President Xie is utterly infatuated with Sister Shen. The moment she fell into the water, he immediately swept her into his arms. Their chemistry is undeniably sweet. I hereby declare Huaijin and Hiyu to be the most delightful pairing in existence. Soon, Gu Chai Chai and Xiao Lujing caught up with them. She gritted her teeth and marched alongside Xiao Lujing, but he appeared to pay her little heed, completely uncooperative, resulting in their repeated tumbles. After expressing her frustrations time and again, Gu Chai Chai finally ran out of patience, releasing Xiao Lujing's hand and walking away. The final task was to leap across to the opposite bank without falling midway. Xie Jinian released her hand and took a confident step over. He opened his arms and called to Shen Sangyu, "Jump over." Without hesitation, Shen Sangyu leapt into his embrace, landing securely in his arms. Their damp clothing clung to each other, their heartbeats resonating audibly in the air. This is no competition, it's practically an idol drama. Sister Shen and President Xie are destined. Could they not share a kiss right here and now? As the event concluded, a light drizzle began to fall, prompting everyone to retreat indoors. The first order of business was, naturally, a shower. After bathing, Shen Sangyu, clad in a white bathrobe, was suddenly startled by a knock at the door. To her surprise, it was Xie Jinian, standing at her doorstep with a steaming cup of ginger tea. "Drink this," he said, striding into the room and placing the cup in her hands. "It's not good for your body to be in the water during your period." Shen Sangyu accepted the cup without protest. Her fingertips brushed against his cool skin, causing her to involuntarily flinch. "I've taken painkillers. I'm fine," she replied. "Tomorrow, I will take you to the hospital for an examination," Xie Jinian interjected, his tone leaving no room for argument. Shen Sangyu pouted, sipping the ginger tea, the sweet and spicy flavor dancing on her tongue. This man certainly knows how to care for others. She couldn't help but wonder whom he had been looking after all these years abroad. Did Sister Shen just feel a twinge of jealousy? "What are you thinking, Sister Shen? President Xie must have only cared for you." "Exactly, Sister Shen, have a bit more confidence." Xie Jinian had just finished his shower, his hair still damp. Shen Sangyu watched as he towel-dried his hair, water droplets still trickling down his temples, his black shirt clinging to his frame, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Suddenly, she spoke up. "Isn't the production team resting tomorrow? I'd like to go home and see my parents." The memory of her past life, when she was fatally stabbed, haunted her thoughts. She couldn't bear to imagine the sorrow her parents must have felt. Xie Jinian paused in his actions. "I'll take you." "No need." Shen Sangyu quickly waved her hands. "I can go back by myself."
You still need to see them, he insisted.
"I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning and bring you back in the afternoon." Shen Sangyu opened her mouth to argue but was interrupted by the director's voice echoing through the speakers. "Attention, all guests. The break is over. We are now entering the free team cooking segment. Please select your partners. We will hold a cooking competition for dinner. Let us go," Xie Jinian said naturally, taking the empty cup from Shen Sangyu's hands as they headed to buy ingredients. The kitchen area was already bustling with activity. Gu Chai Chai and Qian Haoxian stood before a pile of vegetables, exchanging perplexed glances, while Zhou Mingsun and Chu Bai Man worked in perfect harmony, selecting seafood. Meanwhile, Xiao Lujing stood alone in a corner, looking forlorn as Li Qing had yet to arrive. Upon seeing Shen Sangyu approach, Gu Chai Chai turned her attention toward Xiao Lujing and, dissatisfied with the events of the day, remarked sarcastically, "Oh, is the illustrious actor Xiao planning to cook himself?" "What? Still no partner selected?" Xiao Lujing looked up. "Miss Gu, please refrain from such remarks. Xiao Qing simply arrived a bit late." "Lujing." Li Qing suddenly appeared behind them, holding a shopping basket. "Let us go choose the ingredients." Xiao Lujing nodded, his face darkening. "All right. I feel like Xiao Lujing is particularly unhappy today." "I agree. He seems to be perpetually frowning. It must be because of what Shen Sangyu did yesterday. She's simply slandering him." "Ladies, just wait. I will uncover all of Shen Sangyu's dark secrets and ensure she exits the entertainment industry." "Yes. Shen Sangyu must be expelled from the entertainment industry." "Let's go. We should also select our ingredients," Xie Jinian said, seamlessly taking her hand. Shen Sangyu was momentarily taken aback by his gesture. Instinctively wanting to pull her hand away, she hesitated as she felt the warmth of his palm, ultimately deciding to let him hold on. Given that he had made her ginger tea, she would allow it. After choosing their ingredients, Xie Nian began to cook. Despite her years in the entertainment industry, Shen Sangyu could only manage simple noodles. Such a grand meal was best left to him. She stood beside the preparation counter, watching as he expertly handled the ingredients, deftly chopping the ribs into even pieces. As the oil in the pan heated, the aroma of ginger wafted through the air. And when the ribs hit the pan, Shen Sangyu could almost taste the deliciousness. "Are we making sweet and sour ribs?" she inquired, leaning closer. "Yes. Don't you love them?" "President Xie, remember, this is meant for others, not just for Sister Shen. Our President Xie will make it for whoever he pleases." "President Xie, I couldn't care less if others enjoy it. As long as our little you likes it, that's all that matters." Shen Sangyu felt a bit speechless. How could this man say such things on camera? She quickly turned away, pretending to grab some seasonings, her heart racing uncontrollably. After all this time, why did she still feel like a schoolgirl? "Xiaoyu, sugar." Xie Nian extended his hand. "Oh, right." She snapped back to reality, hurriedly handing him the sugar. Meanwhile, Gu Chai and Xian Haoxian were clearly having a rougher time. Gu Chai, looking exasperated, was chopping vegetables, having not cooked much over the years. Xian Haoxian, the young master, was equally inexperienced, struggling to crack eggs, only to have the shell fall into the bowl. "Come on, Xian Haoxian. If you can cook, do it. If not, just leave, alright?" Gu Chai frowned. "Don't make things harder for me." Miss Gu is as fiery as ever. But honestly, if I were stuck with such a clumsy teammate, I'd be frustrated too. Support Miss Gu. She truly embodies the strong female lead. Feeling awkward, Qian Haoxian stammered, I'm not very good at cooking." "Fine, let me handle it." Gu Chai took the bowl, disdainfully picking out the eggshells. "You just focus on chopping the vegetables." She felt quite capable and believed she could manage without Qian Haoxian's help. On the other side, Xiao Lujing and Li Qing's situation was equally grim. Li Qing stood by, watching Xiao Lujing clumsily chop vegetables, her expression growing increasingly displeased. She was used to having her assistant cook. She had no desire to engage in such menial tasks. However, it was evident that Xiao Lujing was more adept, having some experience in the kitchen. "I feel like Xiao Lujing's mood is particularly foul today." "Yeah, he seems to have been frowning the entire time. He must have been upset by Shen Sangyu yesterday." Shen Sangyu must leave the entertainment industry. In recent days, numerous scandals involving Xiao Lujing had surfaced. And with his fans having no outlet for their frustrations, they now began to lash out at Shen Sangyu. Soon, all the dishes were prepared. Although Shen Sangyu wasn't skilled in cooking, she excelled at plating. In stark contrast, Gu Chai and Qian Haoxian's dish was a disaster. The eggs were burnt black, and the onions in the stir-fried meat were hardly chopped. After taking a bite, Gu Chai grimaced. "Is this even edible?" Surprisingly, the dishes prepared by Xiao Lujing and Li Qing looked quite appealing. Xie Jinyan's culinary creations are a sight to behold. The sweet and sour ribs boast a vibrant hue and an irresistible aroma, while the sautéed vegetables exude a crisp green vibrancy. Additionally, a pot of delectable tomato fish soup fills the air with its enticing scent, permeating the entire dining table. "Wow, Xiuyu, you are truly a master in the kitchen," Gu Chichi exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she nudged her with her shoulder. "I never expected you to whip up so many dishes, so exquisitely. They look absolutely delicious." In contrast, the dishes prepared by Chu Baiman and Zhou Mingxuan's team were rather ordinary, lacking any distinctive flavor. The barrage of comments reflected this sentiment, with viewers able to discern the quality through the visuals and vote on Weibo. Xie Zong and Xiaoyu's team is simply divine. I declare that Huaijin and Xiaoyu are the ultimate culinary couple. What on earth is Gu Chichi's team cooking? It's laughably bad. Xiao Lujing's team looks decent, akin to what I would buy outside. During the Weibo voting segment, the results revealed a surprising parity between Xie Jinyan and Shen Sangyu's team and Xiao Lujing and Li Qing's team, leaving the director somewhat bemused. Has Shen Sangyu's team really garnered such popularity? The assistant director remained skeptical. It must be due to purchased votes. I tell you, someone like Xie Jinyan, a CEO, would surely want to secure the top spot on this show. With the Shun family's influence, he can do as he pleases. Unbeknownst to Shen Sangyu, who was blissfully enjoying her meal, the system's notification chimed in again. Host, Xiao Lujing and Li Qing's dishes are takeout. They covertly swapped their homemade dishes with takeout while facing away from the cameras. Shen Sangyu nearly choked on her soup upon hearing this revelation. What? Did Xiao Lujing's team actually order takeout? Isn't that cheating? She instinctively glanced over at Xiao Lujing's team, and indeed, their dishes appeared to resemble takeout. Just moments ago, she had been marveling at their presentation, only to discover the truth. System, are you certain they ordered takeout? She inquired mentally. Absolutely, host. Xiao Lujing's team began operating the takeout platform half an hour ago, ordering dishes similar to the ingredients provided by the production team, all to create a facade of cooking. Currently, their votes are even surpassing yours. Suddenly enlightened, Shen Sangyu recalled seeing Xiao Lujing sneaking a phone call earlier while she fetched the spices. She had wondered what was so urgent. It turned out he was ordering takeout. Her gaze fell upon Xie Jinyan, who was ladling soup, and she found the broth to be exceptionally fragrant and sweet. This fellow was at least genuinely cooking. Meanwhile, the comments section erupted with excitement. Is this for real? I don't know. I haven't watched their live stream. I actually believe it could be true. If these two could cook, given their personalities, they would surely brag about it. Oh my, how shameless. I'm going to vote for Sister Shen. This must be exposed. While the viewership of Shen Sangyu's live stream had risen, most were casual viewers without the dedicated fan accounts that others had painstakingly built. Consequently, many struggled to get their comments seen in real time. Moreover, anyone who dared mention the discrepancies would be met with backlash from Li Qing and Xiao Lujing's fans. The voting results were not to be announced until evening. Yet the numbers for Xiao Lujing and Li Qing's team, bolstered by significant fan promotion, had already outpaced Shen Sangyu's team considerably. Fans had even begun to pop champagne in anticipation. I had no idea Qingchuan Lijing could cook. I'm astonished by how well it looks. Everyone, hurry and vote to propel our Qingchuan Lijing to victory. This is truly a feast for the senses, far superior to some others. Indeed. Some people do nothing but let CEO Xie cook. They lack even basic life skills yet dare to appear on a show. Thank goodness Xiao Jing is not paired with Shen Sangyu. He would suffer immensely. Those privy to the truth about Xiao Lujing and Li Qing's takeout were equally unwilling to back down, flooding the comment section. What are you implying about certain individuals? Just ordering takeout, yet pretending otherwise. I can't believe I've only just realized how obnoxious some fans are. They haven't done anything yet they're hurling insults. The fans of both sides clashed fiercely, with Xiao Lujing and Li Qing's fans clearly dominating. Our Xiao Jing excels at everything he does. Your jealousy is futile. What's wrong with ordering takeout? It's a skill in itself. Sangyu's fans just can't stand to see others thrive. Now they're even resorting to buying votes. Chapter 18. The evidence is revealed. Meanwhile, the group dining was merely putting on a facade. After tasting the spicy stir-fried pork from Xiao Lujing's team, Shen Sangyu nodded in acknowledgement. It tastes strikingly like takeout, as if it were steamed. Xiaoingdi, did you prepare this using steam? Gu Qiqi, overhearing Shen Sangyu's observation, chimed in without regard for the veracity of the takeout claims. Oh, Xiuyu, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. It does resemble takeout. She spoke while casting a pointed glance at Xiao Lujing. Li Qing, unfazed by their remarks, set down her chopsticks and smiled. Thank you for the compliments. We don't cook often, so it's wonderful you like it. She was confident that no one would discover her ordering takeout. Her words subtly led netizens to believe she and Xiao Lujing were living together, igniting the fervor of their shippers. What does Li Qing mean by that?
Could it be what I think?
I think so. Oh my ship is real. Moreover, Shen Sangyu is clearly mocking her. Our Xiao Qing has such high emotional intelligence. Graciously thanking while subtly rebuffing, full marks for emotional acumen. Sangyu's fans should stop pretending to be neutral. How can they scorn others while being so passive-aggressive themselves? Xiao Lujing and Li Qing's team is professional, far surpassing those who can't even step into a kitchen. Sangyu simply cannot handle defeat. When her cooking is outshone, she resorts to bitterness. Jealousy breeds ugliness. How can some people, who can't even cook, mock others for ordering takeout? As Shen Sangyu glanced at Gu Qiqi's plate of blackened eggs, she swallowed hard, ultimately succumbing to the anticipation in Gu Qiqi's gaze and taking a bite. It was exceedingly salty. She gulped down a generous mouthful of water. Gu Qiqi, noticing her reaction, leaned in and whispered, Xiuyu, your cooking with CEO Xie is far superior. At least it's edible. Of course, he cooked exceptionally well back then. I never anticipated he would improve so much after returning. The comment section was abuzz with revelations. So, CEO Xie has been adept at cooking for quite some time. I've heard that CEO Xie was once a struggling youth who turned his life around. Could it be that Sister Shen once looked down on him and left him? Impossible. Their storyline is clearly one of pursuit and redemption. As the meal concluded, everyone awaited the director's announcement of the voting results in 10 minutes. The big screen displayed real-time voting data, and currently, Xiao Lujing's team was leading by a significant margin. However, Shen Sangyu remained unperturbed. Whether they secured first place was of no consequence to her. In fact, if she were to win, she would feel a tinge of embarrassment, knowing she had contributed nothing. Everything was thanks to Xie Jinian's efforts. Li Qing, pleased with the results, remarked, "It seems our fans truly appreciate our culinary skills." Gu Qiqi merely smiled, no longer wishing to engage in debates with them. It felt beneath her. Did they truly believe she couldn't discern the subpar quality? The spicy stir-fried pork, darkened and unappealing, was clearly not fresh. And the meat was too soft to have been freshly cooked. A faint hint of packaging lingered in the aroma, detectable only upon close inspection. She rolled her eyes internally, took out her phone, and began to browse. Suddenly, after a short while, she gasped, "Wait." She opened Weibo and turned the screen towards the crowd. In the replay of Chu Baiman's live broadcast, there flashed a scene of the delivery guy calling to deliver to the lounge. Moreover, someone had uncovered the packaging for the spicy stir-fried pork. Li Qing's expression shifted slightly as she hastily tried to explain, that was my milk tea order, not takeout. You must have seen it wrong." She attempted to salvage the situation, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes. Gu Qiqi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, it's milk tea, is it?" She elongated her tone, however. "I dare say my eyesight is perfectly fine. You all take a look, that outer packaging doesn't resemble milk tea, does it? Haha, the evidence is all out." Still trying to argue. "I knew something was off with their group. They claimed it's just milk tea. What more do you want? If you've explained, then present the evidence. Merely claiming it without proof doesn't suffice. That packaging clearly isn't for milk tea. Are you suggesting you discarded your milk tea packaging?" At that moment, due to this video, the online discourse erupted with fervor, as many could not tolerate Li Qing and her companions' actions, casting votes for others. The numbers on the big screen surged wildly. Soon, Shen Sangyu's votes skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket. Shen Sangyu has made a comeback. I always suspected there was something amiss with their group. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Sister Shen has absolutely triumphed this round. How despicable is Shen Sangyu, feigning an image of purity while orchestrating this situation? Hold on. First of all, this is Sister Shen's live broadcast. Secondly, what did Sister Shen orchestrate? Did she compel you to order takeout? Did she instruct you to make unpalatable food? Are you out of your mind? Can you just leave? Li Qing's complexion darkened slightly as she glanced at Xiao Lujing, who also revealed a hint of disbelief. Yet both were rendered speechless now that the matter had been exposed. Apologies, Emperor Xiao. The evidence is laid bare. What can the director say? The production team has received reliable evidence confirming your group ordered takeout during the recording, and as per regulations, your voting rights will be revoked. Naturally, first place fell to Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinian, and the online fans engaged in fierce arguments. But since this time it was Li Qing and her group that were cornered, many bystanders rallied to Shen Sangyu's defense. The director was elated with this outcome. He no longer had to worry about subsequent viewership, and profits would surely soar. Shen Sangyu, however, paid no heed to the online commotion. She had a tough battle to face the following day. The next morning, as she descended the stairs, she spotted Xie Jinian waiting for her. He proactively offered to take her out for a delightful meal, but upon arrival, Shen Sangyu realized it was the restaurant owned by her family. How had Xie Jinian ended up here? This establishment had gained considerable fame online, and at this hour, a long queue had already formed outside. Donning a duckbill cap and a mask, Shen Sangyu took a number and waited patiently nearby. After a prolonged wait, suddenly a young girl clad in sunglasses and a silk scarf approached. "Excuse me, I have an urgent matter." The girl lowered her voice to speak to those ahead of Shen Sangyu. In an instant, Shen Sangyu recognized her. Was that not the recently popular Meng Shuyan? Had she truly recognized her? Yet, it seemed they had never exchanged words. However, Shen Sangyu had heard tales of her notorious arrogance while in front of the audience. She portrayed the image of a caring older sister. Meng Shuyan halted before Shen Sangyu. "Miss, may I cut in line? I can pay you." Shen Sangyu understood. She was attempting to jump the queue. While offering money should not be a problem, after waiting for so long, she certainly wouldn't agree. "I'm sorry. Everyone is waiting in line. Please find someone else." Meng Shuyan had specifically inquired about the person currently at the front of the line and was willing to pay, yet being rejected only darkened her expression. Leaning in closer, she whispered, "Do you know who owns this restaurant?" Chapter 19. Clearly prepackaged dishes. Shen Sangyu blinked. Was it not her family's establishment? Could it be that Meng Shuyan was some distant cousin? "It's owned by my father," Meng Shuyan continued, seeing Shen Sangyu remain unmoved. "If you know what's good for you, step aside." Shen Sangyu remained resolute. "If it's yours, then you can simply have the security escort me out, can't you?" Meng Shuyan was taken aback by her audacity, shocked to be rebuffed. Her eyes widened behind her sunglasses. Just as she was about to explode, she noticed someone nearby had raised their phone to start taking pictures. Had she been recognized despite her disguise? To her surprise, it was because someone had recognized Xie Jinian sitting beside Shen Sangyu. "Is that Mr. Xie? Oh my goodness. Mr. Xie is actually here in line. Could the person in front of him, wearing a mask, be Shen Sangyu?" Whispers reached Meng Shuyan's ears, causing her complexion to shift. "Xie Jinian? It can't be the one from the Xie Corporation, can it?" As Xie Jinian had not donned a mask, she recognized him instantly. She opened her mouth, suddenly realizing she might have kicked a hornet's nest. Maintaining her last shred of pride, she scoffed. "So, you must be Shen Sangyu, right? Just you wait." With that, she turned and approached the next customer to negotiate. Shen Sangyu watched Meng Shuyan's retreating figure, then turned to Xie Jinian. "Mr. Xie, your reputation certainly carries weight." Xie Jinian adjusted his glasses, not as much as Miss Shen's. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd had begun uploading photos to social media. I'm shipping this." Mr. Xie's adoring gaze. "Did that girl look just like Meng Shuyan?" "You're not mistaken. It indeed is her. Why is Shen Sangyu always seeking the spotlight? She's everywhere. I genuinely don't want to see this person anymore. It's always her, and I'm getting quite tired of it." This was Shen Sangyu's first visit to this restaurant, and she chose a private room. Upon entering, she noticed the server still tidying up the table. The server merely wiped the surface of the table with a cloth, carelessly leaving grease stains, before laying a new tablecloth on top. In the corner, a stack of uncollected plates showed remnants of shrimp dumpling skins stuck to the bottom. "Please wait. It will be ready shortly," the server said without lifting her head, her movements betraying no urgency. Shen Sangyu frowned. This clearly was not the standard one would expect from a high-end establishment. Her gaze continued to sweep the room, only to find cobwebs in the corners and uneaten vegetable leaves scattered on the floor. Saying nothing, she merely sat down, awaiting the server to bring the utensils. Instead, the server tossed the utensils onto the table haphazardly, then slammed the teapot down, causing scalding tea to splash onto Shen Sangyu's hand, prompting an involuntary hiss from her. Xie Jinian noticed, and was about to speak, but Shen Sangyu shook her head. Without even a word of apology, the server turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Shen Sangyu called out. "Could you provide a different cup? This one has a chip." The server turned back impatiently. "It's peak hours. Make do with it." With that, she departed without a backward glance, leaving Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinian exchanging glances. Such service attitude, Shen Sangyu gently blew on the reddened spot on her hand. It seemed there were considerable management issues. Without a word, Xie Jinian grasped her hand and strode purposefully toward the private restroom. His warm and strong hand, with distinct knuckles, gently encircled her wrist with just the right amount of pressure. "Don't move," he whispered, turning on the faucet to test the water temperature, then carefully placed her hand under the stream to rinse. In truth, Shen Sangyu typically would not have cared about such trivial matters, but today, Xie Jinian's concern for these small issues brought her an unexpected joy. "Does it hurt?" Xie Jinian inquired. Shen Sangyu shook her head, too timid to meet his gaze. The flow of water had ceased, and she could feel Xie Jinian's breath brushing against her hand, cool and refreshing, yet it ignited a warmth within her. He was positioned too close, and she could detect the faint scent of cedar emanating from him. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest. All right, she stammered, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Xie Jinian tightened his grip. "Let us stay like this a little longer," he suggested, his thumb gently caressing the inside of her wrist, an action that seemed both casual and deliberate. Finally summoning her courage, Shen Sangyu lifted her gaze to meet Xie Jinian's deep-set eyes. His eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath the light, and the prominence of his nose left her momentarily entranced. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to suspend. The sounds of the flowing water and the commotion outside faded into a blurred backdrop. All she could perceive was the rhythm of her own heartbeat intermingling with Xie Jinian's steady breaths. "Xie Jinian," she whispered, her voice barely audible. He replied, still fixated on her hand without lifting his eyes. Observing his earnest demeanor, Shen Sangyu suddenly felt parched, her thoughts jumbled. She wished to articulate something, yet words eluded her. And she resigned herself to letting him hold her hand, washing it repeatedly under the stream of water. Eventually, Xie Jinyan turned off the faucet, retrieved a tissue, and carefully dried her fingers. All done. Does it still hurt? Shen Sangyu shook her head, dismissing it as a trivial matter. Yet his concern made it seem far more serious. She meant to express her gratitude, but the words that escaped her lips transformed into, "Do you often take care of others like this?" At her words, Xie Jinyan suddenly smiled, leaning slightly closer, his body hovering over hers as he whispered softly in her ear, "I only take care of you." Shen Sangyu was taken aback by his straightforwardness. Feeling her ears flush with heat, her neck tinged pink. He gently pinched her fingertips before finally releasing her hand. "Let us head back. The dishes must be served." Following behind him, Shen Sangyu's mind was in disarray, struggling to regain her composure once they returned to their seats. The waiter soon arrived with the first basket of dim sum. This establishment specialized in Cantonese cuisine. Shen Sangyu picked up a shrimp dumpling, taking a bite and immediately grimaced. The dumpling skin was thick and tough, the filling bland and disheveled, clearly a pre-packaged dish. Why do so many people still flock here? She pondered aloud, setting down her chopsticks to glance at Xie Jinyan. "You should try this." Xie Jinyan sampled it and shook his head. "It's evidently a pre-packaged meal, entirely different from what I had last month. I'll go check the kitchen." Shen Sangyu rose, her anger simmering. If Xie Jinyan had found it acceptable last month, it indicated the switch to pre-packaged meals had occurred only recently. Given its popularity on social media, the crowd was understandable. Yet, over time, could such subpar dishes and poor conditions continue to attract patrons? As she pushed open the kitchen door, a mixed scent of grease and frozen foods assaulted her senses. Several chefs were busy unpacking pre-packaged meals, and the shrimp dumplings stacked in the steamer had already turned yellow, while unwashed ingredients lay piled in the corner. "Is the rice noodle roll for room 302 ready?" one chef shouted, reminding another to microwave it for 2 minutes before bringing it to him. Shen Sangyu frowned, attempting to step inside but was blocked. "Ma'am, no entry for unauthorized personnel. ISN to your establishment advertised as freshly made and steamed? Why are you using a microwave?" "Mind your own business," came the brusque reply. The chef, upon seeing Shen Sangyu was merely a young girl, dismissed her without concern. After all, young women frequented trendy restaurants merely for the photographs rather than the culinary experience. "Is your boss someone I can just request to see?" Shen Sangyu retorted. "Who do you think you are?" The chef paused, his attention shifting as he recognized her. "Our boss is not someone you can just summon." A nearby assistant quietly interjected, "Master, she seems to be that celebrity." "And what of it?" The chef boomed, his voice rising. "Celebrities can't just waltz into the kitchen. Security. Throw her out." Now realizing it was a celebrity attempting to gain attention through controversy, he scoffed. Unfazed, Shen Sangyu pulled out her phone, snapping several photos of the preparation area. Using frozen foods while claiming to serve freshly made dishes, misleading consumers and maintaining unsanitary conditions. Your boss must be proud of his teachings. "How dare you?" The chef fumed. But Shen Sangyu stepped back defiantly. "If you dare to strike me, I will expose you immediately. Do you believe me?" The chef halted, shouting at the staff. "Get the manager here." When the manager arrived, the atmosphere in the kitchen was tense and silent. Recognizing Shen Sangyu, he approached her. "Miss Shen, what brings you here? Perhaps we can resolve any issues privately." "Privately?" Shen Sangyu scoffed, her anger mounting. She pointed to the pre-packaged items on the counter. "This is deception. Call your boss. I wish to confront him directly about his business practices." The manager's expression shifted, struggling to maintain his composure. "Of course, we can discuss this. Perhaps you might consider deleting those photos first? Only after I see him," Shen Sangyu insisted firmly. With a reluctant nod, the manager turned to make the call. The kitchen remained eerily quiet, the microwaves beeping echoing starkly. 10 minutes later, a well-dressed middle-aged man hurried in. Shen Sangyu looked up and was taken aback to find her insincere stepfather, Meng Longchuan, standing before her. "Xiao Yu?" He seemed surprised to see her, a fleeting look of delight crossing his face before he smiled. "Why didn't you let me know you'd be here? Take a good look." If my mother knew this restaurant had devolved to such a state, I can only imagine her thoughts. Shen Sangyu's parents had divorced when she was young. Her mother ascended to become one of the wealthiest individuals in the capital, while her father, equally esteemed, became a prominent figure in academia. After their separation, both found new partners. Her stepmother was kind, yet her stepfather often masked his misdeeds under the guise of care, causing friction between her and her mother.
Today,
She had chosen to visit her mother, as her father was preoccupied with research and had little time to meet. Meng Longchuan clearly understood what was amiss but feigned ignorance. Surveying the situation, with a serious demeanor, he turned to the manager and reprimanded. "What is going on? Did I not instruct you to use only the freshest ingredients?" The manager bowed his head, knowing full well these were Meng's orders. Why was he now being blamed? He could easily deflect. This was all the procurement department's decision. Silence. Meng Longchuan interrupted, then softened his tone, addressing Shen Sangyu. "Xiaoyu, this oversight is on Shu Shu. Rest assured, I will rectify it immediately, and all responsible parties will be dismissed." He reached out as if to comfort her with a hand on her shoulder, but she subtly evaded his touch. "Mr. Meng, when did this establishment begin using pre-packaged meals? You must investigate thoroughly. It's not enough to simply dismiss people. We need to uncover the root cause. Or this may happen again." Shen Sangyu's intent was clear, to identify the underlying issues rather than merely assigning blame, and she would be monitoring the situation closely. Meng Longchuan, realizing his intentions had been exposed, felt his smile falter. This might be due to the recent surge in business, overwhelming the kitchen staff. All in pursuit of maintaining our restaurant's reputation. "So you resorted to deceiving consumers?" Shen Sangyu gazed intently into his eyes, questioning if the dishes are of such a caliber. "Do you genuinely believe that the restaurant's reputation can thrive? Moreover, Mr. Meng, you only assumed control of this establishment last month, did you not?" Meng Longchuan's expression shifted momentarily before he forced a smile. "It is indeed my uncle's mismanagement. Here, why don't you head home? Your mother has already started preparing lunch, and we can discuss this matter further at home." "No need," Shen Sangyu interjected. "I have already notified the Food and Drug Administration and the Consumer Association. They will be addressing this issue." However, she suspected that Meng Longchuan's connections were also involved, and her actions were merely a means to intimidate him into refraining from such conduct in the future. The smile on Meng Longchuan's face finally faltered. "Xiaoyu, we are family. Why create such a scene? It is precisely because we are family that we cannot tolerate such deceitful behavior. Otherwise, others might think that the Shun group condones it." Meng Longchuan's countenance darkened entirely as he scrutinized Shen Sangyu for a prolonged moment, then suddenly sneered. "Very well. It appears that Miss Shen is resolutely determined to sever ties with her own kin." He turned to the manager. "Cease operations immediately. Compensate all customers dining here today." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Shen Sangyu, lacking interest in lingering, climbed into the car with Xie Jinyan. "Are you alright?" Xie Jinyan inquired, having observed the entire episode from the entrance. Shen Sangyu shook her head. "I have long known what kind of person he is. He merely puts on a facade in front of my mother." Xie Jinyan pondered for a moment. "It's fine. The petty will eventually reveal their true colors." Shen Sangyu sighed. "With such issues at the restaurant, my mother will undoubtedly be upset. Her long-held principle has always been to never deceive consumers. I never imagined someone would stoop so low." "You did well," Xie Jinyan praised. Shen Sangyu offered a wry smile. "Sometimes, I genuinely wish my mother could see through his true nature. And I do not sincerely wish for this restaurant to fail. Yet, consumer rights cannot be sacrificed. That is the hallmark of a true businessman." Shen Sangyu nodded in full agreement with his sentiment. "Let it go. I do not want to dwell on it." Outside the restaurant, Meng Longchuan was making a phone call. "Shuyan, do you know someone named Shen Sangyu?" Chapter 21. They cannot discern what those fools cannot. On the other end, Meng Shuyan, still fuming over Shen Sangyu's affair, straightened up upon hearing her name. "Yes, Dad. What of her?" Meng Longchuan squinted, watching Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinyan's departing figures, "Since we are all in the same circle, can't you find a way to acquire some of her resources?" Meng Shuyan immediately grasped his implication. "Don't worry, Dad. I have a variety show scheduled with her soon. I will handle her with care." With Shen Sangyu's plethora of scandals, a little guidance would surely exacerbate her public image. After hanging up, Meng Shuyan began composing a post for Weibo, sharing some glamorous selfies, her eyes gleaming with calculation as she observed the flood of compliments in the comment section. She was determined to make Shen Sangyu aware of the consequences of rejecting her. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Shen Sangyu encountered her mother, Shen Miaoqing, who had just finished grocery shopping.
Mom.
Shen Sangyu rushed over to take the shopping bag, weighing its contents. "Why so many groceries?" Shen Miaoqing chuckled, ruffling her daughter's hair. "Since you're home for a rare occasion, I must prepare a delightful meal. She glanced around. Where's Xiao Xie? Didn't he come back with you? Shen Sangyu's heart raced. How did her mother know that Xie Jinyan had returned? Nevertheless, she answered obediently. He had matters at his company, so he left early. As they stepped into the house, the familiar scent of jasmine enveloped them. Zhang Ma, who was tidying up in the living room, looked up in surprise. Xiaoyu, you're back?
Zhang Ma.
Shen Sangyu dashed over for a warm embrace. Does your back still hurt? Did the ointment I sent help? Zhang Ma had taken care of her since childhood, and she had spent more time with her than with her own mother. Zhang Ma's eyes crinkled with joy. Much better, you dear child.
Oh.
Shen Miaoqing interjected, feigning jealousy. Why don't you ask me how I am? Shen Sangyu turned and made a face. You work until midnight every day. Even if I ask, you wouldn't listen. When you retire, I'll ask you 100 times a day. You little brat. Shen Miaoqing pretended to swat her, but her eyes sparkled with amusement. Ignore her, Zhang Ma. Let us go prepare dinner. As they moved to the kitchen, Zhang Ma chimed. Madam watches your live streams daily. Just yesterday, she remarked how much weight you've lost.
Zhang Ma.
Shen Miaoqing's face flushed. Why bring that up? Shen Sangyu noticed her mother's slight embarrassment and felt a warmth in her heart. She sank into the soft embrace of the sofa and turned on the television. The clattering of pots and pans in the kitchen brought her a sense of comfort. She took out her phone to find a message from Xie Jinyan. Are you home? A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. Yes, my mom and Zhang Ma are cooking. He replied promptly. Please send my regards to Auntie. See you tomorrow. Shen Sangyu chose not to respond further, instead scrolling through Weibo, where she stumbled upon a selfie from Meng Shuiyan, captioned, looking forward to the new variety show. The comment section was filled with praise for her beauty and anticipation for the show. Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow, already suspecting that she would be participating in Love 100. Rumors had circulated earlier. It seemed to be true. As she watched television, fatigue overtook her, and she dozed off on the sofa, dreaming about the issues with the pre-prepared meals, while Meng Longchuan insisted he had no choice. Yet, Shen Sangyu could not fathom what choice he had to make. Xiaoyu, dinner is ready. Shen Miaoqing's voice rang from the dining room. We have your favorite sweet and sour ribs today. Shen Sangyu rose and made her way to the dining room, genuinely loving sweet and sour ribs. Despite having eaten plenty during the variety show, the sight of them now rendered her immobile. Mother's cooking was the best. She began complimenting it even before tasting. Just then, the doorbell rang and Meng Longchuan entered. Impeccably dressed in a suit, a smile plastered across his face. Miaoqing, I'm back. He turned to Shen Sangyu, as if the earlier confrontation had never transpired. His tone more cordial. Xiaoyu, you're here as well. How fortuitous for us to dine together. Shen Miaoqing, not looking up, instructed, Xiaoyu. Hurry and fetch the bowls and chopsticks. I'll do it. Meng Longchuan hastily moved toward the kitchen, insisting she should not have to lift a finger. A cold voice interjected. Just a moment ago at the restaurant, Mr. Meng, you certainly did not express such sentiments. Shen Miaoqing looked up, keenly sensing a tension between them. What restaurant? Mom, Shen Sangyu seated herself before her mother. I visited that Cantonese restaurant today. She recounted the chaotic state of the establishment. Tables smeared with grease. Utensils carelessly strewn about, a server who failed to apologize after burning her hand, and the kitchen filled with frozen pre-prepared meals. Finally, she cast her gaze toward Meng Longchuan, who stood at the kitchen door, his complexion paling. When I demanded to speak with the manager, I discovered that the restaurant is ours, and Mr. Meng's immediate thought was not to resolve the issue, but to ask me to delete the photos and discuss it at home. At that moment, Meng Longchuan, holding bowls and chopsticks in the kitchen, trembled slightly. Xiaoyu, you have misunderstood. My uncle truly was unaware of these matters. The day prior, the manager assured me that the restaurant was operating smoothly, showing me how we are a trendy establishment. I thought, given the number of patrons, everything must be fine. Is that so? Shen Sangyu retrieved her phone. The Market Supervision Bureau has already sent me a message. The manager claimed it was your directive. Meng Longchuan shook his head vehemently. That is impossible. He must be slandering me. Shen Sangyu smirked. Then how do you explain this conversation you had with the manager? The voice recording began to play. So, what if we use pre-prepared meals? The costs are minimal while the profits soar. We are a trendy restaurant. And those fools merely come to take pictures, unable to discern the quality. The restaurant fell into an eerie silence. Shen Miaoqing slowly lifted her gaze to meet Meng Longchuan's. Miaoqing, allow me to explain. I am acting in the interest of the company's profits. By deceiving consumers? Shen Miaoqing's voice was barely above a whisper. You are tarnishing the reputation of our restaurant. Meng Longchuan opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He longed to justify himself. But it was evident that Shen Miaoqing held greater faith in Shen Sangyu. Taking a deep breath, Shen Miaoqing turned to her daughter. Unwilling to let this matter dampen Xiao Yu's spirits, Xiao Yu, I will handle this. Let us eat first. Shen Sangyu nodded, accepting the bowl and chopsticks handed to her by Aunt Zhang, and selected a piece of sweet and sour ribs. The meat was tender and flavorful, with a perfect balance of sweetness and tanginess. Meng Longchuan sat down awkwardly, just as he intended to serve himself. Shen Miaoqing pushed the ribs towards her daughter. Xiao Yu, have some more. You've been looking a bit thin lately. The meal was exceptionally quiet for Meng Longchuan, while Shen Sangyu chattered away with Shen Miaoqing about her recent activities. After dinner, muffled shouts of Shen Miaoqing's suppressed fury and Meng Longchuan's apologetic justifications echoed from the study. Shen Sangyu sat on the swing in the garden, gently swaying as the night breeze caressed her cheeks, carrying a hint of floral fragrance. Her phone vibrated. It was a message from Xie Jinyan. I'll pick you up in the afternoon. What do you want to eat for dinner? Chapter 22, A Penalty of 30 million. Shen Sangyu replied directly. No need. My mother said she would take me shopping and we'll eat out. As soon as she set her phone down, Shen Miaoqing emerged from the study, her face still bearing traces of anger. Yet her expression softened upon seeing Shen Sangyu. Xiao Yu, come shopping with me. I'll take you to buy some clothes. Sure, Shen Sangyu replied, jumping off the swing and linking her arm with her mother's. I've been wanting to buy a few bags that I've had my eye on for a while, but I've hesitated to splurge. I don't know about you. With your salary in the entertainment industry, it's a wonder you can support yourself, let alone not needing my money. What's going on? Shen Sangyu pouted. Isn't it too tough in the entertainment industry? At least being with you is better. Shen Miaoqing smiled indulgently. Alright, let us go. The mall was bustling with people. Shen Sangyu was bundled up warmly, and Shen Miaoqing led her straight to the luxury section. How about this one? Shen Miaoqing picked up a handbag and held it up to her, only to shake her head in disapproval. This outfit doesn't suit you at all. Where did you buy it? It's not fashionable in the least. Mom, I like dressing this way. It's comfortable. Shen Miaoqing, who usually wore suits and trousers, found it hard to comprehend Shen Sangyu's style, yet she wouldn't force her daughter to wear anything specific. As long as you like it. Before long, Shen Miaoqing received a message from Meng Longchuan, stating that he was on his way. She glanced at Shen Sangyu, who shrugged indifferently before responding. Shen Sangyu had long since grown accustomed to it. It didn't bother her. Throughout the journey, Meng Longchuan insisted on paying, even taking on the role of driver to return her to her accommodations for the variety show. As Shen Sangyu exited the car, Meng Longchuan opened the door for her. She merely said goodbye to Shen Miaoqing, ignoring him entirely as she walked away. Upon returning to her residence, Shen Sangyu discovered that Xie Jinyan was already waiting downstairs. As soon as he spotted her, he rose to greet her. Did you have a good day? Shen Sangyu nodded. Of course, it's always nice to be home. Xie Jinyan chuckled softly. Then I should formally pay a visit to your mother. Shen Sangyu nearly stumbled, almost losing her balance. But Xie Jinyan caught her. You might want to wait. You can't even step through my front door. When Xie Jinyan left, she had been in a deep slump. And thereafter, the name was never mentioned in their home again. Is it that serious? Xie Jinyan pulled her closer. What should we do? We can't keep this a secret forever. Who's keeping it a secret? Shen Sangyu's ears flushed with embarrassment as she attempted to wriggle free. Xie, please be mindful of your influence. Our relationship is purely platonic. An ex-relationship, you mean? Xie Jinyan tightened his grip. Miss Shen, would you care to become my new girlfriend? Shen Sangyu's eyes widened in indignation as she glared at him. I refuse. Suddenly, Xie Jinyan leaned in closer, his breath brushing against her nose. Then why is Miss Shen still in her ex-boyfriend's embrace? Shen Sangyu, hearing this, felt her anger flare. Clearly, he wouldn't let go. How was that her fault? She stomped on his foot in frustration. The moment Xie Jinyan released her, Shen Sangyu bolted outside, not forgetting to turn back and wave. See you tomorrow. Xie Jinyan watched her retreating figure with a smile tugging at his lips. Back in her room, Shen Sangyu played for a short while before heading to take a shower. After her bath, she emerged with damp hair, only for her phone to vibrate incessantly. She glanced at it, revealing numerous missed calls and messages from Sister Wei. Shen Sangyu, where are you? You little wretch. You don't inform the company about anything. You're ruining us. Your name is all over the internet. Enjoy your little fun now. Shen Sangyu frowned, unable to grasp Sister Wei's meaning.
Who was she supposedly being kept by?
She opened Weibo, and the first trending topic caught her eye. Shen Sangyu is chauffeured in a luxury car. The next headline read, Shen Sangyu is allegedly being kept. Upon clicking, she found photos of herself and Meng Longchuan. In the images, Meng Longchuan was eagerly opening the car door for her as she bent down to exit. From the angle, it appeared they were quite close, almost as if he had his arm around her waist. Even more absurdly, the marketing account's caption was scandalous. Shocking. Scandalous flower Shen Sangyu photographed intimately with a wealthy man, chauffeured in luxury, suspected of being kept. The comment section was rife with vitriol. Shen Sangyu pretends to be high and mighty on the show, even rejecting Xia, yet secretly cavorts with the rich. No wonder her resources are so good. I knew something was off with how suddenly her resources improved. Turns out she relies on men. And, with the increase in her online supporters lately, it makes sense. She must have invested heavily. This man looks old enough to be her father. It's disgusting. Although Shen Sangyu's fans attempted to clarify, they were overwhelmed by the onslaught of negative comments, fearing their accounts would be reduced to silence. Shen Sangyu let out a cold laugh and answered Sister Wei's call. As soon as Sister Wei picked up, she began to berate her. What on earth is going on? Who is this man? Do you realize how much backlash you're facing online? We have black fans coming to our company now, Shen Sangyu, who will bear the losses caused to the company. Shen Sangyu replied with a scoff. Who will bear them? Naturally, it will be you. Shen Sangyu. Sister Wei was infuriated. The higher-ups have already convened a meeting. You must compensate for the losses inflicted upon the company, a penalty of 30 million, not a penny less. So instead of pondering how to resolve this, you expect me to pay the breach fee? What a splendid notion you have. Who do you think you are? Sister Wei's tone was scathing. Just a nobody relying on scandal to maintain her popularity. The company provides you resources because they respect you. Now you stir up such a scandal and expect the company to shoulder it, wanting to escape unscathed? How can you be sure I can't clarify this? Clarify? Sister Wei mocked. Do you think netizens will believe your fabrications? The company has decided to shelve you. Once this variety show concludes, don't expect to work again. Shen Sangyu had already intended to leave the entertainment industry after the show. I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Think about what? Sister Wei had completely lost her temper. I've had enough of you. Always wearing that sour face, thinking you're so high and mighty. I'll tell you this, if you don't pay the penalty, prepare to face a lawsuit. The phone call was abruptly terminated, and Shen Sangyu, staring at Sister Wei's message, promptly blocked her threats and silenced her number. Soon, Xia Jinyan noticed this notification and came to knock on the door. Upon opening it, Shen Sangyu perceived the urgency etched on his face. Xiuyu, he spoke in a low voice, is there something online that requires my intervention? Shen Sangyu's lips curved into a slight smile. What? Is President Xia feeling jealous? Chapter 23. The Arrival of the Online Army. Xia Jinyan chuckled softly. Indeed, from now on, Xiuyu can only ride in my car. Shen Sangyu laughed lightly. All right, rest assured, I can handle this matter on my own. Good. I trust you, Xia Jinyan said, affectionately ruffling her hair. The following day, as soon as Shen Sangyu glanced at her phone, she noticed the director mentioning the arrival of an observational guest. And she instinctively knew who it was. After a brief freshening up, she descended the stairs. Upon reaching the staircase's edge, she was met with exaggerated laughter emanating from below. Pausing, she spotted Meng Shuiyan seated on the sofa, adorned in an extravagant designer dress, her makeup meticulously applied as if she were preparing for a red carpet event.
Oh.
Xiuyu, you've finally come down. Meng Shuiyan feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Why are you dressed so casually? This is a live broadcast. Yet your bare-faced look is quite appealing. Shen Sangyu glanced at her own white t-shirt and jeans, then at Meng Shuiyan's ostentatious attire. Finally, she touched her unadorned face and chuckled softly. I'm not here to compete in beauty. What is the need for such grand attire?
Besides,
I am naturally beautiful and require no embellishments. Meng Shuiyan's expression stiffened, but she quickly recovered, forcing a smile. Sister Shen is quite the jokester. Shouldn't a female star always maintain her image? Is that so? Shen Sangyu retorted as she took a seat at the dining table, beginning to eat the breakfast Xia Jinyan had prepared for her. Miss Meng should be cautious. With such heavy makeup in this heat, you might end up looking like a melting doll. How rude of Shen Sangyu. Meng Shuiyan was merely trying to offer her a kind reminder, yet she responded with sarcasm. Shen Sangyu, a woman kept by an older man, is utterly disgusting. Sister Shen's retort was splendid. Meng Shuiyan was clearly instigating. I believe Shen Sangyu is far more attractive than Meng Shuiyan. No wonder she's envious. Meng Shuiyan possesses both beauty and talent. What could she possibly envy? At that moment, the gossip system chimed in. Host, Meng Shuiyan's face is all artificial. She recently had Botox injections. Shen Sangyu replied, with so much. She should be cautious of Botox poisoning. Yet, I've heard excessive cosmetic surgery leads to a rather stiff visage. How will she act in the future? Did I just hear that Meng Shuiyan's face is entirely fake? I'm here for the gossip. I will forever support you, Sister Shen. Indeed. Meng Shuiyan's face did appear quite rigid. I mentioned it during her last drama, and you all asked where my mother was. The upstairs comments are killing me. No worries, your mother has been resurrected, and if it comes to it, I'll help you with the advertisements. Meng Shuiyan, hearing Shen Sangyu's words, grew even angrier within, yet she maintained an outward facade of grievance. Her eyes welled with tears as she spoke in a pitiful tone. Sangyu, I was merely trying to remind you. Remind me of what? Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow, her expression suddenly darkening. To dress expensively? Or to mock me for not affording your clothes? I genuinely don't understand what I did wrong to earn your disdain. If Meng Shuiyan wished to play the innocent, then Shen Sangyu would return the favor in kind. Meng Shuiyan, clearly taken aback by Shen Sangyu's response, momentarily paled. Although it was swiftly captured by the cameras, that is not what I meant. What did you mean then? Shen Sangyu continued her act of feigned innocence. I believe comfort in attire is what matters most. Suddenly, a barrage of comments began flooding in, all disparaging Shen Sangyu for her alleged lifestyle. What is Shen Sangyu pretending to be pure? When she was being kept by an older man, she didn't mind the expensive clothes. This is hilarious. Wearing a white t-shirt is considered pure? Who knows what she wore with her benefactor yesterday? Shen Sangyu should leave the entertainment industry. A wretch who relies on her bed to ascend. Meng Shuiyan was merely trying to help her, and she plays the victim. It's disgusting. Are Shen Sangyu's fans blind? How can they support such a worthless person? I've heard she charges thousands for a night. Let us all chip in and have our turn, ha 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 ha. Shen Sangyu is fit only to be a plaything for older men. At this moment, the system sensed something amiss and promptly interjected. Host, it seems Meng Shuiyan has hired online trolls to assail you. The comments are filled with vitriol against you. Shen Sangyu replied confidently, do not worry. They won't be able to jump around for long. I notified my mother yesterday and she will handle it. These trolls, of course, had never watched the variety show. They were merely paid to insult Shen Sangyu, and suddenly they heard her voice. Who is speaking?
Oh.
I forgot to inform the trolls that in the live broadcast, one can hear Sangyu's thoughts. It seems others can hear it as well. But this matter can only be discussed in the live room and cannot be posted online. Wow, this is incredible. Does Shen Sangyu possess some sort of supernatural ability? I think I should delete my insults, lest I attract her wrath. I should delete mine too. It must be Shen Sangyu's design. Do you really believe someone can read minds? A bunch of fools. Seeing that Shen Sangyu had not fallen into her trap, but rather threatened to pull her down with her, Meng Shuiyan quickly shifted the topic. Sangyu, regarding that hot search from yesterday, please don't be upset. I believe in you. She calculated the timing. The trolls should have arrived by now, and she felt secure in broaching the subject. Shen Sangyu's gaze turned icy. I saw it. What? Miss Meng is also interested in gossip? I just worry about you. Meng Shuiyan feigned concern. What those people are saying online is quite harsh. Would you like me to clarify? No need. The innocent shall clear their own name. As Shen Sangyu finished speaking, Xie Jinyan entered with a cup of coffee, his gaze sweeping briefly over Meng Shuiyan before settling on Shen Sangyu. Is the breakfast your liking? Shen Sangyu nodded. It's quite delicious, though the fried egg is a tad salty. I will improve it next time. Xie Jinyan naturally took a seat beside her, completely ignoring Meng Shuiyan's presence. Seeing Xie Jinyan approach, Meng Shuiyan immediately donned a smile. Good morning, President Xie. She deliberately sauntered to stand before them. We were just discussing yesterday's hot search. She aimed to provoke Shen Sangyu further, believing Xie Jinyan could not tolerate any association between her and other men. Yet Xie Jinyan did not even lift his head. Is that so? You seem quite interested in others' private affairs? Meng Shuiyan clearly did not receive the response she anticipated. Her expression faltering, I merely care for Sangyu. I don't wish to see her degrade herself. No need. Xie Jinyan finally raised his eyes to look at her, his gaze devoid of warmth, sending a shiver down Meng Shuiyan's spine. Shen Sangyu has my concern. And that is sufficient. Chapter 24. The Haunting of the Ancient Residence. President Xie is so protective of his wife. Meng Shuiyan's face has surely turned green. If Sister Shen were truly kept by an older man, I doubt President Xia would react this way. It only proves our Sister Shen is innocent. President Xia, my wife is my treasure. Why should I need your meddling? The contrast is simply too stark. Meng Shuiyan, all decked out, receives not a glance from President Xia. If you truly are Sister Shen's fans, perhaps it's best to refrain from competition. I agree. While it's fine to criticize Meng Shuiyan, let us not suggest she's vying with Sister Shen for President Xia. After breakfast, as everyone cleaned up, the director began to announce today's task, an escape room challenge. Gu Qiqi was the first to leap forward, inquiring, Director, what is the difficulty level of this escape room? I usually indulge in the most terrifying ones. At that moment, the system remarked, Host, just indulge her. She is actually the most frightened by these. Shen Sangyu was well aware, recalling how Gu Qiqi would often curl up in her embrace while watching horror films together. What? Have the two of them even shared a bed? What? Sister Gu is. How did they even meet? Isn't Sister Gu wealthy? I remember Sister Shen comes from an ordinary family. They must have met during school, but I have never seen any of Sister Shen's classmates leak anything online. Gu Qiqi then wrapped her arm around Shen Sangyu's, saying, See you. I'll protect you later. Shen Sangyu glanced at her, but chose not to expose her, knowing that Gu Qiqi would eventually give herself away. Meanwhile, Jian Haoshuan's face had already turned pale at the mention of the escape room, yet he stubbornly declared, I also enjoy playing. I'll protect you all. Gu Qiqi, her eyes gleaming mischievously, leaned closer to him, dressed in an anonymous black hoodie and torn jeans, exuding an aura of effortless cool that made her look like a perfect match for Shen Sangyu. Young Master Qian, she intoned, deliberately prolonging her words as she poked his stiff shoulder. You're not afraid, are you? Who, me? Afraid? Jian Haoshuan shivered, hastily gulping down iced coffee to bolster his courage, only to cough violently. I just didn't sleep well last night. Shen Sangyu recalled their previous outing at the amusement park and silently mocked him. Jian Haoshuan is so scared, he can't even hold his coffee steady. Yet insists he's not afraid. Sister Gu's earlier move was truly impressive. Does no one think the pairing of Sister Gu and Jian Haoshuan is rather delightful? Jian Haoshuan, with his pride, is simply a perfect match for Sister Gu. They are both like that. But I think both Sister Gu and Jian Haoshuan share the same temperament. It might not end well. The netizens enthusiastically discussed, while on the other side, Xiao Lujing slightly leaned forward to Li Qing, reassuring her, Don't worry. I'll be here. After the news of Shen Sangyu being kept was leaked yesterday, he had already conferred with the company, which advised him to keep his distance from her to avoid any scandal. Today, Li Qing was dressed in sportswear, nodding with a smile. Thank you, Lujing. Meanwhile, Chu Baimin and Zhou Mingxuan were blissfully lost in their own world, seemingly oblivious to everyone around them. Among the female contestants, only Meng Shuiyan found her attire inconvenient. Li Qing suggested she lend her outfit to Meng Shuiyan, who adamantly declined. She had already anticipated the escape room adventure and had even acquired all the processes and answers. Upon arrival, the 9 were blindfolded and led inside. The silence in the darkness was palpable, punctuated only by their breaths. When the blindfolds were removed, they found themselves in a labyrinth within an ancient courtyard, surrounded by mottled walls and flickering lanterns casting eerie red light. Welcome to the haunted mansion. The director's voice echoed around them. You have unexpectedly arrived in this ancient estate. Now, find a way to escape. As the director's voice faded, Shen Sangyu surveyed the surroundings, calmly stating, Let us discuss our route. Zhou Mingxuan and Chu Baimin stepped forward, volunteering. We can lead the way. Then I'll take the rear with Xia, Shen Sangyu proposed.
No.
Xiao Lujing interjected suddenly. I will go at the back. Seeing his insistence, Shen Sangyu shrugged. If that's what you want. Gu Qiqi nodded. Yes, Xiuyu, you come with me. Don't stand at the back. All right. Shen Sangyu smiled, taking Gu Qiqi's hand under Xie Jinyan's watchful gaze. Although Meng Shuiyan wasn't at the back of the line, she found herself just ahead of Xiao Lujing and Li Qing, her complexion paling. While she knew the answers to the escape room, the true spookiness of the environment sent waves of fear coursing through her. The group decided to head right, but as they rounded the first corner, a sudden chill swept through, extinguishing the lanterns above and plunging them into darkness.
Ah!
Gu Qiqi screamed, diving into Shen Sangyu's embrace. Due to her fright, she mistakenly clung to the wrong person. Jian Haoshuan, already terrified, let out an even louder shriek. Ah! In the next moment, a pale-faced woman appeared before them. At this point, Gu Qiqi and Qian Haoshuan were too frightened to open their eyes, while the woman seemed to be amused by their response. Hesitating for a moment before silently pointing in the right direction, the barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Didn't Sister Gu just claim to enjoy the scariest ones? I'm dying of laughter. It turns out Qian Haoshuan and Gu Qiqi are the most terrified. The ghost must think these guests are too difficult to manage. Zhou Mingxuan and Chu Baiman, leading the way, remained unfazed by the sudden appearance of the ghost, nor did they flinch at the skulls popping out from the walls. Chu Baiman even reached out to poke one, commenting, "Good craftsmanship, though the joints are a bit stiff." Zhou Mingxuan nodded in agreement. Yes, probably 3D printed. The two calmly led the group, as if they were merely strolling through a park. Meanwhile, although Shen Sangyu felt a tinge of fear, she seized the opportunity as Gu Qiqi and Qian Haoshuan clung to one another, allowing Xia Jinian to slide closer to her, occasionally toying with her fingers. Though her cheeks flushed, she found herself unable to refuse in the face of terror. Under the guidance of Zhou Mingxuan and Chu Baiman, they eventually emerged from the maze and arrived at a locked door, upon which a paper was affixed. Chu Baiman stepped forward to read it aloud. In a cage. There are chickens and rabbits totaling 35, with 94 legs in all. How many chickens and rabbits are there? Shen Sangyu glanced at it and blurted out. 23 chickens and 12 rabbits. Meng Shuiyan, still recovering from earlier fright, was taken aback when Shen Sangyu immediately provided the answer, incredulously asking, "Xiuyu, how did you know the answers so quickly? What about the process?" Shen Sangyu looked at her as if she were foolish and slowly replied, "Isn't this a classic problem? You don't know how to solve it?" Chapter 25. Shen Sangyu plays the role of an educated individual. Meng Shuiyan smiled gently. "How could that be? But Xiaoyu, your math skills are truly impressive. I seem to have no idea which school you attended." Her words carried heavy implications. Previously, when asked about her school, Shen Sangyu had stammered and struggled to answer, leading netizens to question whether she had attended college at all. What is Meng Shuiyan being sarcastic about? This question is quite simple. So what if Sister Shen's education isn't high? Is a degree a requirement in the entertainment industry? Honestly, whenever I think of these stars with low education levels earning more than I do, I just feel like breaking down. But hasn't Meng Shuiyan also avoided disclosing her university? Why isn't anyone questioning her? Meng Shuiyan usually carries herself like an intellectual. I heard she scored 670 on the college entrance exam. Do you really think someone with such a score would attend a poor university? I heard Shen Sangyu only scored in the 200s, not even half of Meng Shuiyan's score, yet her fans still have the audacity to defend her. Shen Sangyu chuckled softly. Thank you for the compliment. She chose not to respond to the latter part of Meng Shuiyan's statement. Meanwhile, Xia Jinian interjected. I could solve this problem in elementary school. Would you like me to teach you, Miss Meng? Initially eager to showcase herself, Meng Shuiyan blushed at the unexpected response from both Xia Jinian and Shen Sangyu, stammering, "No, it's fine." She turned her face away. An expression of profound grievance etched upon her features, as though they had wronged her in some manner, eliciting a wave of sympathetic comments from the live chat. As the group opened the door, they were confronted with a wedding chamber adorned in an unsettling manner. The crimson candles flickered ominously, the walls bore faded double happiness symbols, and the bed was draped with a brocade quilt embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, yet marred by dark red stains resembling dried blood. The bride had met her untimely demise here, and the participants would need to uncover the truth to escape, the director's voice echoed. Suddenly, a group of women clad in white approached, forcibly separating the crowd, and Shen Sangyu was led to a nearby ancient well. She peered into the depths, half-jokingly wondering. There isn't a Sadako down there, is there? Due to the live stream camera positioned at her chest, the viewers gasped in terror as she glanced downward. Sister Shen, please don't do that, it's truly frightening. Can you please step back? I'm genuinely scared someone might jump out. I think it's quite possible. Earlier, there was infrared light and now it's gone. What if something jumps out at us? In the next moment, a pale hand suddenly grasped the edge of the well. A ghostly woman with disheveled hair slowly emerged, her chilling gaze fixated on Shen Sangyu as she coldly intoned, "You are the one who killed me."
Ah.
Could we get a high-energy warning, please? Where's the director? I want to file a complaint. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest. Shen Sangyu stepped back, maintaining her distance, then unexpectedly extended her hand. Do you need me to pull you out? The ghost was momentarily taken aback. This wasn't in the script. Steeling herself, she continued her performance. You are the one who killed me. Calmly nodding, Shen Sangyu replied, I know who killed you. She abruptly pulled over the ghost leading her. This is our Huaxia ghost. You deal with her first, and I'll take you to find the culprit." The two specters exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Why wasn't this woman following the script? Wasn't she supposed to be terrified? Meanwhile, the viewers had lost their fear and were on the brink of laughter. "Sister Shen, trying to play mind games with me? Do you really think you can outsmart me?" The staff, "This batch of guests is incredibly difficult to manage. Haha, I've truly learned something. Next time I go, I'll entertain the staff like this." From the ghost, Shen Sangyu gleaned that she needed to identify her assailant. As she searched casually, she discovered a blood-stained letter near the well, adorned with various symbols. It seemed she had to identify the items depicted. Upon handing the letter to the ghost, the latter's expression dimmed. "It's her." The ghost then laughed and ran off. "Hey, I haven't taken you to find your killer yet," Shen Sangyu shouted, but the ghost vanished. Turning to the other specter who had accompanied her, she asked, "What about you? Were you also a victim?" The ghost remained silent. However, as Shen Sangyu surveyed her surroundings, she realized the door remained locked. It seemed there were still clues hidden within this room, possibly even on this ghost. She directed her gaze at her, then boldly declared, "Beautiful lady, you must have the key on you." Sure enough, she found it. It really was on you." The ghost appeared somewhat speechless. This woman seemed to know the answers. When she was supposed to search the surroundings for a clue related to shadows and then deduce her own connection to it. Instead, this woman had directly reached for her. Why do I feel like Sister Shen skipped so many steps? Could it be that Shen Sangyu knows the answer? Who would have thought the key would be on this ghost? Exactly. That math problem earlier too. She just provided the answer directly. Is she trying to play the role of a high-achieving student? Shen Sangyu is so annoying. Meng Shuiyan is the real high achiever. What's the point of her pretending? Meanwhile, Meng Shuiyan was brought to a dressing table. Bloodied words suddenly appeared in the mirror. "Why did you harm me?" Having read the script beforehand, she knew a figure would subsequently materialize in the mirror, yet even with that knowledge, she was unable to contain her fear. She burst into tears. "It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me." Attempting to flee, she nearly stumbled in her high heels, crashing into the ghost who had brought her here. Looking up, she was met with the ghost's ghastly visage and screamed, clutching her clothing. Suddenly, she fished a key from her bag. The viewers were equally bewildered. Meng Shuiyan is so lucky? Wow, little Shuiyan is adorable, just like a little crybaby. Don't be afraid, little Shuiyan. Mama is here to protect you. At the moment Meng Shuiyan revealed the key, the mirror swung open, and Shen Sangyu along with Xie Jinyan walked in. Catching sight of Meng Shuiyan in a state of disarray, clinging to the ghost while holding the key. "What happened, Miss Meng? Haven't you found any clues?" Shen Sangyu inquired, raising an eyebrow. Hearing her voice, Meng Shuiyan, now unafraid, quickly composed herself. "I found it a long time ago." She waved the key in her hand. "Isn't this it?" Of course, it wasn't he. She was well aware that there were still clues within the room. But with Shen Sangyu present, she could only feign calmness. Shen Sangyu smirked and retrieved an object from the cabinet beside the mirror. "I feel this resembles something we might need." Chapter 26. I came to rest after exhausting myself with research. Wow, Shen Sangyu definitely knows the answer. I'm even more convinced now. Indeed. She's never been here before. How could she possibly know the location of the item? This is just ridiculous. She's not even pretending anymore. It's disgusting. Let us demand an apology from Shen Sangyu. Is this how you respect the participating guests? When Shen Sangyu and the others opened the door, they waited a while before reuniting with the other guests. Now, they all needed to begin piecing together their clues. And the blood-stained letter that Shen Sangyu had initially obtained was undoubtedly the most crucial prop. She had also identified the jade pendant from Meng Shuiyan based on the hints provided. Shen Sangyu presented the jade pendant. The jade has cracks and bloodstains. It must have shattered just before the bride's death. The others then shared their props and speculated, while Meng Shuiyan, devoid of any items, could not interject. Once all clues were assembled, they derived an answer to unlock the main door, and as they stepped outside, they encountered someone anew. This time, it was undoubtedly the murdered bride. Chu Baiman handed over all the clues and then recounted their conjectures. The bride immediately broke into tears, recounting her tale. "The one who killed me was my mother." Her voice trembled as she spoke. "I was always a simpleton. When I was raped by a local tyrant, I gave birth to her. I thought marrying into a prominent family would free her from suffering. But that night, she hid under the bed and saw my husband lift my veil. She suddenly lost her mind." Suddenly, the bride's side dimmed while another side illuminated. revealing an elderly woman with white hair. She cackled, brandishing a bloodied knife. "Protect my little one. I won't let them bully her." With that, she made a slashing motion. The light returned to the bride, who painfully shut her eyes. She thought I was about to endure the nightmare she faced back then. What a brutal storyline. Sister Shen's hands are trembling. She seems genuinely affected. Mom knows nothing. She just wants her daughter to be well. The crowd fell silent, and when they returned to the villa, the atmosphere remained heavy. To lighten the mood, the director arranged a chat activity after they finished their meal. A group of individuals gathered together, with Shen Sangyu seated to the left of Gu Qiqi and to the right of Xie Jinian, a bag of sunflower seeds placed in front of him. Li Qing was the first to speak. "Xueyan, what brings you to participate in this program?" Meng Xueyan replied with a smile. "Recently, my research tasks have been quite demanding, and my advisor encouraged me to take a break." She had a close relationship with Li Qing and had previously discussed the importance of maintaining her image as a highly educated individual. She had not anticipated that the director would provide such an opportunity so swiftly. Wow, what's Meng Xueyan's background? Isn't she an actress? Why is she involved in research? I have some recollection. Her educational background seems impressive. She entered the entertainment industry merely to have some fun, yet unexpectedly found success. Meng Jia is remarkable. This is truly impressive. The researchers I know are often exhausted, yet she has the energy to engage in the entertainment realm. TSK, comparing Shen Sangyu's education to hers is quite a slap in the face. Do her fans feel the sting? I absolutely adore high-achieving female celebrities like her. Especially since she works so diligently. She deserves to be famous. Can Meng Jia act in more dramas? I fear she might withdraw from the industry altogether. Chu Baiman, surprised by Meng Xueyan's revelation, inquired, "Miss Meng, where did you study?" Meng Xueyan appeared somewhat bashful, responding, "That's a bit difficult to disclose. I can only reveal that my research pertains to astronomy, and my advisor is quite renowned. You all must know him." After saying this, she flashed a smile at the camera. "Astronomy? Do we know him? Isn't that Professor Seng? I heard Professor Seng has a student in the entertainment industry. I didn't expect it to be her." Wow, so many clues align. I hadn't noticed. No wonder Meng Xueyan exudes such elegance. She is genuinely a scholar. Meanwhile, Shen Sangyu is engaged in a mental dialogue with her system. Host, Meng Xueyan is not actually Professor Seng's student. She paid to attend university. I am well aware, and I also know who Professor Seng's true disciple is. The system could only discern information about a person upon encountering them or when related matters arose, leaving it in the dark. Host, who is it?
Guess.
At that moment, the barrage of comments echoed through the air. What did I just hear? Which account is the truth? I see Shen Sangyu is simply envious. Didn't she never attend any university? I too believe she is enviously crazy. It's absurd. And she believes she would know Professor Seng's disciple? That's laughable. She wouldn't claim to be Professor Seng's disciple, would she? I'm just waiting for her to be proven wrong. Noticing her persona was firmly established, Meng Xueyan redirected her attention to Shen Sangyu, asking, "Xiuyu, what brings you to this program? Is it perhaps for someone in particular?" Her gaze subtly indicated toward Xiao Luojing, seemingly suggesting that Shen Sangyu's presence was influenced by him, her lips curling into a knowing smile. Without lifting her head, Shen Sangyu continued to crack sunflower seeds, the crisp sound echoing in the quiet living room. "I'm here to make money." Her tone was remarkably flat, yet her words astonished everyone present. Though they all shared the same sentiment, who would be so candid as to articulate it?
Puffed.
Gu Qiqi suddenly burst into laughter. Leaning affectionately against Shen Sangyu's shoulder, she was not seeking this answer. With a teasing tone, she fixed her gaze on Meng Xueyan. "But I did come for someone." "Oh my," Meng Xueyan's question is so green tea. Can the haters of Shen Sangyu just roll away? She merely stated that. What is the issue? It's like they're rabid dogs. Gu Qiqi is also complicit. It's utterly disgusting. Does she genuinely believe her wealth grants her impunity? Meng Xueyan's smile faltered. "Xiuyu, isn't it a bit inappropriate to say that so bluntly?" Before Shen Sangyu could respond, Gu Qiqi interjected, tilting her head with a raised brow. "What is inappropriate about it? But if you wish to know the answer." She paused. "It's that I came for Xiuyu, and Xiuyu came for me. We are both pursuing each other." Gu Jia is so bold. Isn't this an official announcement? It seems Meng Xueyan is fuming. The mutual pursuit has me swooning. I can't see why this is thrilling. Gu Qiqi is merely a wealthy person bullying a researcher. It's revolting. Chapter 27. Another date with Xiao Luojing. Meng Shuiyan awkwardly smiled, falling silent. Chu Baiman broke the tension, turning to Xie Jinian with a curious expression. Mr. Xie, what about you? Why are you participating in the program? Xie Jinian remained silent. Yet his gaze fixed on Shen Sangyu betrayed everything. TSK. Gu Qiqi noticed and suddenly exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Shen Sangyu's waist, burying her face in her shoulder. Qian Haoxuan, munching on sunflower seeds nearby, interjected, "You two are a bit nauseating. Mind your business." Gu Qiqi shot him a playful glare, then turned to Shen Sangyu, pouting. "Suyu, he's bullying me." Meng Shuiyan felt increasingly uncomfortable, attempting to steer the conversation away as Gu Qiqi intentionally interrupted her. Finally, she stiffly shifted the topic. "Does anyone know what tomorrow's task is? I heard it involves choices made by netizens, but I'm unsure of the current situation." Li Qing responded, confident that the netizens would ensure her pairing with Xiao Luojing, thus remaining unperturbed. After chatting for a while, they retreated to their respective rooms. Due to Meng Shuiyan's presence, today's trending topics were exceptionally lively, predominantly filled with criticism directed at Shen Sangyu. Perturbed by the negativity, she decided to stop checking, only for the system to suddenly speak up. "Host, you've been set up. Half of those insults are from paid trolls hired by Meng Shuiyan." "It's fine. I've grown accustomed to the criticism." "And host, aren't you aware that Meng Shuiyan isn't truly Professor Sang student? Why not expose her? Do you think my words would hold any weight now? It seems indeed ineffective. Useless." System. The following day. Today's date was determined by netizens. Yet, inexplicably, the pairings were entirely unexpected. Shen Sangyu was again paired with Xiao Luojing, while Xie Jinian found himself with Gu Qiqi, Li Qing with Qian Haoxuan, and Chu Baiman with Zhou Mingxuan. It appeared that the audience was simply a crowd seeking entertainment. The boys would wait at the designated location first, followed by the girls. As the morning sun illuminated the path, Shen Sangyu donned a simple white t-shirt and black athletic pants, her sneakers giving her a fresh and agile appearance as she stood at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Luojing, clad in designer sportswear, appeared as if he were on his way to a photo shoot. "Let us go," Shen Sangyu declared, turning away without a backward glance as she began her ascent. Her eyes held no admiration for fame, only a steadfast determination to conquer the mountain. Xiao Luojing was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Shen Sangyu would skip the pleasantries and proceed to climb. He hurried to catch up. "Suyu, wait for me." Shen Jie's speed is astonishing. Clearly, Shen Jie doesn't wish to be with Xiao Luojing. It's hilarious. Shen Sangyu is genuinely repulsive. Does she think Xiao Jing desires her company? It's merely superficiality, and now she doesn't even wish to maintain that facade. The reason Shen Sangyu kept her distance from Xiao Luojing was that the system informed her that he and the company planned to use today as livestream to fabricate the narrative that she had feelings for him. Given that many online would not tune into the livestream, even if Shen Sangyu attempted to clarify, no one would believe her. As they reached the halfway point of the mountain, Xiao Luojing was already gasping for breath. Shen Sangyu climbed with remarkable speed. She regularly engaged in physical activities, making this ascent a mere trifle for her. However, Xiao Luojing was quite the opposite. The entertainment industry has become exceedingly lenient towards male celebrities, allowing him to maintain his physique as long as he does not gain weight, rendering his abdominal muscles fit for clothing. He heaved heavily. "Xiaoyu, could you possibly slow down a bit?" Shen Sangyu halted, glancing back at him with a furrowed brow. "Could you not walk a little faster?" Her tone was flat, yet the disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. "At the pace you're going, we won't reach the summit before nightfall." "Ha, Sister Shen's disdain is far too evident." Xiao Luojing's face visibly paled. "Sister Shen, I simply cannot bear it, truly cannot bear it." Xiao Luojing's expression stiffened as he forced a smile. "I merely wish to engage in more conversation with you. When climbing a mountain, one should simply focus on the climb." Shen Sangyu turned to continue her ascent, preferring to chat once they descended. By the time they finally reached the summit, Xiao Luojing was utterly exhausted, slumped onto a nearby rock, his face drained of color. Shen Sangyu went to purchase a bottle of chilled yogurt, not missing the opportunity to critique. "Your stamina is remarkably poor." "I don't usually exercise much," he replied. At that moment, Meng Shuiyan appeared unexpectedly, clad in a designer tracksuit, her makeup still impeccably done. "I didn't expect to find you two here."
Meng Shuiyan feignait de surprise.
The system suddenly echoed in Shen Sangyu's mind. "Host, Meng Shuiyan conspired with Xiao Luojing and Li Qing yesterday, planning to embarrass you today." They had already decided to climb the mountain together. Shen Sangyu scoffed internally. I wonder if these two have become an item. What does Sister Shen mean by that? How rude of Shen Sangyu. Just seeing her is nauseating. Does she really think she is so noble? It seems Shen Sangyu is quite jealous of Li Qing and Meng Shuiyan. Otherwise, why would she refuse to speak to them? The system detected this animosity. Host, whenever Meng Shuiyan appears, the comments will be rife with criticism of you. They must have hired trolls to flood the comments. Shen Sangyu remained unfazed. It matters not. Meng Shuiyan, a person with an entirely fabricated persona, would not last long in the entertainment industry. These netizens can unravel every secret at the slightest hint. As an observational guest, Meng Shuiyan would select a location and engage with the guests over meals, posing questions to assist them. The three of them sat down at a restaurant, and as soon as Meng Shuiyan placed her order, she eagerly remarked, "Xiaoyu, why aren't you paired with General Xia? I thought you two were quite close." Shen Sangyu, sipping her water, looked at her quizzically. "Isn't this determined by the audience as votes? If they don't allow us to pair up, what can we do? If you truly wish to see me with him, have the audience vote for me." Sister Shen's retort is splendid. Meng Shuiyan's questions often seem utterly nonsensical. And I truly wonder what she is thinking. What's with Shen Sangyu's attitude? It's rather impolite. Xiao Yan and Xiao Jing must feel unfortunate to encounter Shen Sangyu. How tragic for them. Xiao Lu Jing quickly stepped in to ease the tension. "Miss Meng is merely joking. Xiao Yu, don't take it to heart. Do not call me Xiao Yu." Shen Sangyu felt a wave of disgust. Weren't they fully aware of how audience voting worked? She had found it peculiar when she was paired with Xiao Lu Jing. Initially, she assumed it was merely a few pranksters voting. But could they truly compete with dedicated fans? Especially the CP fans of Xiao Lu Jing and Li Qing, who would certainly not allow her to team up with him. Just moments ago, the system had informed her that this voting was secretly manipulated by Xiao Lu Jing and others buying votes. After all, his pairing with Li Qing was merely a commercial enterprise. The attention garnered from teaming up with Shen Sangyu far exceeded the popularity of their CP. They knew precisely how to choose. Chapter 28. Why leave back then? Meng Shuiyan laughed awkwardly. "Xiao Yu, what are you saying?" "Host, be cautious. Meng Shuiyan is plotting against you." Shen Sangyu coldly chuckled in her heart. With their intellect. At that moment, Meng Shuiyan inadvertently knocked over her water cup, the liquid splashing directly towards Shen Sangyu since she was seated beside her. "Miss Meng." Shen Sangyu calmly wiped the table. "Is your hand trembling so much that you ought to see a doctor?" I can't shake the feeling that Meng Shuiyan did this on purpose. I agree, this is far too obvious. Shen Sangyu's reaction is indeed remarkably swift. Meng Shuiyan pretended to be apologetic as she assisted Shen Sangyu in wiping the table. Upon seeing her approach, Shen Sangyu simply sat down, waiting for her to finish cleaning up. Meng Shuiyan wore an unflattering expression, but as it was her mistake, she could not say much. On the way down the mountain, Xiao Lu Jing tried to salvage his image. "Xiao Yu, let me assist you. This segment is rather steep." "No need," Shen Sangyu replied, sidestepping him. "Just take care of yourself and keep up with me." Descending was quite effortless, and they soon returned to the cottage. Upon entering, Shen Sangyu spotted Xia Jinyan busy in the kitchen and Li Qing on the sofa, her expression rather unpleasant. "Host. Xian is doing handicrafts with Li Qing. He intends to minimize conversation with her, fearing it might upset Xiao Lu Jing, so they haven't spoken much." Li Qing is rather displeased now. Shen Sangyu was indifferent to Li Qing's mood. Climbing had drained her energy, and she felt slightly hungry. Xia Jinyan turned to see her as he brought out a platter of food. "Come wash your hands. Dinner is ready." I informed the director you would be returning just in time. Shen Sangyu did not refuse. After washing her hands and sitting down, Xia Jinyan had already served her a portion. "How was your day?" "Not bad," she replied, picking up a piece of vegetables. The view from the summit was quite lovely. "Oh, were you happy with the others?" Shen Sangyu found this question rather perplexing and chose not to answer. "Is Mr. Xia feeling envious?" His inquiry seems innocuous, but is laced with underlying motives. "Mr. Xia is indeed feeling jealous. Sister Shen, could you not comfort him?" Xia Jinyan began to eat as well. "When shall we go climbing too?" "Too exhausting," Shen Sangyu replied, not bothering to look up. Xia Jinyan was about to say something more when Shen Sangyu suddenly looked up, her expression serious. "One should not speak while eating. Let us refrain from conversation." "Understood." Xia Jinyan chuckled softly, obediently returning to his meal. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu Jing, overhearing their exchange, felt a stirring of confusion. When Shen Sangyu had climbed the mountain with him earlier, she had not complained of exhaustion but had briskly led the way.
Now,
When Jin Nian invited her to climb, she claimed fatigue. It puzzled him how she could act this way. If she did not harbor feelings for Jin Nian, why keep him hanging? Such a woman was hardly virtuous. After finishing dinner and taking a brief rest, nightfall descended. The variety show lasted only a week. And today marked the penultimate day. Each guest was to select someone they wished to confide in and invite them to the beach for a chat, with each having 5 minutes for conversation.
Naturally, 11e Jignan chose Shen Sangyu.
The waves gently lapped at the shore, the moonlight casting a glow upon them as Jin Nian stood before Shen Sangyu, his white shirt billowing slightly in the sea breeze. Shen Sangyu had left her hair unbound, tousled by the wind. Suddenly, Jin Nian produced a hair tie from seemingly nowhere, casually saying, "Turn around." Shen Sangyu recalled how, in her past, she had despised tying her hair up, and during the sweltering summer, it was Jin Nian who prepared the hair ties for her and personally styled her hair. What is he attempting to accomplish by doing this now? Nevertheless, Shen Sangyu turned around, and Jin Nian gently tied her hair, whispering, "All done." Shen Sangyu did not turn her head but simply seated herself on the adjacent stool. Jin Nian followed suit and spoke directly. "It has been 5 years. I know you have not forgiven me." His voice was soft, nearly drowned out by the sound of the waves. Shen Sangyu gazed into the distance at the horizon. "There is nothing to forgive, Mr. Xia. Those matters are now but relics of the past." What is this news? I knew they had spoken. This conversation is laden with implications. So, what exactly transpired back then? Why does Mr. Xia inquire whether Sister Shen has forgiven him? I have a feeling Mr. Xia might be in a desperate pursuit for his beloved. Hasn't he done something excessively wrong to Sister Shen, has he? Jin Nian drew his stool closer. "What must I do for you to forgive me?" Shen Sangyu suddenly smiled, the grin tinged with bitterness. Jin Nian, if I were to truly let go, it would be a betrayal of my former self. She turned to meet his gaze directly. "Since we made our choices back then, let's not look back." She reminded herself to forget the past during this reality show and to interact amicably with Jin Nian. Yet, this prolonged time made her vulnerable once more. However, the few words he had asked her that night brought back memories of their past, and she realized that she and Jin Nian could never return to what they once were. "All right, my questions are finished." Jin Nian smiled, rising and extending his hand to assist Shen Sangyu. She stood up directly, looking at him with a smile. "Mr. Xia, let us go." When it came time for Shen Sangyu to make her choice, she hesitated briefly but ultimately selected Jin Nian. She was eager to understand why he had acted as he did back then. "Jin Nian, why did you leave?" Her question dissipated in the sea breeze, and Jin Nian simply gazed at her, his eyes swirling with a multitude of emotions, yet he remained silent. The waves continued to crash against the shore, the sound resonating clearly in the stillness. "You still refuse to speak." Shen Sangyu chuckled lightly, shaking her head. 5 years have passed, yet you cannot even offer me an explanation." Suddenly, Jin Nian reached out and gently grasped her wrist. "Forget it." Upon seeing his silence, Shen Sangyu's voice softened. "It no longer matters. It is not that I do not wish to speak." Jin Nian's voice was deep, but rather that I cannot. Shen Sangyu did not pull away from his hold, then let it remain unspoken forever. What truly transpired between these two? Why is it like this?
No.
I adore both of you. You must reconcile. I believe Jin Nian must have done something to hurt Sister Shen. Why must you all insist on pairing her with him? Am I the only one who thinks Shen Sangyu is merely putting on a facade? Perhaps she is reveling in what Jin Nian has said, while outwardly pretending to be indifferent. Upstairs, you are the only one. Chapter 29. If only we could start anew. Upon returning to her room, Shen Sangyu received a message. Milk de askewers, tiao yu. I just watched the live broadcast. How are you doing? Shen Sangyu understood her senior sister's concern and quickly replied, "Sister, do not worry, I am fine." Her sister's previous encounter with her in distress made this message unsurprising. "AAA milk tea skewers, that's good to hear. I was quite worried. However, your reality show is nearing its end. Is your contract with the company about to expire? When will you come to our company?" Shen Sangyu, I am not going. I will be returning home to inherit my family fortune. Milk de askewers. AAA milk tea skewers. So, can I still contact you in the future? I feel our company still needs sponsorship from the Shen family. Shen Sangyu chuckled lightly. Of course, you are always welcome. Milk de askewers, allicht. Then, I shall obey your wishes. Just after finishing her conversation with her senior sister, there was a knock at the door. It was Gu Qiqi. She too had watched the live broadcast and had come to comfort Shen Sangyu. Gu Qiqi plopped down onto her bed. Xiaoyu, don't dwell on those scoundrels. There are plenty of men out there. When you find someone you fancy, I will help you get their contact information. Shen Sangyu chuckled softly. She had indeed felt a bit down earlier, but now she felt much better. Thank you in advance. Gu Qiqi leaned closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Honestly, I do know some quality men. Shall I introduce a few to you? Gu Qiqi. Shen Sangyu sighed. Are you trying to play matchmaker for me? Of course. Gu Qiqi replied assertively, thumping her chest. Your happiness is my happiness. On the other side, Xie Jinyan stood on the balcony, observing the scene below. His phone flashed, displaying an incoming call from Gu Sun. He pressed the answer button, and Gu Sun's voice immediately resonated through the receiver. Old Xie, I just watched the live broadcast. You and Xiaoyu. Do not call her Xiaoyu, Xie Jinyan interrupted, his voice low. There was a moment of silence on the other end. What exactly piqued this man's interest? All right, I wish you and your Xiaoyu a lifetime of happiness. Xie Jinyan did not respond to this teasing. Gu Sun. I am unsure whether I should speak. Although I do not know what transpired back then, Gu Sun said soberly if possible. I believe she would want to hear the truth from you. The sound of the waves echoed from afar, and silence enveloped the phone. Old Xie, if you truly love her, you can face it together. Gu Sun spoke softly. I am afraid. What exactly are you afraid of? Gu Sun interjected. If you genuinely wish to be with her, you must communicate with her. Do you think remaining silent will prevent her from resenting you? After the call ended, Xie Jinyan lingered by the window for an extended period, the moonlight elongating his shadow. He picked up his phone and opened the album containing Shen Sangyu's photos from the past years, where the girl smiled brightly, just as she always had. The following day, Shen Sangyu, having slept poorly the previous night, awoke with dark circles under her eyes. She decided to apply some makeup before heading down for breakfast. Upon descending the stairs, Gu Qiqi immediately noticed her poor state. Did you not sleep well last night? As she spoke, she handed her coffee. You haven't had any yet. Here. It's a miracle worker. Shen Sangyu graciously accepted the coffee. Thanks. Don't overthink it. Today is the last day, so enjoy yourself. It was the final day of the reality show, and all participants were to engage in a group activity. The director announced the game rules. For the first round, everyone was to write down 3 questions about their partner, and the couple with the highest match rate would win. Today's pairings were self-selected, and as expected, Shen Sangyu was once again teamed with Xie Jinyan. The staff distributed the question boards, and Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinyan sat side by side. Question 1. What food does the girl despise the most? Shen Sangyu wrote without hesitation. Carrots. Xie Jinyan similarly wrote. Carrots. Question 2. When did the girl first experience infatuation? Shen Sangyu paused, recalling moments from high school. Her first crush must have been when Xie Jinyan won first place in the long-distance race during a sports meet. She glanced at Xie Jinyan and ultimately wrote, the rainy day in university when I delivered materials to him. Xie Jinyan nearly simultaneously halted his pen. His bored reading, the day you braved the rain to deliver materials to me. When Shen Sangyu confessed to him, she had stated that the day of her heart's flutter was that very day, and she was astonished that even after so long, Xie Jinyan still remembered. Question 3. For both of you, if given the chance to start over, what is the one thing you would wish to change? Shen Sangyu's pen lingered in the air for a considerable time, ultimately leaving the page blank. Likewise, Xie Jinyan also opted for silence. As Shen Sangyu gazed upon their empty boards, a wave of bitterness washed over her. This could very well be termed their unspoken understanding. If truly granted a second chance, what would she wish to alter? Should she have refrained from falling for him? Or perhaps, should she have let go of the lingering memories after their breakup all these years? Or was it simply that the moment he appeared before her, she became flustered? The next pair to answer was Xiao Luqing and Li Qing. Question 1. What food does a girl detest the most? Li Qing wrote down durian, having previously declared her aversion to it on social media. To her surprise, Xiao Luqing wrote coriander instead. Host, Li Qing's favorite is actually coriander. She adds it generously to her hot pot and often posts about it on her alternate account. Shen Sangyu shook her head internally. Xiao Luqing clearly has no understanding of Li Qing. Aren't they attempting to form a couple? He appears utterly disinterested in getting to know her, making their pairing a challenging endeavor. I genuinely believe that the pairing of Xiao Luqing and Li Qing is quite contrived. Who truly enjoys such commercial pairings? Honestly, as an outsider, it's evident to me, yet Xiao Luqing remains oblivious? Shen Sangyu, expressionless, internally scoffed. I wonder if, after the variety show concludes, we will still hear Shen Jia's thoughts. Otherwise, we shall miss all the juicy tidbits. Indeed. Could Shen Jia continually participate in such live variety shows? Streaming with different individuals? I simply wish to savor the gossip. The comment section buzzed with enthusiasm as question 2 was posed. When did you first feel a flutter of the heart? Li Qing wrote, the time he offered me his coat when I fell into the water. Yet, Xiao Luqing's answer was, when we first met. Moments prior, Li Qing had asked if they should synchronize their answers, to which Xiao Luqing had firmly declined, asserting he knew his own thoughts. Thus, Li Qing's answer was straightforward. And the incident of falling into the water had been mentioned before, but Xiao Luqing chose to write about their first encounter instead. What was he truly thinking? Li Qing was baffled. Meanwhile, Shen Sangyu could no longer contain her internal commentary. Chapter 30. Jingqing No. 1 High School is my alma mater. How self-absorbed can Xiao Luqing be? Did he fall in love with me at first sight? Truly absurd. At this moment, the comments erupted in laughter. Shen Jia's critiques are spot on. She truly speaks for me. How amusing that Xiao Luqing is so confident. I've never encountered such a self-assured man before. It seems Li Qing's expression has stiffened. How does one encounter such a person? Question 3. When do you hope to collaborate again? Li Qing. Next time. Xiao Luqing. There will always be opportunities. Undoubtedly, Xiao Luqing and Li Qing received the lowest scores of the night. Even Gu Cixi and Qian Haoshuan managed to answer one question correctly. Finally, the director announced, Xiao Luqing and Li Qing's team scored the lowest and must face a punishment, drinking bitter melon juice. Soon, Meng Shuiyan brought forth 2 cups of bitter melon juice. Li Qing grimaced, her face displaying distaste, yet she lifted the cup and gulped it down, fulfilling her obligation. When it was Xiao Luqing's turn, he stared at the bitter melon juice for an extended period, unable to bring himself to drink it. He detested bitter melon juice and had no desire to consume it. Observing his reluctance, Meng Shuiyan suddenly remarked, I remember Shen Sangyu loves bitter melon juice. Why not let her drink it for you? Shen Sangyu was taken aback that her preferences had been brought into the conversation. She lifted her gaze and shot a cold glance at Meng Shuiyan. Why should I help? Meng Shuiyan feigned innocence. We are colleagues, after all. If you wish to play the saint, drink it yourself. Shen Sangyu's tone was calm, yet laced with barbs, asserting it was not her concern. Meng Shuiyan had enlisted numerous online commenters. Whenever she and Shen Sangyu appeared together, the comments were rife with insults directed at Shen Sangyu. What a facade Shen Sangyu puts on, claiming it has nothing to do with her. She is merely someone being supported by a wealthy benefactor. Yet she acts so high and mighty. Just someone who climbed the ladder on a man's coattails. I find her demeanor utterly disgusting. It makes me want to retch. Meng Jia was simply being kind by giving her screen time, such goodwill, yet she remains ungrateful, truly lacking in upbringing. Ultimately, Xiao Luqing pinched his nose and drank it down. After the warm-up activities concluded, the director led them to Jingqing No. 1 High School. The ancient school gate appeared particularly solemn under the sunlight, and Meng Shuiyan's eyes lit up as she feigned surprise. I never expected the production team would choose this place. It is my alma mater. She turned to Shen Sangyu. You've likely never visited such a renowned school, have you? Shen Sangyu frowned and remained silent. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Chu Baiman spoke up. I have genuinely never been here. I've long wished to see it. The comments section paid no heed to Chu Baiman, quickly following Meng Shuiyan's lead. I can't believe Meng Jia is from Jingqing No. 1. No wonder she is so impressive. I recall that President Xia also seems to be from Jingqing No. 1. Could he possibly know Meng Jia? These two must have been the campus beauty and heartthrob back in the day. I feel they make quite the pair. Someone like Shen Sangyu, lacking in education, probably has never set foot here. I wonder how envious she must be. Just look at her expression. It's clear she is putting on an act, always pretending. Upon entering the campus, the director guided them to the indoor gymnasium. After announcing the groups, Meng Shuiyan stood by the sidelines with a whistle, her face adorned with a sweet smile. I am quite strict, and I assure you, there will be no leniency. The group selection was made by choice, and naturally, Gu Cixi paired with Shen Sangyu, while Xia Jinian and Qian Haoshuan joined them. The group had already changed into sportswear. Shen Sangyu tied her hair into a high ponytail, revealing her slender neck, while Xia Jinian stood beside her, his gaze fixed upon her. The whistle blew, and the match commenced. Qian Haoshuan was the first to seize the ball, executing a beautiful pass to Shen Sangyu. After receiving the ball, Shen Sangyu swiftly maneuvered past Xiao Luqing's defense, effortlessly scoring a basket. Splendid! Gu Cixi jumped up in excitement. I didn't expect Shen Sangyu to be skilled at basketball. Moreover, her movements are quite standard. Don't you think many of her actions mirror Xie Jinian's? Another pairing I see. Meng Shuiyan, witnessing Shen Sangyu's performance, wore an unflattering expression. Calling an inexplicable foul, Shen Sangyu, you traveled. Xie Jinian frowned. That movement was clean. I saw it with my own eyes. Am I the referee, or are you? Xie Jinian said nothing further, and in the next round, he allowed Shen Sangyu to take a three-pointer. Shen Sangyu turned to her with a smile. Shall we call it a travel this time? The basketball match was fiercely contested, and once it concluded, the director arranged for them to explore the school grounds to relax. Unexpectedly, they encountered Meng Longchuan. He feigned surprise as he looked at Shen Sangyu. Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? As he spoke, he moved closer, attempting to act affectionate. Shen Sangyu quickly took a step back, creating distance. She was uncertain of Meng Longchuan's intentions for being there. This person looks familiar. Isn't he that wealthy benefactor who drives a luxury car? Oh my. He is indeed Shen Sangyu's benefactor. What is he doing here? Could it be that Shen Sangyu summoned him to bolster her presence? Disgusting. Even bringing her benefactor to record a show, I suspect it's a means to pressure the production team. The director was equally perplexed, questioning how this individual had gained entry without the staff intervening. Meng Longchuan awkwardly held his hand in midair, maintaining a forced smile. I was simply delighted to see you. Xie Jinian suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Shen Sangyu. This is a school, and we are live streaming. Please be mindful of the impact. Meng Longchuan had come today to discuss matters regarding the sponsorship from the Shen Group with the principal. Of course, he had chosen this particular moment based on prior inquiries, knowing that Shen Sangyu would be present. Since he and Shen Sangyu had already been caught on camera, he figured it would be prudent to amplify the situation. Just then, the principal happened to arrive. After Meng Longchuan had mentioned he was going to the restroom and had not returned for quite some time, the principal, feeling concerned, decided to step outside for a look, only to find Meng Longchuan engaging with the production crew. As it was a holiday, there were no students on campus, which was why he had permitted the crew to film here. Mr. Meng, what brings you here? He began, but before he could finish, he noticed Meng Shuiyan standing behind him and suddenly realized, oh, I see, you came to visit. Before he could elaborate, Meng Longchuan interrupted. I just happened to run into them downstairs and thought I'd say hello. Sensing his interruption, the principal understood that Meng Longchuan wished to avoid discussing the matter further. So, he refrained from mentioning it again. However, his words only fueled the speculation among netizens. Wow, did the principal just recognize them? He must have recognized Shen Sangyu. It's confirmed. I told you, Shen Sangyu is being kept. It's disgusting. Shen Sangyu naturally noticed their unusual behavior. Both have the surname Meng. The principal can't be implying that Meng Shuiyan is Meng Longchuan's daughter, can he? Host, you guessed correctly. Why didn't you say so earlier? What is there to discuss? I thought you already knew. Shen Sangyu. Fool. Chapter 31. The sister-in-law's revelation. What does Shen Sangyu mean? Does Meng Shuiyan have a connection with this man? Believe her nonsense if you will. The principal is definitely referring to Shen Sangyu. Wow. Regardless of the truth, this is quite the juicy gossip. Who can provide further details? Are there any insiders? After Meng Longchuan departed, the group strolled along the tree-lined path of the campus. Shen Sangyu subconsciously slowed her pace, her gaze lingering on the ginkgo trees surrounding her. Nothing here has changed, she murmured. Meng Shuiyan, ever observant, caught her words. Xiaoyu, have you been here before? Instead of responding, it was Gu Qiqi who spoke up. Yes, I remember you once collected ginkgo leaves and brought them to me. I still have them preserved. What? Does that imply Shen Sangyu has visited here? It sounds like it, but I don't believe it. I bet she just wants to ride on Meng Jia's coattails, claiming to be from Beijing No. 1 High School as well. I genuinely believe Shen Sangyu is capable of such behavior. She is that type of person. Tsk. Li Qing could not help but inquire. Shen Sangyu, you aren't from Beijing No. 1 High School too, are you? Shen Sangyu raised her eyes, a half-smile playing on her lips. When did I ever say I wasn't? Oh my, she truly is. I don't believe it. Shen Sangyu's academic qualifications are too low to be from Beijing No. 1 High School. It must be fabricated. These female celebrities often have inflated credentials. After wandering the campus, night gradually fell. The director brought forth the notes they had written on their first night. When Gu Qiqi and Xie Jinian had arrived, they had selected participants based on these notes. The first note revealed was from Li Qing. Xiao Lujing is a true gentleman, always considerate. Chu Baiman is exceptionally beautiful. Zhou Mingxuan is evidently talented. Shen Sangyu is not as the internet portrays. She and Qian Haoxuan are quite amiable. Li Qing is rather nice. After all, this is a show. Such praise is to be expected. This program is rather dull. There's nothing to see. It's all just flattery. Next was Xiao Lujing's note. Li Qing is as charming as ever. Zhu Baiman is meticulous. Zhou Mingxuan and Qian Haoxuan are quite humorous. Miss Shen is evidently a star. His final remark clearly dripped with sarcasm aimed at Shen Sangyu. Xiao Lujing's sentiment is effectively the same as Shen Sangyu's, although he expressed it more eloquently. Xiao Lujing's sarcasm is glaringly obvious and quite unbecoming. Would you not scold someone like this? Can the saintly commentators stop defending your master? When the director revealed Shen Sangyu's note, a sudden silence enveloped the room. Xiao Lujing, fake actor, true villain, suggests a complete overhaul. Li Qing, a marionette of the benefactor. All her acting skills are reserved for her personal life. Qian Haoxuan, the foolish son of a landlord, but endearing. Zhu Baiman and Zhou Mingxuan, true couples are the most exceptional. The comments section erupted in laughter. Haraha, Sister Shen is incredible. This is truly Shen Sangyu's declaration to exit the industry, writing such things. I can almost see Xiao Lujing turning green with envy. Xiao Lujing had presumed that his note about Shen Sangyu would upset her, only to find himself outmaneuvered. He suddenly stood up. Shen Sangyu, what do you mean by this? The meaning is quite clear, isn't it? Xiao Yingdi, aren't you doing well academically? How have you not understood my words? Xiao Lujing scoffed and remained silent, wishing to maintain his image and avoid a confrontation with Shen Sangyu. At that moment, the system interrupted. Host, tonight Xiao Lujing's current girlfriend is set to expose his cheating. Not only has he been dating behind the benefactor's back, but he was also spotted entering a hotel with a certain director. However, this matter has been suppressed, although his benefactor is displeased due to his prior attempts to seize the leading role. Shen Sangyu, is that true? How scandalous. Why didn't you mention earlier that Xiao Lujing has a girlfriend? I thought he was single. Host, it is indeed true. His sister-in-law has already contacted paparazzi, stating that as soon as the dating show concludes tonight, the scandal will break. The system did not respond to Shen Sangyu's final remark. The comments section caught wind of Shen Sangyu's thoughts, and astonishment ensued.
Wow.
Xiao Lujing has a sister-in-law. This has not been revealed until now. Cheating benefactor. If this were an ordinary female star, she would likely be blacklisted. If this is true, I fear for Xiao Lujing's future in the entertainment industry. Sister Shen, you truly have connections in the industry. How do you know everything? Shen Sangyu, may you meet your demise for slandering. How could Xiao Jing do such a thing? Shen Sangyu is truly outrageous. Such a person should leave the entertainment industry. Some of Xiao Lujing's fans had already received the news and flooded Shen Sangyu's Weibo comment section, hurling vitriolic insults as if she had committed an unspeakable crime. Get out of the entertainment industry, you vile woman. A genuinely kept woman, and yet she dares to slander others. Who are you to critique our Xiao Jing? Shen Sangyu must have been foolishly sleeping with her benefactor last night to be so brazen in her slander. Although the online uproar was fierce, those present were oblivious, their phones untouched. After the letter-reading segment concluded, it transitioned to mutual confessions. Shen Sangyu was still contemplating how to reject Xie Jinyan when, unexpectedly, he chose no one at all, as if he intended to forfeit. Gu Qiqi sensed something was amiss. She leaned closer to Shen Sangyu, lowering her voice. Xiao Yu, why hasn't Xie Jinyan chosen you yet? Shen Sangyu looked at her, her expression somewhat incredulous. So, you wish for him to choose me? Not necessarily. Gu Qiqi shrugged, recalling that he had mentioned something before his return. Realizing she had inadvertently let slip a secret, she quickly sealed her lips. However, at that moment, Shen Sangyu had already caught on. What did he say? Gu Qiqi remained tight-lipped, resolute in her silence. Shen Sangyu, feeling helpless, chose to let it go. As the variety show concluded, Shen Sangyu gathered her belongings, anticipating her return the following morning. Just as she pulled out her phone, she was astonished to find that the trending topics were indeed dominated by Xiao Luojing, Xiao Luojing's custard bun, Xiao Luojing's infidelity, Xiao Luojing's benefactor, Xiao Luojing, and Li Qing. She clicked on the first trending topic, discovering a lengthy post from a blogger named Custard Bun titled about my 7 years with my top star boyfriend. Accompanying the post was a collage featuring intimate photos of Xiao Luojing, early bank transfer records she had made to him, and snippets of their conversations. Additionally, there were records of Xiao Luojing's exchanges with his benefactor and a hotel booking with a certain director. Alongside Custard Bun confronting Xiao Luojing, is there truth to your relationship with Qian Haochen? Xiao Luojing replied, "Our connection is purely transactional. It's all just a facade." "You must trust me." Custard Bun pressed on. "Did you share a hotel room?" In Chapter 32, Xiao Luojing asserted, "Darling, I would never engage in such acts with another man. I have consistently rejected him. He doesn't genuinely care for me. He only seeks to approach Zheng Juanhao through me." Zheng Juanhao was the acclaimed actor whose resources Xiao Luojing had usurped. Simultaneously, Custard Bun's other tweet unveiled more explicit conversations between Xiao Luojing and Qian Haochen. Custard Bun lamented, "Initially, I believed he was merely playing around, but one day I stumbled upon his phone and discovered these revelations. I never imagined that the man sleeping beside me every night was, in fact, a man so thoroughly used by others." Furthermore, there was an audio recording of Xiao Luojing threatening Custard Bun. "I warn you, should you dare to reveal our affair, be prepared to find it impossible to navigate this industry." The comments flooded in. "I can't believe Xiao Luojing is this kind of person. I've suspected he wasn't a good person for a long time. Didn't he use that acclaimed actor for his own gain? The first scandal of the year. Can we have more juicy details?" The netizens swiftly uncovered Xiao Luojing's connections with Qian Haochen, realizing he not only relied on his benefactor for resources, but also attempted to leverage Zheng Juanhao's fame to elevate his own status. Zheng Juanhao's fans were incensed and bombarded Xiao Luojing's social media with vitriol. "Do you think you deserve to ride Zheng's coattails? I see Xiao Luojing as benefactor has quite the discerning eye, abandoning Xiao Luojing for Zheng Juanhao. Did he ever consider this day would come?" Xiao Luojing, "I have always turned down my benefactor. You cannot accuse me like this. Stealing resources is one thing. What is your current connection with Zheng Juanhao?" "He is busy filming right now." Can Xiao Luojing step forward and apologize to Zheng Juanhao? The online community went wild with memes, creating a reaction image of Xiao Luojing as refusals captioned, "I refuse, but my body is quite honest." Many sympathized with Custard Bun, having uncovered her past as a university belle from a well-off family who had been subjected to Xiao Luojing's manipulation for 7 long years. How many 7-year spans does one experience in life? The words in that recording were particularly stomach-churning. Users condemned Xiao Luojing, with some even suggesting that Custard Bun report him to the authorities. Meanwhile, Xiao Luojing's fans, while some chose to unfollow him, were more interested in hearing his side of the story and defending him. "The chat logs must be fabricated. I consulted my professional friends, and they confirmed that not only are these images edited, but the audio is AI generated. You're all aware of how advanced AI technology has become. Xiao Luojing is surely being targeted by rivals. Didn't Lu Zhiheng and he both vie for the same script? I suspect Lu Zhiheng is simply envious that Xiao Jing secured the Best Actor award. Is Custard Bun so desperate for fame that she resorts to spreading rumors?" Fans were relentless in their accusations, even going so far as to attack Shen Sangyu, claiming she disliked Xiao Luojing and was intentionally orchestrating this, suggesting Custard Bun was merely her alternate account. Shen Sangyu responded, "What does this have to do with me?" Fortunately, the more rational netizens defended her. She's an ordinary person with wealth. What would she gain from being targeted by her fans? Xiao Luojing's fans are the real rabid dogs, convinced their idol is blameless. Shen Sangyu switched off her phone and went to bed, as she had to confront the aftermath at the agency the next day. The following morning, she opened her phone to find that Xiao Luojing had once again been exposed by a new rival. A user named Rose Cedar had posted a lengthy article, wherein Xiao Luojing professed, "Baby, I only love you. Everyone else is just a game." Rose Cedar replied, "Then who is the woman we encountered at the murder mystery event?" Xiao Luojing insisted, "She's merely my cousin. Darling, you must believe me. This was merely one instance. There were numerous accounts of Xiao Luojing simultaneously wooing her while engaging with other women." Soon after, yet another individual surfaced, sharing chat logs, revealing that Xiao Luojing, the master of time management, had been dating 3 women concurrently for over a year without being discovered. Remarkably, all these rivals shared a common trait. They were exceedingly wealthy. In essence, Xiao Luojing was a man living off the advantages of others, attempting to gain even more. "I have many fans. Being in a relationship with me will elevate your profile. If you don't shower me with gifts, how can we date? You're not unaware of the multitude of women eager to be with me. I'm with you because I truly like you. You must trust that I only love you." Shen Sangyu didn't linger on the matter. After freshening up, she gathered her belongings and headed downstairs. As she reached the doorway, she spotted Xiao Luojing standing there, his back to her, engrossed in his phone, his shoulders tense, his demeanor indicating a profound discontent.
Oh.
Is that not the renowned actor Xiao? Gu Qiqi, appearing out of nowhere, bounded up to Xiao Luojing with a playful tilt of her head and a smile. You seem rather glum. What's the matter? Gu Qiqi was undoubtedly aware of the situation, having indulged in the gossip all night, only to awaken to find yet another rival had emerged. TSK. It appeared this man was in quite a predicament. As Xiao Luojing was already frazzled, Gu Qiqi's remark only heightened his irritation, and his expression darkened. Gu Qiqi, don't presume that being the daughter of the Gu family grants you any special privilege. Grants me what? Shen Sangyu strolled over. Is our illustrious actor threatening someone? Qiqi is merely expressing concern for you. What else with that attitude? Xiao Luojing's phone vibrated incessantly, displaying numerous messages from his manager. He had berated Xiao Luojing the entire previous night, and now he was calling again. The collaborators were considering terminating their contract and demanding compensation. And Xiao Luojing was in no mood to answer, thoroughly vexed. Xiao, your phone, Shen Sangyu said with a smile. Xiao Luojing abruptly hung up, scoffing. This is all slander. Falsifying chat records carries legal ramifications. I've already reported it. Let them await their day in court. Very well. I shall watch with bated breath, Shen Sangyu replied, shrugging. Xiao Luojing, displeased with her demeanor, snapped. Shen Sangyu, don't get too smug. You, a kept woman, will receive your comeuppance sooner than I will. Oh dear. Who are we to presume? Shen Sangyu chuckled. You're a powerful figure capable of ensuring your girlfriend's downfall in this industry. I wouldn't he dream of mocking you. Would I, Qiqi? Mimicking the tone from the recording, she elicited a laugh from Gu Qiqi. Xiao Luojing's expression soured further. I will report you. This is all falsehood. Someone is out to get me. Shen Sangyu sighed softly and turned to leave. Chapter 33. Our Xiao Jing is innocent. Upon returning home with her suitcase, Shen Sangyu coincidentally encountered Aunt Zhang, who had just finished grocery shopping. Xiao Yu. Aunt Zhang exclaimed joyfully, glancing at her and then at the suitcase in her hand. Are you coming home to stay? With a slight smile, Shen Sangyu replied, What do you mean, Aunt Zhang? Am I not welcome? How could you say such a thing? The lady has always kept your room ready for you. I clean it every day, just waiting for your return. As Shen Sangyu stepped inside, she handed her suitcase to a nearby servant and inquired, Where's my mother? Madam hasn't returned yet. She mentioned she has a social engagement tonight. But Xiao Yu, you didn't inform me in advance that you would be back, so I didn't prepare any of your favorite dishes, Aunt Zhang explained, placing the groceries on the table. Oh. It's quite all right, Aunt Zhang. Shen Sangyu turned back to her with a smile. I enjoy anything you make. With that, she swiftly ascended the stairs. Upon opening her bedroom door, she was enveloped by the delicate fragrance of jasmine, noticing the flowers Aunt Zhang had placed inside. The room retained its familiar appearance, just as she had left it, with the bed linen still in her preferred light blue hue. Kneeling down, she felt around under the bed for a moment before finally retrieving a dusty storage box. As she lifted the lid, fine particles of dust danced in the sunlight, revealing a few yellowed notebooks and a neatly stacked pile of photographs, their edges slightly curled. With an expressionless face, Shen Sangyu pulled out the photographs. The first was a graduation picture taken beside Xie Jinyan, both clad in their school uniforms, sunlight breaking through the clouds to illuminate them. The second depicted a youthful Xie Jinyan soaring to make a basket on the basketball court, sweat glistening in the sun. The third captured a candid shot of him sleeping. The fourth and fifth followed. The last photograph was one of them together when they officially became a couple, yet it had been torn and hastily pieced back together. In it, she held a flower, and their smiles shone brightly, though their eyes revealed an undeniable innocence. Flipping the photograph over, the date and time of the capture were inscribed. Though the handwriting had faded, it remained legible. The notebooks, upon opening, revealed her diaries chronicling her daily life with Xie Jinyan. Shen Sangyu pondered why she had kept these mementos over the years, perhaps merely as a token of reminiscence, or perhaps for reasons she could not articulate. But now that Xie Jinyan had returned, such sentiments ought to be severed. One must look forward. To dwell in the past would only ensnare oneself. Taking a deep breath, she thrust the photographs and notebooks back into the box. Rising, she clutched the box and walked resolutely towards the door. At the entrance of the villa, the trash can clanged loudly, startling a few sparrows that were foraging nearby. The photographs and notebooks fell to the bottom of the bin. She resolved to discard these memories entirely. Shen Sangyu turned around with determination. Behind her, Xie Jinyan observed her retreating figure. bending down to carefully retrieve the photographs from the trash. His long fingers, with defined joints, delicately grasped the torn group photo, scrutinizing it repeatedly. As Shen Sangyu returned to her room, she had just opened Weibo when she heard the system announce, "Host, Xiao Lu Jing has found a way to turn the tide." Raising an eyebrow, she clicked on Weibo, where two trending topics immediately caught her attention. Xiao Lu Jing's new dramastory Moon Road had been officially announced, and he had become the spokesperson for a panda brand. The pinned tweet from the Starry Moon Road production team read, "We're delighted to announce that Xiao Lu Jing will portray the male lead, Lu Xing. We believe he is the best choice." Accompanied by a photo of Xiao Lu Jing, it struck Shen Sangyu as oddly synthetic, as though it had been generated by AI. Simultaneously, the Panda brand's official account posted, "We are thrilled to announce that Xiao Lu Jing is the brand ambassador for our Panda apparel line, with a new advertising campaign set to launch soon." The comment section was instantly flooded with fans. "Ah, so Xiao Jing is innocent. I knew it. He has finally been vindicated. The brand knows the truth best. This slap in the face should leave the haters unsatisfied. I've always said that someone was envious of our Xiao Jing, which is why they treated him this way. They must have thought he had access to good resources." Shen Sangyu felt puzzled as to why Xiao Lu Jing, now in such a position, still managed to secure collaborations. The system quickly added, "Host, this Xiao Lu Jing is quite shameless. He claims he wants no payment and that his issues were slanderous, which is why the production team and brand are willing to take a risk on him. TSK, Xiao Lu Jing certainly understands the psychology of today's netizens. This is quite a clever tactic." Having barely settled on her bed, Shen Sangyu soon heard Aunt Zhang's voice from downstairs. "Madam, you're back. Xiaoyu has returned today and is upstairs." Shen Sangyu sprang up, rushing to the staircase just in time to see Shen Miaoqing removing her coat and handing it to a servant.
Mom.
She hurried down the stairs and embraced her. Shen Miaoqing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, why are you back?" "I just returned not long ago. I plan to rest at home for a while, Mom. You don't mind?"
Do you?
"Of course not." Shen Miaoqing released Shen Sangyu, observing her with concern. "You seem thinner than when you last visited. Come, eat more." During dinner, Shen Sangyu contemplated before speaking up. "Mom, I intend to withdraw from the entertainment industry." Shen Miaoqing paused momentarily, then smiled and replied, "That sounds good. It's just right for you to take a break." "Yes," Shen Sangyu nodded. "Once I've rested enough, I'll come to the company to help you." Shen Miaoqing served her a bowl of soup. "There's no rush. You can do whatever you want. By the way, do you have any plans this afternoon? Perhaps visit the company?" Though Shen Miaoqing's initial words suggested patience, having received Shen Sangyu's response, she couldn't help but wish for her to gain experience at the company soon. "Mom, I need to go to the company this afternoon to discuss my contract termination," Shen Sangyu replied. Shen Miaoqing nodded. "True. That company isn't the best. Terminating your contract might be a bit troublesome. Would you like me to step in?" "No need." Shen Sangyu shook her head. "Don't worry. I've seen it all during my years in the entertainment industry." Shen Miaoqing gazed at her daughter, noticing the faint shadows beneath her eyes, indicating that life in the industry had not been easy for her. A flicker of sympathy crossed her expression, but she merely nodded gently. "All right, I trust you." "Of course." Shen Sangyu playfully winked.
You're all grown up now.
She affectionately tapped her daughter's forehead, a tender gesture. At that moment, Shen Sangyu's phone rang unexpectedly. She picked it up and her expression shifted, becoming somewhat troubled. Shen Miaoqing glanced at her. "What's wrong?" Chapter 34, Xiao Lu Jing's fans assault in public. The screen displayed the name Xie Jinyan, causing Shen Sangyu to hesitate momentarily while serving herself. The clink of her chopsticks against the bowl echoed softly. "Mom, it's just some work-related matters, nothing significant." With a swift motion, she ended the call and turned the phone face down on the table. "Let us eat." Shen Miaoqing regarded her thoughtfully, but refrained from asking further. "Eat more."
You look so thin.
"I know, Mom." Shen Sangyu smiled, taking a few bites before receiving another message. "I'm outside." Those simple 4 words made her heart skip a beat. She feigned calmness, setting down her chopsticks. "Mom, I've finished eating. I need to head to the company." "In such a hurry?" Shen Miaoqing frowned. "At least have another bowl of soup." "No, the sooner I go, the sooner I return." Shen Sangyu stood, grabbing her coat.
Mom.
"I'd like to have sauerkraut fish for dinner tonight." Shen Miaoqing shook her head in resignation. "All right, I'll make it for you myself." Before leaving, Shen Sangyu planted a fierce kiss on Shen Miaoqing's cheek and declared, "Mom, you are the best." Pushing open the grand door, the sunlight pierced her eyes. And Shen Sangyu squinted to see Xia Jinyan leaning against the car, awaiting her arrival. Clad in a simple white shirt, with the sleeves casually rolled to his elbows, he revealed his well-defined forearms. "Get in the car. I shall drive you," he offered, opening the passenger door, his tone remarkably calm, as if the preceding events had never transpired. "No need. I can take a taxi," she replied, her voice firm. "It's not a good time for cabs." "You would have to wait quite a while," he countered, directly opening the car door. Shen Sangyu bit her lip, ultimately conceding and settling into the vehicle. The car glided smoothly out of the villa area, leaving an unspoken tension between them. "What are your plans from here on?" Xia Jinyan finally broke the silence. Shen Sangyu gazed out at the fleeting scenery. "Does it concern you?" Xia Jinyan chuckled lightly. "Still so obstinate." "Stop the car," Shen Sangyu suddenly exclaimed. She detested the ambiguous tone he employed when speaking to her. She had no desire to be ensnared again. "We're not there yet." "I said stop the car." Xia Jinyan activated the turn signal and gradually pulled over to the roadside. Shen Sangyu unfastened her seatbelt, her hand barely resting on the door handle when he spoke again. "Xiao Lujing is waiting for you at the company," he asked, looking for trouble. The system had already informed her of this on the way, and she felt no particular concern. "Xiao Lujing needs you to divert the public's attention," Xia Jinyan said. Turning to look at her with a profound gaze, he understood that she intended to terminate the contract and was preparing to leverage the penalty fees. Shen Sangyu scoffed. "And? Is Mr. Xia offering sympathy? I want to help you. Consider it atonement. Xiuyu, I know you want to forgive me. The events of that year were my fault." Upon hearing him mention the past, Shen Sangyu's heart jolted. "No need."
Xiaoyu.
Shen Sangyu interrupted him. "When you chose to leave 5 years ago, we were already even." Xia Jinyan swallowed hard, ultimately nodding gently.
"All right."
Shen Sangyu exited the car, not glancing back as she walked across to the other side of the street. Xia Jinyan watched her retreating figure until she hailed a taxi and vanished into the throng. He lowered his head, retrieving the torn and reassembled photograph from his pocket, his fingertips delicately brushing over the fissures. "Even?" he murmured to himself. "But what I owe you can never be repaid in this lifetime." As Shen Sangyu stepped out of the taxi, she was taken aback by the scene before her. A throng of Xiao Lujing's fans had gathered at the foot of the company, brandishing support banners, with a striking one boldly proclaiming, "Shen Sangyu. Get out of the entertainment industry. That's her." A girl with a low ponytail shrieked upon sighting Shen Sangyu. "She is the one who framed our Xiao Jing." The crowd erupted into chaos, with a few agitated fans rushing towards her. One even reached out to seize her hair, exclaiming, "You wretched creature. How dare you show your face?" Security swiftly intervened, and the scene descended into pandemonium. Remaining composed, Shen Sangyu pulled out her phone and opened a live streaming platform, directing the camera towards the tumultuous scene. "Hello everyone, I am Shen Sangyu," she announced, her voice crystal clear, "as you can see. I am currently at the foot of the company, and Xiao Lujing's fans are perpetrating personal attacks against me." Given the recent events, there were countless eyes monitoring Shen Sangyu's movements online. As soon as she began her broadcast, a flood of viewers surged in. "What the heck? Is this live? Are the fans out of their minds, assaulting someone in public? Xiao Lujing's fans are so classy. Why does Xiao Lujing still have fans when he acts like this? It's truly disgusting. Shen Sangyu hasn't he done anything wrong? Yet she is treated this way. They're all women. Why do they always choose to make life difficult for other women over a man? I really can't understand what these people are thinking." At that moment, Xiao Lujing hastily exited the company. He had just signed with this new company after transitioning from his previous one, and they were not about to let him go easily. Shen Sangyu recognized many of the fans present. They were the same ones she often saw online. They seemed to be the hired ones, sent to create a scene. Clearly, the company had invested heavily. As Xiao Lujing approached, he extended a hand to assist Shen Sangyu, but she sidestepped him. Shen Sangyu internally scoffed. What is Xiao Lujing up to now? Did he gather all these people just to target me? The system chimed in. "Host. It's because Xiao Lujing didn't pay the paparazzi, and they're about to expose him. So now he is in a hurry to attract attention. He wants to use you to shift the focus." A glimmer of cunning flashed in Shen Sangyu's eyes as she addressed Xiao Lujing. "Xiaoingdi, with your fans attacking me in public, do you think I should sue you or your fans?" Xiao Lujing's expression stiffened. It was evident that Shen Sangyu had laid a trap for him. Whatever he responded would not suffice. "This is just a misunderstanding. I apologize on their behalf." "A misunderstanding?" TSK. Shen Sangyu mimicked Xiao Lujing's tone internally. how amusing this man is. He orchestrated all of this. Host. Xiao Lujing's troubles are numerous. He is like a rotten cucumber. Even if he doesn't fall now, he will eventually. Did Xiao Lujing really hire people to confront Shen Sangyu? How shameless can he be? But these people do seem familiar. Many are stalkers. One individual directly sent a donation. Xiao Lujing Studio is offering 2,000 to everyone present. If anyone wants to collect, feel free to go. The number of viewers in the live stream soared, and the barrage of comments was so overwhelming that it was nearly impossible to see the screen. Yet Shen Sangyu's commentary remained clear. Look at Xiao Lujing's innocent demeanor, like a white lotus. His skin must be made of castle walls. He thinks he can play a public relations battle with that IQ. The hired actors can't even perform well. I could do better. Now that this has come to light, he looks panicked. If this gets recorded and posted online, he'll be seen as the victim. I can't even imagine. Chapter 35. Is this body double literature playing out on me? Shen Sangyu is spot on. Xiao Lujing is truly that kind of person. Utterly revolting. Sister Shen's internal dialogue is so captivating. Please share more. The entertainment industry is still too murky. I used to think Xiao Lujing was decent. But who knew? TSK. Unbeknownst to Xiao Lujing, Shen Sangyu was silently berating him, while he feigned an apology. Miss Shen, this is merely a misunderstanding. Shen Sangyu nearly rolled her eyes. His expression management is quite on point, but sadly, his gaze is all over the place. Now that he is scared. Why didn't he act sooner? Shen Sangyu remained silent, and finally, Xiao Lujing could no longer hold his composure and turned to leave. Shen Sangyu smiled at the camera. Is the esteemed Xiao Yingdi leaving already? Aren't you going to continue acting? He is fleeing faster than a rabbit. Probably rushing to hire more online trolls, especially since the public opinion can't be suppressed now. Continuing her live broadcast, Shen Sangyu strode confidently into the company. Is that Shen Sangyu? A staff member murmured upon seeing her. How dare she come back to the company? I heard she is here to discuss her contract termination. Another replied, but President Wang specifically ordered that no matter what, we must extort a hefty sum from her. Hush, keep it down. She is looking this way. Their voices were not particularly loud, but Shen Sangyu heard them clearly. A smirk curled at her lips as she headed straight for the elevator. As the elevator doors slowly closed, it shut out their idle chatter. The elevator soon reached the top floor. When Shen Sangyu pushed open the door to the president's office, the live camera was still active. Inside, President Wang had a struggling 18-line actress pinned against the desk, their clothes disheveled. The actress's skirt had slipped down to her waist, and President Wang's outfit was hanging loosely on him. As the actress noticed someone entering, she let out a sharp scream and hurriedly grabbed her clothing to shield her modesty. Upon entering, Shen Sangyu had already obscured the camera. Yet the viewers in the live stream could still hear their conversation, leading to rampant speculation. Could that voice possibly be from that situation? Wasn't Sister Shen supposed to be in the CEO's office? Why is there a woman's voice? Am I actually getting to see this for free? Of course. You can't view what's happening upstairs for free, hence the restriction. I'm dying of laughter. Sister Shen is so bold to just barge in like that. But the company CEO is quite a character too. How can he not lock the door while engaging in such activities? He has some nerve. Seeing Shen Sangyu, President Wang's face turned ashen. Shen Sangyu, who permitted you to enter? Once the actress had exited, Shen Sangyu calmly raised her phone. President Wang, I am here to discuss the contract termination. Realizing she was live streaming, President Wang fumbled to fasten his belt. Shut off the live stream. Why should I? Shen Sangyu angled the camera towards the disarray around them, allowing everyone to witness the kind of life he led. Initially, you were enamored by my looks and attempted to coerce me into a compromise. After I rejected you and slapped you, you resorted to suppressing me at every turn. I wonder how many others in the company have faced your oppression. Shameless. Pfft. Shen Sangyu seethed inwardly. Host, this President Wang has been evading taxes. You could report him directly. There are so many tax evaders in the entertainment industry. If I were to report them all, it would be endless. However, he should naturally face some consequences. President Wang, infuriated, seized a folder from the table and hurled it at Shen Sangyu. You're courting death. Shen Sangyu sidestepped, and the folder slammed against the wall with a resounding crash. At this moment, the viewer count in the live stream had surpassed 100,000. President Wang, do you remember how you treated me back then? Since I have endured humiliation to this day, I naturally possess certain leverage. Let us see if you can bear the burden. You think you can outsmart me? I merely came to discuss the contract termination. Your anger is unwarranted. Shen Sangyu shook her phone. I certainly didn't anticipate witnessing such a riveting scene. President Wang, gazing at Shen Sangyu's camera, managed to regain his composure, straightening his tie. Though his expression remained grim. Shen Sangyu, do you believe that a live stream can intimidate me? The contract termination is acceptable, but the penalty for breach is 50 million. Not a cent less. Shen Sangyu chuckled lightly. That's impossible. President Wang was indeed losing his mind over money to utter such words. He smirked, suddenly adopting a facade of false affability. Of course, there is another option. He opened a drawer and retrieved a contract. This variety show, once you complete the final episode, we part ways amicably. Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow. What scheme is this man concocting? The system replied promptly, host. The company has recently signed a contract with a celebrity who bears a slight resemblance to you. He intends to leverage your popularity to elevate her, using the show to gain fame at your expense. Shen Sangyu nearly burst into laughter. Is this some sort of substitute literature aimed at me? The comments section lit up with viewers recalling the celebrity she mentioned. I think I remember her. Isn't she just an internet celebrity? I heard she truly plans to enter the entertainment industry, but I didn't expect her to want to ride on Shen Sangyu's coattails. TSK. Those who debut by riding on others' fame often meet a dismal fate. Shen Sangyu could not agree to this immediately. She feigned contemplation. What is so special about this variety show? President Wang, sensing her wavering, was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things were progressing. And he eagerly replied, it's simple, it's a countryside variety show. I merely want you to mentor some newcomers. If you agree, the breach penalty will be waived. And your appearance fee will still be provided. President Wang understood that with Shen Sangyu's recent association with Xie Jinyan, should she truly wish to sever ties, the company's prospects could indeed become quite bleak. Having Shen Sangyu mentor newcomers was also a favorable option. The viewers in the live stream clearly recognized his ulterior motives. Wow, this old fox changes his tune faster than turning a page. Sister Shen, please do not acquiesce. I believe Sister Shen seems quite self-assured. She should be fine. Shen Sangyu inwardly scoffed. This President Wang truly has grandiose fantasies. He merely wants me to participate in the variety show, and so be it. She nodded. All right, but I have one condition. President Wang quickly inquired. What condition? Shen Sangyu smirked. Regarding Xiao Lujing, you are not to involve me any further. She was live streaming. If President Wang acquiesced at this moment, it would imply that the past incidents involving Xiao Lujing and her were orchestrated by their company. He would naturally not concede. Miss Shen, I fear I cannot comply with that request. Matters of public opinion are beyond my control. However, since you mentioned it, I will certainly remind them. Then it must be regarded as settled. Shen Sangyu shrugged, preparing to turn away with her phone, speaking as she walked. Look, he refuses to admit it again.
Wait.
Chapter 36. Is President Xie playing the victim? Ultimately, President Wang had no choice but to comply. Shen Sangyu ended the live stream, and upon exiting the company, she found that there were no longer any fans of Xiao Lujing outside. Even he seemed to have vanished. Shen Miaoqing also messaged her, stating that she wouldn't be able to cook that evening due to company matters, prompting Shen Sangyu to consider strolling about in search of food. Gu Qiqi's call soon came through. Xiuyu, I've made a reservation at Yunwu to celebrate your successful contract termination. Don't you adore their afternoon tea? Hurry over. Gu Qiqi's voice radiated with enthusiasm from the other end of the line. Shen Sangyu, naturally not one to decline, hailed a taxi straight to the restaurant. However, upon her arrival, she found Gu Qiqi standing at the entrance with a displeased expression. Before her stood a man who seemed to be apologizing profusely, presumably the manager. What happened? Shen Sangyu approached. Gu Qiqi pouted. Someone stole our reservation. When we informed her that there was a booking, she completely ignored us, claiming to be a star. Following her gaze, Shen Sangyu saw Meng Shuiyan occupying the prime window seat, adorned in designer attire, impeccably made up, and taking photographs. The assistant appeared to have noticed the commotion and nudged Meng Shuiyan. Sister Shuiyan, Shen Sangyu and her friends have arrived. Oh, isn't this mission? Meng Shuiyan looked up, feigning surprise. What a coincidence. Shen Sangyu let out a cold laugh. What a coincidence indeed. I seem to run into her wherever I dine. The system interjected. Host, your encounter with her is not a mere coincidence. This restaurant is owned by Meng Longchuan, and when Gu Qiqi made the reservation today, Meng Shuiyan was notified. She came here intentionally. Gu Qiqi, witnessing Meng Shuiyan's nonchalant demeanor, was about to lose her temper when Shen Sangyu placed a hand on her wrist. Since Miss Meng favors the spot, We shall concede it to her. Meng Shuiyan stepped forward, pulling out a thick stack of cash from her bag. Don't rush off. Here is some money. Consider it compensation. Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Shen Sangyu, the only reason you can afford to eat here is that you're being kept. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't set foot here in your lifetime, Meng Shuiyan taunted. Gu Qiqi burst into laughter. You think this little amount can buy me off, Miss Meng? You really underestimate me. Meng Shuiyan, well aware of the Gu family's influence, retorted. Miss Gu, this matter does not concern you. Xiaoyu is my friend. How could it not concern me? Gu Qiqi produced a bank card and handed it to Shen Sangyu. Miss Meng, take a good look. Next time you want to bribe someone, remember to use a bank card, or it just looks pathetic. Shen Sangyu chuckled, accepting the card. Then I must thank Miss Gu. From now on, you shall be my benefactor, moi. Meng Shuiyan's face turned ashen. You. What about me? Shen Sangyu grasped Gu Qiqi's hand and turned away. Qiqi. Let us go. The scene had already been captured by those surrounding them. Gu Qiqi had taken Shen Sangyu to wander around the mall for a while. And without even having dinner, she insisted on bringing her to a nightclub. Darling, tonight I have a special surprise prepared just for you. Gu Qiqi said with a mysterious air, leaning closer. Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow. What are you up to this time? Gu Qiqi led her to the entrance. And upon opening the door, Shen Sangyu blinked in astonishment at the sight before her. Inside the opulent private room, 2 rows of male models, each standing at an impressive height of 180 centimeters, were impeccably arranged. The left row was clad in black suits, while the right wore white shirts, each boasting broad shoulders and slender waists, their stunning looks striking. Good evening, Mississippi. A chorus of synchronized greetings echoed. What do you think? I handpicked these top-tier selections for you. Feel free to choose. Shen Sangyu couldn't help but laugh. In the past, Gu Qiqi had promised to take her out for fun, but she had hesitated, thinking that as a celebrity, engaging in such activities was ultimately inappropriate. However, now that she had decided to step back from the limelight, indulging in some leisure was certainly permissible. She strolled over and a male model stepped forward, engaging her. Miss, I can dance. Would you like to see? Miss, I can give a massage. Would you care to try? Miss, I enjoy riding motorcycles. Shall I take you for a spin? This one seems nice. Shen Sangyu began to point out her favorites. This one is great too. I like them all, but I can't decide. Gu Qiqi waved her hand grandly. If you like them, keep them all. The others can step down. Before they could retreat, the door suddenly swung open. Xie Jinian stood at the threshold, his expression dark and foreboding. The male models fell silent in an instant, the atmosphere in the room freezing. I suppose my timing is rather poor? He said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the group of male models before finally settling on Shen Sangyu. Gu Qiqi was startled, retreating slightly, and whispered cautiously to Shen Sangyu, this is bad. Why is he here? Yet, Shen Sangyu remained composed, deliberately pointing at one of the male models. I think he is the most handsome. Xie Jinian strode forward and grasped her wrist firmly. Shen Sangyu, are you trying to drive me mad? What is Mr. Xie doing? Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow. I'm merely out enjoying myself with friends. Is there a problem? Xie Jinian glanced at the male models, sneering. Instead of choosing from them, why not consider me, Xiuyu? After all, I know you better than they do, don't I? He leaned closer, lowering his voice. I understand you more intimately than they ever could. Shen Sangyu attempted to pull back, but found his grip unyielding. Her ears flushed slightly, yet she maintained her facade of calmness. Is Mr. Xie offering himself as a candidate? And if I am? Xie Jinian met her gaze directly. Do you dare to choose? Shen Sangyu's eyes turned icy. She forcefully shook off Xie Jinian's hand, stepping back to create distance. I do not want you. Furthermore, on what grounds does Mr. Xie question me? She smiled slightly, her tone laced with sarcasm. When you vanished abroad, I was living my life just fine. How is it that you feel entitled to dictate my actions now? She raised her chin defiantly, locking eyes with him. Xie Jinian, what are you to me? Her voice was soft yet precisely struck at the chasm that had divided them for 5 years. 5 years ago, you chose to leave, and all that remains between us is the label of strangers. The room fell into a profound silence. Even Gu Qiqi, holding her breath. Xie Jinian swallowed hard, a tumult of emotions swirling in his eyes. He turned to Gu Qiqi. Take them away. Gu Qiqi nodded and complied. The private room was left with just the two of them, the air thick with tension. Xie Jinian took a deep breath and finally spoke. For the past 5 years, I have thought of you every single day. He suddenly unfastened the top button of his shirt, revealing a stark scar beneath his collarbone. I encountered chaos abroad and nearly lost my life, But Sangyu, I want to return to see you. Shen Sangyu let out a cold laugh. So, is this a sob story? It is not a sob story. Xie Jinian retied his button. I merely wish to convey that I did not intend to cut off contact. When I settled abroad, all my messages to you went unanswered, and my calls revealed I had been blocked. Shen Sangyu diverted her gaze. What significance does this hold? It is all in the past. It holds significance. Xie Jinian stepped closer. Sangyu, this time let me pursue you. Shall we? I refuse. Shen Sangyu declared emphatically. Xie Jinian. Some wounds cannot be healed by mere words of apology. She turned to leave, pausing momentarily at the doorknob. I wish you luck in finding someone better. The door swung open and closed again, leaving Xie Jinian standing alone in the empty room. He gazed at the untouched bottle of wine on the table, a bitter smile forming as he muttered to himself, but aside from you, I desire no one. In the corridor, Shen Sangyu walked briskly, her eyes unwittingly reddening. Gu Chiki hurried over. Sangyu, are you alright?
IM fine.
Shen Sangyu wiped her face. Let us go have a drink.
Alright.
We shall not return until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, rousing Shen Sangyu from her slumber with the persistent vibration of her phone. Groggily, she fumbled for it, and upon seeing Shen Miaoqing's name on the screen, she jolted awake. Oh no, oh no. She abruptly sat up, realizing she was in Gu Chiki's guest room. Perhaps due to the previous night's drinking, her head throbbed painfully, and memories flooded back. She recalled staying at the bar with Gu Chiki until the early hours, with Gu Chiki ultimately dragging her back. Gu Chiki entered with honey water, and upon seeing her awake, spoke in a tone of exaggerated weariness. Finally awake? You nearly exhausted me last night. Shen Sangyu rubbed her temples. My mom has called multiple times. Don't worry, I sent a message to your mom from your phone yesterday, assuring her you were staying at our place. She's likely calling to check on your safety. Gu Chiki handed her the honey water. As Gu Chiki hurried to freshen up, Shen Sangyu noticed her clothes had already been washed and dried. After changing, a sudden thought struck her. I didn't say anything embarrassing last night, did I? Gu Chiki's gaze flickered. Well, you did mention some drunken ramblings about a certain someone. Shen Sangyu sighed, knowing without asking what she had likely said. She hurriedly headed out. I'll leave first, and I'll thank you later. Returning home, Shen Sangyu opened the door to find Shen Miaoqing sitting on the living room sofa, her expression immediately turning disapproving upon seeing her. Look at you, what a sight. Shen Miaoqing scrutinized her. Quickly tidy yourself up. We have someone to meet. Shen Sangyu rubbed her temples. Mom, I just got back. I don't want to go. No. Shen Miaoqing declared firmly. They've made arrangements long ago. You must go. Observing her daughter's disheveled appearance, she sighed. Just a meal, and you can return, all right?
Fine.
Shen Sangyu had no choice but to acquiesce. Following her mother into the dining room, Shen Sangyu immediately spotted Song Qingyan and his mother seated there. Song Qingyan was dressed in a well-fitted suit, while his mother wore an elegant qipao, exuding grace. Shen Sangyu instantly understood her mother's intentions. She was trying to set her up on a blind date. Shen Miaoqing gently nudged her from behind, whispering, since you wish to withdraw from the entertainment industry, you should seriously consider matters of lifelong commitment. The Song family has long-standing ties with us, and he is a university classmate.
Mom.
Shen Sangyu whispered. You and Dad have been divorced for years. Now you're pressuring me to marry? Is that amusing? Shen Miaoqing glared at her disapprovingly. My marriage to your father was out of necessity. Now you have the freedom to choose. Seeing that they were still lingering, Song's mother approached them with a smile. What are you two standing around for? Come over here. She took Shen Sangyu by the hand, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Sangyu, it's been a while. You're looking more beautiful than ever. In front of others, Shen Sangyu could hardly voice her thoughts, so she merely smiled faintly. Hello, Auntie. Miss Shen. It's been a long time. Song Qingyan noticed her and graciously pulled out a chair for her. Song's mother warmly greeted. Xiaoyu is becoming increasingly beautiful. Truly a wonderful child. Thank you, Auntie, she replied. After a short while, Song's mother took the initiative to call Shen Miaoqing and left, as the name implies, to grant the two young individuals some privacy. Once they departed, Shen Sangyu helplessly smiled at Song Qingyan. I apologize, I was tricked by my mother. Completely unaware that today was a matchmaking event. Song Qingyan gently shook his head. It's quite all right. I, too, was summoned by my mother at the last minute. Since neither of us has such intentions, let us regard this as a chance for old friends to reacquaint, and we shall remain friends. Shen Sangyu nodded. All right. Their meal unfolded in a relaxed atmosphere, With both parties indicating no romantic intentions, no probing questions arose, and they merely exchanged amusing anecdotes from their university days. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the air. "Oh, isn't this Miss Shen?" Shen Sangyu turned to see Gu Sun. Gu Sun, the brother of Gu Qiqi, had a notoriously antagonistic relationship with her sister, and naturally, he had little to say to Shen Sangyu. He had caught sight of them through the door and unceremoniously pushed it open, a playful smile gracing his face. Dressed in a casual t-shirt, his hair casually styled, he exuded a sense of languor, his gaze flitting between Shen Sangyu and Song Qingyan. "Is this Song Xiao?" Gu Sun raised an eyebrow. "What a coincidence." Shen Sangyu forced a smile. "We're merely having a meal." I understand, Gu Sun said, pulling up a chair beside them. "But if someone were to find out you're dining with Song Gongzi, I fear they might become exceedingly jealous." Shen Sangyu was well aware of whom he referred to. Song Qingyan, also cognizant, replied warmly, "Gu Xiao is joking. Miss Shen and I are simply catching up." "That's the best scenario," Gu Sun said, swirling his glass. He suddenly lowered his voice. "To be honest, he hasn't been well these past few days. Last night, for reasons unknown, he got drunk at the office. And when I went to check on him, he threw me out. Quite pitiful, really." Shen Sangyu paused slightly. "What does that have to do with me?" "Of course, it does." Gu Sun leaned in closer. "He returned to the country for you. Those 5 years abroad were not kind to him." "Gu Sun," Shen Sangyu interjected. "You may know how he fared during those 5 years, but I do not. Since we haven't been in contact all this time, let the past remain in the past." Gu Sun shrugged and stood up. "Very well, I shan't disturb you any longer." After he left, Song Qingyan softly inquired, "Are you alright?" Shen Sangyu shook her head. "I'm fine." However, during the latter half of the meal, she was evidently distracted. Chapter 38. Participating in a travel variety show. Gu Sun's words pricked at her heart like a thorn. Despite her resolve to disregard him, the news of his distress still ignited concern within her. Once lunch concluded, Song Qingyan kindly asked, "Do you need me to escort you home?" "No, thank you." Shen Sangyu forced a smile. "I wish to take a solitary walk." After parting ways with Song Qingyan, Shen Sangyu headed straight home. Shen Miaoqing had already gone to the office. Lying on her bed, she opened Weibo only to be confronted with trending topics about herself. Shen Sangyu, the leading lady of Star Moon Road. The comment section was filled with vitriol directed at her. Why does Shen Sangyu deserve to star in Star Moon Road? Is someone who relies on a sugar daddy even qualified? I heard this role was originally meant for Li Qing, only to be usurped by Shen Sangyu. How can such a subpar artist even land a role? The entertainment industry is truly beyond saving. I suggest a total ban on Shen Sangyu. The capital is simply too despicable. Shen Sangyu let out a cold laugh. Knowing that President Wang would dare not meddle further, this trending topic was evidently orchestrated by Li Qing. With a scoff, she decisively clarified on her main account. I have never been involved with Star Moon Road, nor is there any truth to the claim of me stealing a role. If further rumors persist, I shall pursue legal action. However, her clarification was soon met with an onslaught of further attacks. What are you pretending for? Isn't it true you stole the role? How amusing. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Everyone in the entertainment industry has heard of those who reported crimes. Could it be that the price wasn't negotiated properly? Now you're claiming you didn't steal the role. I suggest investigating the benefactor behind her. How could she be so favored? Watching the escalating insults in the comment section, Shen Sangyu's gaze turned icy, and she directly replied to the initial accuser, "Expect a lawyer's letter." After sending that, she promptly contacted Shangqing Law Firm, which had a partnership with her company, naturally having their contact information. Meanwhile, the marketing account she had addressed continued to stir the online discourse. Shen Sangyu, I await your lawyer's letter. How laughable that you refuse to acknowledge your own actions. Why has Shen Sangyu fallen silent? Did she go to find her benefactor? I knew it, a quick nap would suffice. Within half an hour, Shangqing Law Firm's official Weibo posted a legal statement. On behalf of Ms. Shen Sangyu, our firm has gathered evidence regarding the online defamation and slander and will pursue legal accountability. The moment this statement was released, the comments section erupted. What? It's Shangqing Law Firm? That's the best law firm in the capital. Never lost a case. How did Shen Sangyu manage to hire them? Apparently, they don't consider money when closing cases, only the truth. To engage Shangqing Law Firm, Shen Sangyu must have an impressive background. Even her benefactor might not be able to afford them. Public opinion swiftly reversed. So, Shen Sangyu may not truly be wronged? Where are those who are hurling insults? I said. How could Shen Sangyu dislike Xiao Lujing so much on the variety show and still wish to act with him? Meanwhile, in Li Qing's dressing room, a cacophony of crashing sounds erupted as she swept numerous bottles and jars off the makeup table. Shangqing Law Firm? Li Qing's face turned ashen. How could that despicable Shen Sangyu possibly afford to hire the likes of Shangqing Law Firm? Wei Jie anxiously paced at the doorway, occasionally peeking outside. Xiao Qing, keep your voice down. What if someone hears? President Wang had explicitly ordered that no further black trends regarding Shen Sangyu be purchased, yet unexpectedly, Li Qing was still pursuing it. If this matter were to be uncovered, it wouldn't affect her, but the one in trouble would be herself. What does it matter if anyone hears? Li Qing violently hurled her phone onto the sofa. I paid for the trending topic, and now it's all for her benefit. Wei Jie hastily approached, lowering her voice. Now is not the time for a tantrum. Shangqing Law Firm is not to be trifled with. If they trace it back to us. Shut up. Li Qing interrupted sharply. How could they trace it back to us? Those marketing accounts have been passed around several times. She grabbed a cup of water from the table and took a swig, but her shaking hands spilled most of it, revealing her inner turmoil. Wei Jie timidly offered her a tissue, but the tactics of Shangqing Law Firm. Enough. Li Qing swatted her hand away. Contact those marketing accounts and make them insist it was a netizen submission. Money is no object. Understood. Wei Jie hurriedly went to execute the task. Li Qing gazed out the window, her distorted reflection in the glass revealing her twisted expression. Shen Sangyu, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, it won't be so simple. In the days that followed, Shen Sangyu indulged in a carefree lifestyle at home, with Xie Jinyan not reaching out to her, living quite comfortably. Before long, the time arrived for the variety show to commence filming. This season's show involved 7 individuals traveling abroad, with a startup budget of merely 10,000 yuan, and they were to stay for 2 weeks. Shen Sangyu packed lightly, taking only a small suitcase. Upon arrival, it appeared that the others had yet to arrive, and the camera was already pointed at Shen Sangyu. The director beamed at her. Miss Shen, please open your suitcase for inspection to ensure there are no prohibited items. With a sense of resignation, Shen Sangyu reluctantly opened her suitcase, internally lamenting. This is absurd. It's not like we're elementary school kids on a spring outing. And yet we still have to endure a luggage inspection. Apart from her clothing, she had packed an abundance of snacks, reasoning that since she could not bring money, food would surely suffice. To her dismay, the director promptly seized a bag of snacks, declaring, this will be confiscated. You cannot bring it. Shen Sangyu maintained a polite smile on the surface while rolling her eyes inwardly. Are they really taking a single bag of cookies? Do they expect us to survive on mere air? Well, at least I still have cash. They surely won't find it. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. I can't breathe. Surviving on air. The director is being too harsh. 10,000 yuan for 7 people over 2 weeks? I would run out of that in no time. I already feel for the guests. But didn't T-Sister Shen say she brought cash? Surely, they can't expect them to survive on just 10,000 yuan for that long. In the next moment, the director discovered the cash. Miss Shen? This item cannot be brought either. Shen Sangyu forced a smile. All right. When she accepted this variety show, she hadn't researched the background and was taken aback to learn that the director was a woman, allowing her many personal items to be inspected with her consent. With her back to the camera, her belongings were scrutinized. When the director picked up her sunscreen, Shen Sangyu could no longer hold her tongue. Surely this must be left for me, right? You can't expect a female star to return looking like a charcoal briquette. If this expensive sunscreen gets confiscated, I would truly cry. The director set it down. Sunscreen is allowed. I was just checking. Shen Sangyu's eyes widened. What had the director previously experienced that even sunscreen warranted inspection? Fortunately, I cleverly hid my bank card in my shoes. The director suddenly turned. By the way, just a reminder, we will conduct security scans at the airport. Some items will be checked by the airport staff as well. Shen Sangyu. Fine, let it be. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated in her mind. Host, a newcomer has arrived. Chapter 39. Taking care of your uncle. Shen Sangyu turned to see commotion in the crowd as a young man approached with a suitcase, followed by a throng of screaming fans. Hello, Senior Shen. Yuan Yi flashed his signature smile, causing Shen Sangyu to momentarily envision several idols. He extended his hand. I'm Yuan Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Shen Sangyu politely nodded but did not extend her hand. System. Is this the newcomer you mentioned? The system replied. Yes, that's him. He gained fame after acting with his teammate Mai Fu, but He just got married last month because his girlfriend is pregnant, and he wanted her to terminate the pregnancy. She threatened him, forcing him to marry. Shen Sangyu's lips twitched. TSK. He capitulated just like that. Perhaps he still has feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he agree so readily, especially with a child involved? But nowadays, idols seem to lack any moral integrity. As her thoughts echoed, the comments exploded. Wow. What a shocking scandal. Yuan Yi is having a child? I don't believe it. But there were indeed rumors about his marriage recently. I just didn't expect him to have a child so soon. What nonsense is Shen Sangyu spouting? She's spreading rumors. When others spread rumors about you, you seek a lawyer, but now you're just making baseless accusations? Yuan Yi, noticing Shen Sangyu's indifference, awkwardly withdrew his hand and turned to the camera. Playfully pouting, "Hello, dear fans, I'm your cute Yuan Yi, moi." Shen Sangyu rolled her eyes internally, her lips twitching. What a facade of innocence. If this isn't his first child, the kid might as well be a condiment at this point. Haha, Sister Shen is truly amusing. Yuan Yi is so disgusting. Who even likes him? So does Sister Shen imply that Yuan Yi has had children before? I've long given up hope for these male stars. I saw this coming. Meanwhile, the director's team was inspecting Yuan Yi's suitcase. Yuan Yi leaned closer to Shen Sangyu. "Senior, this is my first time participating in such a variety show. I hope you'll take good care of me." Shen Sangyu stepped back, forcing a smile. "Take care of your uncle. Stay away from me, scumbag." Pfft. As more people arrived, none of whom she recognized, Shen Sangyu refrained from initiating conversations. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, a girl in a light blue dress approached, her eyes lighting up upon spotting Shen Sangyu. She hurried over. "You must be Miss Shen. You're so beautiful. I'm so thrilled to be participating in the show with you." Shen Sangyu assessed the girl, who bore a striking resemblance to her, and before she could speak, the system chimed in. "Host Lin Nan is actually being pressured by her company. She admires you greatly, and even used your photos as her phone wallpaper." Shen Sangyu initially felt displeased that someone was entering the industry under her name, but seeing that it wasn't Lin Nan's intention, she felt more at ease. Her demeanor softened as she smiled and extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Shen Sangyu." Lin Nan, taken aback, shook her hand. I know. I've watched all your works. This girl is rather endearing," Shen Sangyu thought, "far more pleasant than certain disingenuous male scumbags." Indeed, beauties often share a resemblance. Didn't Shen Sangyu once express her disdain for imitators? It was evident she was referring to Lin Nan, yet her attitude has changed too quickly. It seems she's now eager to ride the coattails of Lin Nan's recent success. Isn't it obvious? Lin Nan was the one who initially sought to capitalize on Sister Shen's popularity, and she was the one who made the first move. How did it suddenly become Sister Shen trying to ride Lin Nan's coattails? How shameless. Exactly, she ignored Yuan Yi earlier. And now she is said to be trying to gain traction off Lin Nan's success. How utterly shameless. This Shen Sangyu is such a pretentious person. She even disregarded Yuan Yi. Isn't this just showing off? What is so great about acting in a few dramas? The online discourse erupted into a cacophony. However, Shen Sangyu maintained a facade of amiability. Yuan Yi took the initiative to greet Lin Nan. "You must be Lin Nan. I'm Yuan Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lin Nan politely nodded but instinctively moved closer to Shen Sangyu. "Sister Shen, let me help you with your luggage." "I don't have much." She effortlessly took Shen Sangyu's suitcase, and the two of them chatted cheerfully as they headed towards the boarding gate, leaving Yuan Yi behind. Among the others participating in the variety show was Chu Baiman. Upon seeing Shen Sangyu, she enthusiastically greeted her. "Miss Shen, I've heard you were coming. I can't believe it's true."
Chu Baiman the mat?
"This time, in Sakura country, we only have 10,000 yuan for 7 people over 2 weeks. What are we going to do?" They, as celebrities, typically earned substantial sums, and 10,000 yuan seemed merely enough for a single bag. Shen Sangyu patted her shoulder. "Don't worry. These matters are for the tour guide to figure out. We just need to enjoy ourselves and not create trouble for the guide." Upon hearing Shen Sangyu's words, Chu Baiman's expression turned sour. "But I am the tour guide. I have to arrange everyone's meals and accommodations." Ha 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 ha, clearly. Sister Shen hasn't read the manual from the director. She didn't even know that Chu Baiman is the tour guide.
Chu Baiman, I am suffering internally.
The production team is truly ruthless. 10,000 yuan for 7 people over 2 weeks? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to survive. Lin Nan blinked reassuringly at her. "Don't worry, by Manjia." The director mentioned that accommodation and transportation have already been arranged. This 10,000 yuan is merely for living expenses. Although, in her heart, Shen Sangyu couldn't help but scoff, an average of just 714 yuan a day? In the land of cherry blossoms, a bowl of ramen costs 60. Are we expected to survive on convenience store meals every day? The barrage of comments immediately followed suit. Sister Shen calculates so quickly. What a lunatic upstairs, trying to portray the main character as clever. Anyone could figure out that simple math.
Wow.
You're amazing to calculate that so swiftly. Isn't Shen Sangyu just jealous of Meng Xuyan? Now she wants to establish her own persona without even considering if she qualifies. Oh, it's fine by Manjia. I can live on instant noodles, Lin Nan consoled her. Suddenly, the eldest among the seven approached them. With concern, she asked, By Man, you all seem so engrossed in conversation. What are you discussing? Chu Bai Man, with a furrowed brow, reiterated the funding issue, Sister Guan. For 7 people over 2 weeks, 10,000 yuan is simply insufficient. Guan Yuji smiled and reassured, Don't worry. I have a few old friends in the land of cherry blossoms. Although the production team doesn't allow external assistance, it's perfectly reasonable to run into some friends who can treat us to a meal, right? At the age of 50, Guan Yuji had spent many years in the entertainment industry, so having some connections was only natural. Chu Bai Man's eyes lit up, Sister Guan. You're incredible. Once on the plane, Shen Sangyu promptly closed her eyes to sleep. Upon landing, the group headed directly to the hotel to rest. Shen Sangyu had packed lightly, making her way up in one trip. The 7 of them occupied 3 rooms, and naturally, the 4 girls would share 2. When it came time to assign rooms, Lin Nan immediately declared her desire to share with Shen Sangyu, who gladly agreed. As Shen Sangyu tidied up and awaited their call for dinner, she lay on the bed scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, she spotted a trending topic, Li Qing starring as the female lead in Starry Moon Road. This topic had surged to the forefront, and upon clicking it, the first post was an official announcement from Li Qing's studio. We are pleased to announce that Li Qing will portray the female lead in Starry Moon Road. Thank you to the production team for their trust. Little Qing will strive to portray this character well. The comment section for Li Qing was relatively tame, but the real-time feed was unbearable. I see that our little Qing is indeed suitable for this role. Did Shen Sangyu's fans just get slapped in the face? Wasn't it said your idol didn't steal the role? It must have escalated for her to reclaim it. Can Shen Sangyu just leave the entertainment industry already? It's truly disgusting. This Shen Sangyu bounces around everywhere. Didn't she say she was retiring? I guess she is out of money and back to cashing in. Who doesn't know variety shows pay quickly? The system chimed in Shen Sangyu's mind. Host, Li Qing originally intended to announce after the storm blew over. But the public opinion couldn't be contained, and the investors pressured her to make a statement quickly. Shen Sangyu let out a cold laugh. She certainly knows how to choose her timing. As she contemplated whether to post on Weibo, she noticed Lin Nan's stealing glances at her. Shen Sangyu returned her gaze, only to find Lin Nan's eyes filled with concern. She leaned closer. Sister Shen, are you alright? Those comments are just too vicious.
Em fine.
Shen Sangyu shrugged nonchalantly. I've grown accustomed to being criticized. I have a clear conscience about what I've done. I'm not guilty for actions I didn't take. No sooner had she finished speaking than her phone rang. It was Shen Miaoqing calling. Little you. I saw the trending topic. Do you need Mom to handle it? Shen Miaoqing's voice carried a hint of concern. Shen Sangyu felt warmth in her heart, but maintained a light tone. No need, Mom. I've told you I can handle this, just rest assured. There was a brief silence on the other end before Shen Miaoqing sighed softly. Take care of yourself.
Call me anytime if you need anything. Got it.
Shen Sangyu responded playfully, Don't worry. I'll bring you back some specialties when I return. After hanging up, Lin Nan expressed her envy. Sister Shen, your mom is truly wonderful. Unlike hers. Indeed. Shen Sangyu smiled slightly. Although her mother often worried, she was undoubtedly the best mom. What she didn't expect was that within a mere 10 minutes, the torrent of insults that had once flooded her vanished without a trace. The trending topic of Li Qing as the female lead in Starry Moon Road remained, yet clicking on it revealed only rational discussions and fan comments. All negative trending searches related to her had suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Shen Sangyu felt puzzled, since she had told Shen Miaoqing not to interfere. She certainly wouldn't act on her own accord. So who could it be? A figure flashed through Shen Sangyu's mind, but she quickly shook her head. Why think of him? Since the negative comments concerning her online had vanished, that was more than satisfactory. It mattered little who had assisted her. Just then, she received a message from an unknown number. Focus on recording the show. Don't let these matters distract you. There was no signature, Yet, Shen Sangyu deduced who it was. She simply replied with an affirmation. The system interjected, "Host, it was the PR resources from the Xie Corporation. Xie Jinian is currently undergoing treatment. Upon seeing your message, he ordered 3 PR firms and 5 online reputation companies to assist you." Shen Sangyu was taken aback. He asked, "Sick?" The system hadn't anticipated that Shen Sangyu's attention would be drawn to this detail, but responded truthfully, "Host. He's been working tirelessly these past few days and collapsed from exhaustion." "Oh, no need to inform me next time." The system replied, "Didn't you ask first?" This troublesome host. As night fell, the streets of the land of cherry blossoms sparkled with neon lights. The 7 ventured into a local specialty shabu-shabu restaurant, the aroma wafting from the simmering broth making everyone's mouths water. "On our first day, let us treat ourselves to a nice meal to celebrate," Chu Bai Man suggested, ordering several highly recommended dishes online. Lin Nan clapped her hands in delight. "Wonderful. I've wanted to eat at this shabu-shabu place for ages, but I've been too busy with work to make it. I didn't expect Bai Man Jie to have chosen this place too." Just as everyone happily placed their orders, Yuan Yi frowned and interjected, "This meal is going to cost us 2 days' budget. How will we manage going forward?" Hearing this, Shen Sangyu looked up at him. "If you don't want to eat, then take your share of the money and leave. Don't eat." The air instantly thickened. It was likely that no one expected Shen Sangyu to speak so boldly. Awesome. Finally, she confronted the jerk. The barrage lit up with excitement at Shen Sangyu's words. Sister Shen is so daring. Yuan Yi looks ready to explode. What's wrong with Yuan Yi? Why can't we celebrate on the first day? Shen Sangyu is so rude. Yuan Yi was just asking a question. What's with her attitude? No wonder she can't make it in the entertainment industry. With such emotional intelligence, she should just go home. Stop criticizing Shen Sangyu. Don't you know her lawyer is suing people all over the internet? My friend got sued. I wouldn't dare speak ill of her. Exactly, the negative comments about her online get deleted within 2 minutes. Who dares say anything? Guan Yuji stepped in to mediate. Little Yuan, just enjoy this meal. My friends have invited us out tomorrow, and it won tea come from team funds. Yuan Yi's face turned a mix of colors. But as the senior spoke, he had no choice but to explain, Sister Guan, that's not what I meant. Then shut up and eat. Shen Sangyu handed the ordered dishes to the waiter, articulating their requests fluently in the cherry blossom language. The waiter noted the order and complimented in the same tongue. You speak so well. Thank you. Shen Sangyu replied politely, only to find everyone gazing at her in astonishment. Chu Bai Man praised Lil Yu. You can speak cherry blossom language too? I've learned a little. Shen Sangyu spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. At that moment, Yuan, with a hint of sarcasm, interjected, Oh, putting on a show again, are we? I reckon you just learned a few phrases on a whim to show off. Before Shen Sangyu could respond, Guan Yuji, with a smile, stepped in to clarify, Oh, little Yuan, you couldn't be more mistaken. Xuyu's accent is remarkably authentic. Having graduated from university and spent an additional 2 years studying abroad, it was nearly impossible for her to possess anything but a genuine accent in such a linguistic environment. Chapter 41. The double standard is truly disgusting. After their meal, the group decided to take a stroll, only to discover a street performer. Yuan, seizing the moment, exclaimed, Why don't we sing for some cash? Without waiting for a response, he confidently approached the street musician, engaged in a brief discussion using a translation app, then took the microphone and began to perform. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, the crowd was taken aback. His singing was off-key and devoid of rhythm, resembling nothing short of an auditory catastrophe. The director, witnessing the disaster from backstage, hastily instructed the sound engineer to rectify the audio on site, managing to salvage it to a slight degree. My goodness, Shen Sangyu thought to herself, how can he have the audacity to perform with such skills? He is truly overconfident. The system remarked, Host, Yuan's performances are all lip-synced, and his recorded songs are meticulously edited. Once he sings live, his true nature is revealed. Shen Sangyu continued her critique. Isn't that the norm in the entertainment industry today? Sound engineers work harder than the singers. Yet, Yuan genuinely believes his singing is akin to a CD's quality. He appears so self-assured. Wait, is Yuan really lip-syncing? Even concerts require lip-syncing. It's astonishing how effortlessly these stars rake in money. The sound engineer deserves all the credit. He managed to fix the off-key notes. But judging by the expressions of the onlookers, he is truly remarkable. The sound engineer is the one who should be compensated. At that moment, the passers-by, unable to bear the performance any longer, began to disperse. After the song concluded, an awkward silence enveloped the area. The street musician cleared his throat, took back the microphone, and kindly advised, "Sir, you might want to start by learning some basic pitch." This was directed at Yuan's translator, who awkwardly chuckled, his face flushed, and he explained, "I'm just a bit under the weather today. The individuals from these smaller countries genuinely cannot appreciate music. Despite the fans claiming he sings beautifully, they seem utterly oblivious." Guan Yuji, eager to ease the tension, volunteered, "Let me give it a try." She took the microphone and the guitar beside her, casually tuned it, and began to play. A classic song from the land of cherry blossoms filled the air, and gradually, a crowd gathered around. Truly the mark of a seasoned artist. This is genuine talent. Shen Sangyu silently admired. Host, Guan Yuji sings authentically. Seasoned artists in the entertainment industry far surpass newcomers, as they do not resort to lip-syncing. As the final note faded, thunderous applause erupted. Passers-by began to drop money into the guitar case, quickly accumulating enough for their meals the following day. Yuan stood nearby, his expression darkening further. On their way back, Chu Baimin cheerfully counted the money. "Sister Guan is truly impressive. Now we don't have to worry about food tomorrow." Guan Yuji smiled at her, saying, "This is just to spare our tour guide some planning. The essence of this outing should be enjoyment, not money." Upon hearing this, Yuan's expression soured even more. What did Guan Yuji mean by that? Was she not subtly pointing at him? Yet, faced with the cameras, Guan Yuji was a senior, and he dared not utter a word. The following morning, Shen Sangyu was roused early. "Just let me sleep a little longer," she mumbled, struggling to keep her eyes open. "Sister Shen, if you sleep any longer, you'll miss breakfast," Lin Nan whispered in her ear. All right, I'm getting up," she groggily replied, sitting up and dressing while still half asleep. "Xiuyu's here. Why do you look like you haven't woken up?" Guan Yuji gestured to the seat beside her. "Sister Guan, I stayed up too late last night," she yawned, sitting down and diving into her food. Yuan, who accompanied her, noticed that no one was paying attention to him and immediately grew displeased, sarcastically remarking, "Miss Shen, what were you up to last night? You look half asleep. Don't forget, we're filming a variety show, not a dating show." Shen Sangyu shot him a disdainful glance. "Aren't you the one who just arrived? We're both in the same boat. Why is he so keen on claiming the moral high ground?"
Ugh.
Shen Sangyu mentally scolded. This scumbag is truly insufferable. It's revolting to travel with such a person. The comments echoed her sentiments. Yuan is truly something. He has late himself, yet dares to criticize others. Exactly. The double standard is appalling. Late and yet pointing fingers. This scumbag is beyond redemption. Yuan, at a loss for words, sat down with a grim expression. Chu Baimin quickly attempted to lighten the mood. "Well, the important thing is we've all arrived. Today we're visiting a temple, and Sister Guan mentioned a fantastic sushi place nearby." Lin Nan leaned in closer to Shen Sangyu, whispering, "Sister Shen, just look at Yuan's expression. It's absolutely hilarious." Shen Sangyu glanced over and, indeed, saw Yuan gritting his teeth as he poked at his rice, unable to suppress a light chuckle. He deserves it. He brought this upon himself. After their meal, they spent an hour at the temple. As they stepped out of the vehicle, a cold breeze swept through. A fellow actor named Wan Haofeng, known for portraying fitness instructors, wore only a thin layer of clothing due to his robust physique. However, with the rain and low temperatures, he began to shiver. Another actor, Jiang Yuanhang, quickly retrieved a jacket from his bag and offered it to him. "It's a bit chilly. I brought an extra one, so please wear it." Wan Haofeng felt somewhat embarrassed, knowing Jiang Yuanhang was a senior. "Oh, I couldn't possibly. Not a problem at all." Jiang Yuanhang replied with a hearty smile, "I brought two." Jiang Yuanhang is truly a decent person. Shen Sangyu thought to herself. She had previously played a supporting role alongside Jiang Yuanhang, who treated everyone with the same respect and would often guide newcomers in their craft, significantly aiding her development. The system responded, "Indeed, host, Jiang Yuanhang is one of the few earnest actors in the industry, eschewing sensationalism in favor of honing his craft. After all, he comes from humble beginnings. It's unfortunate that his agency overlooks him, reserving the best resources for others." Observing Jiang Yuanhang's genuine smile, Shen Sangyu suddenly asked, "Senior Jiang, have you ever considered switching agencies?" Everyone was taken aback, including Jiang Yuanhang, who was surprised by the question. Although his agency treated him poorly, discussing such matters openly was still considered inappropriate. "Miss Shen, why do you ask?" Shen Sangyu responded with a slight smile. "If you ever have such thoughts, feel free to reach out to me. Once I terminate my contract, I plan to take over my family's entertainment company. Those old geezers are running it into the ground. Once I ascend to power, I'll ensure that all the idol actors develop their skills and sign on only those who are truly talented. Shen Sangyu mused to herself. Yet the comments were filled with ridicule for her lofty aspirations. Haha, is Shen Sangyu dreaming? Being treated so poorly by her agency. She still thinks she can run one. How amusing. This is sheer fantasy. However, Zhang Yuanhang is indeed a talented actor, only hindered by his agency. Chapter 42. She is determined to strengthen the Shen group. As the group ambled along the cobblestone path up the mountain, Lin Nan, unaccustomed to physical exertion, quickly grew weary. The temple was situated atop the hill, and while the elevation wasn't significant, the winding stairs proved to be quite exhausting. She painstakingly followed behind Shen Sangyu when suddenly, her foot slipped, and with a cry, she tumbled to the ground. What just happened? Shen Sangyu immediately turned and crouched down. Lin Nan, tears welling in her eyes from the pain, lamented, I think I twisted my ankle. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Sangyu knelt down and said, Hop on. I'll carry you. Lin Nan quickly waved her hands, insisting, No, I can walk by myself. Beside her, Wan Haofeng added, If anyone is to carry you, it should be me. How could I allow a young lady to bear such a burden? He reassured her, Rest assured, I regularly engage in exercise. I won't falter. With your petite frame, I can easily manage. Without hesitation, Shen Sangyu lifted her onto her back and remarked to Wan Haofeng, When I tire, you may take over. Host. You could have easily let Wan Haofeng carry her. He harbors no intentions towards Lin Nan, his eyes only reflecting his desire to showcase his muscles. It's fine. Shen Sangyu thought. This will also allow certain individuals to witness that camaraderie among girls isn't merely about rivalry. Steadily, she carried Lin Nan as they continued their ascent. Before long, Chu Baiman approached, offering her assistance. And even Guan Yuji took a turn to carry Lin Nan for a brief spell. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the two, creating a scene of extraordinary warmth. Oh, the beauty of friendship among girls is truly exquisite. Whoever claims that female celebrities are only capable of conflict, I shall take issue with them. Over the years, many girls in various shows have supported one another. Yet there are still those who wish to see discord at the mere sight of women together. Sister Shen is so impressive. Lin Nan is wonderful too. Moreover, I heard Lin Nan is a fan of Sister Shen. I envy her so much. At that moment, Lin Nan, resting on Shen Sangyu's back, whispered, Sister Shen, am I heavy? Since signing with the company, she had been urged to lose weight, comparing herself to those female celebrities in the entertainment industry. During her previous live streams, her fans would comment on her great figure, but now she found herself questioning whether she had gained weight. What nonsense are you spouting? You are as light as a feather. Shen Sangyu chuckled softly. You should eat more and keep up your exercise routine. Yuan Yi, trailing behind, felt somewhat displeased by their camaraderie. Were these women not always chattering and causing a ruckus when together? Why were they so harmonious now? He believed that women should rely on men, unable to handle difficulties on their own. He was curious to see how long these women could maintain such unity. The system relayed Yuan Ye's sentiments verbatim to Shen Sangyu. Shen Sangyu scoffed. What a comical man. Is he not excessively patriarchal? The barrage of comments echoed this sentiment. What archaic thoughts does Yuan Yi possess? It's 2025. How can such individuals still exist? Women must rely on men? What are you? A remnant of the Qing dynasty? I suggest Yuan Yi take a good look in the mirror. Does he even deserve it? Why does it concern him that they help one another? Is he envious of their strength? Isn't Yuan Yi married with children? How can someone like him still be an idol? I had no idea. Reports have surfaced recently, yet his fans claim it's all false. How could it be false? There are photographs as evidence. If it's false, I'll eat my words. Unbeknownst to Yuan Yi, his inner thoughts had been fully conveyed to Shen Sangyu, and he continued to berate women internally. He looked down on them, yet simultaneously could not live without them. Upon reaching the summit, Shen Sangyu gently set Lin Nan down. The setting sun painted the sky in resplendent hues of orange and red, and everyone stood atop the mountain, awestruck by the breathtaking view, rendered speechless. Wan Haofeng gazed into the distance, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. What's the matter with you, Wan Haofeng? Jiang Yuanhang inquired with concern. Wan Haofeng wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye. It's nothing. I'm just a bit moved. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to travel abroad. The system interjected in Shen Sangyu's mind. Host, Wan Haofeng comes from humble beginnings. He has struggled to rise. And recently, Xiao Lujing has taken resources from him. Shen Sangyu patted his shoulder. Don't lose heart. As long as your acting skills shine, opportunities will certainly arise. Wan Haofeng was taken aback that Shen Sangyu noticed his sadness and nodded gratefully. Thank you, Sister Shen. I will keep striving. Beside them, Guan Yuji chimed in. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. As a senior, I will certainly assist you. Guan Yuji had not enjoyed a happy family life since childhood. But thankfully, the industry had not yet turned a blind eye to talent. Those who were good-looking and capable had ample opportunities.
But now. Sigh.
Guan Yuji did not wish to elaborate. All she could do was support these promising juniors. She suddenly suggested, since we are fortunate to be in such a beautiful place, let us share our wishes. Chu Baiman was the first to raise her hand. I hope our show's ratings soar. That way, I can secure more work. Lin Nan shyly added, I aspire to be an outstanding actress like Sister Shen. Wan Haofeng clenched his fists and boldly declared, I want to win Best Actor next year. Jiang Yuaning smiled gently. I simply hope to encounter a good script that allows me to perform with joy. When it was Shen Sangyu's turn, her eyes sparkled. My wish is to become fabulously wealthy. I want to earn a great deal of money. When she eventually leaves the entertainment industry to inherit the family fortune, she intends to make the Shen Corporation flourish. The comment section erupted in laughter, filled with empathy. Sister Shen has voiced my innermost thoughts. Who doesn't desire to be wealthy? Hot. So relatable. This is simply too real. I don't seek wealth. I just hope that tomorrow my boss announces an unexpected holiday. I only wish to hear my supervisor say my thesis has passed. Guan Yuji chuckled, Xiu. Your wish is quite practical. Finally, only Yuan Yi remained, as the others had mostly expressed their thoughts. He stammered for a while before finally uttering, I hope to receive more support from fans and friends. Xiao Yi, your mother will surely support you. Oh, our Xiao Yi works so hard. I can't believe he's being mercilessly criticized after appearing on a show. My heart aches for him. He shouldn't have participated in this program. I wonder what Shen Sangyu is thinking right now. Shen Sangyu replied, what expression could I possibly have? The system had already advised her on managing her expressions. But hearing Yuan Yi speak left her somewhat speechless. How can such a man still have fans? Wasn't he just exposed yesterday? Is his backing so powerful? Or are his fans simply naive? Chapter 43. Meng Shuyan weeps at the airport. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon. Each person's wishes carried away by the evening breeze. It was unclear who started it, but everyone began to shout their wishes. I want to win an award. I want to be a great actor. I want to become wealthy. The chorus of voices echoed through the valley. The comment section was equally caught up in the moment. Why am I feeling inexplicably moved? This is the charm of ensemble casts. I hope to reach shore once. I hope everyone's wishes come true. Amidst the brilliant glow of the sunset, Shen Sangyu glanced at Lin Nan beside her. Although they bore a resemblance of 7 parts, their temperaments and dispositions were entirely different, likely due to the company's meddling. Following her breakup with Xie Jinyan, she had often sought solace on the rooftop to watch the sunset. Gradually, she moved past it and no longer pursued such actions, even going so far as to avoid them entirely. Yet today, witnessing it again left her utterly astonished. After descending the mountain, the group arrived at the sushi restaurant that Chu Baiman had mentioned, where a skilled chef adeptly shaped sushi. The establishment was reasonably priced, and after a light lunch, the leftover money from the previous night was sufficient. Shen Sangyu relished her meal, when suddenly a girl approached her. In slightly hesitant Mandarin, she asked, Excuse me, are you Shen Sangyu? Shen Sangyu looked up, yes. The girl received the answer, her eyes instantly brightening as she excitedly exclaimed in the language of the land of cherry blossoms, I am your fan. I particularly enjoy watching the plays you perform. Could I possibly have your autograph? Shen Sangyu was somewhat taken aback. Her notoriety in her homeland stemmed largely from various controversies, and the roles she portrayed were predominantly minor characters. She had never anticipated that she would actually have fans from abroad. Accepting the paper and pen, she replied, Thank you for your fondness. Your proficiency in the Huaxiao language is impressive. The girl shyly explained, I learned it to better understand your performances. Lin Nan, standing nearby, couldn't he help but murmur, It's astonishing that there are fans of Sister Shen even in the land of cherry blossoms. Host. She is the daughter of a tycoon from the land of cherry blossoms and is quite affluent. Shen Sangyu glanced at the young lady before her, noting that although her clothing wasn't from particularly renowned brands, Most were from niche labels that weren't exclusively accessible to the wealthy. She was surprised to discover her allure was so significant. The girl left with a smile, and Shen Sangyu and her companions finished their meal before returning home. Sitting on the sofa, Shen Sangyu browsed Weibo while awaiting their discussion about the day's travel experiences. Suddenly, she noticed a trending topic skyrocketing to the top. Meng Shuyan has temporarily withdrawn from the entertainment industry. Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow, bewildered by Meng Shuyan's sudden eccentricity, and clicked on the link. Meng Shuyan's Weibo post was heartfelt. Recently, my mentor initiated a new experiment. After careful consideration, I have decided to temporarily step away from the entertainment industry to complete my studies. I am grateful for the constant support from my fans. We shall meet again. Although Meng Shuyan still clung to her image as an academic achiever, Shen Sangyu knew she had long ceased her studies and pondered what she was attempting to achieve. The comment section was flooded with fans expressing their sorrow. Sister Meng, please don't. I am a huge fan of yours. Sister Meng, we will await your return after your studies. The entertainment industry has lost another academic star, alas. At that moment, the system chimed in with gossip. Host. In fact, your mother discovered the dealings of Meng Longchuan over the years within the Shen group, and she took action against him. Meng Shuyan was also found guilty of tax evasion and is now trying to avoid the spotlight. A smile crept onto Shen Sangyu's lips. I didn't expect Mom to act so swiftly. However, there are numerous others in the entertainment industry evading taxes. Does she truly need to withdraw from it?
What?
So it was tax evasion? I don't believe it. It feels like Shen Sangyu is merely talking nonsense. I also find it hard to believe. Isn't Meng Shuyan a wealthy heiress? How could she possibly evade taxes? I've heard she is indeed the eldest daughter of the Shen family. She has hinted at it before. And I once encountered her at a Shen group store where others referred to her as Miss. Then why doesn't she carry the Shen surname? I think Shen Sangyu resembles the Shen family heiress more, as at least her surname matches. What absurdity is Shen Sangyu spouting now? Isn't she simply envious of Meng Shuyan? She claimed to have gone to school, yet now accuses her of tax evasion, showing no concern for potential legal repercussions. Soon after, another trending topic emerged. Meng Shuyan was seen weeping at the airport. Upon clicking the video, it showed Meng Shuyan surrounded at the airport, crying profusely. I truly only wanted to study. I hope you will cease your suspicions. Indeed, many people online questioned Meng Shuyan, and in light of Shen Sangyu's remarks, even more flocked to Weibo. Shen Sangyu rolled her eyes. She performed quite well, if only she exhibited this level of talent while acting. Just as she was enjoying the drama, she received a message from Shen Miaoqing. Suyu, I discovered that Meng Shuyan has hired numerous online influencers to bolster her image. Do you require my assistance? Mom, you've asked me this 3 times already. Trust me, I can handle it. Alright, my dear daughter. Enjoy yourself and don't worry about anything else. Okay, Mom, I will bring back some local specialties for you. No need to bring anything. The items you bought during your studies are still sitting at home. Shen Sangyu understood that while her mother said this, she was always overjoyed whenever Shen Sangyu returned with something. Soon, everyone gathered together. Although they were all aware of the happenings online, none of them mentioned it. They sat around in the living room, waiting for Lin Nan, who hopped over excitedly. After settling down, Chu Baiman leaned in with concern and asked, Lin Nan, are you alright? Before Lin Nan could respond, Yuan Yi interjected, truly, you are the delicate Lin. Shen Sangyu frowned, perplexed as to why Yuan Yi would say such things. However, Lin Nan seemed to ignore it, smiling and shaking her head. Sister Chu, don't worry. I'm fine now. I can walk for a bit. Good. Then we can relax, Chu Baiman replied, also smiling. At this moment, the system spoke up. Host. President Wang has seen the video of Lin Nan twisting her ankle and is planning to create a trending topic tonight to exploit her injury for publicity. Shen Sangyu paused and couldn't help but complain. Is President Wang out of his mind? Always riding the coattails of trending topics. He truly cannot stand still for a moment. He understands publicity too well. Yet, she was also curious as to why Lin Nan's incident hadn't made it to the trending topics, as it was evidently prime material. Host. It's because Li Qing doesn't want you trending. Anything related to you is off limits. Shen Sangyu pouted. Why is Li Qing so petty? It has nothing to do with her. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? Doesn't she worry about potential legal repercussions? What? What did I just hear? I was wondering why today's events didn't trend. It turns out someone set her up. The head of their company is truly disgusting. Do they intend to leech off the trending topics? Exploiting an artist's injury for publicity? Is this what humanity has come to? No wonder I used to work for that company. They are utterly repugnant. Chapter 44. This painting is a fake. In truth, they didn't discuss much that evening. Chu Baiman merely inquired if anyone had any feedback for her. What feedback could they possibly provide? The following day, they went to the beach and unexpectedly encountered someone they did not anticipate. Meng Shuiyan was there, clad in a swimsuit, taking photographs. Upon seeing the group, her face clearly displayed surprise. What a coincidence. How did you all end up here? Chu Baiman politely responded, Miss Meng, are you also here on vacation? When Shen Sangyu spotted her, she felt something was amiss. Hadn't she stated that she was withdrawing from the industry? Why was she now appearing before the camera? The system clarified. Host, how could Meng Shuiyan genuinely withdraw from the industry? She aims to maintain her popularity. Knowing your group was vacationing here, a little inquiry revealed that you would be at the beach today, naturally allowing her to coincidentally encounter you. Meng Shuiyan continued, yes, the academic pressure has been quite overwhelming lately, and I was advised to come out and relax. Coincidentally, a local university wishes to invite me to participate in a research project, so I came here ahead of time. As she spoke, she casually showcased an email she had received, but it was not in the Huaxia language, and in an instant, no one managed to comprehend it. Nevertheless, they all accepted her explanation. Miss Meng, I didn't realize you were so impressive, Yuan Yi complimented. Although he appreciated intelligent women, he found those with such high academic credentials, like Meng Shuiyan, less appealing, as they were harder to manage. Meng Shuiyan smiled. It's merely a matter of being born into the right family. Still putting on an act. Shen Sangyu rolled her eyes internally. That email was just a mundane essay in the cherry blossom language. It was nothing resembling an invitation for research. Meng Shuiyan became animated when the conversation shifted to her family. She has managed to maintain her persona as a wealthy heiress quite adeptly. One lie, naturally, necessitates another for its perfection. Addressing Guan Yuji, she remarked, Sister Guan, my family greatly enjoys your films, and we hope for an opportunity to collaborate with our company's performing arts division. In front of the cameras, Guan Yuji, of course, responded with a smile, sure. Xiao Meng, I look forward to you bringing me some excellent scripts. So Meng Shuiyan mentioned the performing arts division of her company. She must indeed be the daughter of some affluent family. Absolutely, with Meng Shuiyan's demeanor, she is certainly not someone of lesser stature than Shen Sangyu. Meng Jie is truly remarkable, being both a privileged heiress and a student of Master Sang. And now even being invited by a university in Sakura country for an experiment, it's evident her abilities are exceptional. Why has Meng Shuiyan been mentioning her father so frequently lately? Previously, when Meng Longchuan was still at the Shun group, she hardly brought him up. And now it seems she is eager for everyone to recognize her as the heiress. At this moment, Lin Nan murmured quietly. Isn't she supposed to be temporarily stepping back from the entertainment industry to focus on her studies? What a coincidence to run into us. She turned off the microphone, her voice low, only audible to Shen Sangyu. Shen Sangyu smirked slightly, Miss Meng, we seem to be quite fated. If you hadn't mentioned it was a chance encounter, I would have assumed it was premeditated. Hearing Shen Sangyu's words, Meng Shuiyan's expression soured, but she quickly redirected the topic. I'm here merely to balance work and leisure, as I will soon return to my duties. It's something, Miss Shen, you might never comprehend. By the way, I happen to be attending a private appreciation event shortly. I have a good relationship with the organizers. Would you all be interested in joining? Chu Baiman exchanged glances with the others, and after gathering their opinions, nodded. That sounds great. We would be grateful if you could lead the way, Miss Meng. Naturally, Meng Shuiyan came here with a purpose, and her visit to the exhibition was indeed intentional. Her rapport with the organizers was genuinely good, so she had secured additional spots. Shen Sangyu smirked. So, she was waiting here all along. Meng Shuiyan led them to the entrance of an art gallery, which appeared quite understated, marked only by a small wooden sign. However, upon entering, one was greeted by a treasure trove of art pieces that seemed to hold significant value. These look exceedingly exquisite, Lin Nan exclaimed, feeling that each item was worth a fortune. Chu Baiman agreed. The arrangement is splendid, and the lighting is exceptionally professional. This place is truly a hidden gem. Yuan Yi added, Miss Meng, you're quite impressive. This art gallery exudes such sophistication. I've never been inside one before. It clearly caters to the affluent. I wouldn't dare enter even if invited, fearing I might break something and end up destitute. I'm astonished that Meng Shuiyan has connections at such a level. She truly is an heiress. The organizers for this event are old friends of mine. Meng Shuiyan introduced nonchalantly. These exhibits are their longtime collections and are rarely open to outsiders. In truth, she only knew the gallery owner and was unfamiliar with the event organizers, but to outsiders, the distinction was irrelevant, and she could easily speak as if she were well acquainted. She pointed to one of the oil paintings, saying, for instance, "This piece is an early work by a renowned artist. Such items are rare and hard to procure." It was I who suggested it for collection. As Meng Shuiyan proudly pointed to the painting, recounting how she acquired it, Shen Sangyu furrowed her brow slightly and interjected softly, "That painting is a forgery." Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "Miss Shen, what nonsense are you speaking?" Meng Shuiyan, clearly displeased, interrupted. "I'm not speaking nonsense. The original is likely hidden away by the gallery owner," Shen Sangyu continued. Has Shen Sangyu lost her mind? Making such baseless accusations in this setting? It seems she is merely envious of Meng Shuiyan and is trying to show off, resulting in such unfounded claims. It's truly embarrassing to feign knowledge. With Shen Sangyu's reckless talk, can't the organizers just have her thrown out?
Oh dear.
How can she not feel embarrassed? I'm on the verge of cringing into a magical castle. Yuan Yi also whispered. Some people simply cannot bear to see others do well. Miss Shen, this is a genuine piece by a famous artist. I witnessed its collection with my own eyes. How could it be fake? A middle-aged man in a sharp suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, approached swiftly, his expression dark as he spoke fluently in Mandarin. Miss, please choose your words carefully. All the exhibits in this gallery have undergone professional authentication, and your baseless accusations are an affront to art. Of course, they have been professionally authenticated, Shen Sangyu smirked, for the original is right in your possession. At this moment, Chu Baiman realized that Shen Sangyu had uttered something significant. She stepped forward, nervously grasping Shen Sangyu's hand. Xiaoyu, please stop talking. Yet, Shen Sangyu remained unperturbed, confidently stepping closer and pointing to the signature in the lower right corner of the painting. This artist has a habit of placing his signature here. Everyone followed her finger's direction. Meng Shuiyan saw the inscription and wore a mocking smile. Miss Shen, isn't the signature right here? Chapter 45. I never expected Sister Shen to know such a big shot. The curator, having noticed as well, sternly stated, Miss, please cease these unfounded accusations immediately. The comments in the audience erupted into a chorus of derision. Shen Sangyu has truly lost her mind. Hurry and apologize and leave. She's embarrassed us internationally. How awkward. How could Shen Sangyu be so foolish, truly enjoying spouting nonsense? Yet, Shen Sangyu remained calm, pointing out a detail at the signature. Everyone, take a closer look. This artist always includes a small, to the left of this letter, resembling a heart-shaped mark. She surveyed the crowd. Her tone resolute. This was his little secret to woo his wife. Every painting bears this mark, and this one, as everyone leaned in for a closer look, they indeed discovered that the signature lacked this unique detail. How is this possible? The curator's expression darkened. He had specifically sought authentication for this piece, which was supposed to be identical to the original, yet he hadn't anticipated such a discrepancy in such a minor detail. Seeing the curator's expression, Meng Shuiyan realized that perhaps Shen Sangyu's words held truth, but she couldn't say anything. Even so, how would you know such a detail? Shen Sangyu smiled slightly. How could I not know? She turned to the curator. Would you like me to contact the exhibition organizer for confirmation? Absolutely not. The curator exclaimed loudly. Yet he faltered, unable to articulate his thoughts. If Shen Sangyu's claims were indeed accurate, he would be in serious trouble. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair strolled out from the depths of the exhibition hall, his voice booming. No need to contact anyone. I have heard everything. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Even the comments momentarily halted. The elder approached the painting, scrutinizing it for a moment before shaking his head in disappointment. Yamashita, I have trusted you for many years. Is this how you manage the exhibits? Yamashita turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his face. Sir, this must be a mistake by the staff. I will ensure they are punished severely. No need for explanations, the elder interrupted, disappointment evident in his gaze. At this juncture, Meng Shuiyan hurried forward, forcing a smile. Mr. Matsumoto, it's an honor. I'm Meng Shuiyan. We've met before. Matsumoto, however, seemed to ignore her entirely, bypassing her to approach Shen Sangyu, a warm smile gracing his face. Xiao Shen, I invited you before, but you didn't come. Why did you come by yourself today, without even letting me know? Shen Sangyu politely nodded. Mr. Matsumoto, it has been a while since we last met. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia. Plans cannot keep up with changes. I never anticipated that I would find myself here. And I have not been able to reach out due to time constraints. Matsumoto enthusiastically patted Shen Sangyu on the shoulder. Since our last farewell at your school, I hadn't expected we would not cross paths again. I still recall that painting was one we purchased together. It's truly surprising. He shot a fierce glare at the man beside him, Yama, and snorted coldly. To think someone would dare to swap my belongings. Regrettably, I cannot entertain you today. I must first attend to my affairs. Yama, realizing he could not escape, knelt down and bowed his head fervently. Mr. Matsushita, I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded and did not act with intention. In such a scenario, Meng Shuiyan dared not utter a word, retreating behind the camera. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments was filled with astonishment. Wow, I didn't realize the one with connections was Sister Shen. Was Meng Shuiyan attempting to get close? Yet she ended up being ignored. How embarrassing. This is exhilarating. If I were Sister Shen, I'd be over the moon. What happened to those who are hurling insults? Why are they silent now? They should all come out and apologize to Sister Shen. Faced with such a spectacle, they felt it inappropriate to linger, departing together, while Meng Shuiyan planned to follow suit, but now, she could only bid farewell to the group. On the return journey, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Lin Nan could not suppress his curiosity and inquired of Shen Sangyu, Sister Shen, you studied here before? And you know such an impressive person. Shen Sangyu smiled faintly. Yes, I spent 2 years here. Guan Yuji chimed in with a smile. Little Yu truly keeps her talents under wraps. I have heard of Mr. Matsumoto. He is a renowned collector from Sakura country. My friends have tried several times to dine with him for discussions, but to no avail. I can't believe you know him. At Guan Yuji's remark, Shen Sangyu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her acquaintance with Matsumoto began when, feeling downcast, she impulsively purchased a collectible that he had been searching for tirelessly. When Matsumoto approached her and learned she was from Huaxia, he was elated, expressing his fondness for Huaxia's antiques. Consequently, Shen Sangyu asked her friends to keep an eye out for any notable auction items from Huaxia and relay the information to Matsumoto. Thus, their friendship blossomed. Before she could elaborate further, Yuan Ye's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and his expression noticeably darkened as he hung up abruptly. To his surprise, the call came through again. Hello, what's the matter? His tone was far from cordial as he muffled his voice, seemingly wishing to keep the conversation private. What? He exclaimed, abruptly rising and hitting his forehead against the car's ceiling. How could this happen? You go find Lin Jie first. I can't leave here. After a few more words, he ended the call, slumping back into his seat, visibly shaken, his hands trembling slightly. Chu Baiman, concerned, asked, Yuan Yi, what's wrong? Do you need assistance? Yuan Yi shook his head. It's nothing, just some urgent family matters. I'll have my agent handle it, it's nothing serious. Meanwhile, the system provided Shen Sangyu with real-time updates on the truth. Host. The call was actually from Yuan Ye's wife. He was exposed for his romantic relationship yesterday, and although most people do not believe it, some extreme fans confronted his wife, leading to a conflict where she accidentally fell and miscarried. Shen Sangyu's gaze darkened as she observed Yuan Ye's distress, suppressing her inner critique. Alas, these fans are truly extreme. They are capable of anything. Especially those obsessive fans of idols. They were particularly frightening. What is Sister Shen thinking? What did Yuan Ye's fans do? Yuan Ye looks unwell. Does anyone know what happened? It seems something serious has occurred. Though I'm not fond of him, I hope nothing too grave has transpired. Yuan Ye's predicament was well contained by the company. The trending topic surrounding his relationship quickly faded, and the serious matter of the fan altercation remained under wraps due to confidentiality agreements signed by those in the know. Suddenly, Wan Haofeng exclaimed, Quick, look at the trending topics. Chapter 46, Time will prove everything. Shen Sangyu glanced and found that the trending topic was related to her. Shen Sangyu's collection museum. Upon clicking it, she was met with a barrage of insults directed at her. Various marketing accounts had edited footage of her claiming the painting was fake, followed by the store manager's comments. Many, whether genuine netizens or hired trolls, began to misinterpret and vilify Shen Sangyu. Isn't Shen Sangyu just pretending to understand? Can Shen Sangyu refrain from embarrassing herself in public? Of course. Some viewers who had seen the live broadcast understood the situation and attempted to clarify for Shen Sangyu, but their comments were swiftly drowned out by the insults. Shen Sangyu's expression remained unchanged as she set her phone down in silence. This is infuriating. Host, these defamatory trending topics were purchased by Meng Shuiyan. She couldn't bear her own humiliation and deliberately had marketing accounts edit videos to distort the truth and slander you. The system's voice sounded somewhat agitated. Shen Sangyu replied calmly, I had an inkling, aside from Meng Shuyan, who would be so eager to tarnish my reputation. Indeed, I guessed correctly. It is Meng Shuyan. Utterly shameless. To think she would hire trolls to malign you after her own blunder. It's revolting. Ladies, let's quickly assist Sister Shen in clarifying. Fortunately, I recorded the entire process. I will upload the video immediately. Before Shen Sangyu or the production team could take any action, the outraged audience and fans had already sprung into action. Someone swiftly compiled the complete video, even providing commentary, presenting a clear and compelling case that directly refuted the slanderous trending topic. However, because Meng Shuyan had engaged a troll company, they quickly suppressed the public discourse once more. Amidst the clamor of insults, Matsumoto's official account suddenly released a statement. Although he typically enjoyed low visibility in Huaxia, the connection to this incident had been uncovered. And with his response, attention swiftly shifted. A formal statement regarding today's exhibit incident. There was a serious management oversight during the exhibition, leading to a high-quality replica being mistaken for an authentic piece. We are especially grateful to Miss Shen Sangyu for her professional insight in promptly identifying the issue, thereby safeguarding the exhibition's reputation. Those involved have been dealt with severely, and we will be enhancing our management protocols for exhibits. The statement included a photo of Shen Sangyu and Matsumoto standing before the artwork, engaged in lively conversation. Almost concurrently, Matsumoto's personal account shared the statement. Looking forward to our next artistic discussion, Miss Shen Sangyu. Public sentiment flipped instantly. Even the troll company could not stifle it.
Wow.
The official response is out. So, Shen Sangyu was not mistaken after all. Moreover, I heard that Shen Sangyu and Matsumoto have quite a good relationship. How painful must it be for those who insulted her just now? This reversal is astonishing. Matsumoto's response was incredibly swift. He must genuinely care for Shen Sangyu. Additionally, the Qingcheng law firm directly issued a letter of notice to the marketing accounts that initially spread the slanderous video, causing them to refrain from further comment. Some who had disseminated false information began to delete their accounts. Haha, let us see who dares to slander our Sister Shen now. It's evident that Sister Shen was indeed targeted by hired trolls. These marketing accounts are from the same company. In my opinion, Meng Shuyan must have hired the trolls. She wants to reclaim her lost face after her disgrace. Sister Shen is truly remarkable. Meng Shuyan is utterly despicable. Soon after, Meng Shuyan issued a statement. I have made the decision to temporarily withdraw from the entertainment industry to focus on my studies. Yet I never anticipated encountering such malicious slander. I will pursue legal action against all accounts disseminating false information. The truth will ultimately reveal itself in due course. This post on Weibo has evoked a wave of sympathy from fans who express their concern. Sister Meng has been wronged. And we stand with Sister Meng in her fight for justice. Those spreading rumors should not go too far. Others lamented. Even while concentrating on her studies, she faces backlash. The entertainment world is truly terrifying. Simultaneously, numerous netizens indulged in mockery. Here we go again, the first to take a stand, and some of her statements sound remarkably sanctimonious. Comments such as she buys bots to malign others, yet dares pursue accountability. And time has proven that you are indeed quite the actor, proliferated. Among the highly upvoted replies was one that suggested, perhaps you should first investigate your own purchase of bots. This comment quickly ascended to the top of the trending list, only to vanish shortly thereafter, evidently deleted by Meng Shuyan. The very next moment, the news of Meng Shuyan's comment deletion surged to the trending topics. She chose not to respond further, while others unearthed her past controversies, ensuring that the online fervor persisted unabated. Suddenly, Kyofu University from the land of cherry blossoms issued a statement. We extend our gratitude to Miss Meng Shuyan for her visit to our institution for academic exchange. We eagerly anticipate your presence. Accompanying the announcement was a photograph of Meng Shuyan during her time at Kyofu University. Upon its release, the tide of public opinion shifted dramatically, with netizens ceasing their criticisms. Wait, did Meng Shuyan genuinely pursue academia? And Kyofu University? That is a prestigious institution. Some even questioned if they had misjudged her. Those who had previously mocked Meng Shuyan fell silent, and her fans became animated once more. We have always asserted that Sister Meng is indeed an academic powerhouse. And what does knowing Matsumoto matter? Sister Meng has the backing of Kyofu University. What do you even have? You probably haven't even attended college. They added. Sister Meng withdrew from the industry for academic research. Some should just let it go. I wonder how furious they are now. Naturally, Shen Sangyu was not angry, but she harbored some confusion. After all, Kyufu University was an exceptionally renowned institution. Why would they issue such a statement? Could it be that Meng Shuiyan was indeed a scholar? Host, it was Meng Longchuan's donation to Kyufu University that prompted their announcement, came the response.
Ah.
It was a matter of influence, she realized. Following the university's post, Meng Shuiyan observed the swift reversal of public sentiment, finally breathing a sigh of relief. She dialed Meng Longchuan. Father, did you see the post from Kyufu University? Her voice resonated with excitement. The situation had turned in her favor. On the other end, Meng Longchuan replied, yes, the funds for that donated laboratory were well spent, but Shuiyan, this is the last time. The company is still in its infancy, and the finances are quite tight. Although Meng Longchuan had been exposed by Shin Miaoqing, he had long prepared contingencies to ensure a replacement and had since moved to Yun City to establish a company. Understood, father. Meng Shuiyan responded with impatience, perplexed by Meng Longchuan's actions that led to his expulsion from the Shin group, forcing her to subsidize the company. Or else she wouldn't be struggling to repay the tax evasion debts. Even more infuriating was that the company was now aware of the situation and had recently treated her with cold indifference. Father, once the storm passes, I will secure new roles and earn money. She continued, her tone turning plaintive. This is all Shen Sangyu's fault. If it weren't for her. Don't worry. Meng Longchuan interrupted. You are on the verge of exiting the entertainment industry, but avoid provoking her. After all, she is backed by the Shen Group. Chapter 47. Distinguished alumni of Kyufu University. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room as Shen Sangyu finished her morning routine, only to hear footsteps at the door. Sister Shen, are you up? Lin Nan gently knocked. Breakfast is ready. Shen Sangyu opened the door to find Lin Nan standing there, looking eager yet hesitant. She smiled slightly. Next time, just come in. This is your room too. Lin Nan beamed as she entered, her excitement palpable. Sister Shen, I heard we're going to Kyufu University today. Their performing arts program is renowned worldwide. Unfortunately, I couldn't get in, but I'm thrilled at the prospect of visiting. Shen Sangyu had not paid much attention to the destination, so she was somewhat surprised to hear about Kyufu University. We are going there? I wonder if I might run into old friends. Host. Meng Shuiyan's father donated a teaching building to Kyufu University. She is already there. Could it be that we are destined to meet again? As Shen Sangyu and Lin Nan entered the dining hall, everyone else was already seated. Yuan Yi glanced at the time on his phone and spoke sarcastically. Some people are quite the celebrities, having the audacity to make their seniors wait here. Shen Sangyu took her seat gracefully, unaffected by his taunts. I naturally wish to present my best self to the audience, unlike some who appear perpetually sleep-deprived. One might mistakenly think you are a master of time management. While Shen Sangyu's words were accurate, Yuan Yi's lack of sleep stemmed from anxiety over the possibility of his secrets being exposed, which would spell disaster for him and jeopardize the show. All right. Let's eat. I've specially prepared the local breakfast for you all. Hurry up before it gets cold. Chu Baiman interjected to ease the tension. Host. The news about Yuan Ye's wife's miscarriage has been suppressed, but his agent warned him to handle the situation properly. He is venting his frustrations on you, came the update. Shen Sangyu understood. I am aware, but it does not matter. After all, he won't be able to last much longer. After breakfast, Chu Baiman excitedly shared. I heard that Kyufu University's collection has many original tapes from various TV dramas. We must go check it out. Yuan Yi, who had been absent-mindedly listening, suddenly straightened up and shot a glance at the equally distracted Shen Sangyu. The items in such a world-class university must be invaluable. Yet some probably haven't even heard of this university. His sarcasm was evident, but Shen Sangyu chose to ignore him. Not content, Yuan Yi continued, isn't that right, Miss Shen? Shen Sangyu shot him a look. Are you referring to yourself? I had no idea little Yuan was in such a dire situation. I wonder what your educational background is. Yuan Ye's educational background? Naturally, it was that of an idol. He left school before finishing high school to pursue his dreams in Korea, yet he took pride in it, believing that had he not gone to Korea, he would have certainly been admitted to Huaxia University. Mind your own business, Shen Sangyu. Even if you know about Kyufu University, it's likely just for show, he retorted. Shen Sangyu smirked subtly. How do you know I'm not going there to study? You? Yuan Yi assessed her with disdain, his tone dripping with derision. You aspire to attend Kyufu? Don't make me laugh. You probably haven't even attended college. Since they were filming early, and the director had yet to begin the live broadcast, Yuan Yi felt emboldened to speak freely. Otherwise, he would have to maintain his image before the cameras. You seem quite interested in my educational background. Instead of worrying about whether others have attended university, perhaps you should focus on your professional skills. Otherwise, be cautious of your lip syncing and pitch correction issues being exposed. Shen Sangyu's nonchalant tone struck a nerve, rendering Yuan Yi momentarily speechless, his expression darkening as he opened his mouth to retort, but found no words. Shen Sangyu, however, did not grant him the opportunity. Continuing with a leisurely tone, after all, not everyone is fortunate enough to have a skilled vocal coach like you. I dare say, even your mother might struggle to recognize you. Such specialized talent is indeed beyond my humble capabilities. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. The onlookers, who had initially been spectating, hurriedly quickened their pace upon noticing Shen Sangyu's gaze. After finishing their meal, they swiftly arrived at Jingfu University. The grand entrance of the school came into view, and everyone excitedly took out their phones to capture the moment. Chu Baiman was engrossed in the travel brochure, searching for check-in points, when Jiang Yuanheng shyly interjected. I need to use the restroom. I suppose they are only inside? Wan Haofeng glanced around. Shen Sangyu naturally pointed to the left. Follow this path to the end, and you will see a building. There you will find the restrooms. Wan Haofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaoshen, have you been here before? You seem so familiar with the place. Shen Sangyu smiled slightly. I used to come here often. Could it be that Sister Shen actually studied here? The comments above are quite amusing. Shen Sangyu only has a vocational diploma. How could she possibly have attended this institution? I suspect she is merely envious of Meng Shuiyan, so she familiarized herself with the surroundings in advance to claim she has been here, trying to show off. Shen Sangyu, do be a bit more realistic. Meng Shuiyan is the true heiress here. Jiang Yuanheng had gone to the restroom, leaving the others to linger and snap photos. Host, Meng Shuiyan is currently at the library of Jingfu University taking promotional photos. She traded a building for her degree. Yet she can't even articulate the language of cherry blossoms, so all she can do is take pictures. Shen Sangyu merely responded in her heart. What does Meng Shuiyan's presence here have to do with me? As long as she does not come seeking trouble, I am indifferent. This inner monologue was overheard by netizens, leading to a split in the comments. What does Sister Shen mean by that? Is Meng Shuiyan truly an academic prodigy? Of course, Sister Meng is a scholar. Otherwise, how could she possibly be here? But Sister Shen mentioned Meng Shuiyan seeking her out for something. What could a university prodigy possibly want with you? This is pure paranoia. It's utterly nauseating. As Shen Sangyu continued her dialogue with the system, Guan Yuji pointed towards the sign indicating the outstanding alumni exhibition hall, suggesting, shall we take a look at this? Upon hearing this, Shen Sangyu paused her steps, casually responding, there's nothing worthwhile to see, just some photographs and brief introductions. Yuan Yi, who had been silenced after receiving a retort from Shen Sangyu earlier that morning, seized the opportunity to interject with a sarcastic tone. What is this, Miss Shen? Are you feeling envious? It's true. The distinguished alumni of such a prestigious institution are indeed not within reach of the ordinary. Shen Sangyu contemplated saying otherwise, considering she was also featured among them. However, glancing at the inquisitive gazes surrounding her, she shrugged. Well, let us go take a look then. Chapter 48 Shen Sangyu, I did not expect to encounter you here. Rest assured, host. The system chimed in. The alumni wall is currently down for maintenance. We cannot enter at the moment. Shen Sangyu understood immediately. As anticipated. Upon arrival, they found the doors closed. Guan Yuji sighed. I have always wanted to see this. I can't believe it's closed. It seems we'll have to wait for another time. Just as the group lamented the closure of the exhibition hall, a familiar voice echoed from nearby. What a coincidence. I've run into you all again. Meng Shuiyan, clad in an exquisite outfit and holding a book, approached with an air of someone who had just finished studying. I happen to be on my way to consult with my advisor regarding a project. Who would have thought I would encounter you here? She even waved the book in her hand, projecting an aura of profound theoretical knowledge. My goodness, Sister Meng looks absolutely stunning. Isn't she supposed to be in class? How can she appear so refreshed? When I was in graduate school, I felt like I was on the verge of insanity every day. Moreover, ISN, Sister Meng a doctoral student? To maintain such vitality is truly exceptional. Host, Meng Shuiyan has long been aware of your visit and is deliberately waiting here. She is leveraging her academic persona to sway public opinion and maintain her relevance. Shen Sangyu inwardly rolled her eyes. Why is she everywhere? Truly a relentless spirit. The comments, oblivious to the system's inner thoughts, interpreted Shen Sangyu's sentiment as jealousy towards Meng Shuiyan. Is Shen Sangyu unwell? Meng Shuiyan merely greeted her, and she mentally berates her like this. Such a dark heart must find fault with everyone. Sister Meng, keep a distance from these two. They are simply too intimidating. Due to the events of the previous day, the group felt a tinge of awkwardness in Meng Shuiyan's presence. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the tension, continuing to speak. What a pity the exhibition hall is closed today. Are you all interested in it? No worries, I can share some insights as I have friends inside. Just as Meng Shuiyan finished her sentence, a staff member rushed out from the side. Miss Meng, your filming team is here. Before he could elaborate. Upon noticing the recording equipment nearby, he realized he could not say more and simply exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Shuiyan. So, Meng Shuiyan came to find us before finishing her material. Shen Sangyu mused silently. After the staff member departed, Meng Shuiyan quickly adjusted her expression, feigning nonchalance. My assistant is urging me to attend an academic seminar, but it's not urgent. I can stroll with you all. After all, I must entertain you properly while you are in my territory. Host, Meng Shuiyan's team has already secured a trending spot. Preparing to release a vlog about her academic experience at Jingfu University, they have yet to complete filming, and if she joins you, it will likely be postponed until tomorrow. Shen Sangyu chuckled softly. If one is here to study, when would there be time to film vlogs? The acquaintance I know, also a female celebrity, was taken by Lao Sang for a project. She hasn't even posted on Weibo in a month as her phone was confiscated during the day. The comments immediately latched onto the keywords.
Lao Shang?
Could it be the legendary Lao Sang? I've heard of him. He's quite renowned online and seems exceptionally talented. Not just talented. Look it up, and you will see how extraordinary he truly is. Is that boasting? How could one of Lao Sang's students possibly be mingling in the entertainment industry? Are you not online? Lao Sang has long claimed he is a student in the entertainment industry, and isn't that Meng Shuiyan? At that moment, an elderly professor strolled by, and Meng Shuiyan's eyes lit up. She immediately lowered her voice and said to the group, "Look, this is my advisor's advisor. He is incredibly impressive." She straightened her attire, a smile gracing her lips, and hurried to greet him, awkwardly speaking in her limited cherry blossom language. "Hello, Professor, I am Meng Shuiyan." Regardless of her proficiency, all she needed was for the comments to recognize her connection to this esteemed individual. The professor merely nodded politely, clearly uninterested in her conversation. His gaze bypassing her to land squarely on Shen Sangyu. His face instantly broke into a delighted smile as he quickened his pace toward her. "Shen Sangyu.
Is it truly you?"
He completely overlooked Meng Shuiyan, enthusiastically grasping Shen Sangyu's hand. "What brings you back? You didn't mention it beforehand. How is your father?" Shen Sangyu responded fluently in cherry blossom language. "Professor, it has been a long time. I am here to record a program and did not expect to encounter you."
No worries.
The professor appeared exceedingly pleased. "I happen to have several questions regarding antique restoration. We are mere outsiders, and I would greatly appreciate your professional insight. As I've been debating with a few professors for several days, waiting for someone of your expertise to offer guidance." As a child, Shen Sangyu was trained by her father in the art of restoration, a skill she honed until her university years when she enrolled in a program dedicated to cultural relic restoration. Later, while studying performing arts at Jingfu University, she serendipitously encountered professors who shared her passion for artifacts. This common interest naturally fostered a profound friendship between them. The two would engage in discussions about their field using the language of Sakura, their dialogue flowing so swiftly that those nearby struggled to keep pace. Yuan Yi leaned closer to Meng Shuiyan and inquired, "What on earth is Shen Sangyu talking about?" Meng Shuiyan, having only learned a few everyday phrases, was at a loss. She smiled faintly. "Oh, just some mundane matters. I have studied Sakura language. They are discussing professional terminology, not trivialities." Clearly, Meng Shuiyan is pretending to understand. "I've dabbled in it as well. It's unrelated to daily life." Isn't Meng Shuiyan supposed to be quite adept? How could she miss this? Moreover, she had just mentioned that this professor is her mentor's mentor. How could she not recognize him? How do you explain this situation? "I've found out that Shen Sangyu is indeed from Jingfu University. I saw her listed among their distinguished alumni, and she graduated from the performing arts program. Someone kindly provide a link for me to check it out." Aware of the ongoing live broadcast, Shen Sangyu refrained from lengthy discussions and introduced everyone to the professor. Meng Shuiyan's face turned pale, instinctively stepping back, still feeling embarrassed about the earlier incident. It was then that the professor noticed her and politely inquired, "And who might this be?" Meng Shuiyan forced a smile as she introduced herself in a somewhat awkward Sakura dialect. "My name is Meng Shuiyan. Good day, Professor." The professor nodded. "My apologies. I was quite excited to see young Shen." He waved to them. "You all carry on. I must take my leave." Shen, do remember to reach out to your father. Of course, Shen Sangyu waved back. Lin Nan, who had witnessed the entire exchange, was left astounded. Sister Shen, who is your father? Chapter 49, A Tremor in the Land of Sakura. Shen Sangyu waved her hand dismissively, just a man with a penchant for antiques. He often delves into such studies. And I happen to meet someone with similar interests here. Ah, I see, Lin Nan nodded. Upon returning home, they intended to prepare their own meal, when suddenly the director exclaimed, "Quick, turn off the live stream."
Shen Sangyu,
Having taken a nap on the way back and tidied up a room, was oblivious to the unfolding drama. Simultaneously, a voice filled with disbelief echoed from the living room. What did you say? This is impossible. Shen Sangyu stepped out, perplexed, to find everyone else equally bewildered. Host. Trouble has arisen. The system announced. Yuan Yi's marriage has been exposed, and now all his past infidelities are being revealed, including his food delivery orders. Currently, he dominates the top 5 trending topics. Shen Sangyu's heart raced. So soon? This doesn't seem right. Wasn't it said that Yuan Yi had managed to suppress this? Why was it resurfacing now? It's Xiao Lujing. He found irrefutable evidence and released it without giving Yuan Yi's team any time to react. Shen Sangyu was even more puzzled. Xiao Lujing? There's no direct conflict between him and Yuan Yi, right? They're merely contemporaries. Yuan Yi is an idol. While he is an actor who has even won an award, he shouldn't be concerned about Yuan Yi. Moreover, this is a strategy to ruin Yuan Yi entirely. However, it's also possible that Xiao Lujing, who has previously been involved in similar controversies, is using Yuan Yi as a scapegoat. Just as she pondered this, she noticed Yuan Yi suddenly staring at her, his expression incredulous. Shen Sangyu, what did you just say? Caught off guard, Shen Sangyu furrowed her brow and replied, I didn't say anything. Yet the moment her words fell, Yuan Yi heard her voice again. Is this person mad with stress? He has a mountain of issues behind him, and he is yelling at me? A scoundrel. He deserves to be exposed. If he has done such things, he should stand up and admit it openly. Otherwise, I wouldn't even look at him. Xiao Lujing has done a splendid job. Such trash should have been buried long ago. This thought echoed clearly, audible not only to Yuan Yi, but to everyone in the living room. Instantly, the villa fell into a profound silence. Congratulations, host. Your gossip level has upgraded to level 3. Why is everyone looking at me? Shen Sangyu glanced at them. The onlookers exchanged knowing looks, then feigned ignorance. Only Yuan Yi rushed toward Shen Sangyu. Shen Sangyu, do you know something? I'm being wronged. All of this is false. Someone is out to get me. Please help me. Say something. In that moment, he cast aside all pretenses, his demeanor bordering on hysteria. Shen Sangyu was taken aback. Quickly waving her hands, I don't know what you're talking about. Calm down. I just learned about those things online too. I haven't seen the specifics. What have you done? While she spoke innocently, her internal monologue had been heard by all. Insider information? Do I need to know that? The evidence is overwhelming. Are the wedding photos photoshopped? Are the children not yours? Are the infidelities fabricated? Even the payment records and surveillance screenshots of food deliveries have surfaced. This can't possibly be a false accusation. The evidence is so solid you could take it to a legal program. Right, and it's the whole world conspiring against you? When you couldn't control yourself, did you think about today? You wanted to enjoy the perks of being an idol, while also living a life of polygamy. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Now that you've fallen from grace, you want to cry injustice? Why didn't you think of this sooner? You're not as formidable as the capital behind Xiao Lujing, yet you dared to engage in such antics. Bah, scoundrel. You deserve to be buried. This deluge of information left everyone in shock. Yuan Yi's complexion turned pale, ultimately resembling that of a ghost. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Just then, the ground began to shake violently without warning. The cups on the table clinked, and the windows rattled. An earthquake. A scream pierced the air, and chaos erupted within the villa. The director reacted swiftly, shouting, Everyone!
Out!
To an open area. In their panic, the crowd rushed towards the door, ignoring Yuan Yi. In the midst of the commotion, Lin Nan grabbed Shen Sangyu's arm, urging, Sister Shen, hurry. They fled the villa and found themselves in the courtyard. The ground continued to tremble, though not excessively so, yet it was enough to incite unease, and distant alarms wailed. Meanwhile, in the country, in the office of the president of the Xia Corporation, Xia Jinian was reviewing a contract when he received a call from Gu Sun. What's the matter? Gu Sun's voice sounded frantic. President Xia, We just received news that there has been an earthquake in the land of Sakura, with the epicenter near Mission. Xie Jinian sprang to his feet, glancing at the news on his computer, which was already reporting the incident. He snatched his suit jacket from the back of his chair and hurried out, speaking rapidly to Gu Sun. Immediately book me the fastest flight to the land of Sakura. Now, at once. Gu Sun, anticipating this reaction, still attempted to dissuade him. Old Xie, given the current situation, flights are likely delayed or cancelled, and with the recent earthquake, transportation and communication are probably. Find a way, Xie Jinian interrupted, charter a plane, change flights, utilize any resources available. I must reach there as swiftly as possible to ensure her safety. He had walked up to his assistant's desk. Contact our people in the land of cherry blossoms immediately and ascertain the situation regarding the earthquake. I require precise information.
Yes.
The assistant replied, observing the top profile of his employer. Though curiosity gnawed at him regarding the unfolding events, he refrained from inquiring, respecting the silence of his superior. Gu Sun, hearing the voice on the other end of the line, inwardly lamented his decision to disclose anything. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would not have rushed to inform him. Now, it seemed he would have to fly directly into the epicenter of the disaster. However, Gu Sun resignedly hung up the phone and began frantically calling and messaging, leveraging all his connections and resources to forge a route to the land of cherry blossoms for his brother, who had been utterly bewitched by Shen Sangyu. Meanwhile, far away in the land of cherry blossoms, Shen Sangyu lay in a makeshift tent, gazing at her phone screen as a message finally came through. She raised her hand slightly in anticipation. Instantly, a flood of messages arrived, all expressing concern for her well-being. Yet soon after, her phone lost signal once again. As she perused the messages that had loaded, an inexplicable yearning surged within her as she sought news of Xie Jinian. However, there was none. A wave of indescribable sorrow washed over her, but she quickly suppressed it. When he had gone abroad years ago, she should have long since relinquished any hopes. Chapter 50. Thankfully you are safe. A night of restless tossing and turning ensued. In the hastily erected refuge, Shen Sangyu listened to the commotion outside, her heart in disarray. The chat window with Xie Jinian remained devoid of any messages. With a sigh, she set her phone down and stepped outside, only to find the director preparing a simple breakfast. However, the atmosphere on set was markedly somber due to the previous day's events. The director was engaged in anxious discussions with the domestic team regarding subsequent arrangements, his brow furrowed. At that moment, she suddenly heard the director exclaim, Mr. Xie, what brings you here? Shen Sangyu whipped around to see a figure striding purposefully through the crowd towards them. The man, clad in a tailored black coat, stood tall. Though the hem of his coat was dusted with dirt, and his usually immaculate hairstyle was disheveled, strands of hair falling over his forehead. Dark circles under his eyes hinted at a sleepless night, and the bloodshot sclera of his gaze conveyed a sense of urgency. Yet, his focus was solely on Shen Sangyu. She stood frozen in place, still holding half a piece of bread. The crowd fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched Xie Jinian. As if oblivious to the director's greeting, Xie Jinian advanced swiftly until, before anyone could react, he pulled Shen Sangyu into a tight embrace. The bread slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground. She stiffened, her mind blank, enveloped by the familiar scent of him, a subtle hint of tobacco intermingling with his presence. What was happening with Xie Jinian? His embrace was so forceful it nearly stole her breath away, his arms constricting painfully around her, his body trembling ever so slightly. Thank goodness, you are safe. Xie Jinian's voice was a low growl that sent shivers through her. Shen Sangyu could distinctly feel the rapid thumping of his heart against her own. Silence enveloped them, all eyes fixated on the two in their fervent embrace. Suddenly, the realization struck her that they were not alone, her ears flushed with heat as she pressed her hands against his solid chest. Exerting a gentle push in a flustered attempt to create space, her voice trembling. Xie Jinian, what brings you here? Only then did Xie Jinian seem to register his own indiscretion. He loosened his grip slightly, but did not fully release her, maintaining a hold that was neither suffocating nor entirely devoid of contact. He lowered his gaze to meet hers, and she could clearly see the red veins in his eyes. I saw the news about the earthquake, and I was worried about you, he stated succinctly, the weight of his words crashing down upon her heart. Shen Sangyu regarded his travel-worn appearance, and the grievances she felt for his lack of communication were swiftly overtaken by a tide of more intense emotion. She opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. The scrutiny of those around them made her feel exposed, her heart racing uncontrollably. The director, finally regaining his composure, stepped forward cautiously, saying, Mr. Xie, why did you come in person? The situation here is stable, and we are coordinating the evacuation. Only then did Xie Jinyan release Shen Sangyu, though his gaze remained fixed upon her, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. When he turned to the director, his voice had returned to its normal cadence. Yes, the domestic team is closely monitoring the situation here. Should you require any support for your arrangements, do not hesitate to inform me. Of course. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Xie, the director replied promptly, silently marveling at the obviousness of his preoccupation with one specific individual. Lin Nan and Chu Baimin exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing the gossip-worthy undertones of the scene. Shen Sangyu, her head bowed, felt the heat on her cheeks linger, and when she cautiously glanced up at Xie Jinyan, their eyes met. Startled, she quickly looked down again. Is Xie Jinyan here because he's worried about me?
But why?
It's been so long since those events. Surely he should have moved on. Her thoughts were a tumultuous whirlwind. Unbeknownst to her, her inner musings were clearly transmitted to Xie Jinyan, who, with a subtle shift in his gaze, seemed to focus on her crown of hair. Had he truly heard her heart's whispers? Meanwhile, those who were privy to the entire situation could only think, indeed. There is a story between Mr. Xie and Shen Sangyu, a significant one. Observing the two, the director wisely began to usher others away. All right, everyone, no more crowding around. Let's tidy up and prepare to follow the evacuation orders. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. Shen Sangyu felt an unprecedented level of embarrassment wash over her, while Xie Jinyan appeared utterly unconcerned by the others, merely lowering his head to ask softly, Were you frightened? Are you injured? Shen Sangyu shook her head. I'm fine. Really? I wasn't hurt, just a bit shaken. Confirming her safety relaxed the tension in Xie Jinyan's heart. Thanks to his arrival and the resources he provided, the evacuation proceeded smoothly. Although others were curious about the relationship between Xie Jinyan and Shen Sangyu, the nature of their roles deterred them from prying too deeply, and they exchanged furtive glances instead. Upon the plane's landing at the domestic airport, Shen Sangyu immediately spotted Gu Qiqi and Gu Sun waiting for her. The moment Gu Qiqi laid eyes on her, she rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace, her voice tinged with tears. Xiaoyu, you scared me to death. The news said there were buildings collapsing there. Are you alright? Were you hurt? Shen Sangyu, snugly held, felt warmth spread through her heart as she patted Gu Qiqi's back reassuringly. I'm fine, really. Look at me, I'm perfectly alright. Gu Sun approached, first smiling at Xie Jinyan before turning to Shen Sangyu. It's a relief to see you back safely. You have no idea how certain individuals looked when they heard the news. They were so startled they nearly wished they could sprout wings and fly to you. Although Gu Sun had not witnessed Xie Jinyan's reaction firsthand, he could surmise it. Before he could finish his sentence, however, Xie Jinyan shot him a warning glance. Immediately, Gu Sun mimed zipping his lips, chuckling awkwardly. Alright, I want to say another word. I'll keep my mouth shut. Xie Jinyan ignored him, turning his attention back to Shen Sangyu. Let us go. The car is outside. I'll drive you home. Oh, alright. Shen Sangyu nodded, linking arms with Gu Qiqi as they followed behind. Gu Qiqi leaned closer to Shen Sangyu's ear and whispered softly, What is going on? How did Xie Jinyan end up coming back with you? Did he come to pick you up himself? Shen Sangyu felt her cheeks heat up at the question and replied vaguely, He probably just had some business over there, and it was on his way. Gu Qiqi clearly did not believe her. Xie Jinyan, who was in front, overheard this and turned his head, saying, Xiaoyu, I specifically went to get you. Chapter 51. The 5-Year Reunion. Shen Sangyu. Her face instantly flushed crimson as she abruptly lowered her head, too shy to meet Xie Jinyan's gaze. Nor could she bear to look at Gu Qiqi, who was beside her with wide eyes, clearly excited. Observing her bashful demeanor, a hint of amusement flickered across Xie Jinyan's face. His little you had finally regained her vivacity, just like before. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed expression, not uttering a word. As they were about to board the car, Gu Sun pulled Gu Qiqi aside, granting the two some privacy. The atmosphere inside the car was unusually quiet throughout the journey. Shen Sangyu turned her head to gaze out at the night scenery, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, while Xie Jinyan refrained from saying much, only occasionally glancing at her. Upon arriving home, Shen Sangyu alighted from the car, and Xie Jinyan followed suit. Thank you for bringing me back, Shen Sangyu murmured softly. Xie Jinyan looked directly at her. Make sure to rest well. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Shen Yaoqing, who sighed with relief upon seeing her daughter return safely. Her gaze then shifted to Xie Jinian standing beside Shen Sangyu, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. Xiaoyu is back, and Jinian is here as well. Would you like to come in? Shen Miaoqing's tone was gentle. She was aware of Xie Jinian's past actions, and though she felt discontent, she would not voice any objection since her daughter had chosen to be with him. Shen Sangyu was somewhat taken aback by her mother's unexpected invitation. After all, she had scolded Xie Jinian for a long time due to her own issues. She instinctively glanced at Xie Jinian. Xie Jinian politely replied, "Thank you, Auntie, but I have some matters to attend to at the company, so I won't impose further. I'm just glad that Xiaoyu is home safe." Seeing this, Shen Miaoqing did not press the issue, smiling graciously. "That's fine then. Thank you so much for today. And please drive safely. Goodbye, Auntie." After Xie Jinian spoke, his gaze lingered on Shen Sangyu. "Xiaoyu, see you tomorrow." See you tomorrow," Shen Sangyu echoed, only to realize belatedly what she had just said. Who said they would meet tomorrow? As she watched Xie Jinian's car slowly fade from view, Shen Sangyu stood at the doorway, feeling an emptiness in her heart, accompanied by a sense of melancholy. Shen Miaoqing wrapped her arm around her daughter's shoulder, leading her inside. "All right, stop staring. Let us go in and talk. What exactly happened? How did you end up with Xie Jinian?" Once at home, Shen Sangyu relaxed and recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Shen Miaoqing pondered for a moment before gently asking, "Xiaoyu, tell me the truth. After all these years, do you still have feelings for him?" Shen Sangyu remained silent for a long while before finally nodding. Shen Miaoqing sighed. "Knowing this would be the case, my child, since you chose to return, you must have made some plans. I won't press you to elaborate on what happened back then, but I must ask you this. If you still have feelings, and if he shares the same sentiment, what will you do?" Shen Sangyu shook her head in confusion. She had never considered it. She used to think that there was no possibility between her and Xie Jinian. Yet with his recent actions, her heart began to flutter again. Shen Miaoqing grasped her hand. "Silly child, the most fearful aspect of love is to let opportunities slip away. The past is the past, and the present is the present. If you can't let go, then so be it, but if you can, pursue your feelings. It's better than lingering in uncertainty. My daughter deserves the best in the world, and even if you can't be together, I can introduce you to someone else." A warm sensation enveloped Shen Sangyu's heart, and she nodded. "Mom, thank you." After dinner, Shen Sangyu completed her evening routine and lay down in bed. The trending topics were all about the earthquake in Sakura country and the scandal involving Yuan Yi. There was also Meng Shuyan's daily study vlog. But Shen Sangyu didn't bother to click on it, as she could already imagine its contents. Host Xiao Lujing is still purchasing online support for Yuan Yi. But Yuan Yi seems to be ready to take drastic measures, preparing for a mutual downfall. Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow at this. It was shaping up to be a dog-eat-dog scenario. She supported a good fight. She particularly enjoyed watching, hoping both sides would end up losing. As she pondered, she logged into her secondary account and found a plethora of negative comments and private messages from haters flooding in. With an expressionless face, she blocked them one by one and then forwarded the information to her legal team for handling. Subsequently, she sent out a reassuring sticker. After all, she still had some fans. Upon posting on Weibo, the comment section was quickly inundated with concern from her fans. She thought for a moment before opening her official fan group, where excitement erupted at her presence. Messages flooded in rapidly, filled with worries and greetings. "Sister Shen, you scared us to death. As long as you're okay, safety is the most important thing. Sister Shen, take good care of yourself these days. And don't look at those comments." Feeling a warm glow in her heart, Shen Sangyu typed a reply. "I'm fine. I've returned home safely." The fans erupted in excitement upon seeing her in the group. As they chatted, one fan suddenly brought up, "By the way, Sister Shen, your 5-year debut anniversary is coming up. Any special treats for us?" Shen Sangyu thought for a moment. Indeed, the time was approaching. She replied, "I can't believe it's already been 5 years. Time flies. I'll try to organize an offline meetup for everyone, and there won't be any charges. How about a lottery right here in the group?" The group was immediately flooded with excited responses. A familiar idea emerged, that of Yu, one of Shen Sangyu's wealthy fans who had spent a significant amount of money on her. Her username was derived from the character Yu in Shen Sangyu's name, and it was rumored that she had purchased it at a high price. Shen Sangyu had a deep impression of Yu. She was always quiet but excelled in supporting, gathering data, and organizing activities without ever bothering Shen Sangyu for recognition. Shen Sangyu took the initiative to open a chat with Yu. They followed each other. And their last conversation had been a month ago when Shen Sangyu was preparing to participate in a dating show. Shen Sangyu. Thank you, Yu, for always helping me out. Yu's response remained as cold as ever. Not a bother, it's what I should do. Shen Sangyu clicked on her profile and noticed that her IP address indicated she was back in the country. Considering that Yu had been abroad for years without meeting, she casually invited, I see you're back in the country? Would you like to join the 5-year reunion? I really want to thank you in person. Shen Sangyu had already decided that after the 5-year reunion, she would retire from the industry. She genuinely wanted to express her gratitude to her fans. After sending the message, there was a brief pause before Yu finally replied. Yu, I'm not sure if I'll be free that day. Shen Sangyu found it odd that Yu was declining before the date was even set. The specific date hasn't been determined yet. How do you already know you might not be free? Septe 52, likims benefactos ambas lamin. Yu, let us see when the time comes. Shen Sangyu felt something was off with Yu's response, but she brushed it off. I really hope you can come. I truly want to meet you face to face. Yu, alright. The next day, as Shen Sangyu awoke, she received a message from Xie Jinian. There are quite a few matters at the company today, and I might be busy until late. If you're free, you can come to the office and wait for me. We can have dinner together. Shen Sangyu gazed at the message, her heart inexplicably quickening, as if transported back to the days of their romance. She recalled her mother's words from the previous night, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately replied with a simple, alright. Moreover, wasn't Xie Jinian absent from the company just yesterday? Why, then, was he so busy today? It was truly unfathomable how much pressure he had imposed upon her in the past. In the afternoon, Shen Sangyu adorned herself with a touch of elegance and made her way to the Xie Group building. Upon arriving at the reception desk and announcing her name, the receptionist immediately greeted her with a warm smile. Sister Shen, President Xie has already instructed that you may take his exclusive elevator upstairs. His secretary will meet you at the stairwell. Thank you. Shen Sangyu nodded, and under the curious gazes of the surrounding employees, she proceeded toward the private elevator. The elevator ascended directly to the top-level executive office area, and as the doors slid open, Xie Jinian's secretary stood waiting, guiding her inside. As they passed by the president's office, several female employees recognized her and excitedly whispered greetings. It's Shen Sangyu. Good afternoon, Sister Shen. I adore you. Shen Sangyu responded with a warm smile and a friendly nod. The secretary led her to the lounge, where tea and magazines were prepared for her, and informed her that Xie Jinian was currently in a meeting. While waiting, Shen Sangyu rose to visit the restroom, only to inadvertently bump into two individuals. One of them was Li Qing, while the other appeared to be around 40, dressed in an expensive suit, likely a senior executive of the Xie Group. Upon seeing Shen Sangyu, Li Qing's expression faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure and smiled. Xiaoyu, what a coincidence. What brings you here? I'm here to wait for someone, Shen Sangyu replied flatly. Given that many of her negative trending topics stemmed from Li Qing, she naturally held no goodwill toward her. Host, Li Qing is here to discuss a partnership, and this man is her financial backer. Shen Sangyu's gaze instinctively flicked to the man beside Li Qing. He certainly possesses an appealing appearance, she mused internally, but it's a pity he likely remains oblivious to Li Qing's numerous benefactors. Upon hearing Shen Sangyu's thoughts, Su, the executive, visibly paled, glancing at Li Qing, who quickly feigned ignorance, wearing an expression of innocence. The system continued to divulge. This Su is a well-known benefactor in the entertainment industry, having supported more starlets than one can count. And they are indeed cut from the same cloth. Moreover, the most crucial point is that Su has been embezzling funds from the Xie Group, utilizing his position for personal gain to support these young stars. Shen Sangyu's heart raced with alarm. He is embezzling? How audacious of him to engage in such activities so overtly. Does Xie Jinian know? Xie Jinian is likely aware to some extent, but he hasn't yet gathered definitive evidence. This Su is quite cunning. Li Qing's acquisition of endorsements and partnerships with the Xie Group has been orchestrated by this Su behind the scenes. Su's expression darkened further. His gaze filled with disbelief and horror as he abruptly turned to Shen Sangyu. Through gritted teeth, he asked, Miss Li, who is this? However, before Li Qing could respond, Shen Sangyu silently mused. Who am I? I am your reckoning. Su, you are finished. Li Qing maintained her smile, but internally, a storm was brewing. This is Shen Sangyu. She is, in a sense, my colleague. She could not allow Su to face repercussions. He was the bridge between her and the Xie Group, and without him, this opportunity would slip through her fingers. Su's fear intensified. How could she know about his embezzlement? If Xie Jinian discovered this, it would spell disaster. Shen Sangyu would likely remain silent for now. Only the dead could keep secrets. Su's gaze toward Shen Sangyu became increasingly malevolent. As Shen Sangyu observed the sudden change in their expressions, she felt bewildered. What has happened to them? Why do they suddenly look so ill at ease? Have they encountered a ghost? Or were they engaged in something illicit before this encounter, now feeling shy in my presence? Shen Sangyu's thoughts, however, could not be articulated. Her inner voice reached Li Qing and Su, further darkening their expressions, with Su's eyes glinting with a sinister edge. He was now intent on resolving her presence. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Li Qing disregarded Shen Sangyu's thoughts and quickly attempted to smooth over the situation. Xiaoyu. This is President Su. Although Shen Sangyu found the atmosphere peculiar, she dismissed it and simply nodded toward Su. Miss Shen, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Su extended his hand. However, Shen Sangyu remained motionless. After exchanging a few hasty pleasantries, Li Qing and Su almost fled in panic. What is wrong with those two? They seem odd, as if burdened by guilt. But this Su truly appears to be a menace. I must alert Xie Jinian. However, directly stating that I know about his subordinate's embezzlement seems rather strange. She contemplated as she turned around, only to be oblivious to the figure that had appeared behind her, nearly colliding with him. Raising her head, she found herself meeting Xie Jinian's gaze. He had emerged from the meeting at some point and was now standing right behind her. Encountering a familiar face? He inquired in a neutral tone. Shen Sangyu started in surprise, quickly standing upright. Yes, I ran into a colleague and someone named Su, who seems to be discussing a collaboration with her. Xie Jinian was acquainted with Su and aware of his dubious activities. He nodded. Oh, are you interested in the endorsements from the Xie group, Xiaoyu? Shen Sangyu immediately shook her head. Not at all. In fact, I am preparing to withdraw from the industry. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinian cast her a deep, gentle look. Whatever decision you make, I shall support you. Shen Sangyu felt warmth in her heart. Come, I still have some work to attend to. Let us head to the office. Xie Jinian naturally took her hand, leading her toward the president's office. This was Shen Sangyu's first visit to Xie Jinian's office, which was decorated in a minimalist modern style, perfectly reflecting his personality. Her gaze swept across the desk, eventually landing on a corner where a delicate photo frame was displayed. Containing a picture of the two of them, a photo they had discarded together during their last outing. In the image, she radiated carefree joy, while Xie Jinian, though his expression remained serene, had a softness in his eyes. Shen Sangyu's breath caught, and she pointed at the frame, her voice trembling. That photo, when did you retrieve it? Xie Jinian followed her gaze, pausing in silence for a moment before softly replying. The day you discarded it, I couldn't bear to part with it. So I picked it up and kept it as a memento. Chapter 53. Returning to the father's home. Xie Jinian gazed at the frame with tenderness. Xiaoyu, I no longer need to hold on to it, for we will always have the next photograph. Shen Sangyu's heart quivered, though she remained silent. Soon, Xie Jinian completed his work, and they ventured to a high-end restaurant. Upon entering, Shen Sangyu spotted two familiar figures, Xiao Lujing and Qian Haoshuan. Host, these two are here for a date. But Xiao Lujing has plans to accompany his new girlfriend later this evening, thus he declined his benefactor's invitation, claiming he needed to review a script. Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow. A master of time management indeed. Qian Haoshuan likely believes he is Xiao Lujing's one and only, yet little does he know. He has several girlfriends. Indeed, host and Xiao Lujing's recent relationship was exposed, and he had to explain to Qian Haoshuan that he did not engage in certain actions, claiming he was also a victim of the industry. How amusing. Those young ladies presented their evidence, yet Qian Haoshuan remains unconvinced. He is truly being played for a fool by Xiao Lujing. As she secretly reveled in the drama, Qian Haoshuan's expression suddenly shifted as he turned to Xiao Lujing. His voice was low, barely concealing his fury. Xiao Lujing, is what she said true? Xiao Lujing's heart sank momentarily. He merely wished for Shen Sangyu to cease her thoughts. Yet he maintained an outward facade of composure, even managing to feign a hint of grievance. Hao Chen, how could you believe the nonsensical ramblings of an outsider? Shen Sangyu is clearly envious of the bond we share, spouting baseless accusations to sow discord. Everything she says is a lie. Qian Haochen shot him a fierce glare before striding towards Xie Jinian. General Manager Xie, Miss Shen, what a delightful surprise to encounter both of you here. His gaze flitted between Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinian. Xiao Lujing followed closely behind, feigning astonishment. Indeed, Miss Shin and General Manager Xia. Your connection seems rather exceptional. The insinuation in his tone was unmistakable. In her heart, Shen Sangyu scoffed. Who would resort to such underhanded tactics to ascend? I certainly could never stoop so low. Xia Jinmian's expression darkened, as he naturally grasped her unspoken sentiments. He extended his hand, effortlessly clasping Shen Sangyu's. Their fingers interlocking and raised before the two men. His gaze, cool and dismissive, swept over Xiao Lu Jing before settling on Qian Hao Chun, his tone frigid. Rest assured. Mr. Qian, when I marry, I will certainly inform you. It will be a notification, not an invitation. Xia Jinmian's meaning was clear. Their affairs bore no relevance to these two individuals. After Qian Hao Chun, visibly displeased, hurriedly departed with Xiao Lu Jing. A brief silence enveloped the dining table. Xia Jinmian released her hand, his focus intent upon Shen Sangyu. Regarding the marriage matter earlier, why did you remain silent? Are you unwilling? Clearly taken aback by his question, Shen Sangyu hesitated slightly. As for future matters, who can say for certain? I can. Xia Jinmian declared with unwavering certainty, his gaze fervent. I am resolute that, aside from you, there shall be no one else. He added, of course. If you are not prepared, I can wait as long as necessary. Meeting his earnest gaze, Shen Sangyu nodded slightly. Following dinner, Xia Jinmian escorted Shen Sangyu home, though she intended to visit her father's residence that evening. Upon ringing the doorbell, the housekeeper opened the door, her face lighting up with surprise. Miss, what a pleasant surprise. Mr. is in the study. Shen Sangyu smiled, changing into slippers as she entered the living room. Sang Yuan was seated beneath the lamp, reading a newspaper with Yanning. Hearing the commotion, he looked up, astonished to see his daughter. Xiaoyu, what brings you back? You should have given me a heads up. He immediately set down the newspaper and rose. Have you eaten? Would you like me to ask the housekeeper to prepare a late-night snack? Have you been exhausted with work lately? I've noticed the online criticisms have diminished significantly. Yet you want to allow me to intervene. When I saw the news of the earthquake in Sakura country, I called your mother. Only upon hearing you were safe did I feel at ease. His cascade of concerns warmed Shen Sangyu's heart, and she linked her arm through his. Dad. I've already eaten. I'm perfectly fine. I merely wanted to come back and see you. What? Am I not welcome? Upon hearing her words, Sang Yuan's face broke into a broad smile, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing. Of course you're welcome. This house is so large. And it's just me here. I would love for you to come back every day. The father and daughter settled on the sofa, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, Sang Yuan seemed to recall something, patting his head. By the way, your senior sister, Bai, has invited me to lunch tomorrow. You haven't seen her in ages. Have you? That girl was just mentioning you the other day. Would you like to join us? Senior sister Bai Qiao was one of Sang Yuan's most favored students. Also a pupil of his in the entertainment industry. Bai Qiao had entered this field out of passion, and her company was established by the Shen Group. Naturally receiving ample support from Shen Miaoqing, she had access to numerous resources, coupled with exceptional talent, earning accolades, and a high status in the industry, far exceeding Shen Sangyu's own reputation. The two, nearly of the same age, shared a close bond, akin to that of sisters. Upon hearing Sang Yuan's words, Shen Sangyu's eyes sparkled, and she sat up straight. Senior sister Bai? That sounds wonderful. It has indeed been too long since I last saw her. The last time was at the awards ceremony earlier this year. This is the perfect opportunity to catch up. The next day at noon, Shen Sangyu made a modest effort to look presentable and arrived punctually with her father at a discreet private dining establishment. Upon entering the room, however, she discovered that Bai Wei was not alone. Seated beside her was an elegant man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. Su Zhe, Sang Yuan's most cherished student. Host, surprise revelation. Senior sister Bai and senior brother Su are together. Their clandestine romance has been kept under wraps and remains undisclosed. The system exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Bai Qiao. Shen Sangyu's gaze flitted between the two, although they were discreet. She instantly recognized their matching attire. Wasn't that clearly a couple's outfit? Only her father, the old-fashioned relic, would fail to notice. Understanding dawned on her, and she couldn't help but internally revel in the gossip. As expected, I had suspected for quite some time that senior brother Su's gaze towards senior sister Bai was not merely friendly. He has been subtly caring for her at every gathering, all the while thinking he was being clever about it. Now, it appears that the reserved senior brother has finally achieved his desire and won the heart of his goddess. Congratulations! Her exuberant thoughts resonated clearly in the ears of Bai Qiao and Suja, who had just risen to greet them. Her father, too, had overheard. You too? He couldn't help but inquire. I didn't see that coming. I thought I was introducing Suja to potential partners, yet here he is, courting someone from within. Bai Qiao's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she shot a quick glare at Suja. He quickly regained his composure, adopting an air of feigned ignorance as he approached. Teacher, Xiaoyu, you've arrived. Please come in. Chapter 54. Shen Sangyu's alternate identity. Sang Yuan shot him an indignant glare, displeased that he had kept such a significant matter from him. He then turned to Bai Qiao, his face radiating warmth. It's merely a casual gathering. Why the need for so many people? Dad, a few more people just makes it livelier.
Shen Sangyu interjected.
Then turned to Bai Qiao, saying, Don't you agree, Bai Jia? Indeed, Sang Yuan nodded. Once seated, the group enjoyed their meal while engaging in pleasant conversation, the atmosphere quickly becoming amicable. As they chatted, Bai Qiao seemed to suddenly recall something. By the way, Xiaoyu, do you know Ming Shuiyan? Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow, nodding. I suppose we have some acquaintance. Bai Qiao set down her chopsticks, her expression clearly displeased. I have no idea why she has been pretending to be me online lately, claiming to be the disciple of Master Sang in the entertainment industry, when I am the only one. I've heard from several friends in the industry that she has been touting herself as my junior sister, leveraging my reputation to gain resources. Host, a reminder, Meng Shuiyan is not only verbally insidious, but also employs underhanded tactics. I am unsure how, but she has bribed an assistant to secretly obtain Bai Qiao's experimental notes and is distributing photos for announcements. Internally mocking, Shen Sangyu thought, truly, those without shame are invincible. With her meager abilities, she dares to provoke senior sister Bai. Bai Qiao's expression darkened further upon hearing her thoughts. Those with ulterior motives who seek to rise on the coattails of others will inevitably pay the price in this industry. Suja, remaining silent, quietly served Bai Qiao more food. Is there anything I can do? Bai Qiao shook her head. No need. She's merely a trifling clown. There is a charity gala coming up soon and I am certain she will attend. After that, it will be up to the master. After saying this, Bai Qiao looked towards Sang Yuan. He froze for a moment, quickly waving his hands. I have no interest in such affairs. Do not involve me. You young people handle it yourselves. Oh, teacher. Bai Qiao leaned closer, her expression pitiful. I implore you, just this once. You cannot stand idly by and watch your disciple be bullied. Suddenly, she recalled something. Oh yes, Xiaoyu has also been targeted by her. You cannot turn a blind eye, teacher. Sang Yuan cast a glance at Shen Sangyu, who was eagerly gazing back at him, and ultimately acquiesced. Just this once. I truly have no way to refuse you. Thank you, teacher. After their meal, before Shen Sangyu even returned home, she received a phone call from Gu Qiqi. Xiaoyu, do you have a moment? Come out quickly. I want to show you my new store. Gu Qiqi's voice brimmed with excitement. With no pressing matters at hand, Shen Sangyu agreed. Gu Qiqi's shop was situated in the heart of the city, within a mall owned by the Gu Group, which naturally afforded her a prime location. The store was adorned with a distinctive decor that seamlessly blended modern simplicity with traditional elements. Upon entering, Shen Sangyu was immediately captivated. The garments on display were not of ordinary design but rather showcased a style rooted in national aesthetics, featuring hanfu and qipao. Together, these pieces created a harmonious visual that was anything but jarring. While Shen Sangyu had anticipated that Gu Qiqi would open a clothing store, she was astounded by the level of sophistication in the decor, indicating that considerable thought had been invested. Qiqi, this shop is simply magnificent, Shen Sangyu exclaimed in admiration. Gu Qiqi proudly lifted her chin. Of course. Do you think my taste is lacking? With that, she pulled Shen Sangyu to a nearby seat and hesitantly began. Actually, Xiao, there is something I'd like to ask of you. What is it? Speak up. Gu Qiqi looked at her, her eyes sparkling. You see? You're planning to step back from the limelight, right? You must have something to occupy your time. Why not join me in building this brand? Let us collaborate. She grew increasingly animated. Consider this. You are already quite renowned in the country as the national style designer Tian. Who doesn't he know you? Although you haven't disclosed your identity with your pseudonym, if we combine forces to create a high-end clothing brand, it will surely be extraordinary. What do you think? Please give it some thought. Shen Sangyu couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm, and her heart stirred at the prospect. Establishing her own brand to promote the beauty of Chinese aesthetics was indeed something she found intriguing. She quickly agreed. Since the esteemed Miss Gu has personally come to invite me, how could I possibly decline? Fantastic. Gu Qiqi was so elated, she nearly leapt into the air. Shen Sangyu retrieved her phone and sent Gu Qiqi a folder filled with her recent designs. Take a look at these. They can be produced. The upcoming charity gala presents a splendid opportunity to launch our brand. Gu Qiqi checked her phone and exclaimed, "Oh my, these are simply stunning, Xiuyu. You truly are a genius. That's merely the beginning, but I will need your assistance. Once I step back from the industry, my mother will undoubtedly expect me to manage the company, leaving you without support." What is that to worry about? Gu Qiqi waved her hand dismissively. Just wait for your share of the profits. Suddenly, Gu Qiqi slapped her forehead. By the way, speaking of which, there's a designer competition coming up, and the submission deadline is approaching. This is one of the most prestigious competitions in the country, and it garners immense attention. Why don't we submit a collection? Once Tian's name is mentioned, it will undoubtedly captivate the audience. However, Shen Sangyu shook her head. If we are to participate in the competition, I'd prefer not to leverage Tian's reputation. Why not? The name Tian had been adopted during her time in the Cherry Blossom country, where she gained fame in a design competition and subsequently produced numerous design drafts for affluent clients, leading to her rise to prominence. After entering the entertainment industry, her output had diminished, and the name gradually faded from public attention. If she were to compete under the Tian moniker now, it would undoubtedly attract considerable scrutiny, which she wished to avoid. After all, the competition values skill over fame, does it not? I want to participate under a fresh, unadulterated identity, allowing the designs to take center stage. Gu Qiqi nodded, conceding, all right, you make a valid point. Given your talent, even without Tian's name, winning will be a breeze. Meanwhile, Meng Xuan was reclining on her sofa, dialing a phone number. The call was quickly answered, and Meng Longquan's voice resonated. Xueyan, what is the matter?
Dad.
Meng Xueyan cooed. How is it going with the clothing competition I mentioned? It's gaining a lot of attention. You must find a way for me to secure a prize. On the other end, Meng Longquan chuckled, his voice brimming with affection. Rest assured, my precious daughter. I've already made arrangements. Everything is under control. Meng Xueyan felt a twinge of unease. What arrangements have you made? Have the judges been taken care of? I don't want any mishaps. Chapter 55, The Young Lady of the Shen Family. Meng Longquan lowered his voice. There are a few old sticklers among the judges who are not easy to influence directly, but that is no concern. I have devised a better plan. I've had someone scout out a talented newcomer designer with no connections. You can simply utilize their work. If the pieces are exceptional, the judges won't have much to say, but will surely be impressed by your talent. Moreover, with sufficient compensation, that newcomer won't dare to speak out. Upon hearing this, Meng Xueyan's face lit up with joy. Dad, you're so clever. This plan is both safe and convenient. I'll just publish a few articles later. Let us see who will dare to criticize me. Of course, Meng Longquan replied with a triumphant laugh. My daughter. Nothing is beyond your reach. You can rest easy. I'll take care of everything.
Thank you, Dad.
You're the best. Meng Xueyan hung up, her face radiating a confident smile as she envisioned herself standing on the awards podium, basking in the accolades of the online crowd. As for the designer whose work she had acquired, who cared? It was a privilege for him to provide her with his creations. The following day, Shen Sangyu arrived at the company, ready to discuss her contract termination with President Wang. As she stepped inside, she spotted two familiar figures, Xiao Luojing and Li Qing. They exchanged smiles, while others around them snapped photos. Why are these two still promoting their pairing? Wasn't Xiao Luojing's relationship already exposed? Host. They're currently filming a new movie, so they naturally need to hype their on-screen couple. Plus, someone has captured behind-the-scenes moments and posted them online, reigniting their couple's popularity. Their team and investors want to capitalize on this wave of excitement. Commercial couple, I see. Shen Sangyu thought. Fans are obsessing over them, unaware that the leads barely communicate off-screen. The entertainment industry is truly filled with illusions. As her thoughts echoed, Xiao Luojing and Li Qing's expressions froze. The nearby staff also overheard, their smiles faltering in disbelief. A commercial couple? I can't believe it. They seem so sweet together. You've shipped so many couples and still haven't learned your lesson. Real couples have long since taken precautions. They wouldn't act this way otherwise. Shen Sangyu paid no mind to their chatter, ignoring Li Qing and Xiao Luojing as she strode deeper into the office. President Wang lounged in his chair, gazing at Shen Sangyu with an air of arrogance. Termination? Shen Sangyu, Are you still half asleep? President Wang scoffed. He had recently resolved his own issues and was no longer intimidated by her threats. You're currently riding a wave of popularity. How much has the company invested in you? You think you can just terminate the contract? The terms are clearly outlined in black and white. There's no way I'll let you go. Shen Sangyu maintained her calm demeanor, having anticipated President Wang's reaction. I recall that the contract has already concluded. Moreover, many of the resources promised by the company have not been fulfilled. Are you truly planning to breach our agreement? Breach of trust? President Wang chuckled, as if hearing a joke, spreading his hands in a dismissive manner. Even if I were to breach trust, what would you do about it?
Sueme?
Do you have any evidence? Your contract has been renewed for another 5 years. The termination compensation is astronomical. Can you afford it? Shen Sangyu regarded his expression with a bemused smile. You alter the contract behind my back, but Mr. Wang, it seems your understanding of me is rather superficial. Mr. Wang furrowed his brow. What do you mean? What I mean is, my surname is Shen. Why don't you take a wild guess as to who in the capital shares my surname? Shen Sangyu raised her gaze. Mr. Wang was, of course, aware of the illustrious Shen Group, with which he had recently contemplated a collaboration. Yet, what did Shen Sangyu intend to convey? Mr. Wang chuckled. You can't possibly be implying that you are the young lady of the Shen family, can you? That's quite amusing. Shen Sangyu arched an eyebrow. You might want to check your phone for any new messages. Once you've done that, we can discuss the termination of the contract. Mr. Wang felt a chill run down his spine at her unwavering demeanor and hesitantly retrieved his phone from the table. Upon seeing the latest email pop up on his screen, his pupils dilated in shock. The sender was Shun Miaoqing, the president of the Shen Group. He opened the email, which was succinct and to the point, confirming that Shen Sangyu was indeed the young lady of the Shen family and requesting his cooperation in the contract termination. Cold sweat broke out on Mr. Wang's forehead. His complexion drained of color, his hands trembling to the point of nearly dropping the phone. Who would have thought that the widely disparaged Shen Sangyu was the daughter of the Shen family? He looked up, disbelief etched in his eyes. You truly are the young lady of the Shen family. My apologies, Miss Shen. It was my oversight, my lack of discernment. Please, do not hold it against me. He practically leapt from his chair, stammering, let us terminate the contract immediately. I'll have the legal department prepare the documents right away. Everything will be handled as you wish. The penalty fees will be waived. It is our honor to have you with us. Watching his rapid transformation, Shen Sangyu smirked internally, yet maintained her composure on the surface. I hope Mr. Wang will keep his word. Of course, of course. Mr. Wang nodded fervently. I'll attend to it at once. As he spoke, an idea seemed to dawn on him, rubbing his hands together. Miss Shen, since you've been with us for a while, we're like family now. Could you perhaps speak favorably of us to Mr. Shen? It might open doors for potential collaboration with the Shen Group. Shen Sangyu couldn't help but chuckle at what she perceived as an utterly ridiculous notion, her eyes glinting with mockery. Mr. Wang, at this juncture, you still harbor hopes of collaborating with the Shen Group? Mr. Wang's face went pale as he sank into his chair, fully aware that any collaboration with the Shen Group was now out of the question. He never imagined that Shen Sangyu was the young lady of the Shen family. She had indeed concealed her identity remarkably well. After a smooth termination of the contract, Shen Sangyu returned home feeling lighthearted. She found Shen Miaoqing seated in the living room, sipping tea. Upon seeing her daughter, she set down her cup and inquired, how did it go? Shen Sangyu slipped into her slippers, approached her mother with affection, and embraced her shoulder. With you taking charge, of course, it was a resounding success. You wouldn't believe it. When Mr. Wang saw your message, his face turned ashen. He signed the termination contract without delay. Shen Miaoqing smiled and patted her daughter's hand. As long as it's resolved, you can pursue whatever you wish. Your mother will always support you. You're the best.
Mom.
Shen Sangyu exclaimed, planting a kiss on her mother's cheek. Shen Miaoqing had other matters to attend to, so she refrained from lingering. After successfully terminating her contract with the company, Shen Sangyu gained access to the management of her prominent Weibo account. She logged in and crafted a new post. Shen Sangyu V. The end of one journey signifies the beginning of another. Grateful for all encounters. Until we meet again. Chapter 56. Does Mr. Xia wish to pursue a romance with me? She refrained from mentioning her status as the young lady of the Shen family. Once her Weibo post went live, it quickly soared to trending topics, with fans flooding the comments section with well wishes. Congratulations, Sister Shen. Sister Shen, the future is bright. Finally left that dreadful company. Congratulations. Sister Shen, may your path be adorned with flowers. However, Amid the chorus of congratulations, some discordant voices emerged. Haha. She must have found a new benefactor to be acting this way. What pretense of high-mindedness? T adjusts that the resources from her former company were inadequate, and now she seeks greener pastures? So, quick to terminate? How much was the penalty fee? Let us hope she didn't find some sugar daddy. She is surely just trying to establish a persona. The independent woman trope all the rage right now. Nonetheless, these comments did not dampen Shen Sangyu's spirits. It was her mother's words that made her exclaim, "Mom."
No.
Shen Miaoqing had just suggested that she visit the Shen group in the afternoon to familiarize herself with the family business. Shen Sangyu immediately clung to her mother's arm. Pouting, "Mom, please. I just got liberated today. Let me rest for a few days. Going to the company sounds so dull." Shen Miaoqing chuckled, giving her forehead a playful poke. Rest? Young people ought to observe and learn more. It's settled then. Change into something more presentable, and we're off.
Mom.
Shen Sangyu whined, attempting one last stand. No room for negotiation. Shen Miaoqing's tone was resolute. "I have a surprise prepared for you. Don't you want to see it?" Shen Sangyu knew that once her mother made a decision, it was seldom altered, so she reluctantly acquiesced. "All right, fine, I'll go." Shen Sangyu begrudgingly changed her clothes and followed Shen Miaoqing out. Shen Miaoqing led her directly to the top floor via a private elevator and opened the door to an office. "Here you go," Shen Miaoqing smiled. "This will be your office from now on. Do you like it?" Shen Sangyu stood speechless, taken aback by the sight before her. So this was the surprise her mother had prepared, an office already set up for her. Her mother had evidently been planning for her to join the company all along. Just then, a young woman clad in a sharp professional suit knocked on the door and entered. "Good day, Madam Shen, young lady," she greeted respectfully. Then turned to Shen Sangyu with a smile. "Hello, young lady. I am Zhou Yi, and I will be your special assistant from today onwards, assisting you with various tasks." Shen Miaoqing stood. "You two get acquainted. I have other matters to attend to." Shen Sangyu nodded, taking a seat behind the desk to absorb her surroundings before looking up at Secretary Zhou. "Secretary Zhou, could you please compile detailed information on all entertainment companies under the group, including the financial statements from the past 3 years, key projects, artist management contracts, and competitor analysis? I wish to familiarize myself with the situation." A flicker of surprise crossed Secretary Zhou's eyes. She had been taken aback when she realized that the young lady of the Shen family was indeed Shen Sangyu. She had initially assumed she was merely there to enjoy the perks, yet it seemed she was genuinely interested in the business. However, she also wondered if Shen Sangyu was merely putting on a facade, as is often the case with the heirs of wealthy families. Shen Sangyu had merely come to familiarize herself today, with no pressing matters at hand. She had planned to sit and scroll through her phone until Shen Miaoqing finished her tasks so they could head home together. Suddenly, she received a message from Xie Jinian. "What are you up to?" Shen Sangyu felt a flutter in her heart upon seeing his message, and smiled as she replied. "At my mom's company, waiting for her to finish work." Xie Jinian responded immediately. "When can you come to pick me up?" Shen Sangyu hadn't expected him to be so insistent, and she sent back a rolling eyes emoji. However, he seemed unfazed. "Come pick me up now, would you?" Although she had initially declined, she found herself packing her things, ready to bid farewell to Shen Miaoqing. Shen Miaoqing glanced at her and shrugged. "Go on. I'll manage to get home alone." "Thanks, Mom." Shen Sangyu smiled, giving her a quick hug before turning to leave. She didn't directly inform Xie Jinian of her plans to see him, but rather intended to surprise him. First, she bought 2 cups of milk tea before hailing a cab to the Xie group. Upon reaching the ground floor, she confidently stepped into the elevator designated for Xie Jinian. During her last visit, he had arranged for his secretary to register her fingerprint and facial recognition, allowing her direct access. As she arrived at the office, she gestured to the assistant who was about to notify someone, then quietly slipped inside. To her surprise, Xie Jinian emerged from the conference room, and they unexpectedly crossed paths. Xie Jinian's eyes widened momentarily upon seeing her, before he quickly approached, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips as he accepted the milk tea from her hands. "What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to stay away?" he inquired. Shen Sangyu chuckled softly. "I thought I'd bring you a drink. Buy one, get one free. What a bargain for you." Xie Jinian smiled indulgently. "I thought you were going to say you missed me." "I certainly did not." Shen Sangyu playfully punched him, admonishing him not to jest. An employee from the company captured the scene and uploaded it online. Soon, Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinian were trending. "Is their romance for real? Wow. Is this true?" The ship I support actually sailed. I knew something was brewing between them since the dating show began. Xie Zong's gaze. That smile.
I'm swooning.
So, Shen Sangyu's contract termination was to marry into a wealthy family? What's with the futile thinking upstairs? Can't they just date normally? These two are too good looking together. A feast for the eyes. Help. I never knew Xie Jinian had such a tender and doting side. Please. Hurry up and make it official. I want to ship a real couple. The internet erupted with excitement. Fans reveling while a swarm of Shen Sangyu's detractors began to criticize. Nevertheless, the two parties involved remained unfazed. Shen Sangyu lounged on the office sofa, engrossed in a melodramatic soap opera, while Xie Jinian attended to paperwork. At that moment, the assistant approached, holding the online news with a respectful demeanor. Xie Zong. Should we manage the situation online? Shen Sangyu, intrigued, lifted her head to hear Xie Jinian's thoughts. He shook his head. No need. Just handle the insults. Understood. The assistant replied before departing. Shen Sangyu looked at him quizzically. Why aren't you concerned about this? My only priority is to identify the person who took the photo. Such individuals are a liability in the company. But Xiuyu, I am delighted to trend with you. Why should we worry about this? Oh, Shen Sangyu smiled. So, does Xie Zong wish to date me? Chapter 57. Off to the company. Upon hearing her words, Xie Jinian chuckled softly, rising from behind his desk to stand before her. He leaned in, bracing his hands on either side of the sofa, effectively cornering her between himself and the couch. His gaze lingered on Shen Sangyu, his tone suggestive. Aren't we all ready? Shen Sangyu's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart racing as a sudden closeness and straightforwardness caught her off guard. She retorted defiantly, who said we were? I haven't agreed yet. Seeing her flustered state brought Xie Jinian great joy, and he ceased his teasing, straightening up to affectionately ruffle her hair. All right then. Please take your time to consider. I shall await Miss Shen's response. Once Xie Jinian finished his work, it was apparent that it had begun to rain heavily outside. It's raining, he noted, glancing at the time. It's getting late. I'll drive you home. Sounds good, Shen Sangyu nodded. Xie Jinian personally drove her back to her home. Parking in front of the Shen family villa, the rain continued, albeit less intense than before. Thank you for bringing me back. Shen Sangyu unbuckled her seatbelt, eager to dash inside. Wait a moment, Xie Jinian called, retrieving an umbrella from the back seat. He stepped out first, then walked around to open her door. Don't get soaked. He naturally angled the umbrella toward her, leaving half of himself exposed to the rain. Once at her doorstep, he said gently, quickly go inside. Yes. Drive safely, Shen Sangyu nodded, turning to enter her home. Upon hearing the sound of the car engine starting outside, a smile crept onto her face, her heart fluttering with sweetness. Changing into her slippers, she entered her room, a rosy blush still adorning her cheeks, unable to hide her joy. Shen Miaoqing was seated on the sofa watching television. Upon hearing her daughter, she turned, unable to resist teasing her. Oh, our little you is back. What has you so elated? Your smile could split your face. Shen Sangyu suddenly realized her grin was quite conspicuous and bashfully wiped her face. I'm happy, of course. Shen Miaoqing chuckled. So you're this thrilled to see Xie Jinian?
I saw the photos online.
Shen Sangyu's face reddened further. Mom, those were just candid shots. We haven't even defined our relationship yet. We were just chatting. Seeing her daughter's demeanor, Shen Miaoqing had already pieced together much of the situation. All right then. I won't pry. Just as long as you're happy. Shen Sangyu nodded. I'll head to my room now. With that, she nearly fled upstairs. She didn't bother taking a shower but flopped onto her bed, burying her face deep into the pillow, her legs kicking excitedly in the air. She rolled around on the bed, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. What does he mean by that? He said he would wait for my response. How should I reply? He looked rather handsome today. Various thoughts swirled in her mind, preventing her from settling down. She took out her phone, opened the chat with Xie Jinian, and typed, deleting and retyping the words repeatedly, ultimately failing to send a message. As she continued to type and erase, Xie Jinian noticed the typing indicator next to Shen Sangyu's name and smiled softly. Did you miss me? Shen Sangyu's face flushed instantly, unsure if he had caught her indecision. In a flustered hurry, she replied, Who misses you? Stop being so self-absorbed. Xie Jinian could almost envision her flustered expression and chuckled softly as he responded. All right, if you don't miss me, what are your plans for tomorrow? Busy? Shen Sangyu pondered and replied honestly, I need to familiarize myself with the business at the company in the morning, and in the afternoon, I have plans with Chi-Chi. Xiazong, you're a bit late to the party. Xia Jinian replied, business first. After I finish in the afternoon, I'll come pick you up and take you to the new restaurant. The ingredients are all air-freighted. Shen Sangyu's eyes lit up at the message. She had always adored the cuisine from Sakura country. During her years there, she had tasted authentic dishes, but since returning, such freshness had become a rarity. I heard that place is difficult to book, Xiazong. Thank you so much. It just so happened that there was an available spot, so Miss Shen, are you free tomorrow evening? With a smile, Shen Sangyu replied, considering your sincerity, I'll reluctantly agree, but it will be a bit late. I have quite a bit to sort out with Chi-Chi. No problem, I'll wait for you, no matter how late. It's getting late. You should rest.
Good night.
Good night. After sending the message, Shen Sangyu pressed her phone to her chest, rolled around on the bed a couple more times, then finally got up to wash up. The next morning, Shen Miaoqing roused her from sleep. Xiaoyu, wake up. It's your first day at the company. You can't be late. Shen Sangyu, bleary-eyed, groaned. Mom, let me sleep for 5 more minutes. No way, get up now. Shen Miaoqing declared, pulling back her covers. I've prepared breakfast for you. We'll leave together after you eat. Reluctantly, Shen Sangyu struggled to rise. Hazily finishing her breakfast before being ushered into the car by Shen Miaoqing, who drove her to the company. Upon entering the office, she found Secretary Zhou already present. Carrying a stack of documents, she came in, saying, Miss Shen, here are all the materials you requested. Everything is included. Thank you, please set them down here. Shen Sangyu nodded. Secretary Zhou set down the documents, hesitated for a moment, and then added, Miss Shen, the operational conditions of these entertainment companies this year are, in fact, rather unsatisfactory. President Shen suggests that you first familiarize yourself with the situation. Upon hearing this, Shen Sangyu furrowed her brows slightly. I understand.
You may go about your business now.
Secretary Zhou withdrew. Shen Sangyu opened the top financial report, and her frown deepened with each passing moment. Over the past 3 years, the losses had steadily escalated. As she perused the project reports, she discovered that the company had invested heavily in acquiring a multitude of IPs. Yet the lead actors were all mere internet celebrities, lacking in acting prowess. The productions were shoddily made, and upon airing, they received scathing reviews, with public outcry echoing in disapproval. Although they managed to maintain some viewership through fan engagement, it was insufficient to offset the exorbitant costs. No wonder the losses were so severe. Shen Sangyu frowned, realizing that this short-sighted focus on fleeting popularity at the expense of substantive content was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. She stood up, opened the door, and instructed Secretary Zhou, prepare the car, we're going to the entertainment company. Inform the management there that I will arrive in half an hour. Understood, Secretary Zhou replied promptly. Half an hour later, Shen Sangyu's car halted at the company's entrance. Accompanied by Secretary Zhou, she strode directly into the building. The receptionist, taken aback upon seeing them, had not yet managed to inquire when Secretary Zhou stepped forward. This is President Shen from the headquarters, here to inspect the company. The receptionist, being familiar with the entertainment industry, recognized Shen Sangyu instantly. Though momentarily stunned, she nonetheless notified her superiors. As Shen Sangyu proceeded through the office, employees cast curious glances her way. Isn't that Shen Sangyu? What is she doing here? Could she possibly be joining us after terminating her contract with her previous company? Isn't that Secretary Zhou from headquarters beside her? What brings her here? Has Shen Sangyu truly managed to connect with the head of headquarters? Meanwhile, General Manager Li had received the news and hurriedly rushed over from his office, only to freeze upon seeing Shen Sangyu standing before him. He quickly frowned and said with discontent, What is a female celebrity doing here? Where are the security personnel? Secretary Zhou stepped forward, her tone serious as she introduced. Manager Li, this is President Shen Sangyu, the heiress of the Shen Group. She has come today to understand the situation. Upon hearing this, Manager Li's expression changed dramatically. Wishing he could slap himself for uttering such words. How could he have said something so ignorant? Shen Sangyu could not possibly be the heiress of the Shen Group. Suddenly, it dawned on him. With the surname Shen, and having successfully negotiated a peaceful contract termination with the season manager Wang, she was undoubtedly formidable. However, he had not anticipated that her identity was of such significance. My apologies, Miss Shen. I truly failed to recognize your status. Welcome to our company for your inspection. Manager Li's demeanor shifted instantly, bowing and scraping as he gestured. Please, allow me to escort you to my office. the other employees, having overheard Secretary Zhou's introduction and Manager Li's remarks, were utterly astonished, falling into a hushed silence. Everyone found it hard to believe that Shen Sangyu was indeed the heiress of the Shen Group. Is it possible? Shen Sangyu ignored the incredulous stares surrounding her and nodded at Manager Li. Let us proceed to the conference room. Summon the team, as I wish to hold a meeting. She added, please bring detailed reports of recent projects. Manager Li responded affirmatively. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. As he guided Shen Sangyu towards the conference room, he inwardly lamented. The sudden arrival of this heiress clearly signaled trouble. The company's dismal financial records could no longer be concealed. Before leaving, Secretary Zhou cast a stern glance at the surrounding employees. If any of you dare to breathe a word of today's events online. She did not need to finish. Her meaning was abundantly clear. Shen Sangyu, at the forefront, listened to Manager Li's overview of the newly invested scripts, her expression growing increasingly dark. However, she remained silent, merely taking her seat in the conference room, awaiting the arrival of the company as shareholders. The atmosphere in the conference room felt stifling. Shen Sangyu sat at the head of the table, her expression impassive as she perused the report handed to her by Secretary Zhou, her countenance growing graver. It was only after the last shareholder and executive entered that she finally spoke. I trust everyone is aware of the reason for my visit. The last to arrive was General Manager Zhang, adorned in a flamboyant suit and sporting a noticeable belly. He swaggered in without sparing Shen Sangyu a glance. And when she finished speaking, he rudely addressed Manager Li beside him. Old Li, what is going on? Who is this? A little girl sitting in the main seat? What meeting is there to hold? Our time is precious. We don't have time to indulge in childish games. Manager Li, startled by his words, quickly leaned into caution. General Zhang, mind your words. This is President Shen from the headquarters, the esteemed heiress. General Zhang paused momentarily, scrutinizing Shen Sangyu with a disdainful gaze, scoffing. Oh, so it's the heiress. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be mingling in the entertainment industry? When did you start to grasp these matters, coming here to dictate? His words echoed around the conference room, where others who already held grievances against Shen Sangyu joined in agreement. Isn't this ridiculous? Has the Shen Group lost all its senior executives that they sent a female celebrity to manage us? Does she even understand what she is talking about? Shen Sangyu listened to their caustic comments and exchanged a glance with Secretary Zhou. Silence. Secretary Zhou interjected. Miss Shen is sent here by President Shen. Are you expressing dissatisfaction with the president? General Zhang sneered. What I said is merely the truth. When has President Shen concerned herself with our affairs? His disdain stemmed from the fact that he had always looked down on Shen Miaoqing for being a woman. And now she had sent her daughter to oversee the company in such a manner, naturally inciting his ire. Unable to contain her anger at his arrogant demeanor, Shen Sangyu forcefully slammed the documents she held onto the conference table. The sound reverberated through the room, startling everyone into silence. Those who had been whispering moments ago now sat in stunned silence. Shen Sangyu rose, her gaze sweeping across every individual present, finally landing on General Zhang's greasy face. Trouble? I believe you all are the company's greatest trouble. She picked up a report and thrust it in front of General Zhang, declaring, in the past 3 years, the company has suffered losses exceeding 500 million. Is this the outcome of your management? She then brandished another document, the exorbitantly priced IPs you acquired, staffed entirely with talentless celebrities, resulted in nothing but trash. The reputation is in tatters, and viewership relies solely on fan manipulation. This is what you call a trend? Her commanding presence intensified, suffocating General Zhang, especially when he felt her piercing gaze upon him. You, he stammered, unable to articulate a response. What? Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow. What do you know about the market, you mere female celebrity? This is the reality. Without major IPs, how can there be traffic? Do those skilled actors attract any fans? I don't understand. Shen Sangyu scoffed. I do not comprehend your foolish methods. The company has entrusted you with substantial funds, and this is how you squander them? A horde of parasites, reducing the company to this state? She surveyed the room, observing the executives who dared not meet her gaze, and enunciated each word clearly. From this moment forward, all projects currently in preparation are to be halted for reassessment. Every project must be submitted for my review. What? General Zhang sprang to his feet. You can just stop them at whim? Do you have any idea how much upfront capital we've invested? If we breach contracts, will you take responsibility? I will take responsibility, Shen Sangyu declared resolutely. All losses will be deducted from your year-end bonuses and performance evaluations. Host. General Zhang has a history of exploiting many female celebrities. If they refuse his demands, they are immediately sidelined. The system informed. Moreover, he has embezzled company funds for the sake of those young stars, indulging in both men and women. TSK. Shen Sangyu lifted her gaze to General Zhang and declared, "As for you, you are suspended and will undergo a company investigation." Oh, who would have thought that General Zhang was so indiscriminate in his pursuits? One wonders how many male celebrities have fallen victim to his machinations. Shen Sangyu mused inwardly. They were aware of Zhang's penchant for maintaining relationships with female stars, yet the rumors regarding his entanglements with male stars had never reached their ears.
Zhang,
Now struck as if by lightning, was utterly oblivious to his surroundings. He slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. Chapter 59. Meng Shuiyan was set to participate in Old Sang's experiment. Shen Sangyu turned her attention away from him and addressed the others, stating, "From today forth, I shall oversee all operations here. The establishment of any new projects requires my approval, and any financial expenditures exceeding 500,000 must bear my signature." She surveyed the room. If anyone has any objections, now is the time to voice them. If there are none, this meeting is adjourned. In light of the situation with Zhang, the conference room fell into a deep silence, with no one daring to utter a word. "Xiaoyu, you are truly impressive," Gu Qiqi exclaimed, having heard of Shen Sangyu's assertiveness earlier that morning at the company. Shen Sangyu took a sip of her milk tea, remarking, "A gaggle of fools. The company pays them handsomely each month, yet they squander it in the most foolish manner. If this continues, they will surely drain the company dry."
indeed.
As expected from the eldest Miss Shen. "Just look at her commanding presence," Gu Qiqi observed, adding, "These seasoned veterans can only be managed in this manner." Suddenly, she produced her laptop and handed it to Shen Sangyu. "All right, enough of that. Let me show you my latest discovery, a remarkably talented young designer, still in university." Shen Sangyu accepted the tablet and examined the design sketches displayed. They were indeed quite impressive, albeit somewhat naive, yet the design concepts and style resonated well with their own. "Very promising." Shen Sangyu nodded, recognizing the solid foundation and potential for future development. "Isn't it?" Gu Qiqi beamed with pride. "Could my judgment ever be mistaken? I've already signed a contract with her. She's only a junior, so time is of the essence. She can produce a piece each week." The two continued their conversation about the new brand strategies and the designer competition when a commotion outside caught their attention. "Isn't that Meng Shuiyan? It seems she's live streaming. Isn't she the eldest daughter of the Shen family? Perhaps our company has a stake in this mall. Is that true? Her family is that formidable?" Shen Sangyu peered outside. Spotting Meng Shuiyan, her phone held aloft. "Wow. Does Meng have shares here? I remember she's with Gu's group. A true heiress confirmed. The Shen group has a good relationship with the Gu group. Meng is undoubtedly the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Certainly, she is both low-key and powerful." Meng Shuiyan, noticing the barrage of comments, displayed a bashful and humble demeanor, stammering without directly addressing the inquiries. "Oh, please, everyone, don't speculate wildly. Just focus on the live stream. Since I've entered the entertainment industry, I naturally wish to rely on my own efforts." This ambiguous stance only served to bolster the viewers' convictions. At that moment, Meng Shuiyan spotted Shen Sangyu and Gu Qiqi. Her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed toward the camera, "What a coincidence. I've run into friends. Let me introduce you." She excitedly made her way into the cafe, approaching their table directly. Gu Qiqi frowned and bluntly remarked, "Meng Shuiyan, weren't you in Sakura country? How did you return so quickly?" With an unwavering smile, Meng Shuiyan replied, "We did exceptionally well. Our exchange program concluded ahead of schedule. And I learned a great deal at Jingfu University." As she spoke, she instinctively straightened her posture, as if claiming the success was entirely her own. Host. Her so-called exchange program was merely a facade. They spent money to stage a few photos and videos, lacking any substantial content. Shen Sangyu scoffed inwardly. "I am fully aware. It's nothing to boast about." Her thoughts reached Meng Shuiyan and the viewers, causing Meng's expression to momentarily stiffen before she quickly regained her composure. Even adding with a hint of superiority, "Moreover, I will soon be participating in a new project at Old Sang's laboratory, which I am genuinely looking forward to. Once the project concludes, I shall return to filming, so rest assured." "Old Sang? Is that the same Old Sang I know?" So Meng Shuiyan is indeed a student of Old Sang. Certainly, Old Sang's student is undoubtedly Meng Shuiyan. Meng is quite impressive. I've heard that Old Sang's laboratory is notoriously difficult to enter. I believe some are simply envious. Seeing the comments, Meng Shuiyan became even more self-satisfied and deliberately addressed Shen Sangyu. Xiaoyu, I suppose you haven't had the chance to visit old Sang's laboratory yet? Next time, I'll take you for a tour. Her tone dripped with condescension and ostentation. Shen Sangyu regarded her with amusement. It's merely a matter of paying to enter for a photo op. What is there to boast about? Meng Shuiyan, buoyed by the praise in the comments, pretended to be surprised as she surveyed the cafe's decor. Oh, do you all have an interest in fashion design? How fortuitous. I've recently enrolled in a competition. Host. Meng Shuiyan has signed up for the same competition as you, but she plans to purchase a newcomer's work to pass off as her own entry. The system alerted. Shen Sangyu thought, that is precisely the sort of thing she would do. She has made no progress whatsoever. Shen Sangyu refrained from mentioning the issue of plagiarized work. The others remained unaware of her thoughts. Gu Qiqi, already disenchanted with Meng Shuiyan, found her insufferable. She rolled her eyes and said bluntly, Oh really? How fortunate. I wish you the best of luck with that. But our cafe is rather small and cannot accommodate someone of your stature. Please feel free to leave. We have matters to attend to. Her words were devoid of courtesy, serving as an unequivocal dismissal. Meng Shuiyan struggled to maintain her smile, offering a disingenuous grin toward the camera. Very well, I shall not disturb you any longer. To all the lovely viewers in the live stream, we shall venture elsewhere. With that, she raised her phone and departed. Watching her leave, Gu Qiqi grimaced. What an annoyance. Why must she be everywhere? Shen Sangyu shook her head, unwilling to let such a trivial person ruffle her feathers. Just a petty clown. No need to pay her any mind. At that moment, Shen Sangyu's phone chimed, and upon checking, she saw a message from Xie Jinyan. I have arrived. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. Gu Qiqi, having caught sight of her expression, leaned in with a mischievous grin. Oh, is Mr. Xie here? Can't wait to see him, can you? Shen Sangyu's cheeks flushed at her teasing, and she playfully nudged her. Enough of that. We're merely going out for a meal. Of course, just a meal, Gu Qiqi replied with a knowing look. Hurry along. Don't keep Mr. Xie waiting. I wouldn't dare delay your romantic rendezvous. Shen Sangyu grabbed her bag and feigned a threat. If you keep this up, I won't design for you next time.
I'm sorry.
Gu Qiqi quickly appeased her. Go now, and enjoy yourselves. As Shen Sangyu exited the mall, she immediately spotted the car parked at the curb, where Xie Jinyan leaned against it, his stature commanding attention from passers-by. Upon seeing Shen Sangyu, he approached, readily taking her bag and graciously opening the car door for her. Have you been waiting long? Shen Sangyu inquired as she settled into the vehicle. Not at all. I just arrived, Xie Jinyan replied, fastening her seatbelt with a thoughtful gesture. Did you have a pleasant day? Yes, quite enjoyable, Shen Sangyu affirmed with a nod. As Xie Jinyan leaned closer to secure her seatbelt, the proximity allowed her to catch a glimpse of his cologne, causing her heart to flutter ever so slightly. Xie Jinyan gazed at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Before shutting the car door and returning to the driver's seat, the vehicle glided towards a garden restaurant, a serene locale offering a breathtaking view of the city's nocturnal splendor. The restaurant appeared to be exclusively reserved, devoid of patrons save for the staff. Wasn't this meant to be a culinary experience? Why had they come here? Shen Sangyu, filled with curiosity, followed the waiter to their table. Surrounding them were twinkling lights and blooming flowers. The air suffused with a delicate fragrance of blossoms mingled with the savory aroma of food. As soon as she took her seat, Shen Sangyu observed the waiter bringing in dish after dish. Xie Jinyan looked at her with tender eyes and asked, Xiaoyu, do you remember what I told you before? Her heart skipped a beat, and feigning ignorance, she replied, What did you say? I am awaiting your response, he said, his gaze unwavering. I am aware that we have had misunderstandings, and I know I may not be a perfect person. Yet, not a day has passed in these past years without thoughts of you. To encounter you again is my greatest fortune. Xiaoyu, I cherish you deeply, not as a fleeting whim, but as a profound commitment to share my life with you. From seemingly nowhere, he produced a small velvet box and opened it to reveal a ring. Xiaoyu, my departure abroad was instigated by your grandfather. My grandfather? Shen Sangyu exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her features. Her grandfather had passed away 3 years prior due to cancer, and she had never imagined that he had orchestrated Xie Jinyan's departure. Indeed. He found me and threatened me with my mother's life, insisting that I leave you immediately and that I could not divulge the reasons why. My mother was gravely ill and receiving treatment abroad, completely under his control. I had no choice. Shen Sangyu felt as if struck by lightning. Her complexion paled, and her lips quivered slightly. I had no idea. I never knew. She could not fathom that her grandfather would resort to such measures. While he had disapproved of Xie Jinyan's modest beginnings, how could he have acted in such a manner? I understand that you were unaware, Xie Jinyan said, compassion radiating from his gaze. Your grandfather may have had his reasons, but his methods were excessively drastic. I share this with you not to excuse myself or to have you blame the deceased. I merely wish for you to know the entire truth, to eliminate any secrets between us. I recognize that my abrupt departure caused you immense pain, and while I cannot expect your forgiveness, I hope you might grant me another chance to make amends with the rest of my life. He held the ring aloft. So, Miss Shen Sangyu, will you allow me this opportunity? Shen Sangyu met his earnest gaze and nodded vigorously, tears blurring her vision. Taking a deep breath, her voice choked yet clear, she replied, I will. She extended her hand, adding, however, from now on, you must share everything with me. No more secrets. We will face everything together. Xie Jinyan, observing her resolute expression, carefully placed the ring on her finger. Rising, he enveloped her in his arms, whispering, no more, shall you? Never again. I swear we will face everything together. He pressed a gentle kiss upon her tear-laden eyelashes. In the days that followed, Shen Sangyu worked late at the company, and Xie Jinyan would take her out to dinner, cherishing their moments together. Soon, the day of the charity gala arrived. In the afternoon, a professional styling team arrived at the Shen residence to prepare Shen Sangyu for the evening event. Seated before the vanity, she allowed the makeup artist and hairstylist to work their magic. The stylist, a top-tier professional, crafted a look that perfectly suited her, elegant and refined, with her hair elegantly styled, complementing her gown. The dress was a qipao she had personally designed, in a deep emerald hue that accentuated her fair skin. The meticulous tailoring highlighted her curves, showcasing her graceful figure. My goodness, Miss Shen, this qipao is simply stunning. It perfectly matches your aura, the makeup artist exclaimed as she made the final touches. May I ask, which haute couture brand is this from? The design is so unique. I have never seen anything like it. Shen Sangyu smiled softly at her reflection. This is from a new brand called QIYU. QIYU? The makeup artist pondered for a moment, eyes lighting up. Oh, I remember now. My friend mentioned it just the other day. They focus on traditional and new Chinese styles, and I heard the designs are breathtaking, though they haven't officially launched yet. Shen Sangyu nodded. Yes, they're still in the preparation stage, but they will be debuting soon. Remarkable, the makeup artist remarked, scrutinizing the craftsmanship. This work rivals that of any established haute couture brand. Tonight, you will undoubtedly be the center of attention. Thank you, Shen Sangyu replied with a smile. Before long, Xie Jinyan arrived. As he stepped out of the car, he was instantly captivated by the enchanting figure at the entrance, his breath momentarily catching in his throat. Shen Sangyu stood at the doorway, slightly bowing her head as she adjusted her jade bracelet, the deep green of her attire accentuating her beauty. Her vintage hairstyle and exquisite makeup made her appear as though she had stepped out from a pictorial of the Republic era, embodying both the grace of classical Eastern aesthetics and the boldness of modern elegance. Xie Jinyan found himself momentarily entranced until Shen Sangyu lifted her head and flashed him a radiant smile, snapping him back to reality. He hurried forward, exclaiming, Xiaoyu, you look absolutely stunning. Her cheeks flushed, she replied, let us go. At the charity gala, the atmosphere was electric, with cameras flashing as media personnel and fans crowded the red carpet. When Xie Jinyan's vehicle came to a halt at the beginning of the red carpet, all eyes were drawn toward them. As the car doors swung open, Xie Jinyan was the first to emerge, clad in a sharp suit, his posture regal. He moved to the other side, slightly bowing as he extended his hand. A hand adorned with a jade bracelet rested in his palm, and then Shen Sangyu stepped out. As they stood upon the red carpet, flashes erupted chaotically. Oh my gosh, it's Xie Jinyan and Shen Sangyu. Are they walking the red carpet together? Is this an official announcement? They are simply too perfect together. Can they just get married on the spot? Shen Sangyu looks incredible in that qipao. What brand is that qipao? I've never seen anything so beautiful. That qipao is stunning. I want to know where to get one. What haute couture is this? I believe it's called QIYU, a new brand. QIYU? I've never heard of it, but it looks amazing. I need to look it up. Before long, Shen Sangyu was trending on social media. The terms Xie Jinyan and Shen Sangyu on the red carpet, QIYU, and Shen Sangyu's qipao surged to the top of the trending list. Meanwhile, in another vehicle in the waiting area, Meng Shuiyan watched the live stream, her fury boiling to the point where she nearly crushed her phone. She had intended to make a grand entrance, capturing the spotlight at the end, delaying her appearance. To her dismay, the attention had been completely usurped by Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinyan. Especially the discussion surrounding Qiyu was overwhelming. Suddenly, she received a message from her assistant, her expression darkening as she immediately made a phone call. What happened? How could the red carpet have ended? I haven't even arrived yet. Her assistant replied, trembling. The organizers have informed us that since you have other commitments, you should not proceed. Everyone else has entered. What? Meng Shuiyan seethed, her face turning ashen. How could they do this? I explicitly stated that I would be the final act. Now, her meticulously planned appearance and announcements were all in jeopardy. Entering now would only make her a laughingstock. Immediately post on Weibo, she gritted her teeth at her assistant, saying I am unwell and cannot walk the red carpet. Make it sound pitiful and buy a few trending topics. She could not possibly admit that her desire to be the last to appear had led to her being sidelined by the organizers. That would be utterly humiliating. As the online community fervently discussed Xie Jinyan and Shen Sangyu, a few trending topics emerged regarding Meng Shuiyan's physical discomfort. However, due to Shen Sangyu's overwhelming brilliance today, the comment section was rife with skepticism. Oh, not feeling well? How coincidental. I heard she aimed to steal the spotlight but was left hanging by the organizers. How amusing. Only speaking up after the red carpet is over. Is this a performance? Is she feeling sour because everyone is praising Shen Sangyu? If you're unwell, just rest. There's no need to chase trending topics. Inside the car, Meng Shuiyan glanced at these remarks, nearly fainting from anger. Yet she had no choice but to enter the venue. In the inner hall, Gu Chai spotted Shen Sangyu immediately and rushed over, lifting her skirt with excitement. Xiao Yu, my goodness, you look absolutely stunning today. This Chi Pao is extraordinary. Let me see. I told you my choice was impeccable. She circled Shen Sangyu, showering her with compliments. Qiyu has made a name for itself tonight. I was just scrolling through my phone and the trending topics are exploding. Shen Sangyu smiled. I must thank you. Look at the splendid effect your selected factory has produced. At that moment, Lin Nan and Chu Baiman approached. Lin Nan gazed at Shen Sangyu in awe. Sister Shen, it's been ages. You look breathtaking. Which haute couture house is this from? The design and craftsmanship are unlike anything I've ever seen. Shen Sangyu replied with a smile. It's a new brand called Qiyu. Qiyu? Chu Baiman exclaimed in surprise. I think I've heard of it. A fashion editor friend mentioned it a few days ago. They focus on new Chinese haute couture, and I believe the designer is Tian. Since Lin Nan was unfamiliar with the fashion world, she inquired, who is Tian? Chu Baiman patiently explained, she's a legendary figure, an overnight sensation upon debut, a genius designer. If it truly is Tian, I must make an appointment. Shen Sangyu smiled, of course. Just then, Meng Shuiyan approached. Upon hearing them discuss Tian, her expression flickered momentarily. She had seen Tian's silhouette in the past, so didn't that imply some form of acquaintance? Holding a glass of wine, she interjected, Tian? Are you referring to teacher Tian? I know her. The moment she spoke, a stunned silence enveloped the group, all eyes wide with disbelief. Gu Chai rolled her eyes unapologetically, muttering under her breath, what a boastful claim. If she truly knew Tian, she would certainly recognize that Shen Sangyu was Tian. Curious. Chu Baiman asked, Sister Meng, you know Tian? Really? She's so enigmatic. Meng Shuiyan smiled slightly, her tone laced with superiority. Indeed. I met her at a fashion event and exchanged contact information. Teacher Tian is incredibly talented and kind. She even praised my potential. Her words were vague, as if to lend credence to her fabricated story. Shen Sangyu genuinely could not recall anyone having added her contact details or complimented Meng Shuiyan. She knows Tian? Isn't that just a fabrication? Meng Shuiyan noticed the skepticism in Shen Sangyu's expression, her face stiffening momentarily before she regained her composure. Turning to Shen Sangyu. Speaking of which, the style of your Chi Pao resembles teacher Tian's work, but it seems it isn't from her brand. Meng Shuiyan's insinuation suggested that Shen Sangyu was wearing a counterfeit. She paused, feigning regret, shaking her head with a tone just loud enough for those nearby to hear. Some new brands like to exploit Tian's name for marketing, but they have no real connection. Xiao Yu, you didn't buy a fake, did you? Gu Chai's temper flared instantly at those words. She stepped forward, unapologetically retorting, Meng Shuiyan, what do you know? What business is it of yours? You speak as if you're so familiar with Tian. If you're so impressive, why haven't you ever seen Tian design for you? Meng Shuiyan's face soured at Gu Chai's remark. Chai, why are you so irate? I'm merely trying to look out for everyone. After all, Tian's designs are not something anyone can imitate. No need for your concern. Gu Chai coldly scoffed. Mind your own business. At that moment, Li Qing walked over. Having noticed the unusual tension in the air, she inquired with genuine concern, what is happening? Why all the commotion? Turning to Gu Chai, she added, Xiaoyu. Chai, we're all friends. Let us discuss matters amicably. Seeing Li Qing approach, Meng Shuiyan seized the opportunity, donning a hurt expression. Her voice pitched just right for the surrounding crowd to overhear. Sister Li Qing, you arrived at the perfect time. We were discussing Xiaoyu's qipao. Chai insists it's designed by Master Tian, but I know teacher Tian well. I could never mistake her work. This is not her style at all. I was merely trying to caution everyone against being misled by some opportunistic new brands, and Chai got upset. Her words were laced with a fragrant pretense, painting herself as a misunderstood Good Samaritan. Li Qing, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of surprise and turned to Shen Sangyu. Xiaoyu, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Aspiring for stardom is commendable, but one must remain grounded. The stature and designs of Master Tian cannot be casually appropriated by a new brand. Employing such tactics is highly inappropriate and can mislead fans, damaging trust among everyone. Her remarks, while seemingly advisory, effectively solidified the implication that Shen Sangyu and Qiyu were riding on Tian's coattails and engaging in deception. Gu Chai, enraged and ready to retort, was restrained by Shen Sangyu. Chapter 62. Shen Sangyu is the true eldest daughter of the Shen family. She gazed at Li Qing and Meng Shuiyan. Still wearing a smile, I appreciate Miss Li's concern, but when it comes to the relationship between Qiyu and Tian, no one is more informed than I. Pausing, she turned her gaze toward Meng Shuiyan. Miss Meng, you consistently claimed to know Tian and exchanged contact information, and she even praised your talent? Meng Shuiyan, caught off guard by the directness of the question, felt a twinge of guilt but, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, could only stubbornly maintain her facade, affirming, of course, why would I lie? Teacher Tian truly admires me. Is that so? Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow. That is curious. I too know Tian and am relatively familiar with her, yet I have never heard her mention anything about you, Miss Meng. As her words fell, an astonished silence enveloped the group. Everyone stared at her, bewildered. What was she saying? She knew Tian? And it sounded like their relationship was rather close, impossible. Meng Shuiyan's heart raced, her lips parted, yet no words emerged. Li Qing was equally taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. No, this was not possible. How could Shen Sangyu know Tian? Clinging to the last vestiges of her composure, Meng Shuiyan forced a smile. Never mind, Sister Li Qing, let us go. Some individuals will say anything for the sake of pride, and it's unnecessary to stoop to her level, tarnishing our dignity. Her words fell flat, tinged with insecurity. Having spoken, she promptly turned and left, eager to escape. Li Qing, feeling equally awkward, followed suit. Although today was labeled a charity gala, it inevitably led to the award ceremony. The host announced the winner of the Most Radiant Artist of the Year award, Meng Shuiyan. Despite the earlier incident, her face immediately lit up with a smile upon hearing her name. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she gracefully approached the stage. Accepting the trophy from the presenter, Meng Shuiyan stood before the microphone, tears glistening in her eyes, as if she had endured some great injustice. She began with a heartfelt expression of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you all for granting me this award. I am both immensely surprised and deeply honored. I extend my gratitude to my company and my fans. Without you, I would not be who I am today. After this formulaic expression of thanks, she shifted her gaze, somewhat intentionally, toward Shen Miaoqing, her tone taking on a profound significance. In truth, to have reached this point, I must also thank my family, who have been silently supporting me from behind, providing me with strength and imparting invaluable lessons. Although I chose to forge my own path in this industry without relying on my family's prestige, their love and guidance remain my most treasured assets. Her words were vague yet laden with implications, instantly prompting speculation among netizens about her background. Is she implying she is the eldest daughter of the Shen family?
Wow.
Is this a veiled admission? Not wanting to rely on her family. How inspiring. Is she looking in Shindong's direction? Indeed. Meng Shuiyan's subsequent actions further corroborated the audience's suspicions as she directed a smile towards Shen Miaoqing, saying, I must especially thank Aunt Shen for always caring for and encouraging me. Having been introduced to Shen Miaoqing by Meng Longchuan, it was evident that Shen Miaoqing recognized her. At this moment, she effectively disclosed her connection to the Shen family. Everyone was aware of her father's relationship with Shen Miaoqing, thus reinforcing the prevailing assumption. Shen Miaoqing, seated in her position, maintained a smiling facade but offered no response. Finally, Meng Shuiyan bowed and proclaimed, "I will continue to strive, living up to everyone's expectations, as well as the nurturing of my family and teachers. Thank you all." With that, she raised her trophy, and applause erupted from the audience. Gu Qiki leaned toward Shen Sangyu, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Oh my goodness, how can she act so well? Look at how Aunt Shen is treating her. It's disgusting." Shen Sangyu observed Meng Shuiyan on stage, a mocking smile forming at the corners of her mouth. The higher one jumps, the harder one falls. The camera happened to capture her, allowing everyone to hear her sentiments. What does Shen Sangyu mean by that? She is truly insufferable, just jealous of others. Sister Meng is undoubtedly of the Shen family, so well-mannered, unlike Shen Sangyu. The next award presented was for the annual Most Philanthropic Contribution, awarded to Shen Sangyu. The spotlight instantly illuminated Shen Sangyu, and applause resonated throughout the venue, though many wore expressions of astonishment, as such awards typically went to individuals within the company, not to someone like Shen Sangyu. Even more surprising was that the presenter was none other than Shen Miaoqing, whom Meng Shuiyan had just mentioned. Shen Miaoqing accepted the trophy from the ceremony's attendant, her face radiating genuine pride as she gracefully approached the center of the stage. Shen Sangyu, under the gaze of everyone present, rose to her feet, adjusted her gown, and made her way to the stage step by step. Standing before Shen Miaoqing, she received the trophy, her eyes glistening with emotion. She stepped forward, opened her arms, and gently embraced Shen Miaoqing.
Thank you, Mom.
The two utterances of Mom left the audience in stunned silence. Moments earlier, Meng Shuiyan had referred to Shen Miaoqing as aunt, receiving no acknowledgement. Yet now Shen Sangyu boldly claimed the title of Shen Miaoqing's daughter. Sharing the same surname, it was no wonder. Thus, it became clear that Shen Sangyu was indeed the true eldest daughter of the Shen family. Below, Meng Shuiyan's complexion drained of color, her body swaying uncontrollably, her eyes brimming with disbelief. At that moment, she felt like a complete fool. The live stream's comment section erupted with fervent reactions.
Wait.
Mom, what is happening? Shen Sangyu calls Shen Miaoqing Mom. So Shen Sangyu is the true eldest daughter of the Shen family? Oh my, what a shocking reversal. So, what was Meng Shuiyan doing earlier? Claiming someone else's mother? This is hilarious. Does Meng Shuiyan's face hurt now? Turns out the real clown is Meng Shuiyan herself. Where are all the people who criticize Shen Sangyu? Come forward and apologize. Shen Miaoqing released her daughter, tenderly arranging her hair before addressing the microphone. Thank you all for recognizing and supporting my daughter. Xiaoyu has always been independent and diligent, and our entire family rejoices in her accomplishments. This statement unequivocally solidified Shen Sangyu's identity. The audience erupted into applause. Under the spotlight, Shen Sangyu, microphone in hand, smiled and stated, "Thank you to all my fans who have supported me, and to my family who have always stood by me." After a brief pause, she continued, "In fact, as I stand here today, there is something I wish to share with you all. I have decided to officially withdraw from the entertainment industry. Effective immediately." Chapter 63, Lu Ziheng seeks to terminate contract. As the banquet concluded, news of Shen Sangyu spread like wildfire online.
Shen Sangyu,
the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Shen Sangyu announces her retirement. The true heiress of a wealthy family. Meng Shuiyan, the clown. I can't believe Shen Sangyu is the true eldest daughter of the Shen family. My goodness, I always thought she came from an ordinary family, yet she is genuinely a wealthy heiress. I never dared to imagine this plot twist. So, she truly embodies humility, after all the slander she faced. She never revealed her identity. This is a genuine princess, Meng Shuiyan. The imposter is laughable. Sister Shen is returning home to inherit the family fortune. What a winner in life. Shen Sangyu's public image underwent a dramatic turnaround. All previous criticisms and doubts transformed into admiration for her humility and hard work following the revelation of her identity. Countless netizens became her fans, with her Weibo followers surging by 5 million overnight. In stark contrast, Meng Shuiyan found herself ridiculed. Her prior claims of being the eldest daughter of the Shen family now seemed utterly absurd. This is truly the biggest joke of the year, Meng Shuiyan claiming to be the eldest daughter of the Shen family. She was flying high on her prior accolades, only to be slapped in the face now. My heart aches for the fans she deceived. Such a deceitful person should be the one to exit the entertainment industry. Meng Shuiyan's Weibo comment section was flooded with sarcastic remarks. Her team attempted to suppress comments and withdraw trending topics, yet they could not quell the overwhelming tide of public opinion. Simultaneously, the official Weibo account of the Shen Group posted a tweet, accompanied by a photo of Shen Miaoqing presenting the award to Shen Sangyu at the gala. The 3-year term has concluded, and we warmly welcome Miss Shen Sangyu back to her rightful place. While this tweet was rather amusing, it definitively affirmed Shen Sangyu's identity and showcased the Shen Group's support for her. Glancing at the tweet, Shen Sangyu smiled, amused by the company's lively operation. The following day, Shen Sangyu appeared at the office. The atmosphere now felt entirely different. Employees gazed at her with admiration, setting aside their tasks to greet her. Good morning, Sister Shen. Good morning, President Shen. You're here quite early today, President Shen. Shen Sangyu maintained a calm demeanor, nodding at each greeting as she made her way to her office. She had scarcely settled in when a commotion erupted outside her office, accompanied by shouts. Let go of me. I demand to see Shen Sangyu. Why did she suspend my position? I've made significant contributions to the company. How dare she, a mere yellow-haired girl, hide away? The angry voice belonged to General Zhang, who had been discovered embezzling funds by Shen Sangyu. Unwilling to accept defeat, he had returned to stir trouble. Secretary Zhou and the security personnel attempted to restrain him, but he barreled forward, leveraging his status as a company veteran to push through. The door to the office was abruptly thrust open, and Director Zhang stormed in, his finger jabbing accusingly at Shen Sangyu's nose as he berated her. Shen Sangyu, do you think that being the eldest daughter of the Shen family grants you the license to act with impunity? I have toiled for many years in this company. If not with merit, then certainly with hardship. On what grounds do you accuse me of embezzlement without any evidence? What do you know about managing a company? You are merely burning bridges behind you. Seated behind her desk, Shen Sangyu regarded his furious outburst with an unruffled demeanor. Once he had finished his tirade and was panting heavily while glaring at her, she finally spoke. Director Zhang, you have merely been with the company since its inception. Over these years, every project you have overseen has resulted in losses. If I do not dismiss you, who else should I terminate? A true manager would not resort to tantrums while turning promising projects into failures. With a cold smirk, she continued, since you believe you are innocent, you ought to seek the police and the auditing department. Your words bear no weight. The law will deliver justice. Her incisive remarks rendered Zhang's face ashen, his finger trembling as he pointed at Shen Sangyu, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a single word. The financial mess he had created could not withstand scrutiny. You. He trembled with rage, and ultimately could only utter a threat. You will pay for this, before he exited in disgrace. The employees eavesdropping outside the office exchanged incredulous glances. It was evident that the young Miss Shen was genuinely determined to carve out a successful career, employing formidable tactics with resolute decisiveness. After dealing with Director Zhang, Shen Sangyu had just picked up a script to review when Secretary Zhou knocked and entered, her expression tinged with hesitation. Miss Shen, Lu Zhiheng is here. He wishes to terminate his contract. Shen Sangyu looked up. Lu Zhiheng? He had previously vied for the Best Actor award alongside Xiao Luojing but had ultimately fallen short. His acting skills were exceptional, yet regrettably, his resources were notoriously lacking. Host. It is because Director Zhang sought to exploit him. When that failed, he was kept in obscurity, not anticipating that Lu Zhiheng would break through on his own accord. So it is true, Director Zhang has indeed caused considerable harm. When Lu Zhiheng entered, he paused upon seeing Shen Sangyu, quickly bowing slightly. Director Shen. As he raised his head, Shen Sangyu noticed the bloodshot veins and dark circles under his eyes, a clear indication of his recent struggles. Please have a seat. She gestured toward the chair opposite her. I hear you wish to terminate your contract? Lu Zhiheng sat down, his tone resolute. Yes, Director Shen. My contract expires next month, and I do not intend to renew it. May I inquire about the reason? Shen Sangyu regarded him. As far as I know, your professional abilities are commendable. Lu Zhiheng offered a wry smile, his eyes reflecting a trace of resignation. Thank you for your recognition, Director Shen. But after 5 years in the company, the resources I have received are scarce, merely scraps of roles. My agent has informed me that lacking a background and connections means I will never rise to prominence. I cannot continue in this manner. He paused, summoning his courage to say, recently, a major talent show platform approached me, claiming my appearance suits their needs. I wish to give it a try. Although it may not be the path I envision, it is at least an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Shen Sangyu frowned and directly dismissed his notion. A talent show? You wish to become an idol? Absolutely not. Your talent lies in acting. To pursue singing and dancing would be a gross misallocation of your gifts. Lu Zhiheng was taken aback by Shen Sangyu's assessment of him, momentarily stunned. Before adopting a more assertive tone, Director Shen, I understand you may look down on talent shows. But this is the only opportunity one see that could change my current situation. If the company does not support my path as an actor and forbids me from exploring other possibilities, then I am afraid I must terminate my contract. Even if it means paying a penalty, I will accept it. Upon hearing his words, Shen Sangyu suddenly chuckled lightly. Lu Zhiheng, listen closely. I am not concerned with how the company treated you in the past. However, now that I am here, I will ensure that your talents are not overlooked. I am telling you unequivocally that the company will not permit you to participate in a talent show, not to impede your progress, but rather because we will provide you with the resources you deserve. Attending a talent show would merely squander your potential. Lu Zhiheng abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. He even thought this might be another empty promise. Shen Sangyu, sensing his doubts, reassured him, I am not offering you mere platitudes. I will have the business department reassess your development opportunities. Suitable scripts and audition chances will be prioritized for you. As long as you demonstrate your abilities, the company will fully support you. She paused, continuing, so, trust me and believe in yourself. Your journey as an actor begins now. Lu Zhiheng stared at her, seeing the sincerity in her eyes. Perhaps she truly wished for him to improve. His nose tinged with emotion, and his eyes instantly reddened. He took a deep breath. Thank you, Director Shen. I will not let you down. Very well, Shen Sangyu smiled encouragingly. Return and prepare diligently. A new agent will contact you soon. Thank you, Director Shen. As Shen Sangyu watched Lu Zhiheng's retreating figure, she suddenly thought of Jiang Yuanheng. Renowned for his talent, he had never truly achieved stardom due to his agency's lack of support. Secretary Zhou, Shen Sangyu addressed the waiting Secretary Zhou. Please investigate Jiang Yuanheng's current situation and reach out to see if he would be interested in joining our company. Understood, Director Shen. I will take care of it immediately. Having finally resolved these matters, Shen Sangyu resumed her perusal of the script on her desk. It was a suspenseful narrative, revolving around an old case, with layers of plot development, constant twists, and intricate character relationships that were both complex and intriguing. She skimmed through it, finding the story structure and suspenseful elements remarkably well-crafted, brimming with potential. However, due to the recent decline in popularity of suspense genres, this script had been relegated to the bottom of the pile for many years. She believed that if it were ever produced, it would undoubtedly become a hit. She contacted the editor, arranging for him to come to the company that afternoon for a discussion. In the afternoon, the editor arrived punctually at Shen Sangyu's office. He appeared to be a young man, sporting black-rimmed glasses, exuding the aura of a literary professional. Please have a seat. Shen Sangyu led him into the conference room, pushing the script toward him. Xiao Tian, I have read your script. The story outline is excellent, with a well-maintained sense of suspense and pacing. I would like to discuss your thoughts on the story and characters in more detail. Xiao Tian adjusted his glasses. Thank you, Director Shen, for your appreciation. I poured a lot of effort into the script. Shen Sangyu nodded and began probing deeper. I am quite fond of the male protagonist's characterization. But for the sake of approval, some adjustments may be necessary. Additionally, there are some plot points I find unclear. Does he have any personal grievances? Could you elaborate on his emotional journey? Xiao Tian hesitated, his gaze evasive, and began to respond vaguely. The male lead's motivation is tied to certain responsibilities of the police, and his family has some connection to the case. Noticing his ambiguous demeanor, Shen Sangyu furrowed her brow. After all, he was the creator, and it was perplexing that he could not articulate his vision. Nevertheless, she continued, I see there is a stunning twist in your narrative. How did you conceive the groundwork and logical progression leading to this twist? Xiao Tian stammered. Actually, the murderer is the last person one would suspect. The hints are embedded throughout. Shen Sangyu frowned. He had misstated his point. She briefly flipped through the script. The murderer was the first suspect, but subsequently, he provided credible evidence that cleared him of suspicion. Ultimately, it was through the police's meticulous investigation that the true evidence was unearthed. The doubts within Shen Sangyu deepened. A screenwriter capable of crafting such a script should not be so unfamiliar with the core characters and narrative structure of their own work. She maintained a composed demeanor, refraining from pressing further and causing discomfort, instead smiling as she suggested, It seems you have many details that require refinement. How about you return and compile a comprehensive character profile and outline to send me? We can schedule a time to discuss it in detail afterward. Xiao Tian nodded eagerly. All right, thank you, Miss Shen. I will organize it and send it to you right away. With that, he hurriedly departed. Host, this script was not penned by him. I am aware, but the ghostwriter possesses considerable talent. Do you know who it is? Host, it is a recent graduate coerced into writing by this individual. Or else he would face being blacklisted. Shen Sangyu observed Xiao Tian's retreating figure, her expression darkening. Such incompetence in the company to have overlooked this matter truly infuriated her. She purchased a small cake and made her way directly to the Shen group. Navigating the familiar corridors, she took the private elevator designated for Xia Jinyan, ascending to the executive office on the top floor. Upon her arrival, Xia Jinyan's assistant immediately informed her, Miss Shen, Mr. Xia is currently occupied with some matters. Please hold on for a moment. Shen Sangyu nodded, accustomed to his busy schedule. As she passed the conference room, she overheard Xia Jinyan's frosty voice, suggesting that the meeting was nearing its conclusion, so she waited outside. After a brief interval, the office door swung open, and several high-ranking executives emerged with solemn expressions. Upon spotting her, Xia Jinyan rubbed his temples, the chill in his demeanor dissipating as he smiled. Have you been waiting long? Just arrived, Shen Sangyu replied. What has transpired? He took her hand and led her into the office, closing the door behind them. Just some minor issues regarding Sue. The results are more severe than I anticipated. Not only has he embezzled funds, but he is also accepting kickbacks. Additionally, I discovered that he has been engaging in substantial financial transactions with your company as general manager Zhang. I suspect they are colluding. The evidence is irrefutable. And I have instructed the legal department to report this to the authorities. Upon hearing this, Shen Sangyu's expression turned cold. Indeed, they are two of a kind. We are also conducting a thorough investigation into General Manager Zhang, and results will be forthcoming shortly. As they conversed, the phone rang. Xia Jinyan pressed the play button. And the receptionist's voice came through. Mr. Xia, there is a Miss Meng Shuyan downstairs who has no appointment, but insists on seeing you personally, claiming to have a matter of utmost importance. Xia Jinyan frowned, his tone curt. Do not let her in. Ask her to leave. Wait, Shen Sangyu interjected. Let her come up. Xia Jinyan regarded her with confusion. Wasn't Xiaoyu averse to Meng Shuyan? Why would she allow her to ascend? Shen Sangyu's lips curled into a sly smile. I am rather curious to see what urgent matter she claims to have at this juncture, and what sort of performance she intends to put on. With a resigned smile, Xia Jinyan acquiesced. Very well, let her come up. Before long, there was a knock at the office door, and Meng Shuyan entered. Today, she had dressed with particular care, though her gaunt appearance betrayed her evident anxiety over the past few days. Upon entering and spotting Shen Sangyu seated on the sofa, her expression shifted, clearly taken aback by her presence. However, she swiftly suppressed her emotions, adjusting her demeanor to present a smile as she turned her gaze towards Xia Jinyan. Mr. Xia, I apologize for the intrusion. What a coincidence to find Miss Shen here as well. Xia Jinyan, engrossed in documents, did not lift his head, his tone indifferent. Miss Meng, state your business directly. Meng Shuyan faltered momentarily at his brusque demeanor, her smile becoming somewhat strained, but she pressed on. Mr. Xia, I have come today to discuss a highly promising collaboration. Please allow me to explain. I intend to establish my own fashion design company, specializing in high-end, national-style customization. I am aware that the Xia Group has been seeking potential brands for investment, and I believe my project aligns perfectly with your criteria. As she spoke, she produced a meticulously crafted proposal from her briefcase, attempting to hand it to Xia Jinyan. He did not take it, nor did he even glance at her, merely responding coolly, since when did Miss Meng pivot to design? Meng Shuyan, aware of her celebrity status, sensed his disbelief and hastily clarified, Mr. Xia, you may not be aware, but I have always possessed a keen talent for fashion and design. I am about to participate in a competition, and I am confident I will win an award. Once I secure the accolade, I can collaborate with renowned designers, and at that point, Miss Meng. Xia Jinyan finally lifted his gaze, interrupting her with a hint of impatience. The investment department of the Xia Group has stringent processes and standards. If you wish to collaborate, please approach them. If you genuinely wish to discuss this with me next time, I would appreciate it if you could bring your award with you. Meng Shuyan's expression darkened. She had not anticipated Xia Jinyan's unyielding demeanor, likely influenced by Shen Sangyu's presence. He was attempting to curry favor with her. She couldn't fathom what means Shen Sangyu had employed to elicit such treatment from him. However, She refused to concede. Meng Shuiyan stepped forward, her voice tinged with desperation. Mr. Xie, please reconsider. I will undoubtedly win an award. If you invest in me now, I will not disappoint you. Xie Jinyan reclined in his chair, his gaze icy as he regarded her. I have other matters to attend to. If Miss Meng does not leave soon, I will have to summon someone to escort you out. Seeing his implacable demeanor, Meng Shuiyan glanced at Shen Sangyu, humiliation swelling within her. Gritting her teeth, she spoke fervently. Very well, Mr. Xie, I will remember your words. When I win the award, I hope you will not turn me away. With that, she snatched the proposal from the table, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, and stormed out without awaiting a response. Shen Sangyu, who had been observing the scene with amusement, chuckled softly. She certainly knows how to seize opportunities. It seems she is determined to secure that championship. Xie Jinyan raised an eyebrow. I recall you are also participating in this competition? Indeed, Shen Sangyu nodded. I am flying out tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xie Jinyan glanced at his watch. Tomorrow? So soon? Why didn't you inform me? What time is your flight? I will see you off. At 2 o'clock, Shen Sangyu smiled. I must have forgotten amidst the busyness. There's no need to trouble yourself. Chi-Chi will accompany me. She will come to pick me up. That is out of the question, Xie Jinyan stated firmly. I must see you off. We can conveniently have lunch together tomorrow. The following day, Xie Jinyan arrived punctually to pick up Shen Sangyu. After they had lunch, they proceeded to the airport together. Upon arrival, Gu Chi-Chi was already there, waiting with a suitcase, waving at them upon spotting them. Xie Jinyan parked the car and assisted Shen Sangyu with her luggage. Message me when you arrive, and take care of yourself, he instructed, his eyes filled with reluctance. Understood. It's only a few days. I will return shortly, Shen Sangyu replied with a smile. Seeing the reluctance in Xie Jinyan's gaze warmed her heart. She stood on tiptoe and quickly pecked his cheek, her face flushing as she softly added, I will miss you. Xie Jinyan was momentarily taken aback, then wrapped his arms around her gently. I will miss you too. Best of luck in the competition. I believe in you. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Gu Chi-Chi, who had been watching the scene unfold, could no longer contain herself and exaggeratedly coughed, rolling her eyes. Ahem, ahem. Excuse me, you two. Could you please be mindful of your surroundings? We are at the airport, in public, considering the feelings of us single individuals. Enough already. If you keep this up, you might miss your flight. Shen Sangyu, embarrassed, stepped away from Xie Jinyan, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shot an annoyed glance at Gu Chi-Chi. Xie Jinyan, however, remained unperturbed, saying nothing. Gu Chi-Chi stepped forward and grabbed Shen Sangyu's suitcase. Let us go. Let us go. If you linger here any longer, I might just lose my lunch. Mr. Xie, I shall take the person away, and I assure you they will be returned in perfect condition. Xie Jinyan nodded, his gaze returning to Shen Sangyu. Everything will proceed smoothly. Shen Sangyu nodded vigorously, waving at him. Goodbye. The airplane soon landed in Yun City. Gu Chi-Chi, pulling her suitcase, said to Shen Sangyu, I've arranged for someone to pick us up, and I guarantee everything will be perfectly organized. Shen Sangyu smiled and inquired, Who is it? I didn't expect our Miss Gu to have friends in Yun City. It's a secret. You'll find out when we arrive. Gu Chi-Chi replied playfully, hinting at her connections. Upon reaching the arrival hall, Shen Sangyu spotted a tall man, dressed in understated attire, wearing sunglasses and a cap. Waving at them, Gu Chi-Chi immediately pointed. Over there. Shen Sangyu recognized him at once. Qian Haoshuan, what are you doing here? Although Qian Haoshuan wore a mask, Shen Sangyu could still sense his arrogance. Why can't I be here? Gu Chi-Chi explained that Qian Haoshuan had been filming in Yun City and had extended his stay upon hearing they were coming. Shen Sangyu observed the two of them, sensing something was off, and deliberately elongated her tone. Oh, so it's just a coincidence? How fortuitous. I thought you were here for someone special. Gu Chi-Chi, catching the implication in Shen Sangyu's words, blushed and quickly denied. It's just a coincidence. Yes, simply free. Qian Haoshuan chimed in, a hint of urgency in his tone. It really is coincidental. We're friends, and it's only natural to help out, especially since you're here too, right? Their synchronized defense was almost comically transparent. Shen Sangyu regarded them, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she ceased her inquiries. All right, a coincidence it is. We must thank the illustrious Qian for taking time out of his busy schedule to pick us up. Qian Haoshuan promptly shifted the topic, grabbing their luggage as he walked. Let us go. I'll take you to the hotel to drop off your things, and then we can savor the local delicacies. Trust me, they are exquisite. Chapter 66. Yun Brocade Museum. After depositing their luggage, the trio was led by Qian Haoshuan to a trendy local restaurant. I must tell you, the food here is exceptional, he stated, gesturing at the menu. Had I not made a reservation in advance, we would have faced a 2-hour wait. After ordering several signature dishes, they were suddenly recognized by fans from a distance, who pointed and squealed but maintained their decorum, refraining from crowding them, merely capturing the moment on their phones. Witnessing this, Qian Haoshuan felt a swell of pride, whispering, "It seems my fame is still intact, being recognized even while so heavily disguised." Gu Qiqi rolled her eyes, teasing, "Oh please, your ego is soaring to the heavens. Do you really believe they are here for you?" Just then, a few shy young girls approached, bypassing Qian Haoshuan to excitedly address Shen Sangyu. "Excuse me, are you Sister Shen Sangyu? We absolutely adore you. Could we please have your autograph?" Shen Sangyu smiled gently. "Of course." Nearby, Qian Haoshuan's grin faltered. Gu Qiqi erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, how is that for a reality check, Mr. Top Star? Where are your fans?" Qian Haoshuan sheepishly touched his nose. "This only proves that Sister Shen is immensely popular. I have much to learn." After their meal, Qian Haoshuan checked the time. "Do you have any plans for the afternoon? If not, I can take you to a place I guarantee you will enjoy." "Where to?" Gu Qiqi asked curiously. "The Yun Brocade Museum. Have you heard of it?" Qian Haoshuan smiled. "It houses a wealth of precious ancient brocade, embroidery, and traditional attire, especially from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Many pieces are unique, which should provide inspiration for your designs." Upon hearing this, Shen Songyu's eyes sparkled. "The Yun Brocade Museum? I had planned to visit it, how wonderful." Thus, the three made their way to the museum, which indeed lived up to its reputation, housing a plethora of fascinating artifacts. Shen Sangyu was dazzled as she approached a particular qipao, only to realize her family possessed a similar one. "This is..." Nearby, a girl appearing to be around 15 or 16, dressed in a Han-style dress, exclaimed in awe at the garment. "Wow, this dress is stunning. I wish I could buy one to wear home," she mused aloud. Shen Sangyu smiled gently and leaned closer to her. "This is a museum artifact.
So, it isn't for sale.
However, the design is not unique. You should be able to find one with a different pattern." The girl turned in surprise, her eyes widening as she saw Shen Sangyu. "Really? You understand these things too? That's amazing." Shen Sangyu humbly replied, "I just have a little knowledge." The girl, excited to meet someone with similar interests, introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Yun Qianyu. My name means cloud and many feathers. Thank you for your help. I'll ask my family to look for one." "Yun Qianyu? What a lovely name." Shen Sangyu found the girl quite endearing, introducing herself in turn. "I am Shen Sangyu." "Shen Sangyu," Yun Qianyu repeated softly, suddenly finding the name familiar. She scrutinized Shen Sangyu's heavily wrapped face, revealing only her eyes, and her eyes widened in realization. You aren't that movie star, are you? Oh my gosh. I absolutely adore you." Shen Sangyu chuckled at her reaction, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. "Please keep your voice down. We are in a public space." Yun Qianyu nodded vigorously, her face flushed with excitement. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I got too carried away. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." She made a sealing gesture with her hands. Looking at Shen Sangyu with sparkling eyes, she exclaimed, "Sister, you are even more beautiful in person than on TV. And I can't believe you understand these things." Shen Sangyu replied with a smile, "You think I look good even with a mask on? It's merely a personal hobby. Do you also enjoy traditional attire?" "I absolutely love it." Yun Qianyu nodded enthusiastically. "I aspire to study fashion design. And my favorite is teacher Tin." Just then, Yun Qianyu's family called for her from a distance. She reluctantly said to Shen Sangyu, "Sister, my mother is calling me.
I have to go.
Meeting you today has truly made my day. I hope we meet again." "Yes, goodbye." Shen Sangyu waved back with a smile. Observing Yun Qianyu skip away, Shen Sangyu felt her spirits lift. Qian Haoshuan and Gu Qiqi approached, with Gu Qiqi teasing. "Wow. I didn't realize teacher Shen had fans everywhere." Shen Sangyu shot her a glance. "Of course. Now let us continue. There are still many treasures to behold." After their exploration, the sky had darkened, and the group returned to the hotel. Upon arrival, they unexpectedly encountered Meng Shuiyan, who seemed to have just returned herself. Standing by the elevator, she stared at them for a moment, surprise flickering across her face before she spoke. "Well, if it isn't Miss Shen and Miss Gu. What a coincidence, you're here in Yun City too. Are you also here for the competition?" Since Shen Sangyu's background had been unveiled, Meng Shuiyan had not shown her any kindness. Gu Qiqi, detecting the sarcasm in her tone, felt her temper rise and replied bluntly, "What's wrong? Is this competition only open to you? We are here to compete as well. Who do you look down upon?" Meng Shuiyan's countenance stiffened at her retort, followed by a cold chuckle. "I am merely curious, after all. The design competition cannot be won merely through superficial charm and publicity. It demands genuine talent and skill. Some individuals should refrain from making excuses and playing the victim when they inevitably lose." She cast a pointed glance at Shen Sangyu. Shen Sangyu, disinterested in engaging with her, merely offered a dismissive look. "Worry about yourself, Miss Meng." Just then the elevator arrived. Shen Sangyu took hold of Gu Chui, who was eager to continue the argument, and stepped into the elevator, pressing the button for their floor. Meng Shuiyan glared at the closing elevator doors, seething with rage. "Shen Sangyu, just you wait. In this design competition, I will surely trample you underfoot." Upon returning to their room, Gu Chui was still fuming. "What is she anyway? How dare she look down upon us? I think she is the one who should be worried. Everyone knows her level of skill." Shen Sangyu remained composed. "Do not pay her any mind. Her arrogance only reveals her insecurity." Just then, Gu Chui's phone buzzed. She picked it up to find a message from an unfamiliar number. Upon reading it, her expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 67. I am the disciple of Master Tian. "Xiaoyu, look at this." She hurriedly handed her phone to Shen Sangyu. The message read, "Hello, Mississippi. I apologize for the intrusion, but we are very interested in your design submission and are willing to offer a high price for it. The price will surely satisfy you, and we can sign a confidentiality agreement. If you are interested, please contact us." Shen Sangyu furrowed her brow slightly as she held the message. Gu Chui was incensed. Who is this? So brazen, it's as if they've lost their minds over money. They actually want to purchase our design to impersonate us. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Sangyu sneered. Who else but the person we just encountered? So desperate to secure victory and willing to spend lavishly? Gu Qi's eyes widened in realization, her fury intensifying. Meng Xuan? It's indeed her. She dares to resort to such underhanded tactics. I will report her immediately. Let her name be ruined. Wait, Shen Sangyu interjected. If we report her now without concrete evidence of a transaction, she could easily deny it, and we risk alerting her. What then? Should we allow her to run rampant? Gu Qi retorted angrily. Certainly not, Shen Sangyu replied, a smirk curling her lips. I have great confidence in my work. Do you think if she fails to acquire the design she desires, she will still resort to using ours? Furthermore, we are merely a small studio. Rumor has it that Meng Longchuan is collaborating with the wealthy Yun family in Yun City. He surely has the means to make our little studio vanish. Gu Chui's anger flared. How shameless, bullying us with her influence. Well, once we arrive at the competition venue, if she presents first, she will undoubtedly claim we plagiarized her work. The higher she stands, the harder she will fall. Gu Qi gazed at the Shen Sangyu, ultimately nodding. Fine. I won't respond to the message. Soon, the day of the design competition arrived. The audience was filled with renowned designers, media, and figures from the fashion industry. Meng Shuiyan's work was scheduled to be presented before Shen Sangyu's. When her design series was unveiled, it indeed garnered considerable acclaim. This collection was not a traditional fashion design and differed strikingly from those on the market, captivating the judges' attention. Wow, how splendid! Meng Shuiyan has some talent. Though different from market styles, it is incredibly impactful. The judges exchanged whispers, nodding in agreement. Meng Shuiyan stood at the backstage entrance, observing the audience's reaction. Her face adorned with a triumphant smile. She had ensured her placement before the original works, knowing that refusing her proposal would lead to accusations of plagiarism. Before long, Shen Sangyu's design was revealed. The arena fell into silence, for her design was an exact replica of Meng Shuiyan's. What on earth is happening? Is this plagiarism? It's clearly plagiarism. This designer is a newcomer, yet she has managed to copy Meng Shuiyan's work. Meng Shuiyan's design is indeed remarkable. It evokes the essence of Master Tian. Meng Shuiyan claimed to know Master Tian. Perhaps she was indeed guided by him. I envy her. When will I have Master Tian's contact information to speak with him? A commotion erupted in the audience, and the media recognized the potential for a sensational story, directing their cameras towards the backstage. Seizing the moment, Meng Shuiyan dashed from behind the stage, her face a mask of incredulity and distress. She pointed at the work on stage, her voice trembling as she addressed the judges and media. Plagiarism. This is undoubtedly plagiarism. She has stolen my design. This is an original creation that I painstakingly completed after countless nights of toil. Please, judges, uphold justice for me. Her acting prowess shone through, eliciting a wave of sympathy from the audience. Clearly, it's plagiarism. Meng Shuiyan is so unfortunate. I can't believe such a thing has happened. However, I think the newcomer's outfit is more appealing than Meng Shuiyan's. Why are they so quick to assume she is guilty? Does a major star resort to plagiarism? That's absurd. At this moment, Shen Sangyu stepped onto the stage. This design is mine. The crowd was further astonished. What? This was designed by Shen Sangyu? I can't believe it. Wait, wasn't it said that Shen Sangyu knows Tian? Who is lying here? I doubt Meng Shuiyan is the one lying. Shen Sangyu is wealthy. She probably just bought the design. Gu Chui, overhearing the crowd's chatter, trembled with rage, wanting to rush out but was restrained by the staff. Under the spotlight, amidst the accusations, Shen Sangyu remained remarkably calm, even wearing a faint, mocking smile. A bunch of fools. Her inner voice echoed. How brazen they are to accuse so unjustly. The anti-counterfeiting mark I left in the floral details is so conspicuous. Are these so-called professionals blind? Oh. Perhaps it is Meng Shuiyan who is the fool, managing to replicate this mark. The audience fell silent. A mark? What mark? At that moment, a senior judge, who had been scrutinizing the design details on the screen, suddenly stood up, hastening to the edge of the runway with a magnifying glass in hand. Pointing at an exceedingly subtle detail on a model's skirt, which almost blended with the pattern, his voice trembled with excitement. Wait, this mark, this hidden mark. ISN, this the design of Master Tian? The entire venue fell silent. Tian? That legendary genius designer?
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
While she met the conditions to participate, how could she possibly be involved? The crowd was incredulous. The professor examined the design, his tone resolute. It cannot be forged. This pattern can only be drawn by Tian. This is indeed Tian's work. Meng Shuiyan's eyes widened in shock. In this critical moment, she suddenly made a bold move. She rushed onto the stage and snatched the microphone from the host, exclaiming, "Yes, this is Master Tian's work. It is I. I received direct guidance from Master Tian. This design was completed under her inspiration. I know Master Tian, and Shen Sangyu is just speaking nonsense." She attempted to invert the truth, claiming the credit and identity for herself. Yet, she could not claim to be Master Tian, as she could not possibly create such a piece. The audience erupted in astonishment once more. The implications were monumental. The professor, having listened to her words, became even more incredulous. Absurd. The Tian mark serves as a form of identity authentication and can only appear on designs she has personally completed. I have never heard of a successor being able to utilize her mark. This work is undoubtedly the creation of Tian herself. After speaking, he turned to the side to look at Shen Sangyu. If I am not mistaken, you are indeed Teacher Tian, are you not? Chapter 68. The Wife of the Richest in Yunqing. Shen Sangyu cast a sidelong glance at Meng Shuiyan and nodded. The professor, filled with excitement, stepped onto the stage. I never expected Teacher Tian to be so young. Truly, the youth are formidable. No, that's not right. Meng Shuiyan shook her head while retreating. You cannot be Teacher Tian. I have seen her before. You must be lying. Shen Sangyu let out a light laugh. Miss Meng, regardless of how you obtained my manuscript and attempted to impersonate me, even going so far as to falsely accuse the original creator of plagiarism, I believe the police and my lawyer would be more than willing to discuss this matter with you in detail. Intellectual property theft, commercial fraud, and defamation are serious charges that would warrant a period of reflection on your part. Upon hearing this, Meng Shuiyan's legs turned to jelly, and she collapsed onto the ground, shaking her head. No, that's not it. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, pointing at one of the judges below. It was him. He made me do it. I had no choice. I was forced. I admire Teacher Tian so much. How could I ever impersonate her work? One of the judges, who had been bribed by Meng Longchuan, furrowed his brow. Meng Shuiyan, what nonsense are you spouting? What does this have to do with me? It's you. Meng Shuiyan could not articulate her thoughts, but she was desperate to drag someone down with her. The organizers realized the issue was on their end and promptly had Meng Shuiyan and the judge escorted away. Afterward, Shen Sangyu turned once more to face the audience. She bowed and said, "Hello everyone, I am Shen Sangyu, also known as Designer Tian. I apologize for introducing myself as a designer in such a manner. Over the past few years, I have created under the name Tion in hopes that the works would be appreciated for their intrinsic value, free from any halos or labels. Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Today, I would like to take this opportunity to formally announce the launch of a brand under the name Tion called QIYU. At this moment, Gu Chichi was already backstage, and the brand logo of QIYU illuminated the big screen. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. There was no doubt that Shen Sangyu had emerged victorious in the end. In the backstage area, Shen Sangyu was surrounded by a throng of well-wishers. "Sister, sister." A familiar voice called out. Shen Sangyu turned around to see the little girl she had encountered at the Yunjin Museum, struggling to weave her way through the crowd towards her. "Sister, it's really you. Oh my goodness. I never expected you to be Tian. I can't believe I actually spoke with teacher Tian. We even discussed clothing. Am I dreaming?" Yun Qinyu exclaimed excitedly. "I admire you so much. I follow all your designs. I'm just so thrilled." Seeing her in such a state, Shen Sangyu couldn't help but smile and gently ruffle her hair. "It's you. What a coincidence. We meet again. What a coincidence. I specifically came to watch the finals. I didn't expect such a huge surprise." Yun Qinyu exclaimed, "Sister, you are incredible up there. That wicked woman was no match for you." Shen Sangyu chuckled at her enthusiasm. "Thank you for your support." Just then, an elegantly poised lady approached, casting a fond glance at Yun Qinyu. "Xiuyu, running so fast that your mother can hardly keep up." Turning to Shen Sangyu, she extended her hand. "Miss Shen, congratulations. Today's competition was truly spectacular. My name is Yiyu. Host, this Yiyu is the matriarch of the Yun family, the wealthiest in Yunqing. And Yun Qianyu's mother, extremely affluent." The system remarked. Shen Sangyu understood and politely shook Yiyu's hand. "Thank you, Ms. Yi. You flatter me." Yiyu smiled slightly, clearly admiring Shen Sangyu. "I have always appreciated Tian's designs. I never expected Tian to be so young and so beautiful, seeing her in person. She truly lives up to her reputation." Pausing briefly, she continued, "I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting Miss Shen to design a bespoke gown for me? Price is entirely not an issue." Those around them were well aware of Yiyu's status. Garnering her favor was the dream of countless designers. However, Shen Sangyu merely smiled gently and declined. "I truly appreciate Ms. Yi's kindness, but Tian's designs have always been guided by inspiration and affinity, rather than monetary considerations. I fear I would have to disappoint your goodwill." The crowd collectively gasped. She actually turned down the invitation from the matriarch of the Yun family? While Tian was indeed formidable, who could refuse an invitation from the Yun family? However, netizens quickly realized that this was not just Tian, it was also Shen Sangyu, the young lady of the Shen family in the capital, who likely had little interest in such matters. Yiyu, upon hearing this, not only did not express anger, but instead smiled, her tone becoming even more affable. Indeed, as rumored, Tian possesses her own principles. Nevertheless, it's perfectly alright. I respect your choice. Shifting her gaze to Yun Qianyu nearby, she added, "Then let me support you in another way. Xiaoyu is particularly fond of you, and I have great faith in the QIYU brand. How about this? I'll invest in your brand, and for any future product launches or haute couture collections, please prioritize us with a reserve. How does that sound?" Gu Chichi, who had been listening nearby, brightened up and stepped forward, beaming. "Of course. Thank you so much for your support, Ms. Yi. Thank you, esteemed patron. We will definitely deliver it to you at the earliest opportunity." Shen Sangyu nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your support. We will put our hearts into it." Yiyu nodded, seemingly recalling something, and turned to Shen Sangyu. "By the way, Miss Shen, regarding that garment Xiuyu fancied at the Yunjin Museum, I have managed to find some leads. There will be a private auction in Yunqing in a few days, and it is said that a similar piece, perhaps even from the same batch, will be available. I am not well versed in the appraisal of such antiquities. Might you accompany me to take a look and lend your expertise in determining its authenticity?" Shen Sangyu had indeed studied that garment, and with the influence of the wealthiest in Yunqing, it was needless to say the potential of this opportunity was significant. She nodded. "Of course, Ms. Yi, you are too kind. I am also very interested in that garment. It would be my honor to accompany you." "Wonderful." Yiyu's smile deepened, then it settled. "The auction begins the night after tomorrow. I will arrange for a car to pick you up at the hotel." "All right." Shen Sangyu replied affirmatively. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yiyu departed, waving excitedly to Yun Qianyu, who was glancing back repeatedly. Watching them leave, Gu Qiqi excitedly linked her arm with Shen Sangyu. Xiuyu, this is fantastic. With the matriarch as support, QIYU is truly going to soar. Shen Sangyu smiled, feeling quite pleased. The two tidied up their belongings and left the bustling venue, preparing to return to the hotel to rest. Chapter 69. I just miss you a bit. Upon arriving at the hotel, Shen Sangyu heard a familiar voice call out. Shen Sangyu. They turned to see Meng Xueyan standing there. Her face was ashen, eyes swollen from crying, and her hair appeared disheveled, making her look utterly disheartened. Clearly, she had just come from the police station and had been waiting here all along. Shen Sangyu was aware that Meng Longchuan was flourishing in Yunqing, so it was not surprising that she had been released so quickly. However, why was Meng Xueyan here seeking her out? Shen Sangyu felt somewhat at a loss. Meng Xueyan, don't think you can gloat. Meng Xueyan's voice was laden with venom as she seethed. Do you think you've triumphed? You've tarnished my reputation and ruined me. Let me be clear. I will not let this go. I will absolutely not spare you. You better prepare yourself. At that moment, the internet was already abuzz with news about Shen Sangyu being Tian, and naturally, Meng Xueyan found herself the target of mockery. Her frenzied screams attracted the attention of onlookers. Gu Qiqi stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Shen Sangyu. Meng Xueyan, have you lost your mind? You were the one who cheated and plagiarized, bringing this upon yourself. And yet you dare to threaten others here? Am I mad? Yes, I have been driven to madness by you all. Meng Xueyan shrieked. Shen Sangyu, just wait. As long as Meng Xueyan, draw a breath, I will not be finished with you. I will make you regret everything you've done to me. With that, she turned and stormed away. Gu Qiqi, watching her retreating figure, fumed. What a lunatic. Truly insane. She has the audacity to complain about her own actions. Xiuyu, you must be cautious. Such a person is capable of anything. Shen Sangyu gazed after Meng Xueyan's silhouette. No need to worry. Upon returning to their room, Shen Sangyu opened the door to find a familiar figure. What brings you here? Shen Sangyu exclaimed, astonished and delighted, completely unprepared for the appearance of Xie Jinyan. Striding forward, Xie Jinyan naturally embraced her, resting his chin gently atop her head, his voice tender. I finished my work early and wanted to see you. It's unfortunate I missed your most splendid moments. His tone was rife with regret. Shen Sangyu returned his embrace, inhaling his familiar scent, causing her earlier displeasure to dissipate. It's all right. I'm just glad you could come. Xie Jinyan released her, scrutinizing her face. Are you tired? Shen Sangyu smiled and shook her head. Not too bad, just a bit homesick. She paused, leaning closer. How long can you stay this time? I've wrapped up everything and can accompany you for a few days to relax, he replied. Really? Shen Sangyu's eyes sparkled with joy. By the way, Ms. Yiyu, the lady of the Yun family, invited me to an auction on the evening of the day after tomorrow to help her appraise a garment. Would you like to join me? Hearing this, Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow. An auction? Is it at the center of Yun City? It should be, Xie Jinyan nodded. How did you know? What a coincidence. He chuckled softly. Our company is looking to establish a resort in Yun City, and we are currently scouting for land. This auction is for a property we've set our sights on. Since you plan to attend, I'll have my staff skip it, and I'll go personally to accompany you. Shen Sangyu planted a kiss on his cheek. That sounds wonderful. We can go together. Indeed, Xie Jinyan replied, lowering his head to kiss her. As they kissed, he gently guided her towards the bed, and Shen Sangyu felt a wave of dizziness until her back met the soft mattress, prompting her to whisper, Wait, I haven't showered yet. Xie Jinyan's kisses continued to rain down, his voice laced with a teasing allure. No worries, we'll shower together later. His nimble fingers deftly unbuttoned her clothing, his warm palm gliding over her delicate skin. Shen Sangyu let out a soft sigh, the last vestiges of her rationality fading away as she wrapped her arms around his neck, responding eagerly to his kiss. The moonlight filtered through the curtain seams, casting a silhouette of their intertwined forms on the bed. The following day, Shen Sangyu awoke groggily, her body aching as if run over by a large truck. As she shifted slightly, she couldn't help but frown, displeased as she glanced at Xie Jinyan, who was already awake, propping his head up and smiling at her. You're awake? Xie Jinyan's voice was hoarse as he gently rubbed her waist. Does it still hurt? Shen Sangyu shot him a glare. What do you think? I told you to be gentle. Xie Jinyan chuckled softly, pulling her into his embrace, planting a kiss atop her head. My fault. I'll be more careful next time. There won't be a next time. Shen Sangyu huffed, poking his chest, yet her body instinctively nestled closer into his warm embrace. They lingered in bed for a while longer before finally rising to freshen up. When they emerged from the room, Gu Qiqi was already perched on the sofa in the living room, enjoying breakfast. Hearing the commotion, she looked up, her gaze shifting coyly between the two before landing on Shen Sangyu's face, sporting a mischievous grin of understanding. Shen Sangyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot her a reproachful look. Gu Qiqi, stop with the nonsense. Oh, what nonsense am I spouting? Gu Qiqi blinked innocently. I'm merely concerned about her well-being. Look how exhausted our Xiaoyu is. Mr. Xia, you really ought to be more considerate. Xia Jinyan calmly squeezed Shen Sangyu's shoulder, casting a glance at Gu Qiqi. Can't even eat without you chattering away? All right, I'll keep quiet. Gu Qiqi raised her hands in surrender. But someone might get all flustered now. Setting down her breakfast, she stood up. Since you both are ready, let us finish eating and head out. I've prepared a lot of plans. Let me take you both to explore Yun City. I promise you'll have a blast. After breakfast, Gu Qiqi confidently pulled out her phone. I did extensive research last night. The best resort in Yun City is said to be on a mountain, boasting stunning views and fresh air, plus an immersive natural experience. We're going there. Shen Sangyu readily acquiesced to her plans. Xia Jinyan, too, found it apt to inspect the resort in Yun City, as it was of little consequence to him. Yet, upon arrival, they were utterly disappointed. Ascending the mountain via a cable car, they were greeted by a cluster of dilapidated wooden cabins. This was presumably their accommodation. The entrance to the resort was unsightly, with shabby buildings, and not far off, an argument between the owner and a guest was audible. You charge 300 a night for this kind of hotel? Refund me. You want a refund on the day you check in?
Impossible.
Gu Qiqi was aghast. This is a far cry from the pictures in the guide. Glancing between her phone and the reality before her, she muttered, perhaps it's just the wrong season. Let's go inside and take a look. However, once they ventured inside, their astonishment deepened. Chapter 70. The Absurd Resort. As they entered, a disheveled middle-aged man, cigarette in mouth, ambled over, scrutinizing them before gruffly stating, entrance fee, 200 each.
200.
Gu Qiqi was stunned. The man impatiently exhaled a puff of smoke. You should have checked the online information. Xia Jinyan frowned but, not wishing to dampen the mood, paid the fee. Upon entering, they were assaulted by an indescribable stench emanating from an outdoor toilet that appeared not to have been cleaned in ages, flies buzzing around incessantly. My heavens! Gu Qiqi covered her nose, her face turning green. Shen Sangyu grimaced in distaste. And that was not the end of it. The mountain was swarming with mosquitoes, biting furiously. And in such circumstances, the staff should have been distributing mosquito repellent, yet no one attended to them. The resort touted its natural experience, yet the animals looked on the brink of death, appearing barely alive. The fish pond's water was murky, clearly unsuitable for fishing, yet there were still individuals who paid to come. This is outrageous. Gu Qiqi was left speechless. This is even worse than the scams in the capital. How come there's no criticism online? Naturally, they've been deleted, Xia Jinyan interjected. He had considered investing in a resort here precisely because of the abysmal management, but the company's PR had done an excellent job, resulting in a flood of positive reviews online. However, he had not anticipated such a deplorable state.
Well,
if I were looking for a resort, I would have chosen this one too, since it had the best reviews, he remarked. Disheartened, the trio descended the mountain, only to unexpectedly encounter Yi Yu and Yun Qianyu at the foot. The three descended with an air of indignation, their bags heavy with discontent. Upon arriving at the parking area at the foot of the mountain, the voice of Yun Qianyu resonated. Sister Shen. Shen Sangyu turned to see Yun Qianyu clad in practical overalls and a t-shirt, adorned with a sun hat, her smile radiating warmth as she waved vigorously.
Decide her studie you, e quali direset in humble agricultura lattere. Me ye, Qianyu?
What brings you here? Shen Sangyu inquired, her surprise evident. Yu chuckled. What a coincidence. Miss Shen, I've acquired a plot of land on this mountain to cultivate some vegetables, and I brought little Yu here to have some fun over the weekend. She glanced at the direction Shen Sangyu had come from, her brow furrowing slightly. You aren't heading to that resort up there, are you? Gu Qiqi scoffed. We've already been there. Yun Qianyu interjected, her little face scrunching up. Sister Shen, why would you go there? It's horrendous, filthy and chaotic, and they overcharge. The online reviews are misleading. It's surely a scam. Shen Sangyu could only manage a wry smile. We, too, were lured by online recommendations, and it appears we were misled. Yi Yu nodded knowingly. The reputation of that resort is quite poor among the locals. They merely excel at online marketing. Just then a voice intruded. Oh, Who do we have here? Shen Sangyu, mingling with the countryside folk? Meng Shuiyan had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, having just arrived. Seeing their disdainful expressions, she waved her hand in front of her nose as if detecting an unpleasant odor. Her appearance was starkly different from the day before. Her attire tattered and smeared with mud, emanating an air of misfortune. Shen Sangyu, have your tastes plummeted so low? Lowering yourself to converse with these rural inhabitants? Meng Shuiyan sneered. Gu Chaichi's temper flared at once. Meng Shuiyan, try to maintain some decorum. You look down upon others with such disdain.
Ye US simile fadet.
Though she retained her composure, her gaze turning frosty. Meanwhile, Yun Xianyu glared indignantly at Meng Shuiyan. Shen Sangyu stepped forward, pointedly ignoring Meng Shuiyan, and addressed Yi Yu, Miss. Yi, may I accompany you? Yi Yu appeared surprised but soon smiled. Of course, if Miss Shen does not mind. Mind? I would be delighted. Shen Sangyu replied with a smile. Seeing Shen Sangyu completely disregard her and treat those she looked down upon with such courtesy, Meng Shuiyan felt humiliated and seethed. Shen Sangyu, what pretentiousness! Do you know who owns that resort? It belongs to my father, our Meng family. Do you believe I could prevent you from entering? Upon hearing this, Gu Chaichi feigned realization, clapping her hands. Oh, so this dreadful place is run by your Meng family. No wonder it's rife with corruption and deceit. The whole operation reeks of malice. Truly a den of thieves. Meng Shuiyan's face turned pale with anger. You, what about me? Gu Chaichi retorted coolly. Isn't it common knowledge that this resort has been around for quite some time? Which wealthy woman has Mr. Meng taken a shine to this time? Everyone in the capital knew that Meng Longchuan had risen to prominence thanks to Xin Yaoqing, a fact Meng Shuiyan was keen to avoid discussing. Miss Meng, you see. Yi Yu interjected. In business, integrity and reputation are paramount. Relying on deception and suppressing negative reviews might yield temporary success, but it will not sustain in the long run. Yun City is not a place where anyone can act with impunity. Meng Shuiyan felt intimidated by Yi's assertiveness, but stubbornly retorted. Who do you think you are to lecture me? Do you know the Yun family? We are about to collaborate with them. Dealing with someone like you is a trivial matter. Yi Yu merely cast a dispassionate glance her way, uninterested in further debate, and turned to Shen Sangyu. Miss Shen. This way, please. My vehicle is just ahead. Shen Sangyu nodded and linked arms with Gu Chaichi as they departed. Meng Shuiyan watched their retreating figures, particularly Shen Sangyu's attitude, fuming with impotent rage, stamping her foot in frustration. Following Yi Yu to her farm, Shen Sangyu and Gu Chaichi felt their spirits lift considerably. The farm was meticulously maintained, the air fresh and the crops flourishing, an exquisite contrast to the earlier resort. These vegetables are splendid. They look incredibly appetizing, Shen Sangyu remarked. Admiring the fresh produce in the basket, Yi Yu smiled, handing her a larger basket. If you like them, take as many as you wish. They're all grown by us. Pesticide-free, so you can eat with peace of mind. Then I shall not be polite. Shen Sangyu accepted the basket. Picking vegetables proved to be quite enjoyable. And as the day waned, Shen Sangyu realized how much time had passed. They returned to the hotel laden with fresh produce, only to encounter an uninvited guest. Chapter 71. Imitation Qipao. Shen Sangyu was taken aback to find Meng Longchuan waiting for her. His countenance was dark, evidently having deliberately awaited her arrival. Observing the basket of vegetables in her hands, a flicker of derision crossed his eyes. The young lady had indeed taken to harvesting vegetables herself. How embarrassing. Mingling with rural folk in Yun City. Miss Shen, he spoke condescendingly, we need to talk. Gu Chaichi immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Shen Sangyu. Mr. Meng. What are your intentions? Shen Sangyu gently patted Gu Chaichi's shoulder, calmly fixing her gaze on Meng Longchuan. Mr. Meng. I believe there is nothing of substance for us to discuss. Nothing to discuss. Meng Longchuan scoffed, stepping closer, lowering his voice to a menacing tone. Shen Sangyu. What do you intend to do? You have driven my daughter to disgrace, and now you dare to provoke her. Do you think the Meng family is easy to bully? Just because you have the Shen family backing you doesn't mean you can act with impunity. Shen Sangyu found his words laughable. She raised an eyebrow. Meeting his gaze, Mr. Meng, I believe you have misconstrued the situation. She paused, locking eyes with Meng Longchuan. You should be asking your precious daughter what she intends to do. It was she who schemed to purchase my designs for impersonation. It was she who plagiarized my work during the competition and then falsely accused me of theft. It was she who, when confronted, showed no remorse but instead came here to create a ruckus. And now you question my intentions? With each word Shen Sangyu spoke, Meng Longchuan's expression darkened. her logically articulated points laying bare his daughter's misdeeds before him. Mr. Meng, Shen Sangyu's voice dripped with sarcasm. I must inquire whether your family teaches such values to your daughter? When one errs, rather than reflect, she shifts blame, believing that a modicum of power allows her to distort truth and act with impunity. You speak nonsense. She is not like that. Meng Longchuan was left speechless by Shen Sangyu's incisive remarks. Shen Sangyu, uninterested in further discourse, picked up her basket and stated coolly, if Mr. Meng has no further matters to address, we shall take our leave. With that, she turned to depart. After a day of vegetable picking and hiking, Shen Sangyu felt fatigued and remained in the hotel the following day, awaiting Yiyu's call before venturing out. Upon arriving at the auction, Shen Sangyu settled into her seat. She noted that Meng Longchuan and Meng Shuiyan were seated not far away, with Meng Shuiyan casting a provocative glance her way, defiantly lifting her chin. Shen Sangyu, however, chose to remain indifferent. The auction commenced smoothly, with several pieces of jewelry and artwork selling successfully. Soon, the moment arrived for the qipao. As the attendant unveiled the black cloth, gasps of admiration rippled through the audience. Under the lights, the satin shimmered, and the exquisite embroidery was undeniably breathtaking. Yun Xianyu sat beside Yiyu, her eyes wide with excitement as she exclaimed, Mom, this piece is exactly like the one in the museum. It's so beautiful. She was eager to raise her bidding paddle. Shen Sangyu scrutinized the intricate details displayed on the large screen, her brow slightly furrowed, and leaned closer to Yiyu, whispering, Madam Yi, this garment is a replica and a rather poor one at that. The stitching and the sheen of the satin, along with the aging treatment, are subpar. It appears to be a recent high-quality imitation. Hearing this, Yiyu nodded and gently restrained the eager Yun Xianyu, saying, Listen to Sister Shen. Meanwhile, Meng Shuiyan had evidently set her sights on the same dress and began raising her paddle to bid. Upon noticing Meng Shuiyan's interest, Gu Qiqi's eyes glinted mischievously as she too began to bid, thinking to seize the opportunity. Trying to get a bargain? Not a chance. She whispered to Shen Sangyu. I'll raise the price and put her in a tight spot. Shen Sangyu smiled wryly. It's fake. There's no need for that.
No worries.
She's just a foolish girl with too much money, Gu Qiqi replied enthusiastically. Thus, a bidding war ensued between Gu Qiqi and Meng Shuiyan, escalating the price far beyond the worth of the imitation itself. Each time Meng Shuiyan raised her bid, she shot a fierce glare at Gu Qiqi. Convinced she was deliberately opposing her, and in an effort to save face, she persisted. Ultimately, when the price reached an astronomical figure, Gu Qiqi shrugged nonchalantly, elegantly placing her paddle down and casting Meng Shuiyan a cryptic smile. Meng Shuiyan secured the imitation at an exorbitant price, though it pained her. The thought of having outbid Gu Qiqi filled her with pride. She purposefully glanced over at Shen Sangyu, who exchanged a knowing smile with Yiyu, shaking her head in disbelief. The highlight of the auction was yet to come, a prime piece of land located in the golden area of Yun City, rich with development potential. More importantly, securing this land meant establishing a partnership with the Yun family. As the bidding commenced, competition was fierce, quickly narrowing down to two contenders, Meng Longchuan and Xie Jinyan. Meng Longchuan was determined to acquire the land, viewing it as a stepping stone to further collaboration with the Yun family, frequently raising his paddle with aggressive bids. Xie Jinyan, however, remained composed, matching each bid with unwavering confidence. Having already established his own foothold in the capital, he was now eyeing Yun City, believing that the Yun family's unshakable position would facilitate their partnership. The two engaged in a back and forth, with prices soaring, and the audience held their breath. Meng Longchuan was gradually losing ground, his budget nearing exhaustion. Ultimately, when Xie Jinyan announced an astronomical sum, Meng Longchuan's face turned ashen, his hand trembling as he reluctantly lowered his paddle.
Sold.
Congratulations, Mr. Xie, the auctioneer declared, and applause erupted throughout the hall. As the auction concluded, the successful bidders proceeded to the back to finalize their purchases. Shen Sangyu was conversing with Gu Qiqi when Meng Shuiyan, clutching her overpriced qipao, strutted over, her face aglow with self-satisfaction, and approached Shen Sangyu directly. Shen Sangyu, did you see this? She flaunted the qipao, her tone dripping with arrogance. This is true discernment and capability. Some people, unable to attain such elegance, merely hide behind the scenes to manipulate bids, yet in the end, it is still mine. She cast a pointed glance at Gu Qiqi. Gu Qiqi rolled her eyes, dismissing her entirely. Observing Meng Shuiyan's triumphant demeanor, Shen Sangyu found it both tragic and laughable. She replied calmly, Miss Meng, I suggest you have an expert authenticate that piece once you return home. It is indeed a replica and quite new. Meng Shuiyan's smile faltered, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. You're talking nonsense. Shen Sangyu, you're just jealous. If you can't afford it, don't slander my possessions. The auction house's appraisal can't possibly be wrong. Chapter 72. The collaboration between the Yun and Meng families is cancelled. Believe it or not. Shen Sangyu, uninterested in further debate, replied coolly, if you are so convinced of its authenticity, then let it be true. You. Meng Shuiyan was practically seething. Just then Meng Longchuan, having lost the bid, entered with a grim expression. He had clearly overheard the quarrel between his daughter and Shen Sangyu, and his simmering anger was now boiling over. However, instead of confronting Shen Sangyu directly, he turned his ire towards Xie Jinyan, his voice darkening. Mr. Xie, what is the meaning of this? Are you deliberately crossing me, Meng? Xie Jinyan remained unfazed, casting him a sidelong glance. Mr. Meng, at an auction, the highest bidder prevails. Where is the intent in that? Can you not accept defeat? Meng Longchuan nearly choked in fury, his face flushed as he lashed out. Xie Jinyan, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think winning this land secures your position in Yun City? The strong dragon, do not bow to the local snake. Without the support of our Meng family, your partnership with the Yun family may not be as smooth as you hope. And you, Shen Sangyu, do not get too complacent. Allowing your daughter to humiliate my family, do you truly think I, Meng Longchuan, am a pushover? Shen Sangyu found his indignation amusing, recalling how Meng Longchuan used to curry favor with Shen Miaoqing during his time with the Shen family. At that moment, Yi Yu, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward with a gentle smile that masked an undeniable authority. Mr. Meng, such bravado. Still fuming, Meng Longchuan, upon seeing her approach, snapped without a second thought.
Who are you to speak here?
What does a woman know? Father, it's them. Meng Shuiyan immediately pointed at Yi Yu and Shen Sangyu. It's this country bumpkin. Associating with Shen Sangyu. Just now, she cursed my purchase as fake. In response, Yi Yu merely smiled, the chill in her expression causing the temperature to drop. Before she could speak, a local from Yun City standing beside Meng Longchuan suddenly turned pale, grabbing his arm and whispering urgently, Old Meng, be quiet. This lady is Madame Yun. What Madame Yun? I don't care who she is. Meng Longchuan instinctively retorted, only to abruptly halt, realization dawning upon him. Madame Yun. He froze, his face paling in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Yu before him. It's over. This thought washed over him like a deluge of icy water, chilling him to the bone. Meng Shuiyan, too, had heard this revelation, her earlier bravado evaporating into sheer terror and disbelief. Her mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. In the next moment, slap. A sharp, resounding slap echoed through the air as Meng Longchuan, fueled by rage, struck his daughter with all his might, sending her staggering back several steps, nearly losing her balance. The qipao slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. You foolish girl. Shut your mouth. Apologize to Madame Yun at once. Meng Longchuan shouted at his daughter in a frenzy, his voice trembling with fury. He was entirely oblivious to his own words directed at Yi Yu, placing all the blame squarely on Meng Shuiyan. At that moment, he regretted ever having fathered such a daughter. Stunned by the slap, Meng Shuiyan could hardly comprehend that her father would strike her in such a manner. Clutching her face in shock, she looked between her enraged father and the icy Yi Yu, finally grasping the magnitude of her blunder, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, a lingering disbelief overshadowed her. Why would her father turn against her for the sake of power? Was he truly the loving father she once knew? A profound silence enveloped the room, all eyes drawn to the unfolding drama. Cold sweat trickled down Meng Longchuan's forehead as he turned to Yi Yu, bending almost to the ground, yet still unwilling to kneel. He apologized incoherently. Madame Yun, I am truly sorry, deeply sorry. It is my lack of discernment, my failure in teaching that has offended you. I implore you to show magnanimity, and not to hold us accountable. This is merely a misunderstanding, a colossal misunderstanding. Yi Yu regarded him coldly, then glanced at Meng Shuiyan on the ground, and replied nonchalantly, Today, I have witnessed President Meng's formidable presence. It appears that our Yun family indeed cannot aspire to collaborate with the Meng family. Let us defer our partnership for another time.
Having said that,
she turned away from the ashen-faced Meng Longchuan and smiled at Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinyan. Miss Shen, President Xie, I apologize for the inconvenience. Let's take our leave. Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinyan nodded, and together they departed. In the days that followed, Shen Sangyu enjoyed her time in Yun City. But the day to return to the capital had finally arrived. In the airport hall, as she sat waiting for her flight, an unexpected figure suddenly rushed over, kneeling before her with a thud.
Xiaoyu, I am sorry. I realize my mistakes.
I beg you to forgive me. It was Meng Shuiyan, appearing more disheveled than ever before, completely shedding her usual glamorous celebrity persona. Kneeling on the ground, she looked up at Shen Sangyu, tears streaming down her face, her voice choked with anguish as she pleaded. I was wrong in the past. I was envious of you, blinded by my own folly. I should not have plagiarized your work. Nor should I have slandered you or harassed you. I implore you to be magnanimous, to spare me. Could you possibly intercede with Madame Yun and ask her to cease her oppression of my family? I truly understand my wrongs. Her sudden display garnered the attention of those around them, who began to whisper among themselves. Shen Sangyu was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected act, quickly furrowing her brow and instinctively stepping back. She had never anticipated Meng Shuiyan would resort to such a drastic measure. Meng Shuiyan, what are you doing?
Get up.
Shen Sangyu's voice carried a hint of displeasure. What do you think you look like in a public space? No, unless you forgive me, I will not rise. Meng Shuiyan cried even harder, reaching out to grasp the hem of Shen Sangyu's garment. I know I was excessive before, but I truly regret it. Please grant me another chance. I would do anything to appease you. Shen Sangyu regarded her with a heart devoid of empathy, feeling only pity and ridicule. Taking a deep breath, she chose not to assist her but instead performed an act that left everyone astonished. She slowly squatted down before Meng Shuiyan, one leg on the ground, meeting her gaze at eye level. Meng Shuiyan, her tone was frigid. Do you think that kneeling an apology is the most effective way to convey remorse and seek forgiveness? She paused, observing the astonishment on Meng Shuiyan's face, and continued. If kneeling were effective, then I too could kneel before you and demand that you disappear from my life forever. Chapter 73. A desperate plight. Not only Gu Qiqi, but Meng Shuiyan was also stunned, momentarily forgetting her tears, her mouth agape in speechlessness. She had not anticipated such a reaction from Shen Sangyu. To self-deprecate in a bid to morally bind others is the most foolish and ineffective choice. Shen Sangyu stood up, dusting off non-existent debris from her knees. Her tone devoid of warmth, true remorse entails rectifying one's mistakes and compensating through actions, not performing this theatrical display of self-pity.
Is your knee really so cheap?
Host. I have gathered information. The system chimed in. Meng Longchuan faced backlash in Yun City after offending Yu, and in an effort to salvage his business there, he sought to curry favor with another powerful figure, intending to marry off Meng Shuiyan to him. That individual has a poor reputation and is old enough to be her father. Meng Shuiyan is unwilling, and out of desperation, she has come to plead with you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding crossed Shen Sangyu's eyes. So that was it. Perhaps her contrition was not genuine, it was merely a last resort. She looked at the still kneeling Meng Shuiyan, her face pale, and remained silent for a moment. Though she harbored no fondness for Meng Shuiyan, and could even be said to detest her, the thought of the latter being treated as a bargaining chip in a marriage with someone she disliked stirred a complex emotion within her. Finally, she sighed, her tone softening slightly. Meng Shuiyan, please rise. Meng Shuiyan looked up in confusion, her eyes searching Shen Sangyu's face. I am unaware of the specific decisions your father has made, Shen Sangyu said, deliberately vague, but if you truly do not wish to pursue a certain path, then you must rely on your own strength to stand up. You are still a well-known actress. Focus on your craft and manage your career well. It is entirely possible to carve out a path for yourself. Relying on others is the most unreliable option. The entertainment industry, while complex, is at least a realm you are familiar with. Commit yourself. Let your work speak for you. It is far more effective than kneeling here begging me or returning to plead with your father. This was the last and only piece of advice Shen Sangyu could offer. Meng Shuiyan stared at her, clearly taken aback by her words, tears welling up anew. Can I truly do that? The path is yours to tread, Shen Sangyu replied, no longer looking at her, turning instead to Xie Jinyan and Gu Qiqi. Shall we go? Upon returning to the capital, life resumed its usual rhythm. Shen Miaoqing deliberately set aside time to take Shen Sangyu to a restaurant they both cherished, as a form of celebration for her newfound freedom. The restaurant exuded an elegant ambience, and the mother and daughter engaged in a conversation about their future plans. At that moment, a gentle male voice interrupted, Aunt Shen, Sangyu. What a coincidence. Shen Sangyu looked up to find Song Qingyan standing by their table, a smile gracing his face, accompanied by a young woman of gentle demeanor. Clearly a couple. Xiao Song? Shen Miaoqing exclaimed in surprise, then smiled. What a coincidence. And this is... Her gaze shifted to the girl.
Aunt.
This is my girlfriend Lin Wan. Song Qingyan introduced Wan. This is Aunt Shen and this is Miss Shen Sangyu. Lin Wan gracefully greeted them. Hello, Aunt Shen, hello. Sister Sangyu. Shen Sangyu nodded politely, smiling in return hello. Curiosity piqued. She leaned in to whisper to Shen Miaoqing, Mom, you're not arranging another blind date for me, are you? She remembered how her mother had previously tried to set her up with Song Qingyan. Shen Miaoqing playfully swatted her arm, lowering her voice. What are you thinking? Do you believe I am that kind of person? Qingyan already has a girlfriend. This is merely a chance encounter. Shen Sangyu stuck out her tongue. Oh. At that moment, Song's mother approached from a distance, evidently having come to dine with her son and daughter-in-law. Upon spotting Shen Sangyu, her eyes lit up, and she enthusiastically made her way over. Oh, Miaoqing, Xiuyu. What a coincidence. She took Shen Sangyu's hand, surveying her with affection. Xiuyu, you've returned from Yun City? I heard you shone brilliantly over there. You are becoming more beautiful and capable. Thank you, Aunt Song, Shen Sangyu replied with a polite smile. Song's mother shifted the conversation, expressing her concern. Xiuyu, look at Qingyan. He has found such a wonderful girlfriend. How about your personal matters? Are you dating anyone? I know many charming young men. Would you like me to introduce a few to you? Just as Shen Sangyu was about to politely decline, a deep voice resonated from behind. Aunt Song. Thank you for your concern, but there's no need to trouble yourself. Everyone turned to see Xie Jinyan, standing tall behind Shen Sangyu. His posture relaxed as he naturally wrapped an arm around her shoulder, exuding intimacy. His gaze swept over Song's mother before settling on Shen Sangyu, his eyes softening with warmth. Shen Sangyu looked up at him, her face lighting up with surprise, whispering, What are you doing here? Xie Jinyan smiled down at her. I happened to run into them. Madame Song and Shen Miaoqing were momentarily taken aback. Madame Song quickly regained her composure and chuckled. Ah, it turns out to be General Xie. How foolish of me to ask such a question. Indeed, it is my fault for being so nosy. With a talented young man like General Xie looking after Xiaoyu, we can rest easy. Shen Miaoqing nodded in agreement. Jin Yan has arrived. Perfect. Let us sit down and have a bite. Thank you, Auntie Song. But I've already eaten, Xie Jin Yan politely declined. I have matters to attend to and must return to the company. You and Xiaoyu enjoy your meal. After Madame Song bid them farewell, Shen Miaoqing looked at her with a glint of curiosity in her eyes. When Auntie Song was inquiring about your personal life, wasn't it rather timely for someone to appear? Do tell your mother. Was it a prearranged meeting?
Shen Sangyu's face flushed instantly.
Her gaze evasive as she instinctively reached for a napkin to dab at the corner of her mouth.
Mom.
What are you saying? He merely happened to pass by. While Shen Sangyu's assertion was accurate, she was genuinely surprised by Xie Jinyan's arrival.
Oh.
Just passing by? Shen Miaoqing feigned disbelief, raising an eyebrow. What a coincidence. General Xie's phone was off, yet he just happened to show up here? Mimicking Xie Jinyan's demeanor, she adopted a serious expression and lowered her voice. Auntie Song, thank you for your concern, but there's no need for you to fret. She couldn't help but chuckle. Oh dear, that tone, that stance, so protective. Are you afraid that my precious daughter might be coveted by others?
Mom.
Shen Sangyu's cheeks burned as she urged, let us eat. Observing her flustered state, Shen Miaoqing laughed even more heartily, deciding not to press further. All right. No more chatter. Ah, the sweetness of young love is indeed delightful to witness. Seeing Xie Jinyan like this puts a mother as hard at ease. Shen Sangyu lowered her head, a subtle smile betraying her lips as she murmured, he really is quite wonderful. Oh, so you admit it? Shen Miaoqing teased with a grin. Chapter 74. Mr. Li's undermining.
Mom.
Let us eat.
Shen Sangyu interjected,
placing a piece of rib in her mother's bowl in an attempt to silence her. After the meal, Shen Sangyu headed straight to the company. Upon her arrival, she spotted a familiar figure anxiously waiting at the entrance. It was Lu Zhiheng. Seeing Shen Sangyu, he hurriedly approached, his brow furrowed, a hint of urgency in his tone. General Shen, you've finally arrived. Shen Sangyu was taken aback. Lu Zhiheng? What are you doing here waiting for me? Is there something wrong? Lu Zhiheng took a deep breath, seemingly striving to calm his emotions, yet his voice reflected palpable excitement. General Shen, I wanted to inquire about my development. What arrangements does the company have for me? It's been nearly 2 weeks since I received a script from Secretary Zhou to review, and there's been no further news. Shen Sangyu regarded him quizzically. Didn't T Secretary Zhou instruct you to thoroughly study the character? Lu Zhiheng appeared perplexed. But Mr. Li spoke to me, mentioning that the suspense drama has a lengthy cycle, slow returns, and significant risks. He wants me to participate in that talent show, claiming it could quickly boost my popularity and monetization. If I were to join a variety show, I could easily go to another company. I don't understand, General Shen. You clearly said you would support my path as an actor and provide opportunities, yet now Shen Sangyu's brow furrowed at his words. Mr. Li? What does he have to do with you? It seemed the previous restructuring had not been thorough enough, as there were still individuals engaging in underhanded dealings. Host. It appears that Mr. Zhang has opened a company outside, specifically aimed at poaching trainees and young artists. He contacted Mr. Li without authorization, promising substantial kickbacks, urging Mr. Li to leverage his position to persuade promising artists to breach contracts or refrain from renewing them, thus luring them to his new company. Mr. Li's actions are deliberately undermining Lu Zhiheng, creating anxiety to force him out. A surge of anger welled up within Shen Sangyu as she comprehended the situation. So this was how it was, betrayal from within. Such clandestine maneuvers to undermine the company. Taking a deep breath to suppress her fury, she turned her gaze to Lu Zhiheng. Listen carefully, Lu Zhiheng. The company's plan for you comes from a singular authority. My decision. That suspense drama is a project I personally selected for you. I have great faith in that role and in your potential. I want you to establish a firm foothold with a significant representative work. The future best actor will undoubtedly be you. I have already expressly rejected the talent show proposition, and you need not concern yourself with Mr. Li's opinions any further. From now on, all your work arrangements will be reported directly to Secretary Zhou and me, and I will arrange for a professional manager for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiheng's tense nerves relaxed, and he felt a surge of excitement. Really? General Shen. Thank you. I will give it my all, and not let your expectations down.
Shen Sangyu nodded.
Have you read the script that Secretary Zhou provided you? What do you think? Lu Zhiheng paused for a moment, then replied, Yes, I've read it. The script is excellent, and the role is quite challenging. I really like it.
Shen Sangyu smiled.
Your approval and suitability are all that matters. I understand. Thank you, General Shen. Lu Zhiheng nodded vigorously, a smile illuminating his face. Return now, study the script diligently, and await notification, Shen Sangyu said, offering him a warm smile. All right, goodbye, General Shen. As Shen Sangyu watched Lu Zhiheng's retreating figure, her expression turned icy as she entered the company. Upon encountering Secretary Zhou, she instructed, Secretary Zhou, summon Mr. Li to my office immediately. Understood. Before long, Mr. Li knocked nervously on the door of Shen Sangyu's office.
Come in.
Shen Sangyu's tone was calm. Mr. Li entered, his eyes flickering due to the recent events. General Shen, you called for me? Shen Sangyu did not immediately unleash her wrath. Instead, she raised her gaze, her steady eyes scrutinizing him in silence. The weight of her gaze made Mr. Li increasingly uneasy. Mr. Li, please take a seat. Finally,
Shen Sangyu spoke, her tone inscrutable.
How has the company been lately? Mr. Li's heart sank at her question. He was aware that Lu Zhiheng and Shen Sangyu had just met, yet he could only feign composure as he sat down, forcing a chuckle. Quite well. Quite well. Ever since you joined, General Shen, the atmosphere has improved significantly. Everyone is adhering to protocols much better than before. Is that so? Shen Sangyu's lips curved into a slight smile. That is good to hear. I have always believed that for a company to flourish, it must eradicate internal pests. These pests consume the company's resources while attempting to undermine it, even secretly pilfering resources for their own gain. Her words were unmistakably directed at him. And she cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Li. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Li? Her smile was gentle, yet it sent Mr. Li's heart racing. Having worked in the company for so many years, he was aware of the schemes Mr. Zhang and his associates were involved in. But he had chosen to remain uninvolved until this formidable young woman arrived. She was decisive, swiftly dealing with Mr. Zhang and his faction. Yet, he couldn't help but worry if he might be subjected to her scrutiny as well. Just days ago, Mr. Zhang had contacted him, warning that General Shen, being a newcomer, had dismissed all the older employees and they could not accept it. They wanted Mr. Li to join them. Initially, he had declined, but then he thought, why should a mere girl be allowed to reprimand them, especially since Xin Miaoqing had said nothing? Faced with Shen Sangyu's inquiries, he found himself at a loss for words, yet compelled to respond. Struggling to swallow, his voice trembled slightly. Yes, General Shen, you are correct. Pests should indeed be eradicated. He was almost certain that Shen Sangyu had learned something. Did she possess evidence? Would she confront him directly? However, Shen Sangyu deftly shifted the topic, as if the previous conversation had merely been casual banter. Well, it suffices that you comprehend this principle. I firmly believe that once we eliminate these detrimental elements, the company will undoubtedly flourish. Wouldn't you agree? Although General Manager Li was oblivious to Shen Sangyu's intentions, her lack of trouble-seeking was the greatest relief for him. He nodded fervently, as if granted a pardon. Indeed, indeed. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Director Shen. With that, Shen Sangyu returned her gaze to the documents on the table, her tone turning frosty. You may leave now, but remember to focus your thoughts on the right path. The company will not neglect any valuable and loyal employee. Yes, yes. Thank you, Director Shen. I will certainly keep your teachings in mind. Li nearly bolted from the room, bowing deeply before hastily exiting the office. Only after closing the door did he realize that his shirt was soaked through with cold sweat. Chapter 75. This script isn't yours.
Is it?
Shen Sangyu had instructed Secretary Zhou to locate the address of Xiaotian's studio, and she resolved to personally observe his creative process. The studio was situated in a remote area, and Shen Sangyu drove there directly. Upon entering the studio, she was immediately greeted by a voice of impatience. What on earth is wrong with you? It's been days, and you can't even produce a character profile or a backstory. If you can't handle something so simple, what use are you to me? It was unmistakably Xiaotian's voice. His tone irritable and in stark contrast to the timidity he had displayed in Shen Sangyu's presence the other day. I'm sorry, Teacher Tian, a young male voice responded, tinged with a whimper. I'm just thinking. Thinking? What good is that? I need a finished product. A finished product. If you can't deliver something presentable by next Monday, when Director Shen comes looking for me, you can pack your things and leave. Shen Sangyu furrowed her brow and rapped on the door. The reprimand ceased abruptly, and moments later, the door creaked open a crack, revealing Xiaotian's impatient face. When he recognized Shen Sangyu standing outside, his expression shifted to one of panic and guilt. Director Shen, what brings you here? He asked, casting a glance inside before opening the door wider. Why didn't you call ahead? It's a bit messy in here. Shen Sangyu regarded him with calm eyes and glanced at the figure retreating in the background, her understanding dawning. She pointed at the individual. Don't leave. Come here and pour me a glass of water. The man turned, momentarily taken aback, his eyes red-rimmed as he looked at Shen Sangyu and replied, all right. Shen Sangyu offered a faint smile before addressing Xiaotian's earlier question. I happened to be passing by and recalled that you mentioned some uncertainties regarding the script's details. So I thought I would drop by. Is that unwelcome? Not at all. Of course, you're welcome. Xiaotian hastily sidestepped, his face adorned with an obsequious grin. It just feels a bit sudden. I haven't had a chance to tidy up. Please come in. As Shen Sangyu stepped into the cluttered studio, her gaze casually swept across the desk, where a computer screen glowed with a document, the very script she had taken a liking to. It contained character profiles. Yet the cursor blinked over a blank page, while the young man busied himself pouring her water. It seemed she had overheard Teacher Tian reprimanding someone. What was wrong with this assistant? Should I arrange someone else for you, if you're dissatisfied? Shen Sangyu inquired nonchalantly. Xiaotian's expression stiffened as he quickly waved his hands. No, it's nothing. My assistant is just a bit clumsy. He broke a cup, and I lost my temper and scolded him. He shot a fierce glare at the boy, signaling him to remain silent. The boy flinched, his hands trembling as he continued pouring water for Shen Sangyu. Shen Sangyu smirked internally, though her demeanor remained composed. Oh, is that so? Teacher Tian seems to have quite high standards for his assistant. She approached the cluttered desk, picked up a printed draft of the script marked with numerous edits, flipped through several pages, and then turned to Xiaotian, delving straight into the matter at hand. Teacher Tian, have you contemplated the points I raised last time? What reasons might lead him to make such choices? Xiaotian appeared flustered by her abrupt inquiry, his gaze flickering as he stammered. Well, he experienced something like that in his childhood, which makes him particularly fixated. His response was vague and chaotic, failing to capture the essence. Shen Sangyu was unyielding, pressing further. What similar events? What specific incidents? How did they affect him? What relevance do they hold to the current case? How did you set the stage? Xiaotian still faltered. I believe such a design would be more dramatic. At that moment, the boy who had poured water for Shen Sangyu, seemingly acting on instinct, whispered, It's because of his sister. She was a victim in a disappearance case over a decade ago, and she has never been found, which makes him very sensitive to such cases. Especially since the methods used this time are identical to those from over 10 years ago. The boy's voice was barely audible, yet Shen Sangyu heard every word clearly. Xiao Tian's face drained of color as he whipped around to scold the boy. Shut up. Who gave you permission to speak?
Get out.
The boy trembled in fear at the reprimand. Yet Shen Sangyu smiled, looking at the boy with a gentle tone. Don't be afraid. What you said was quite insightful. Please continue. How did you conceptualize the storyline regarding his sister? What groundwork was laid in the early stages? The boy cast a fearful glance at Xiao Tian, then looked at Shen Sangyu, who offered encouragement. His lips quivered, but he hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Xiao Tian knew the boy was too intimidated to speak freely, and quickly interjected with a smile toward Shen Sangyu. Director Shen, please disregard his ramblings. He's just a gopher, and doesn't he understand anything about scripts? Let us go discuss this at a cafe. It's too chaotic here, and there are others around. Shen Sangyu's smile vanished entirely, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Xiao Tian. Teacher Tian, even now you refuse to speak the truth? She slammed the script down onto the table. The core concept and character development of this script were not created by you. They belong to this assistant, don't they? And you merely appropriated his labor, perhaps even purchased it at a meager price. Xiao Tian staggered back as if struck by lightning, retreating 2 steps. You're spouting nonsense. Director Shen, you can't make baseless accusations. This is my work. I have copyright registration. Copyright registration? Shen Sangyu scoffed. It may bear your name.
But you know who the true creator is.
Do you want me to contact a lawyer and the copyright office right now for verification? Or shall we ask your assistant for his perspective? Xiao Tian was thrown into utter disarray, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed to the floor. Stammering in a futile defense. No. Director Shen, please let me explain. He willingly sold it to me. I paid for it. And besides, I improved it afterward. Willingly? How much did you pay? 500? 1,000? Shen Sangyu's tone was frigid. Then you keep him around as your assistant, continue to exploit his creativity. And when he fails to produce, you berate him. Teacher Tian, your business acumen is truly remarkable. At this moment, the young boy also raised his head. His eyes filled with shock and a hint of grievance. He finally saw a glimmer of hope. Shen Sangyu turned away from the ashen-faced Xiao Tian and addressed the boy. What is your name? My name is Yu Yifei, the boy replied, his voice trembling. Yu Yifei. Shen Sangyu nodded. A person capable of writing such a script possesses considerable talent. I believe you deserve a better platform. What do you think? A spark of surprise ignited in Yu Yifei's eyes, and he immediately nodded vigorously.
I am willing.
Chapter 76. Gu Qiqi and Qian Haoshuan are together. Shen Sangyu cast a glance at Xiao Tian, her voice cold as she instructed Secretary Zhou. Secretary Zhou, take care of this. With that, she departed with Yu Yifei. After handling everything, Shen Sangyu glanced at the time and decided to pay a visit to the Xie group. Upon arriving at Xie Jinyan's office, she found him just concluding a video conference. A smile spread across his face as he spotted her, and he rose to greet her. What brings you here, unexpectedly? How did everything go? He naturally took her hand and guided her to the sofa. Xie Jinyan was aware of the situation regarding the script. Yes, it has been resolved. Shen Sangyu nodded, briefly explaining Yu Yifei's circumstances, having unearthed a buried genius and eliminated a parasite from the industry. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Xie Jinyan's eyes. Well done. Shen Sangyu smiled, leaning into his embrace. After a moment, Xie Jinyan seemed to recall something and said earnestly, by the way, there's something I would like to discuss with you.
Oh, what is it?
Shen Sangyu lifted her head, and Xie Jinyan handed her a document from his desk. The Xie Group wishes to collaborate with the brand, and I was wondering if you might be interested. Shen Sangyu accepted the document and meticulously reviewed the collaboration proposal. The Xie Group aimed to create a national-style brand, seeking to partner with the studio while retaining the studio's decision-making power, as the Xie Group would only provide funding. With the backing of the Xie Group, this would undoubtedly be a remarkable opportunity for the newly established QIYU. She raised her gaze to Xie Jinyan and playfully inquired, Mr. Xie, you wouldn't be offering this opportunity to QIYU just because I'm your girlfriend, would you? That would contradict your usual business principles. Xie Jinyan chuckled softly, playfully tapping her nose. What are you thinking? Business is business and personal is personal. I admit, I have a slight personal interest, but it's merely a hope for your brand to flourish. Rest assured, this decision is entirely based on our internal evaluation at the Xie Group. He spoke with sincerity, adding, "Moreover, you are Tion. Frankly, brands lining up to collaborate with you could form a long queue. The Xia Group securing this opportunity is something I owe to you." Shen Sangyu couldn't help but laugh at his words. She knew he was speaking the truth. Such high-level collaborations could not be initiated solely through personal connections. It was an absolute acknowledgement of Tion and QIYU. Well then, if Mr. Xia says so, I feel reassured. However, QIYU isn't solely my brand. Chi is also a founder. For such a significant matter, I must return and discuss it thoroughly with her before providing you with a formal response. Of course, Xia Jinyan nodded, fully understanding. I look forward to your positive news. I believe the collaboration between QIYU and the Xia Group will undoubtedly be delightful. Upon returning to the store, Shen Sangyu presented the collaboration proposal to Gu Qiqi and explained the situation. Upon merely glancing at it, Gu Qiqi's eyes widened in excitement as she grabbed Shen Sangyu's arm.
Exclaiming, "Ah, sign it.
We must sign it. Immediately. Mr. Xia is magnificent. Xiuyu, you are simply amazing. This is the Xia Group." She joyfully spun around several times. Shen Sangyu chuckled at her enthusiasm. "Calm down, you are still a brand founder. Mind your image." Image? With a collaboration with the Xia Group? What more do I need for an image? Gu Qiqi embraced Shen Sangyu, declaring, "Xiuyu, I adore you, and I adore your Mr. Xia." After the excitement, Gu Qiqi suddenly had a thought. Leaning closer to Shen Sangyu with an air of mystery and excitement, she said, "By the way, I have good news for you.
Tonight,
I will treat you to dinner and introduce you to someone." "Someone? Who? Why so mysterious?" Shen Sangyu inquired curiously. "Oh, you'll find out when the time comes. I assure you it will be a surprise." Gu Qiqi teased, her smile betraying her excitement. That evening, Gu Qiqi took Shen Sangyu to a restaurant. As they entered the reserved private room, Shen Sangyu spotted a familiar figure already waiting. He was dressed more formally today, lacking his usual nonchalance. Upon their approach, he immediately stood up, his gaze instinctively darting toward Gu Qiqi. The two exchanged smiles, and an air of flirtation enveloped them. Gu Qiqi glanced at Qian Haoshuan, then at Gu Qiqi's unusual expression, and quickly understood. She elongated her tone, teasing, "Oh, so the surprise you mentioned, Qiqi, is none other than the star Qian." Gu Qiqi's cheeks flushed, and she gently pushed her before walking over to Qian Haoshuan, linking her arm with his. "Allow me to introduce. Xiuyu, this is my boyfriend, Qian Haoshuan." Qian Haoshuan smiled, nodding graciously at Shen Sangyu. "Miss Shen, I look forward to your guidance. I will take good care of Qiqi." Shen Sangyu recalled his performance on a dating show and found it amusing. "Well, you too." She feigned a stern expression, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. "How could you keep your relationship a secret from me until now? That's rather inconsiderate." Gu Qiqi chuckled. "I wanted to stabilize things a bit before telling you. To give you a surprise." "Indeed, it is a surprise. I must congratulate you both." The three of them sat down, laughing and chatting. Just as they were enjoying themselves, a commotion erupted outside the restaurant, suggesting a disagreement was taking place. Gu Qiqi, ever the spectator, stepped outside and quickly returned.
Xiuyu.
"It's Mr. Qian and Xiao Lujing." "Xiao Lujing?" Shen Sangyu queried, puzzled. "What is he doing here? Didn't he have a falling out with Mr. Qian?" Host. "Xiao Lujing is seeking resources and has approached Qian Haoshan again. Male stars tend to rise quickly in the industry, but fade just as fast. Currently, Xiao Lujing is being considered for someone else by Qian Haoshan." Shen Sangyu also stood to investigate. "Xiao Lujing. What kind of sour face are you putting on? Inviting you out to dinner with Mr. Qian is a courtesy. Don't be ungrateful. Do you think you are still that top star? Your recent film flopped. If it weren't for your remaining popularity, who would still want to associate with you?" The reprimanded individual looked up, his face pale. It was indeed Xiao Lujing. The man speaking was none other than Qian Haoshan, Qian Haoshuan's older brother. Recognizing his brother, Qian Haoshuan's brow furrowed, and he hurried over. "Brother, we are in a public place. Please be mindful of your influence. Can't we discuss this civilly?" Not long ago, he had made headlines for urinating in public. Now, he was creating another scene. Qian Haoshan, seeing his younger brother, tempered his demeanor slightly, but remained impatient. "Haoshuan, what are you doing here?" "Never mind. Don't interfere. I'm just teaching a disrespectful little star a lesson." He shot a disdainful glance at Xiao Lujing, scoffing. "Inviting him out to expand his network? What are you pretending to be high and mighty for?"
He should see what his current standing is.
Xiao Lujing clenched his fists tightly, remaining silent. He felt utterly humiliated in front of Shen Sangyu. Little did he know that she was actually the heiress of the Shen family. Had he known this earlier, he would never have treated her the way he had. Watching Qian Haoshan's behavior, Qian Haoshuan felt a headache coming on. Brother, it's time to come to your senses. Although Qian Haoshan was arrogant, he still had to show some respect for his brother. He secretly wished for Qian Haoshuan to exit the entertainment industry and come home to inherit the family wealth so he could indulge in his own pleasures, including supporting young stars. He glanced at Xiao Lujing with disdain and waved him away, as if shooing away a fly. Scram. Today you're lucky. Xiao Lujing nodded, keeping his head down as he quickly exited the restaurant. Back home, just as Shen Sangyu lay down to rest, she received a message from Secretary Zhou. President Shen, there is an invitation for a talent show, requesting you to be the guest star for the next episode. Additionally, our company's artist, Su Qi, will also participate as a contestant in this episode. Would you be interested? Shen Sangyu received the document and discovered that this variety show was the very one that Lu Zhiheng had aspired to join. As she perused the contestant list, she noted that many were already quite renowned. It appeared that the show's popularity was commendable. She raised an eyebrow slightly, well aware that this invitation was likely extended due to her status as the eldest daughter of the Shen family and her identity as designer Tian. After all, popularity equates to traffic, and the production team was adept at leveraging this knowledge. Nonetheless, she did not decline the offer. After all, there were artists under her agency participating as well, and it would be an opportunity to observe his performance. She replied succinctly, certainly, please make the arrangements. On the day of the recording, Shen Sangyu arrived punctually. Upon her entrance, a stir ensued, with gasps echoing from the audience. Look, it's Shen Sangyu. It's really her, the eldest daughter of the Shen family and designer Tian. She looks even more stunning in person. Is she the flying guest for this episode? How did the production manage to secure her? Haven't you heard? That Su Qi is her agency's idol. Naturally, she came to support her artist. When Shen Sangyu was merely a budding star, she had never received such attention. It seemed that popularity reigned supreme after all. She had always wished to prove herself through her acting skills, but it appeared that in the entertainment industry, heat was of utmost importance. Of course, even if she were to return to the industry, she would not engage in such publicity stunts. Her aim remained steadfastly to perform her craft well. With a smile, Shen Sangyu took her seat and engaged in light conversation with the other guests. The recording commenced swiftly. The first contestant to take the stage was a slightly weary-looking male artist, Yu Xingxian, who she vaguely remembered from a highly popular same-sex-themed web drama a few years back. He had once been a rising star, but unfortunately, his career had since stalled. His performance was a dance number, yet his breath was uneven, and his movements appeared somewhat strained. Shen Sangyu shook her head slightly in disapproval. The system chimed in, host. This individual once fell for his male co-star during the filming of the same-sex project, genuinely investing his feelings. Unfortunately, the other party was a straight man who swiftly distanced himself after filming, leaving him heartbroken, and he has struggled to recover ever since, causing his career to stagnate. TSK, love troubles can be quite detrimental. Oh, is that so? He genuinely developed feelings for a fellow cast member? I couldn't tell. However, if he truly wishes to pursue this, he would likely have many admirers. While she was engrossed in the gossip, she failed to notice the peculiar expressions on the faces of the other guests and the audience below. A nearby singing king instinctively adjusted his earpiece, questioning whether there was a frequency interference. Another female dance star gazed at the male artist on stage in astonishment, then covertly glanced at the seemingly unfazed Shen Sangyu, her expression management nearly slipping. Meanwhile, the comments on the screen began to flood in. What? So it was real back then? I knew there was something off about the way he looked at his co-star. Oh my, is this free entertainment for me? The male artist on stage, having caught wind of Shen Sangyu's thoughts, faltered even more in his performance. Following the conclusion of his act, the other guests' critiques seemed absent-minded, their gazes frequently wandering toward Shen Sangyu. She politely remarked, the emotional expression was quite nuanced, yet the technique requires further refinement. Her meaning was unmistakable, his singing was rather displeasing. The subsequent contestants were rather mediocre, and Shen Sangyu found herself growing drowsy. The next contestant, a foreign-trained idol, dazzled in fashionable attire, exuding charisma and exceptional singing and dancing prowess that distinguished him from his domestic peers. His performance concluded to a generous round of applause. Host. This one has quite an open lifestyle abroad, frequently attending private parties with loose boundaries regarding gender. TSK, the foreign entertainment scene is quite extravagant. But overindulgence can shorten one's career span. Young people should take care of their health, Shen Sangyu mused internally. Rumors about this trainee had circulated long before, yet the audience was still taken aback upon hearing Shen Sangyu's candid thoughts. I mentioned this last time, but you all dismissed it. Let Auntie land. I never would have guessed he was such a person. He has no preference for gender, even more shocking than the last one. When it came time for critiques, the atmosphere was slightly surreal, as the judges had picked up on Shen Sangyu's musings. Although they were aware that such occurrences transpired within the entertainment industry, it was still surprising to confront the reality in person. Shen Sangyu, oblivious to the peculiarities, offered a standard critique. The dance foundation and singing were commendable. No wonder he returned from abroad. Following him was a wealthy young gentleman who spoke elegantly, donned designer attire, and exuded an air of privilege. He performed a lyrical song, appearing quite dashing. Host, this persona is entirely fabricated. Although his family is affluent, they are merely nouveau riche, with a history of embezzlement. He was a principal instigator of bullying in middle school, routinely tormenting less fortunate classmates, forcing others to kneel, robbing them, isolating peers. These were commonplace for him. But due to his family's connections, it was all swept under the rug. While Shen Sangyu had previously been a passive observer, this individual's actions crossed a line for her. Her smile faded, replaced by a cold demeanor. What a scoundrel! To appear so polished yet engage in bullying? Such a person does not deserve to stand on stage. The current audience is highly sensitive to the issue of bullying, and upon hearing Shen Sangyu's words, the comments flooded in. What? He actually bullied others? Is this true? I watched some of his short videos and thought he was truly a gentleman, but he's just a nouveau riche? A wannabe. You're mistaken. Today wannabes wouldn't stoop to bullying. Chapter 78. Su Qi's attempt to use backdoor channels? The crowd's gaze toward him had already shifted. For such a person to participate in a talent show was a blatant disrespect to them. The director could not halt the proceedings immediately and had no choice but to call the next contestant forward. All the idols here were utilizing open microphones, and the singing skills left much to be desired. After several performances, Shen Sangyu's brow furrowed in concentration. The contestants' levels varied vastly, with some performances being downright excruciating. Given that previous talent shows had garnered acclaim, many sought to partake now. Shen Sangyu felt her presence here was nothing short of an auditory ordeal, and she began to question why she had even come. What had Lu Zhiheng seen in the show? Merely the exposure? However, the show's popularity was indeed impressive, far surpassing her past experiences. She persevered, continuing to watch until the host announced the next name, Su Qi. Shen Sangyu perked up, straightening her posture. As the spotlight illuminated the stage, Su Qi stepped forth, appearing slightly nervous yet possessing clear, sincere eyes. He performed a lyrical song, his voice pure and his emotional expression relatively well executed. Though some details were lacking, he stood out among this batch of contestants. Host, Su Qi's background is particularly tragic. His father is an alcoholic, his mother a gambler, and his sister is ill. The entire family relies on him for sustenance. However, due to his refusal to acquiesce to director Zhang's coercive advances, he has faced suppression for years. The opportunity presented by this show is one he earned through his own efforts, and he nearly missed it. Those individuals at the agency are truly parasites. Thank goodness I arrived. Otherwise, he would have remained a hidden gem. But his situation is pitiful: an alcoholic father, a gambling mother, and a sick sister. Alongside his own fractured self, he embodies the tragic yet strong archetype. As the performance concluded, the other guests offered commendable evaluations, expressing astonishment upon learning that he was not a professional. Truly, he is a prodigiously gifted individual. When it was Shen Sangyu's turn to provide feedback, she grasped the microphone and, gazing at the somewhat anxious Su Qi below the stage, spoke with a calm tone infused with approval. You possess admirable vocal qualities, and your emotional engagement is commendable. It is evident that you have dedicated effort to this. While there is still room for refinement in certain techniques and details, overall, this has been the most pleasant performance I have witnessed thus far today. Keep up the good work. Her appraisal was neither excessive nor biased, due to Su Qi being an artist under her management. It was fair and discerning. Yet, the evident recognition made Su Qi's face flush with excitement, and he promptly bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Teacher Shen. I will strive to do my best." Aware that his presence here was thanks to Shen Sangyu, he felt immense gratitude towards her. Shen Sangyu nodded with a smile. During a break in the recording, Suchi took the initiative to express his thanks to her, and Shen Sangyu encouraged him several times, urging him to seize the opportunity. However, this gesture incited discontent among some individuals. How dare he approach Shen Sangyu directly? Is he attempting to take shortcuts? They scoffed, filled with disdain. How disgusting. How could one stoop to such levels? Privilege certainly has its advantages. Once the recording wrapped up, Shen Sangyu found herself in relatively good spirits backstage. Although many contestants displayed lackluster abilities, at least Su Chi had not brought shame to the company. He was a talent worth cultivating. This trip had not been in vain. It wasn't long before Su Chi approached her again. Having not said much earlier due to time constraints, he once more sought Shen Sangyu out after the conclusion. "Teacher Shen," he said, standing before her and bowing earnestly, "thank you immensely for your feedback and encouragement today. It means a great deal to me." Observing his sincere demeanor, Shen Sangyu gently replied, "You need not be so formal. Your performance indeed deserves recognition. As an artist of our company, your commendable display is the best way to express gratitude to both the company and myself. Yes, I will certainly work even harder and not disappoint the expectations of the company and you." Su Chi nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with joy from the acknowledgement. He hesitated for a moment, as if contemplating saying something further. Sensing his reluctance, Shen Sangyu inquired, "Is there something else on your mind?" Taking a deep breath as if summoning courage, Su Chi confessed, "Teacher Shen, I know I may be somewhat presumptuous, but I have always been a fan of yours. I truly enjoy the dramas you star in. Admittedly, I was ashamed to say that I had never heard of the designer Tion until I learned it was you. Afterward, I made a point to watch, and I was utterly impressed. I never imagined I would actually meet you one day and receive your critiques. I feel incredibly fortunate." He concluded, his ears slightly reddening. Shen Sangyu was somewhat taken aback. Given her previous lackluster reputation, it was surprising to learn that someone genuinely admired her. A soft smile graced her lips as she replied, "Thank you for your affection. Let's transform that admiration into motivation. I look forward to your next splendid performance." "Indeed." Su Chi nodded earnestly, a smile illuminating his face. After concluding his conversation with Su Chi, Shen Sangyu remembered the fan meeting she had promised her supporters. Upon returning home and completing her evening routine, she took out her phone and messaged her fan group, "I'm contemplating whether to hold a birthday celebration next month. Perhaps we could have a birthday party. I don't possess any particular talents, but how about we all just have some fun together?" As soon as Shen Sangyu made her presence known, the group erupted in excitement. Sangyu, you've been so busy lately. It's been ages since we last saw you." "Sangyu, a meeting can happen anytime. Just being able to see you is enough. You were truly stunning on stage today. When can we see some selfies?" She gazed at the enthusiastic responses from her fans, feeling a wave of emotion. She had once faced immense hardships, but it was their unwavering support that helped her persevere. Even now, after stepping back from the limelight, they remained steadfast in their loyalty. Shen Sangyu sent another message. "Thank you all for your support. I will be sending out some red envelopes shortly, so be ready to snatch them up. Everyone will receive one." With only a few members in the group, Shen Sangyu allocated a budget of 1,000 for each red envelope. What the? Wait, Sister Shen, you've truly turned your fortunes around. The current Sister Shen is nothing like the old Sister Shen. I love you. Sister Shen, you're magnificent.
Wow.
How is everyone so lucky? I don't know, I guess luck just happens. Noticing that some fans had not managed to claim the full 1,000, Shen Sangyu even sent out additional exclusive envelopes to cover the shortfall. What the? Sister Shen, I will love you forever. When will we have events like this again? Some fans began posting their red envelope records on Weibo. With Shen Sangyu's rising popularity, various marketing accounts were keenly observing her, and such news was not to be missed. Soon, Shen Sangyu's red envelopes was trending. Bystanders were left astonished. No wonder she's a young lady of privilege. Can I still join the fan group? It's probably too late. I remember this group is filled with longtime supporters who have been with her all along. I've admired her for so many years. Can I join? People like her should be investing money or gathering data, because honestly, 1,001 to even begin to cover the time and effort spent over the years. That's not true. I'm in this group too. I joined because I thought she was so beautiful at the time, applied and got in. I've mostly been lurking, and during her tough times, I was too afraid to speak up, but I would still like posts praising her. Even now, she hasn't kicked me out. Sister Shen is just a genuinely wonderful person. Chapter 79. Attending an Academic Conference. Before long, Shen Sangyu's fans also trending. I'm utterly moved, everyone. She faced such harsh criticism back then, and her fans were too scared to speak up, yet she still sent red envelopes to her supporters. I remember during that time, she said nothing and was attacked by the entire internet. My heart aches for her. Her acting was genuinely commendable. It's just that her resources were lacking, and the roles she took were rather mediocre. Now things are looking up. After hardship comes prosperity. Young lady, focus on your career. This is what true reciprocity between an idol and fans looks like. The fans stood by her during her low points, and she hasn't forgotten them now that she's on the rise. Public sentiment overwhelmingly praised Shen Sangyu's grace and nostalgia. Even the variety show she appeared on experienced a resurgence in popularity. Meanwhile, Meng Shuiyan was also mentioned by passers-by. In contrast, it's hard not to recall Meng Shuiyan, who led the charge against Shen Sangyu back then. Does she still have the audacity? I remember her being busy with numerous announcements, trying to undermine Shen Sangyu to establish her own persona, but in the end, it was all a facade, and she was overshadowed by Shen Sangyu. Had it not been for her buying announcements, Shen Sangyu might not have endured such harsh treatment. As public sentiment shifted unfavorably for her, Meng Shuiyan's team quickly responded. Almost immediately, she posted on Weibo. Instead of addressing any controversies, she shared a series of 9-grid photos, showcasing her, in a white lab coat, reading in a library. One photo zoomed in on her desk, revealing an open notebook filled with dense formulas and English terminology, accompanied by a cup of coffee. The caption was profound. In a world full of chaos, it is better to explore with sincerity. I have recently been engaged in interdisciplinary research. While the process is quite thrilling, the fulfillment and tranquility that knowledge brings is irreplaceable. I look forward to surprising everyone in the future with a different identity. Her fans flocked to support her, controlling comments to defend her. Do the haters see this? Our Meng Jie is completely unconcerned with the trivialities of the entertainment industry. She is dedicated to academic research. This is what a truly ambitious actress looks like, unlike some who flaunt their wealth. This research appears remarkably impressive. Dear sister, you are truly exceptional, indeed a scholar of great repute. Eagerly anticipating Meng Jie's research outcomes, let her silence the naysayers with her prowess. This maneuver allowed Meng Shuiyan to extricate herself from the negative repercussions of previously undermining Shen Sangyu, thus crafting an image of someone who is indifferent to fame and fortune. Nevertheless, skepticism still abounded. Why conduct research now, of all times? How convenient that it coincides with her being criticized. Is this environment even legitimate? I doubt the equipment has even been powered on. Wasn't she an art student? How has she suddenly adopted a persona of a scientific researcher?
I truly wonder if this is genuine.
At that moment, Shen Sangyu lay languidly on her bed, scrolling through her phone. The system in her mind muttered. Host. Meng Shuiyan has been rattled. All the photographs she posted are fabricated. However, she has indeed purchased a slot for that upcoming academic conference and intends to attend. Shen Sangyu chuckled lightly. Just a mere clown, no need to pay her any mind. Those with true capability never resort to such tactics to validate themselves. However, it seemed that Bai Shiji and the others were also slated to attend a gathering. She wondered if it was the same event. She located Song Yuan's WeChat and sent a message. Dad, could you remind me when that academic exchange conference is? I've suddenly developed a bit of interest. The moment she sent the message, Sang Yuan called. Xiuyu, why the sudden change of heart? When I asked you before, you said you had no interest in those dull academic gatherings, claiming they were tedious. Naturally, Shen Sangyu could not reveal that her intention was to witness Meng Shuiyan's embarrassment, so she crafted a justification. It's always beneficial to explore something different. Perhaps to ignite some inspiration for my designs. Besides, it's been a while since I've spent time with you. Don't you miss me? Her tone bore an unmistakable hint of playful coaxing. Sang Yuan chuckled on the other end, evidently pleased by his daughter's latter statement. All right, that's splendid. The conference is scheduled for next Wednesday. I'll be giving a brief speech there, and your presence would be a wonderful encouragement. Of course. But, are you certain there's no ulterior motive behind your sudden interest? No one knows a child better than a parent. He always felt that Shen Sangyu had some hidden agenda. Shen Sangyu maintained her composure, her tone carefree. What ulterior motive could there be? I simply wish to attend. Is that unwelcome, Dad? Not at all, of course. Sang Yuan replied promptly. I would be delighted to have you there. It's settled then. I'll be expecting you next Wednesday. The following day, at the invitation of Gu Qiqi, Shen Sangyu accompanied her to meet the newcomer designer, Yu Qiannan, taken under Qiyyu's wing. As they drove further away from the bustling city center, they eventually arrived at a dilapidated neighborhood, where a faint musty odor lingered in the air. Following the address, they located a crumbling old building. The narrow, dimly lit corridor led them to the floor where Yu Qiannan resided, where they were met with the sounds of a fierce argument and a woman's anguished cries from within. "You ungrateful girl. What good is all that education if you end up married anyway? The old Li family offers a dowry of 100,000. 100,000. Enough for your brother to marry." The voice of a middle-aged woman was loud and distressed. "Mom, I refuse to marry. I'm only 20. I want a design. My work has already caught someone's eye." "What benefactor? What design? Can that put food on the table? Can it buy your brother a house and a bride? I'm telling you, you will marry whether you like it or not. I've already accepted the dowry." Gu Qiqi's expression shifted, glancing at Shen Sangyu, who was momentarily taken aback before stepping forward, noticing the door was not securely shut and boldly pushed it open. The scene within was startling. A cramped room furnished sparsely, where a haggard-looking, sharp-eyed middle-aged woman was forcefully gripping a girl's wrist. The girl, tears glistening in her eyes, bit her lip defiantly, refusing to yield, while a shattered cup lay on the floor. The sudden intrusion of visitors abruptly halted the quarrel, as Yu's mother eyed the two elegantly dressed, poised strangers at the door. "Who are you looking for?" Upon seeing Gu Qiqi, Yu Qiannan appeared as though she had found a beacon of hope. Tears streamed down her face as she wrenched herself from her mother's grasp, hiding behind Gu Qiqi, and choked out, "Sister Gu." Gu Qiqi immediately shielded her, gently patting her back in reassurance. Shen Sangyu's gaze swept over the fierce-looking Yu's mother, ultimately settling on Yu Qiannan's pale visage. "We are friends of Yu Qiannan, and also her employers here to check on her." Hearing the word employers, Yu's mother scrutinized them more closely, her tone softening slightly. "Oh, so you're her employers? Perfect, you can persuade her. For a girl, why pursue design? It's so much better to marry. The old Li family has everything." "Marry?" Shen Sangyu found it utterly amusing. As far as she knew, Yu Qiannan had just turned 20 and possessed complete autonomy over her marriage. No one, not even her parents, had the right to force her into wedlock. Such actions, if viewed lightly, could be considered arranged marriage, and if viewed seriously, were tantamount to human trafficking, which is illegal. Shen Sangyu's tone carried gravity, yet she recognized that reasoning with such a person was utterly futile. Yu's mother's expression shifted. She was clearly fearful of legal repercussions, yet she stubbornly argued. "What is illegal? I don't understand these things. I only know I'm her mother. I gave birth to her, raised her. Can't I decide on her marriage? I'm doing this for her own good." "For her own good, you intend to sell her to someone she despises, using her dowry to secure your son's bride?" Shen Sangyu scoffed. "If you truly believe this to be reasonable and lawful, shall we call the police now and let the law decide? What do you think?" As she spoke, Shen Sangyu feigned reaching for her phone. Yu's mother instantly panicked. She was one who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. She dared not confront the law. Knowing Shen Sangyu's imposing demeanor and unwavering certainty were not mere bluffs, she instantly cowered, her tone softening. No, let us talk this out. Let us talk this out. I'm just anxious." Shen Sangyu retracted her phone, ignoring her, and turned to Yu Qiannan, who was still hiding behind Gu Qiqi. Her voice gentler. "Yu Qiannan, what do you wish to do? Are you willing to come with us? The studio can provide accommodation and a workplace for you." Yu Qiannan looked at Shen Sangyu as though she were a ray of hope in her life. Vigorously nodding, she choked out, "I'm willing. I want to go with you. I want to design. I refuse to marry." "Very well." Shen Sangyu nodded, signaling to Gu Qiqi to assist her in gathering the essentials. Gu Qiqi quickly helped Yu Qiannan pack a simple suitcase. Yu's mother stood by, watching helplessly, her lips quivering, but ultimately did not dare to intervene. Before leaving, Shen Sangyu cast a glance at Yu's mother, who looked ashen. "You'd best return the dowry promptly, otherwise you will face the consequences." With that, she led Gu Qiqi and Yu Qiannan away without a backward glance. They first brought Yu Qiannan back to the apartment. "From now on, you'll live here. Consider it your home. My room is next door. If you need anything or encounter any problems, feel free to find me at any time," Gu Qiqi warmly assured Yu Qiannan, looking at the spacious, bright room, which starkly contrasted with her previous living conditions. Yu Qiannan's eyes brimmed with gratitude as she nodded. Thank you. Thank you so much. No need for thanks. Gu Qiqi smiled. Let us take you out for a meal. It's a treat to welcome you. To ensure Yu Qiannan did not feel too constrained, Shen Sangyu deliberately chose a restaurant with a pleasant ambience. Although the prices were average for her, they still instilled a sense of pressure in Yu Qiannan. During the meal, both Shen Sangyu and Gu Qiqi noticed Yu Qiannan's unease and intentionally engaged in lighter conversation, allowing Yu Qiannan to gradually relax and begin discussing her future aspirations. Midway through, Yu Qiannan excused herself to the restroom. Upon washing her hands and preparing to return, she inadvertently collided with several individuals coming her way.
Oh.
T this our class as top scholar? A woman's voice rang out, dripping with sarcasm. Yu Qiannan looked up, her complexion paling instantly. This was one of her university classmates, those who had paid for their education and held her, a poor girl, in contempt, deriving amusement from ridiculing her. However, she was no longer the same. With Sister Gu and others backing her, she felt fearless. The leading woman, Song Qian, a daughter of the Song family, scrutinized Yu Qiannan from head to toe, her gaze disdainfully sweeping over her faded attire. She glanced around the restaurant and scoffed. How peculiar that you can dine in such a place. Did you stumble upon some money? She exchanged knowing glances with her companions, suggesting that perhaps Yu Qiannan had finally found a sugar daddy to support her. Given your family circumstances, I doubt you could even afford a sip of water here. Qianjia is right. She must be being supported. Look at her shabby appearance. How else could she possibly be here? They laughed scornfully, their words sharp and cruel. Yu Qiannan trembled with indignation, her lips quivering with the urge to retort. Yet, in that moment, she found herself inwardly blaming Shen Sangyu. If it weren't for this woman bringing me here, how could I have faced such humiliation? Perhaps they wanted to see me make a fool of myself. She wanted to speak up, but her introverted nature and years of oppression rendered her momentarily speechless, tears welling in her eyes. Why you're talking nonsense, I haven't. Haven't? Song Qian stepped closer, her smile growing more triumphant. How do you explain your presence here, then? Did your trash-picking mother suddenly strike it rich? The commotion attracted attention, and when Shen Sangyu noticed Yu Qiannan had not returned, she sensed trouble brewing. Her expression darkened as she approached. Instead of looking at Yu Qiannan first, her calm gaze swept over the other girls, finally landing on Song Qian's smug face. She is here at my invitation. She is now under my protection. Do any of you have an issue with that, or do you doubt my judgment, Shen Sangyu? Shen Sangyu? The smugness on Song Qian's face faltered, a flicker of panic crossing her features. She recognized Shen Sangyu all too well. She had once joined in the ridicule of her, only to discover that Shen Sangyu was the esteemed daughter of the Shen family.
How could that be?
It was merely a matter of good fortune. Fuming, Song Qian felt her teeth grind together, but facing Shen Sangyu, she could not utter a word. The few companions beside her fell silent, their expressions awkward, as they instinctively shrank back. Song Qian feigned calm, her neck stiff as she said, So, you're one of Shen's esteemed daughters.
What?
Is Shen's daughter using her power to bully us? We were merely joking with a classmate. A joke? Shen Sangyu laughed lightly, her laughter devoid of warmth.
So?
The Song family's upbringing equates to malicious humiliation and baseless slander as mere jest? It seems Mr. Song is too preoccupied with business to tend to his children's upbringing. Leaning slightly forward, her voice lowered, she continued, Tell me, if the events of today, especially your words, Miss Song, were to leak to the media or reach the ears of partners currently negotiating with the Song family, what would they think? Would they still consider the Song family a trustworthy collaborator? Song Qian's face turned even paler. Are you threatening me? Why else would you think I'm here? Having a heart-to-heart with you? Shen Sangyu straightened, her gaze piercing. Apologize to Yu Qiannan, or I won't hesitate to reveal the true face of the Song family heiress. Fuming, Song Qian had never endured such humiliation, having been coddled her entire life. Yet, staring into Shen Sangyu's eyes and contemplating the consequences if her father were to discover this, she felt deflated. The air around them grew thick with tension, her companions too afraid to breathe. Finally, through gritted teeth, Song Qian managed to utter, I'm sorry, Yu Qiannan. We were in the wrong. Yu Qiannan stared in shock at the scene unfolding before her, watching the very person who had oppressed her bow her head in apology. A wave of jealousy surged within her. These privileged daughters could easily command an apology from Song Qian, yet what about her? What torment had her own humble beginnings brought upon her? Shen Sangyu did not look at Yu Qiannan. She merely addressed Song Qian coolly. Your voice was too soft. I couldn't hear you. Also, it's not just we. You and your friends must apologize one by one. Song Qian abruptly lifted her head, meeting Shen Sangyu's unyielding gaze. Ultimately, she closed her eyes in humiliation and raised her voice, "I'm sorry." She then turned to glare at her companions. They trembled, hastily echoing, "We're sorry. We were wrong. We want to do it again." Once they stammered their apologies, Shen Sangyu waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. "You may leave now. And remember to mind your words." Song Qian and her entourage felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, their faces downcast. Shen Sangyu then turned to the still-dazed Yu Qinan, noticing her pale complexion and complex gaze. Assuming she was merely startled, she softened her tone. "It's all right. They're inconsequential. Don't take it to heart. Let us go. The food will get cold." Yu Qinan snapped back to reality, lowering her head to conceal the tumult of emotions swirling within her, replying softly, "Okay." The latter half of the meal was noticeably subdued. Yu Qinan became extraordinarily quiet, scarcely uttering a word. Shen Sangyu exchanged glances with Gu Qiqi, believing she had not fully recovered from the earlier confrontation, and chose not to disturb her further. After the meal, Shen Sangyu instructed the driver to take Gu Qiqi and Yu Qinan back to the apartment while she returned to the Shen family villa. Upon entering, she spotted Shen Miaoqing seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. "Mom, I'm back," Shen Sangyu said, changing her shoes and walking over. Shen Miaoqing set down her flower arrangement, sizing her up with a casual tone. "Why are you home so late? Were you out on a date with Jin Nian?" Sitting beside her mother, Shen Sangyu picked up a cushion. "No, I went out with Qiqi to handle some matters and had a meal." Shen Miaoqing nodded, inadvertently circling back to the same topic, speaking of which, you and Jin Nian have been stable for quite some time. "Given your ages, have you considered settling down?" After a pause, she looked at Shen Sangyu. "By the time I was your age, I already had you." Hearing this familiar topic, Shen Sangyu felt a slight headache, burying her face in the cushion and muttering, "Mom, why do you keep asking this? Isn't everything fine as it is?" "It's fine. But one must have a plan, right?" Shen Miaoqing replied earnestly. "A career is important, but family is equally vital. Jin Yan is a good boy. It would be a shame to miss out." Shen Sangyu lifted her head, feeling somewhat helpless. "I know he's a good person, but right now, I really want to focus on my career. QIYU is just starting out, and our collaboration with the Xie group has only just begun. There's a mountain of things to handle. Marriage can wait." She linked her arm with her mother's, playfully saying, "Besides, it's a different era now. What you experienced back then is different from now. I just want to pursue what I love." Shen Miaoqing regarded her daughter's determined expression and sighed, patting her hand gently. "All right, you've grown up and have your own ideas. I'm just asking out of concern, if you don't want to hear it. I want to press you." Though her words suggested indifference, her tone held a blend of tolerance and resignation. "Thank you, Mom. You're the best." Shen Sangyu beamed, leaning in to plant a kiss on her mother's cheek. "Look at your age, still so childish." Shen Miaoqing glanced at her, a smile involuntarily curving her lips. "All right. Go take a shower and rest. You've been busy all day." Thanks to Secretary Zhou at the agency, everything was on track apart from President Li. Lu Ziheng's film had also successfully found a director and was preparing for the opening ceremony. She then busied herself with matters concerning the collaboration between QIYU and the Xie group. These days had been a whirlwind, with only the evenings reserved for dinners with Xie Jinyan. Finally, everything was in place, and a press conference was held jointly by the Xie group and QIYU. The proceedings went exceedingly smoothly, with both parties officially announcing their partnership to create a new national-style brand, which would encompass not only clothing but also jewelry and accessories. When the media questions segment commenced, the atmosphere became even more vibrant. A reporter pointed the microphone directly at Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinyan, who stood side by side. "Miss Shen, Mr. Xie, there have been numerous rumors circulating online about the two of you. Can you confirm if you are indeed together?" Shen Sangyu smiled, taking the microphone, and responded in a manner that was both official and meticulous. "Thank you all for your interest. But today is the press conference for the Xie Group and QIYU brand, so I won't elaborate on personal matters." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Xie Jinyan naturally took the microphone from her, turning to look at Shen Sangyu with gentle eyes and clearly stated, "Yes, we are in a relationship." A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. Shen Sangyu glanced at him in surprise, her ears slightly flushed, yet she chose not to say more. The inquisitive reporter, sensing a significant scoop, quickly pressed on, "Mr. Xie, does this collaboration stem from your romantic relationship with Miss Shen? Is this a case of resource favoritism?" This question was somewhat pointed, insinuating that the partnership might be driven by personal feelings rather than commercial merit. Unfazed, Xie Jinyan met the reporter's gaze calmly and countered. I would like to ask you, dear reporter, if we set aside my girlfriend's identity, considering Tian's international reputation, her design talent, and the potential exhibited by QIYU, do you believe the Xie Group would opt to collaborate with her? He continued, the investments and partnerships of the Xie Group are meticulously considered. Tian and QIYU undoubtedly possess such value, and partnering with them is an honor for the Xie Group. As for our relationship, it will only enhance the pleasure of this collaboration. His response affirmed both Shen Sangyu's and QIYU's capabilities, deftly dispelling doubts while subtly dropping a hint of affection. After addressing several questions about future collaboration plans, the press conference concluded successfully. To celebrate, the group headed to a restaurant. The atmosphere at the table was remarkably relaxed, with Gu Chai and Shen Sangyu chattering animatedly, while Qian Haoshuan was also summoned to join them. Yu Qianan sat quietly beside Gu Chai, her demeanor notably subdued. Yet, her gaze uncontrollably swept over Xie Jinyan, who had removed his jacket, donning only a white shirt with sleeves casually rolled up, revealing a luxurious watch on his wrist. His movements were graceful and composed, exuding confidence, while Shen Sangyu, under his attentive care, made Yu Qianan feel a tumult of emotions, self-doubt, envy, and intense jealousy, boiling within her. Why could Shen Sangyu effortlessly possess everything she dared not even dream of: a prestigious family background, astonishing talent, a perfect partner, and the adoration of many? Meanwhile, she felt like a rat scurrying in the gutter, struggling for a breath of relief, reliant on others' benevolence to even stand there. At that moment, Shen Sangyu's kindness felt to her like lofty pity, pricking at her sensitive nerves. Yet, she concealed all her feelings well, maintaining a shy, grateful smile that evaded anyone's notice. Just then, Qian Haoshuan broke the work-related chatter at the table with a playful remark. Brother Xie, you officially announced your relationship in front of the national media today. Shouldn't you start considering when to treat us to a wedding feast? When do you plan to bring our Miss Shen home? Upon hearing this, Xie Jinyan's lips curled into a slight smile as he effortlessly tossed the question back to Shen Sangyu, his gaze tender. I can do so anytime. It depends on what Xiu thinks she calls the shots. All eyes turned towards Shen Sangyu. Her face flushed. She shot Xie Jinyan a glare before looking at the eagerly awaiting Qian Haoshuan and the curious Gu Chai, smiling as she said, Star Qian, why are you more eager than the person involved? QIYU just partnered with the Xie Group, and there are a multitude of projects awaiting. I'm too busy to think about this right now. What about you? When do you and Chai plan to tie the knot? Gu Chai, mid-sip of soup, nearly choked and quickly waved her hands. Stop right there. I just started dating. I haven't had enough of our little world yet. Marriage? That's too far off. I certainly don't want to step into the grave of love so early. Qian Haoshuan immediately offered her a piece of food, grinning widely as he said, Yes. We'll follow your lead. Whenever you say to get married, we'll do it. There's no rush. Laughter erupted around the table. Yet only Yu Qianan, amidst the laughter, tightened her grip on her knife and fork. After the banquet concluded, Qian Haoshuan escorted Gu Chai and Yu Qianan back to the apartment. Meanwhile, Xie Jinyan naturally opened the passenger door for Shen Sangyu. As the car traversed the city streets under the night sky, he asked, Shall I take you home? Shen Sangyu shook her head and softly replied, I don't want to go back to the apartment. I want to go to yours. Xie Jinyan was momentarily taken aback. My place is usually just me. The cleaner has just tidied up, so there might not be much food or drink, and it could be a bit lonely. That's all right. Shen Sangyu tilted her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling. The convenience store is still open. We can buy some snacks, right? I just want to spend more time with you. Hearing her words, Xie Jinyan felt his heart soften. He made a turn, heading towards his apartment. Stopping en route at a convenience store, they entered like an ordinary couple, selecting snacks, fruits, and breakfast ingredients. Upon arriving at Xie Jinyan's apartment, it was indeed as he had described, modern and minimalist, impeccably clean, yet lacking a sense of warmth. The guest room hasn't been occupied, but the bedding is clean. Let me change it for you, Xie Jinyan said as he moved to the storage room for fresh sheets and duvet covers. However, Shen Sangyu followed him closely, watching his busy figure when she suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet earnest. Xie Jinyan. He paused, turning to her. Under the light, Shen Sangyu's cheeks bore a slight blush, her eyes glimmering as she directly met his gaze. When will you marry me? Xie Jinyan was utterly taken aback. seemingly unprepared for such a straightforward question. However, he quickly set down what he was holding, stepped toward her, and took her hand with gravity, saying, "As long as you want, we can do so anytime. Everything is ready on my end, just awaiting your nod." Shen Sangyu gazed at his reflection in his eyes. She took a step forward, wrapping her arms around his neck, burying her face in the crook of his neck, her voice laced with playfulness as she said, "Then let us go get our marriage certificate tomorrow. We can plan the wedding later, but I want to live with you now." Xie Jinyan looked at her, his heart racing. He tightened his embrace, holding her closely. "All right, first thing tomorrow morning, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." Saying this, he effortlessly swept her off her feet. The next day, Shen Sangyu awoke in Xie Jinyan's arms, her cheeks flushing as she recalled the assignment. "Awake?" Xie Jinyan's voice was husky with sleep as he gently tightened his hold, kissing the top of her head.
Good morning, Mrs. Xie.
The address caused Shen Sangyu's heart to skip a beat. She lifted her head and planted a kiss on his lips, playfully remarking, "We aren't married yet. So don't call me Mrs. Xie, Shen Xianqing." Xie Jinyan chuckled softly in response, teasing that if she was displeased with being called Mrs. Xie, she should reclaim the title for herself. Shen Sangyu rose first to fetch her identification from the Shen household, and, upon entering, she spotted Shen Miaoqing seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. "Mom," Shen Sangyu approached her. "You're back so early, have you had breakfast?" Shen Miaoqing, seemingly unconcerned about her daughter's absence the previous night, looked up and perceptively noticed that Shen Sangyu appeared to be in good spirits. "I have," Shen Sangyu replied, settling beside her mother. Taking a deep breath, she said, "I have something to tell you."
What is it?
Shen Miaoqing set down her cup. "Jin Yan and I plan to go register our marriage today." After speaking, Shen Sangyu glanced at her mother, feeling somewhat shy about her reaction. Shen Miaoqing was momentarily taken aback, but her face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. "Really? Oh my, that's wonderful. You just said yesterday that you weren't in a hurry, and today you've given me such a delightful surprise." She excitedly clasped her daughter's hands. "That's great. When do you plan to hold the wedding? Have you told your father?" Seeing her mother so elated warmed Shen Sangyu's heart. "We're not rushing the wedding. We'll plan it slowly.
Today.
We're just registering." All right, Shen Miaoqing nodded vigorously. "By the way, I haven't met any relatives from the Xie family yet. When will you arrange that?"
Mom.
"I'm not in a hurry either. Let us discuss it with Jinyan later." "Okay, you go ahead then." Shen Miaoqing smiled. Downstairs, Xie Jinyan had been waiting, dressed impeccably in a striking suit, holding a small bouquet. As Shen Sangyu approached, he immediately stepped forward and grasped her hand tightly. The registration process unfolded with remarkable ease. When they finally held the two vibrant marriage certificates, glancing at their names and photographs side by side, they exchanged smiles, fingers intertwined. However, unbeknownst to them, their appearance at the Civil Affairs Bureau had already been discreetly captured in photographs and shared online. Spotted, Xie Jinyan and Shen Sangyu registering their marriage.
Ah.
They both look stunning and incredibly sweet together. This post quickly soared to the trending topics. Wait, they got their marriage license directly? They just announced their relationship yesterday. How fast? They must have been dating for quite some time. It was evident from the reality show. Congratulations. A union of wealth and true love. This feels like a novel come to life. Xiezong just said yesterday that it could happen anytime. Turns out he meant it. So, Shen Sangyu is married just like that? Xiezong is so fortunate. Congratulations, Sister Shen. Congratulations, Xiezong. Wishing you a harmonious union. The online accolades overwhelmed nearly all other discussions. Amidst the fervent chatter, both Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinyan simultaneously updated their personal Weibo accounts. "Hello, Mr. Xie Jinyan." Xie Jinyan retweeted her post, adding, "Please take care of me in the years to come, Mrs. Shen Sangyu." After obtaining their marriage license, Shen Sangyu returned to her apartment to gather some daily necessities and clothing, officially moving into Xie Jinyan's residence. As her belongings gradually filled his space, a warm sensation blossomed within her. While organizing the wardrobe, she conversed with Xie Jinyan. "By the way, shouldn't we find a time to have dinner with your father? After all, we are now legally married." At the mention of his father, the gentleness on Xie Jinyan's face waned slightly. He approached her from behind, enveloping her in an embrace, resting his chin atop her head, his voice low and somber. "You may have heard some things about their personalities. Meeting them may not be pleasant. There's no need to force it." Shen Sangyu turned to face him, gently smoothing his furrowed brow, her gaze warm. "I understand. I know they might not be easy to get along with and may not even like me, but they are still your parents, and we must observe the necessary courtesies. I don't expect them to accept me right away, but we should at least express our stance and choices. Xie Jinyan's parents had never favored her, even causing a scene when he went abroad to see her. At that time, she had believed he had abandoned her, disregarding his parents and feeling they were unreasonable. She spoke lightly. Besides, I am now the legitimate Mrs. Xie. It's only right to meet the in-laws. Xie Jinyan smiled, leaning down to kiss her forehead, his eyes filled with affection and gratitude. All right, I'll arrange it right away. How about tonight? I'll have them come over. Sounds good. Shen Sangyu nodded. Xie Jinyan stepped aside to make the call. The conversation on the other end seemed rather formal and somewhat cold, yet he managed to convey the message. After hanging up, he returned to Shen Sangyu's side. I told them. They insisted on dining at home. Shen Sangyu smiled. That's fine. We can manage. Do we need to prepare any gifts? No need to prepare anything special. They lack for nothing. Xie Jinyan shook his head, holding her hand. Just your presence is sufficient. Remember, no matter what they say or do, I'll be there. We're merely going for a meal. There's no need to appease anyone. Shen Sangyu firmly grasped his hand. Don't worry, I know. I'm not going into battle. It's just dinner. Though they said this, both understood that this dinner would likely be anything but ordinary. Subsequently, Shen Sangyu called home to inform Shen Miaoqing and Sang Yuan. In the evening, the house Xie Jinyan purchased was located in the outskirts, requiring some travel time. Shen Miaoqing and Sang Yuan arrived almost simultaneously, and upon seeing each other, they instinctively glared. However, considering it was their daughter's special day, they managed to suppress their initial reactions. Sang Yuan lowered his voice. Let us not argue today. We need to support Xiyu. Shen Miaoqing huffed but refrained from retorting, taking Shen Sangyu inside. Upon entering, they found the living room crowded with people. Xie Jinyan's parents occupied the main seats, their expressions neutral, revealing no hint of joy or displeasure. Surrounding them were numerous relatives, uncles, aunts, and cousins, all craning their necks, curiously scrutinizing the Shen family as they entered. As soon as they spotted Shen Miaoqing and Sang Yuan, several relatives enthusiastically gathered around, chattering away. Oh, so this is the mother of the bride. She looks so youthful and spirited. She must be the owner of a large company. It's evident she's wealthy. Miss Shen is truly fortunate to have found someone like our Jinyan. From now on, we're family. Let us look out for each other. Their exuberance bordered on excessive, underscored by a palpable sense of flattery and probing. Shen Miaoqing smiled, presenting the precious gifts she had brought. Just a small token. Please don't feel obliged. At that moment, Xie Jinyan's second uncle, a burly man with a loud voice, scrutinized the well-composed Shen Miaoqing and Sang Yuan, inexplicably feeling a need to compare. He bellowed, If you ask me, our countryside is better. City folks appear glamorous, but in reality, they're cold and distant. Their houses are like pigeon coops, nowhere near as spacious and comfortable as our rural estates, and the vegetables they eat can't compare to our homegrown produce. The sourness and deliberate belittling in his words rendered the atmosphere instantly awkward. Xie Jinyan's expression darkened as he shot a cold glance at his second uncle. His voice low, Second uncle, let us just enjoy the meal. Both city and countryside have their merits. There's no need for comparison. If you can't speak kindly, it's better to remain silent. The second uncle was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but under Xie Jinyan's piercing gaze, he mumbled a few words and ultimately ceased his raucousness. At that point, Xie Jinyan's father finally spoke in a calm tone. All right, let us keep the conversation to a minimum and take our seats. The guests moved to the dining area, where an array of dishes adorned the long table, yet the atmosphere remained subtly tense. During the meal, Xie Jinyan's parents did not deliberately make things difficult for Shen Sangyu. Rather, their demeanor remained consistently lukewarm. Their inquiries primarily revolved around the Shen family's business and Shen Sangyu's own career, infused with a palpable sense of scrutiny. Halfway through the meal, Xie's mother finally broached the pivotal issue. She turned to Shen Sangyu, her tone matter-of-fact. Since you two are already married, there is little left for us as parents to say. According to tradition, what are the Shen family's expectations regarding the betrothal gifts? All eyes in the room fell upon Shen Sangyu. Chapter 84. Jiang Yuanheng joins. Shen Sangyu set down her chopsticks, straightened her posture, and with a smile, addressed them. Uncle and aunt, I appreciate your goodwill. However, my marriage to Jinyan is founded on our love for each other, a commitment to spend our lives together. I am not marrying into the Xie family. Rather, Jin Yan and I are establishing our own new family, hence I have no need for any betrothal gifts. Her words caused a stir among the Xie family relatives, who exchanged incredulous glances, seemingly unable to fathom the notion of foregoing such gifts. Xia's parents were momentarily taken aback, their gazes toward Shen Sangyu revealing a newfound complexity. Beneath the table, Xia Jinyan tightly grasped Shen Sangyu's hand. After the meal, Xia Jinyan and Shen Sangyu escorted Shen's parents out. In the car, Shen Yaoqing sighed. This family is quite shrewd. Sang Yuan also frowned, unusually agreeing. Jinyan is a good lad. But his entire family, sigh. Due to Shen Sangyu's marriage, her popularity had surged alarmingly. She soon received invitations to participate in reality shows, all of which she declined. Just yesterday, upon receiving their marriage certificate, the gossip system had abruptly vanished. Now, she needed to focus on preparing for Liu Zhiheng's film. That day, she personally visited the set, where Liu Zhiheng appeared to be in commendable spirits, having settled considerably compared to his previous restlessness. Upon seeing Shen Sangyu, he was visibly excited, confidently proclaiming, "President Shen, this script is simply magnificent. The director is brimming with ideas. I have a premonition that this film will be a tremendous success, perhaps even award-winning." Shen Sangyu observed the spark in his eyes, markedly different from before. "Let us focus on shooting each scene with diligence. The film market is fraught with uncertainties, and our script may be ahead of its time. We should refrain from making premature assertions. Audience reception and market response are beyond our complete prediction." Liu Zhiheng scratched his head, smiling. "I understand. I'm just a bit overwhelmed with excitement. Rest assured, I will give it my all." As Shen Sangyu was preparing to leave the set, her phone buzzed. The caller ID displayed Jiang Yuanheng. She answered. On the other end, Jiang Yuanheng's voice bore a hint of complexity. "President Shen, it's me, Jiang Yuanheng. I apologize for the intrusion, but I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Would it be convenient to meet? Perhaps there is an opportunity for me to join your company?" Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow. Was Jiang Yuanheng indicating his willingness to come to her company? This came as a surprise, as she had assumed he was no longer interested after such a long silence. Glancing at the time, she deemed it early enough and replied, "Sure, let us meet at that cafe in the city center in an hour." "Thank you, I will be there punctually." Jiang Yuanheng's voice was tinged with excitement. An hour later, Shen Sangyu arrived. Jiang Yuanheng was already waiting, the untouched coffee before him revealing his nervousness. "Thank you for agreeing to meet me," he said, rising as she approached. "Please have a seat." Shen Sangyu sat across from him, ordered a milk tea, and directly inquired, "What's the matter?" Jiang Yuanheng took a deep breath. "My contract has expired, and I am seeking a new company, but my current employer is obstructing my departure, concocting various excuses to compel me to pay a penalty." Shen Sangyu understood immediately. Noticing her silence, Jiang Yuanheng continued, "I hope you can grant me an opportunity." His sincerity was apparent. Shen Sangyu readily consented. Those penalties were inconsequential to her. "All right, I will inform my secretary shortly. Just head to the company to report. And I will arrange for a lawyer to negotiate with your previous employer." "Thank you so much." Jiang Yuanheng expressed his gratitude. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before parting ways. However, unbeknownst to them, their meeting had been surreptitiously captured by someone with ulterior motives. A few cleverly angled photographs quickly circulated online, accompanied by misleading captions. Breaking. Newlyweds Shen Sangyu secretly meet Jiang Yuanheng. The two engaged in a private conversation for nearly an hour, appearing engrossed, with Jiang Yuanheng seemingly emotionally charged. Is this a rekindling of old flames, or is there more to the story? Does Xia know? As these images surfaced, they swiftly trended on social media. Yet, the public's reaction diverged significantly from what the informant had anticipated. Is this informant delusional? Meeting for coffee equates to a secret rendezvous? Clearly, they were discussing work. Shen Sangyu has established her own agency, and I heard Jiang Yuanheng's contract had expired. Meeting to chat is quite normal. No? Exactly. Who conducts clandestine meetings in a bustling cafe, especially with such solemn expressions? Has the paparazzi lost their minds? Do they think the audience is devoid of intelligence? They just announced their marriage, and already someone is trying to sow discord. I truly wonder what motivates such individuals. Unhappiness in their own lives? Jiang Yuanheng appears quite animated. Perhaps he has already secured a new position, given how terrible his previous company was, lacking in resources. I support Sister Shen. Why must women discussing work be subjected to such baseless rumors? The comment section overwhelmingly condemned the informant's malicious intent, rallying behind Shen Sangyu's right to conduct business. Of course, there were a few snide remarks, but they were quickly drowned out by a tide of supportive voices. On her way back to the company, Shen Sangyu noticed the trending topic, her brow furrowed as she instructed Secretary Zhou, who was driving, contact the PR department. Do not suppress the trending topic. Instead, prepare an official statement announcing Jiang Yuanhang's signing with our company. Understood, President Shen. Upon returning to the office, Shen Sangyu immediately tasked the legal department with managing the contractual disputes between Jiang Yuanhang and his former company, while also assigning Secretary Zhou to oversee the signing process. Within an hour, amidst the peak of discussion, both Shen Sangyu's company's official Weibo account and her personal account simultaneously released the following statement. Welcome Jiang Yuanhang to officially join our company. Together, we shall traverse the road ahead and create brilliance. Shen Sangyu V. Allow me to formally introduce our new colleague, Jiang Yuanhang. I look forward to witnessing your remarkable works in the future and to a delightful collaboration. Jiang Yuanhang also responded promptly. Jiang Yuanhang V. I am thrilled to join everyone and look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Netizens erupted in excitement.
Wow.
Sister Shen is impressive. She responded so swiftly. And the signing was remarkably quick. Incredible. The face-slapping came too swiftly. The detractors must be dumbfounded. They were merely discussing work. Welcome, Jiang Yuanhang. Wishing you better development in the new company. Sister Shen is magnificent. This response is simply splendid. Congratulations to Jiang Yuanhang for escaping the hardships. I eagerly anticipate your new works. In the following days, Shen Sangyu frequently visited the set while simultaneously managing QIYU's affairs, leaving her exceedingly busy. However, soon enough, the day of the academic seminar arrived. Chapter 85. Buying qualifications to enter. The academic seminar was held at a prestigious university's conference center, exuding a solemn atmosphere. Shen Sangyu donned a cream-colored suit, exuding a sharp and capable presence. Her primary purpose for attending was to observe and engage with several topics pertinent to the future research directions of the Shen Group. After signing in and entering, she found a relatively quiet seat, perusing the conference handbook. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance, prompting Shen Sangyu to glance up, where she spotted Meng Shuiyan surrounded by a throng of admirers as she made her entrance. Today, Meng Shuiyan adorned herself exceptionally, donning a pair of golden-rimmed spectacles and a cheongsam, while clutching a notebook that suggested her earnest intent to learn. Surrounding her were several individuals who appeared to be scholars or corporate researchers, animatedly engaging her in conversation. It is indeed an honor to have Miss Meng here. I hear you are quite familiar with Professor Sangyuan. If an opportunity arises, do kindly facilitate an introduction for us. A middle-aged man exclaimed as he approached her with palpable flattery. Indeed, Professor Sangyuan's team is a benchmark in the industry. Our company has long sought collaboration. Another woman chimed in. With a modest smile gracing her lips, Meng Shuiyan gently adjusted her glasses and replied with a hint of humility, You are all too kind. Professor Sangyuan has indeed been of great assistance to me, but we are all rather busy, and I only manage to see him occasionally. I shall see what I can do regarding the introduction, though you must understand, the professor is exceedingly occupied. Her words were deliberately vague, neither confirming the extent of their acquaintance nor outright denying it, leaving ample room for speculation and prompting those around her to become even more solicitous. Of course. Miss Meng, just passing along a message would suffice. It would be to your benefit, one individual responded promptly. Upon hearing this, Meng Shuiyan's expression shifted immediately, her gaze sharpening with discontent as she retorted, What do you mean by that? I do not engage in such matters. The man, realizing the inappropriateness of his comment, merely smiled and fell silent. At that moment, someone in the crowd noticed Shen Sangyu, who sat alone off to the side, their tone laced with surprise and disdain. Oh, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Shen family? What is she doing here? Does she comprehend the nature of academic discourse? Another whispered mockingly. Perhaps she is merely here to enhance her social standing, to snap a few photos and craft a persona, unlike our Miss Meng, who possesses genuine talent. It's highly likely she purchased her entry, came another snide remark. What would a pampered young lady like her know about such matters? She is better suited for indulgence and the entertainment industry. The first to spot you, Xingxian added with increased contempt. I doubt she even understands what the professors are discussing up there. Their voices, although subdued, resonated clearly in the relative quiet of the venue, reaching Shen Sangyu and those around her. Meng Shuiyan, having caught sight of Shen Sangyu, briefly displayed a flicker of jealousy and schadenfreude in her eyes before quickly masking it with a feigned surprise. Ah, it's little you. Are you also interested in today as topic of discussion? How rare. I thought it might be too advanced for you. Though her words sounded like a greeting, they subtly implied how ill-timed Shen Sangyu's presence was. The group surrounding Meng Shuiyan regarded Shen Sangyu with even greater disdain. Shen Sangyu closed her conference manual, slowly lifted her head, and with a calm gaze surveyed the group, finally resting her eyes on Meng Shuiyan, her lips curving into a subtle smirk. What is this? Is this seminar organized by Miss Meng's family? Must I seek your approval for my attendance? Meng Shuiyan's countenance faltered, caught off guard by Shen Sangyu's directness. She chuckled awkwardly. Oh, not at all. I was merely curious. Considering today as topics are rather specialized, I feared you might find them tedious. However, my family does indeed sponsor this event. As I am still engaged in research, and it's not just us, Professor Sangyuan is involved as well. Meng Shuiyan's words trailed off, leaving much to be inferred. Someone nearby added, Indeed, I heard that the Shen family did not participate in the seminar. Shen Sangyu rolled her eyes inwardly, reflecting on how the Shen family had abstained from involvement only because she had chosen to attend. Shen Miaoqing had delegated the matter to her, as she had no desire to engage with Sangyuan. Their union had been a forced arrangement, with neither party holding any affection for the other. After their divorce, the dynamics remained unchanged. With a placid tone, she replied, No need for your concern, Miss Meng. Whether I understand is my affair. Rather, you should worry about your own comprehension this evening, as establishing a persona requires genuine substance. Relying solely on eloquence and connections might not suffice to sustain your standing. Meng Shuiyan's face flushed crimson, her lips trembling with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for words to counter. The onlookers grasped the implications behind Shen Sangyu's words, observing her composed demeanor contrasted with Meng Shuiyan's flustered reaction, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Just then, Sangyuan called Shen Sangyu on the phone. Hello, Dad, what is up? I see you. I'll come over. I'm waiting for you here. Shen Sangyu looked up to find Sangyuan waving at her, clad in a dark suit and glasses, embodying the quintessential scholar. This scene unfolded before Meng Shuiyan and her entourage. The middle-aged man who had previously extolled Meng Shuiyan immediately exclaimed with delight, Oh, Miss Meng, Professor Sangyuan is beckoning us. He must have noticed you. Hurry, go greet him. Indeed, the professor is reaching out. Miss Meng, you must feel honored, another chimed in eagerly. Initially taken aback, Meng Shuiyan soon erupted with elation. She surmised that Meng Longchuan must have facilitated some connection, and that Professor Sangyuan was extending her a courtesy. This would solidify her status as his protégé. Instantly shaking off her earlier embarrassment, she donned a poised smile, adjusting her attire and hair, and hastened towards Sangyuan. As she approached, she animatedly introduced herself. Professor Sangyuan, hello. I am Xiaoming, the daughter of Meng Longchuan. Before she could finish her sentence, Sangyuan regarded her with a furrowed brow, his expression betraying clear confusion and distance as he interrupted, Meng Shuiyan? Who? I don't know you, may I ask who you are? Meng Shuiyan's smile froze, her entire being feeling as if struck by lightning, left in stunned silence, her mind blank. No, not recognized? How could that be? The group behind her stood equally dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, the atmosphere palpably awkward. At that moment, Shen Sangyu strolled over at a leisurely pace, addressing him with an air of familiarity. Dad. Are you looking for me? Chapter 86. She is but a clown. Dad. The utterance rang out like thunder, leaving Meng Shuiyan and her companions in sheer disbelief. Professor Sangyuan was indeed Shen Sangyu's father? The very Shen family heiress they had dismissed as uneducated and merely seeking to enhance her status was, in fact, the biological daughter of the esteemed industry leader, Professor Sangyuan. Meng Shuiyan's complexion drained of color, her disbelief evident as she watched Shen Sangyu stand effortlessly beside Professor Sangyuan, who, while maintaining a serious demeanor, regarded his daughter with an almost imperceptible warmth. Well, it is a rare occasion for you to join me. Allow me to introduce you to a few esteemed colleagues. Sangyuan said, nodding at Shen Sangyu before recalling the petrified Meng Shuiyan still standing nearby, casting a disinterested glance her way. This is... Shen Sangyu smiled faintly, her tone unbothered. Oh, this is Miss Meng, who just claimed to be quite familiar with you and expressed a desire to facilitate introductions for her friends. Sangyuan's brow furrowed. He scrutinized Meng Shuiyan, recalling the rumors of this actress who had falsely claimed to be his disciple. His tone was laced with unmistakable displeasure as he declared, "Nonsense. I never partake in such trivial social engagements. Why would anyone recommend anyone to me? This is unacceptable." His words left no room for dignity for Meng Shuyan. She felt as though the ground had shifted beneath her, her face ablaze, as if she had been soundly slapped in public, yearning to vanish into the earth. All her earlier bravado had transformed into a farcical jest. The group of people behind her wore expressions of embarrassment, their faces flushed with shame as they lowered their heads, unable to meet the gaze of Shen Sangyu and Sangyuan. In their hearts, they berated Meng Shuyan 1,000 times for her boastful claims. Sangyuan chose to disregard them, turning to Shen Sangyu and saying, "Let us go. Your senior sister, Bai, has been waiting for you for quite some time."
All right, Dad.
Shen Sangyu nodded, never once casting a glance at the pallid-faced Meng Shuyan, and calmly followed her father out. Shen Sangyu accompanied Sangyuan to the reserved seating area in the front row, occupied by esteemed scholars, industry leaders, and their proud disciples. Bai Qiao spotted her from afar, standing up excitedly to greet her. "Xiaoyu, you've arrived." "Senior sister Bai," Shen Sangyu exclaimed in surprise, recalling that she had recently messaged her, asking if she would attend, to which Bai Qiao had declined. "What brings you here? Aren't you busy filming?" Bai Qiao adjusted her glasses and smiled. "No matter how busy I am, I had to attend this event. I specifically carved out time for it.
Besides,
You've asked me so many times. How could I dare not come? But you, the busy one, have finally decided to grace us with your presence at such a seminar?" She teased Shen Sangyu, well aware that her interest in such matters was minimal. The two engaged in their conversation, oblivious to the curious glances from those around them. Although they understood that Bai Qiao was Song Yuan's disciple, they remained unaware of Shen Sangyu's connection to them. However, this convivial atmosphere was abruptly shattered by an unexpected guest. Meng Shuyan had followed them, somehow securing a seat in the front row right next to them. Those who were still unaware of the earlier incident at the entrance, upon seeing Meng Shuyan seated beside Sangyuan, recalled the rumors of her being his disciple and began to compliment her. "Miss Meng is also here. What a remarkable opportunity to engage in close discourse with a luminary like Professor Sangyuan. Indeed, not only is Miss Meng a talented actress, but she is also highly regarded in academic circles. A true exemplar for us all." Hearing these praises, Meng Shuyan seemed to regain some of her confidence. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to uphold her identity as Professor Song Yuan's disciple. Taking a deep breath, she composed her expression and boldly approached Sangyuan. Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was perfectly audible to those around. "Professor Sangyuan, it's a pleasure to see you again. I am Meng Shuyan. I have been fortunate enough to hear your teachings on several occasions and have greatly benefited from them." As she spoke, those who were unaware of the truth cast envious glances in her direction. However, Song Yuan's response left everyone momentarily stunned. He merely glanced at Meng Shuyan, furrowing his brow slightly, and replied politely, "Hello." With just those two words, devoid of any further pleasantries, he offered no response to her expectations. After that, he turned his attention back to Bai Qiao and Shen Sangyu, resuming their hushed discussion, leaving Meng Shuyan abandoned in silence. The atmosphere became thick with tension. Meng Shuyan's smile froze on her face. Her outstretched hand hovered awkwardly in midair, unsure whether to retract or maintain its position, creating an embarrassing spectacle. She felt like a complete fool. Why was Professor Sangyuan so indifferent? Why was she so oblivious to the nuances of social interaction? Those present were well aware that Sangyuan only pursued what he desired, disregarding others' opinions, which had led to his initial ostracism within the circle. Had he not achieved those remarkable experimental results, he would not enjoy such respect today. The very people who had just praised Meng Shuyan began to sense the awkwardness, exchanging bewildered glances and whispering among themselves. "What is happening? It seems Professor Sangyuan doesn't recognize her? Weren't there rumors that she was his student?"
yes.
She claimed that herself. But when has she ever confirmed it? It was all just insinuation. "I feel we've all been deceived. This is exceedingly awkward." These murmurs pierced Meng Shuyan's pride like needles, causing her complexion to fluctuate between red and pale. Ultimately, she could no longer bear the embarrassment and hastily returned to her seat, head down. Shen Sangyu shook her head at the sight. She had already made her position clear. Yet Meng Shuyan continued to pursue this farce. There was nothing left to say. The academic seminar officially commenced, simultaneously broadcasted online. Numerous prominent researchers attended, and the fact that it could be live-streamed indicated that they were discussing legitimate research findings. This revelation astonished netizens, who marveled at the advancement of technology. As the meeting concluded, it was time for the interactive segment. The host, smiling, posed a question. Professor Sangyu, we know you are deeply engrossed in research and seldom discuss personal matters in public. However, we are genuinely curious about who your disciples are. We've seen by Qiao and Miss Shen. Could you take this opportunity to introduce them, allowing our audience and young scholars to understand the fruits of your mentorship?
Sangyu,
who typically refrained from such discussions, felt compelled to clarify matters, especially since someone was attempting to impersonate his disciple. He took the microphone, adjusted his glasses, and directed his gaze toward Shen Sangyu and Bai Qiao, a rare smile gracing his face. Very well. He began, seizing the moment to make an official introduction. Shen Sangyu is my daughter. He then pointed to Bai Qiao. This is Bai Qiao, a student I admire greatly. Her research during her doctoral studies was outstanding, promising a bright academic future. However, she chose to pursue her passion for the arts and has achieved remarkable success in acting. I respect her choice. The audience nodded in recognition of Bai Qiao, while online viewers were taken aback. So Bai Qiao is the disciple of Professor Sangyu. Why did Meng Shuiyan keep claiming that it was her? How embarrassing. If I were Meng Shuiyan, I would want to vanish from sight. Then Song Yuan's gaze shifted to his daughter, Shen Sangyu, his tone softening. This is my daughter, Shen Sangyu. Daughter. While many had speculated, the revelation from Sangyuan himself during the live stream still caused an explosive reaction. The barrage of comments in the live chat went wild.
What?
His daughter? Biological? So Shen Sangyu is Professor Song Yuan's daughter. My goodness, what a remarkable family. A mother who is a business queen, a father who is an academic titan, and she herself is a genius designer. No wonder her demeanor is so refined. It's clearly in her lineage. Whoever called her a pampered rich girl just gilding her resume. How does it feel to be slapped in the face? Shen Sangyu is incredible. A lineage of excellence. And she is even more impressive herself. Sangyuan continued, his voice brimming with pride. In truth, she has never shown much interest in research, yet she has always excelled academically. I never forced her into any path, merely guiding her in her studies. Nevertheless, her current achievements make me equally proud. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, Meng Shuiyan, seated beside them, was completely disregarded. Her face turned ashen, her body cold. She stared fixedly at Sangyuan. The live camera, astutely capturing the moment, swept over her, further igniting the frenzy in the live chat. Look at Meng Shuiyan's expression. I'm dying of laughter. What an epic slap in the face. Didn't she just imply she was Professor Sangyuan's disciple everywhere? This is beyond awkward. Can Meng Shuiyan just leave the entertainment industry already? Fraud. I feel sorry for Meng Shuiyan for a second. The rest of the time, I'm just laughing. The relevant topic rapidly ascended to trending status, yet Shen Sangyu, deeming it merely an academic symposium, felt that her presence on the trending list was inconsequential. Consequently, she arranged for her and Bai Qiao's names to be promptly removed from the trending discussions. After the symposium concluded, Shen Sangyu declined subsequent dinner invitations and returned home directly. At that moment, Xie Jinian had already prepared dinner. Upon entering, she observed Xie Jinian seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a document, yet appearing somewhat distracted. His brow slightly furrowed, and his expression rather grim. I'm back, Shen Sangyu announced, changing her shoes as she stepped inside. What's wrong? Your face looks rather pale. Is the company in trouble? Hearing her voice, Xie Jinian lifted his gaze, and the tension on his face eased considerably. He set aside his computer and reached out to pull her beside him on the sofa. It's nothing, just some trivial matters. He scrutinized her closely and smiled, saying, You were exceptional at the symposium today. I watched the live stream. His tone conveyed unmistakable pride. Shen Sangyu immediately lifted her chin with a sense of self-satisfaction. Of course, one must consider who I am. I am Shen Sangyu. How about it? Did I embarrass you? She added playfully, winking. Embarrass me? Not at all. Xie Jinian chuckled softly, pinching her cheek. You've made me proud. Didn't you see the comments online? Everyone is praising you. I feel fortunate to be with you. Shen Sangyu smiled back. That's only natural. She leaned against Xie Jinian's shoulder, relishing the reassuring aura he exuded. The two shared a tranquil moment of intimacy. Then, as if recalling something, Xie Jinian's tone turned slightly serious. Xiao Yu, there is something I need to tell you. Yes, what is it? Shen Sangyu looked up. I need to travel abroad the day after tomorrow to handle some urgent matters. I might be gone for about a week, Xie said, gazing at her with a hint of regret. After all, they had only recently married, and he was to be away for such an extended period. Shen Sangyu's eyes brightened at his words, and she instantly sat up straight. Abroad? Perfect. I need to go too. Xie was taken aback. You're going too? This is work, not leisure. The schedule will be quite demanding. I am aware. I'm going for work as well, Shen Sangyu asserted confidently. Have you forgotten? Their SA design exhibition in Country M, and the organizers already sent me an invitation. I was hesitating to go alone, but since you're going, that is splendid. I can conveniently attend. Initially contemplating a refusal, he was taken aback by her enthusiasm. I suppose I must reluctantly accompany you then, she said with a light-hearted tone, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Seeing her excitement, Xie couldn't help but chuckle. He recognized her true desire to go and her insistence on framing it as accompanying him. However, witnessing her joy, he found it difficult to voice a refusal. All right. He nodded gently, his gaze softening. Let us go together. You can attend your exhibition while I handle my affairs. Yes. Shen Sangyu nodded enthusiastically, already mentally planning what clothes to pack. Additionally, she needed to create some new designs for the exhibition, which would consume considerable time. Observing her exuberance, Xie felt his earlier frustration dissipate. He pulled her back into his embrace, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head and softly cautioned. But let me make it clear, work is work. Do not overexert yourself. You are no longer alone. You must always take care of your health. The next day, as Shen Sangyu contemplated attending the exhibition abroad, she decided to visit the QIYU studio to discuss matters with Gu Qiqi and check on the preparations of recent new products. Upon entering the studio, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. Gu Qiqi sat amidst a pile of garments, her expression one of distress, holding a recently returned dress and sighing heavily. Qiqi, what's the matter? What happened? Shen Sangyu approached, concern evident in her voice. Gu Qiqi looked up and, upon seeing her, seemed to find salvation. Xiaoyu, you arrived just in time. I've been on the verge of despair these past few days. She handed a garment to Shen Sangyu. Look, for some unknown reason, we've received several customer complaints lately, claiming that after wearing our clothes, they developed red spots and had allergic reactions, demanding refunds and compensation. Shen Sangyu took the dress, examining the fabric and the craftsmanship, her brow knitting in concern. This fabric is rigorously inspected by us. There has never been an issue before. What does the quality inspection report say? The quality inspection report is fine, Gu Qiqi replied, her frustration mounting as she tugged at her hair. I personally checked every batch before shipment, and all indicators were satisfactory. Yet there are numerous cases of allergic reactions, and it's becoming quite the scandal. I've already instructed the factory to halt production. What did the factory say? Shen Sangyu inquired softly. They can't seem to determine the cause either. They suggested it might be that some customers have sensitive skin, but with so many cases, that can't be the reason, Gu Qiqi sighed. However, I feel something is amiss. It all seems too coincidental. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Sangyu decisively stated, let us go to the factory now and personally inspect the production line and the raw materials in stock. All right. Gu Qiqi responded promptly, and the two drove to the factory located on the outskirts. Upon entering the premises, they unexpectedly encountered someone. Yu Qin. Upon seeing Shen Sangyu and Gu Qiqi, her expression turned somewhat flustered. Qin, what are you doing here? Gu Qiqi asked in surprise. Aren't you supposed to be in class today? Yu Qin appeared startled, her gaze flickering as she stammered. Sister Qiqi, President Shen, I heard there were some issues with the recent batch from the factory and became quite worried. So, I thought I'd come to check. I've already taken a leave of absence. Don't worry, I won't fall behind in my studies. Her voice sounded somewhat anxious and unnatural. Shen Sangyu, assuming her nervousness stemmed from fear of reprimand, reassured her. Oh, you've heard? It's nothing serious. Just a minor issue that we'll handle. Your studies are important. There's no need to worry about this. You should head back to school. Gu Qiqi nodded in agreement. Yes, leave this to us. You should hurry back to class. Yu Qin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, yet appeared hesitant to say more. She quickly nodded, then I'll go back to my studies. Sister Qiqi, President Shen, you're busy. With that, she lowered her head and hurried away. Gu Qiqi watched her retreating figure and mumbled, that girl. Didn't I tell her to focus on her design drafts? When did she become so concerned about the production line that she took time off? Shen Sangyu remained silent. She felt something peculiar about Yu Qinan's earlier reaction, yet chose not to dwell on it. The two entered the production workshop, located the person in charge, and thoroughly inspected the production line, the stock of fabrics, and the quality inspection process, finding no abnormalities. This is strange, Gu Qiqi mused, perplexed. Could it truly be an issue with the fabric supplier? Or is there a link we've overlooked? Shen Sangyu shook her head. I'm not sure. As she spoke, she approached a pile of garments earmarked for rework. Picking one up for another close inspection, her fingers delicately traced the fabric, scrutinizing every detail. Suddenly, her fingertips detected something peculiar at an inconspicuous seam on the inside of the garment. She leaned in closer, inhaling deeply, and caught a faint, almost imperceptible scent. Had it not been for her extraordinary sense of smell, she might have overlooked it entirely. Qiqi, come here. Shen Sangyu called out, her expression darkening. Feel this area, and take a whiff. Gu Qiqi hurried over, mimicking Shen Sangyu's actions, and her countenance changed dramatically. This indicates someone tampered with it. Due to the minimal quantity and the discreet manner in which it was handled, conventional spot checks and quality inspections were unable to detect the issue immediately. Given enough time, these chemical agents would dissipate. This is unequivocally not an industrial accident. Shen Sangyu concluded decisively that this was an act of deliberate sabotage, targeted specifically at our QIYU. Gu Qiqi's face blanched with fury, her fists clenched tightly. How despicable! Who could it possibly be? I will not let them off the hook. Shen Sangyu took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. We cannot ascertain who it is just yet, but we must investigate thoroughly until we uncover the truth. The perpetrator has acted covertly, clearly having come prepared. She turned to Gu Qiqi. Qiqi, I entrust this matter to you. Scrutinize everyone involved from raw materials entering the warehouse to finished products leaving it, examine all surveillance footage, and check for any unusual personnel movements. Report any suspicious leads to me immediately. Rest assured. Gu Qiqi nodded emphatically. I will start the investigation today. I will unearth this person, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. As the two departed from the factory, they realized it was already afternoon and sought a quiet restaurant to dine while discussing details. Once seated, Shen Sangyu recalled what she needed to tell her and spoke. Qiqi, I have something to share with you. Tomorrow, I will be traveling to M country with Jin Yan for an important design exhibition, which will likely take about a week. Gu Qiqi paused for a moment before promptly assuring her, You can go without worry. I will handle everything here, including QIYU and the investigation. Focus on your work. Seeing her determination, Shen Sangyu felt a sense of relief and nodded. All right, do remember to take care of yourself. If necessary, we can switch to another factory. Stay in touch. Definitely. After this exchange, Gu Qiqi's sharp eyes caught sight of a table by the window not far away. She gently nudged Shen Sangyu with her elbow and whispered, Hey, Xiuyu, look over there. Following her gaze, Shen Sangyu spotted Xiao Lujing and Li Qing dining together. Seemingly engrossed in an animated conversation, with smiles gracing their faces, Xiao Lujing appeared much improved since the last time they met. It's them, Shen Sangyu noted, somewhat surprised. She was aware that Xiao Lujing had recently rebounded from a career low, thanks to his new film with Li Qing. Just then, Li Qing happened to glance up and notice them, her face lighting up with delight as she approached. Xiuyu, Qiqi, what a coincidence to see you here. Xiao Lujing, too, noticed their presence, though his demeanor was evidently less than pleased. Shen Sangyu smiled in return. It's been a while.
Li Qing,
Eager to secure sponsorship from the Xie group, sought to ingratiate herself with Shen Sangyu. Xiuyu, would you like to join us? Shen Sangyu politely declined, saying, Thank you. But we have some matters to discuss and wouldn't want to intrude. Li Qing did not press the issue, merely wishing to leave a favorable impression on Shen Sangyu. Aware of their past interactions, she smiled. All right, perhaps we can gather another time. Xiuyu, if you need anything, feel free to call me. Shen Sangyu understood her motivations and reiterated her refusal. I don't believe I will need anything. Li Qing seemed to anticipate this response, maintaining her smile. That's perfectly fine.
it's just good to be aware.
Chapter 89. The day of the design exhibition. The following day, they boarded the plane. In the first-class cabin, Shen Sangyu reclined in her comfortable seat, perusing a book about M country. Xie Jinyan, having completed the last document in his possession, closed his laptop and turned to her. This trip is quite tightly scheduled. I may have to attend to some official duties during the day, but my evenings are entirely yours. Is there anywhere in particular you wish to visit, or anything you desire to do? I can have my assistant arrange it in advance. Shen Sangyu closed her book, contemplating, her eyes brightening slightly. Actually, I would love to visit the National Museum of M country. I've heard they have an oriental museum housing many antiques and artifacts from Huaxia. There was a hint of nostalgia in her tone. Xia Jinyan perceptively noted the shift in her emotions, fully aware that the so-called collections might be shrouded in unsavory histories. He gently took her hand, softly saying, "Very well. We shall visit the museum together. But you have official matters to attend to during the day," Shen Sangyu replied, recalling that the museum was likely only open during daylight hours. "No matter how important, I can adjust my schedule for you," Xia Jinyan stated matter-of-factly, sealing the arrangement. Shen Sangyu felt warmth spread through her heart as she tightened her grip on his hand and leaned against his shoulder. Okay. Upon their arrival in M country, the next afternoon, Xia Jinyan indeed rescheduled an unimportant meeting to accompany Shen Sangyu to the museum. The Oriental Art Museum was not overly crowded, with most of the visitors clearly hailing from the East. These were treasures of national significance, quietly narrating their storied past under foreign lights. Shen Sangyu strolled through the exhibition halls, her pace instinctively slowing as her gaze lingered on the exquisite exhibits. Xia Jinyan quietly accompanied her, refraining from interruption. After a considerable time, Shen Sangyu softly remarked, her voice tinged with melancholy, "They should be in a museum on their own soil, receiving the admiration and awe of their compatriots." Xia Jinyan wrapped his arm around her shoulders, drawing her closer to him, and whispered, "One day, they will return. Times have changed." Shen Sangyu nodded in agreement. They continued to explore several other exhibition halls, with Shen Sangyu occasionally sharing the historical significance of certain artifacts with Xia Jinyan. She had always been enamored with these treasures, influenced by her upbringing. Xia Jinyan listened patiently, his gaze fixed on her profile. For him, while the artifacts were invaluable, it was the person beside him who captivated him the most. After their museum visit, Shen Sangyu and Xia Jinyan returned to their hotel. As they entered the lobby, a tall, fashionably dressed woman with golden hair and blue eyes brightened at the sight of them, striding eagerly towards Xia Jinyan. With a tone of surprise, she exclaimed, "Jinyan, my goodness, it's really you. What a coincidence to run into you here in M country." Her eyes remained on Xia Jinyan, filled with unmistakable admiration, seemingly oblivious to Shen Sangyu's presence. "Ilya, it's been a while," Xia Jinyan greeted with a smile, but offered no further engagement. It was only then that Ilya seemed to notice Shen Sangyu, her gaze quickly appraising her, laced with curiosity, before she remarked to Xia Jinyan, "Jinyan, is this your new assistant? She is quite lovely." Ilya had developed feelings for Xia Jinyan during their previous work together in M country and had pursued him without hesitation. However, at that time, Xia Jinyan had indicated he was not looking to date, which led Ilya to initially not consider Shen Sangyu in a romantic context. Xia Jinyan's brow barely furrowed as he refrained from answering Ilya's question. Instead, he wrapped his arm around Shen Sangyu's waist and drew her closer. Fixing his gaze on Ilya with determination, "Ilya, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Shen Sangyu." He then lowered his gaze to Shen Sangyu, his expression softening as he gently added in Chinese, "Xiaoyu, this is Ilya, a former colleague and also a collaborator with our Xia group." Colleague, collaborator. But nothing beyond that. In an instant, Shen Sangyu grasped the implications of the situation. She noticed the flicker of astonishment and disappointment in Ilya's eyes upon hearing the word wife. However, Ilya's expression only stiffened momentarily before she quickly plastered on an exaggerated smile, attempting to mask her discomposure. "Oh my, Jinyan, you're married. This is quite a surprise. It seems I've missed my chance. Nevertheless, congratulations. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness." Though Ilya harbored a tinge of reluctance, she had truly moved on from Xia Jinyan. As she turned her gaze toward Shen Sangyu, her expression was unguarded. "Miss Shen, it is a pleasure to meet you. You are indeed fortunate." Shen Sangyu responded with a graceful smile, her demeanor calm and unhurried. "Hello, Miss Ilya. I am equally delighted to make your acquaintance." Ilya nodded with a smile. "Very well, I shan't intrude any longer. I have an appointment. Jinyan, let us discuss collaboration opportunities next time. Goodbye." With that, she turned and departed. Observing her retreating figure, Shen Sangyu raised an eyebrow, looking at Xia Jinyan, her tone laced with playful teasing. "Mr. Xia, quite the charm. Aren't you an international friend?" Xia Jinyan chuckled helplessly, leaning down to plant a kiss on her cheek. "Old matters, inconsequential really, merely a colleague. You know, my heart belongs solely to you." Such smooth talk. Shen Sangyu shot him a mock glare, her eyes twinkling with mirth, her heart lifted by his words. For the past few days, Xie Jinyan had been preoccupied with work, leaving Shen Sangyu to wander alone. In truth, there was little to admire in M country. Finally, the day of the design exhibition arrived. On that day, Shen Sangyu attended as designer Tian. The moment she made her entrance, all eyes were drawn to her. Not solely due to her identity as Tian, but also because she wore a national-style dress crafted from cloud brocade, exuding elegance and rich Eastern allure. When she presented this special guest invitation, a wave of gasps and whispers rippled through the crowd. My goodness, it's Tian. She has truly come. Even more graceful than in photographs. And I hear her family is quite impressive. Look at her dress, it's breathtaking. It must be her own design. No wonder she is Tian. Soon, several individuals mustered the courage to approach her for autographs or photographs, and Shen Sangyu graciously obliged each request with a warm smile. After the pleasantries, she explored the various exhibits, marveling at the splendid creativity and ingenuity of designers from around the globe, learning much in the process. However, at present, QIYU's focus was on domestic national-style branding, rendering these foreign elements unnecessary. Yet, when she reached the exhibit of a renowned international luxury brand, her steps came to an abrupt halt. Her gaze fixated on a striking skirt prominently displayed at the center of the platform.
Chapter Nozich, Elena Arrives.
It was a half-skirt adorned with bold prints, the design unmistakably derivative of the traditional huaxia horseface skirt. Moreover, the patterns on it could directly be traced to artifacts housed in museums. Yet, the brand's designer confidently proclaimed in interviews that this was a groundbreaking new design, omitting any mention of its true inspiration. A surge of anger coursed through Shen Sangyu. She could not tolerate such blatant cultural theft masquerading as originality. Immediately, she sought out a staff member at the exhibit, calmly inquiring, "Could you please direct me to the designer or brand representative responsible for the skirt? I need to speak with them." The staff member, taken aback by her serious demeanor, quickly fetched a manager from the brand. A middle-aged man approached, a smile on his face. "Good day, esteemed Ms. Tian. How may I assist you?" Shen Sangyu pointed directly at the skirt, straightforwardly stating, "The design of this skirt blatantly borrows its core structure from our huaxia horseface skirt, and the patterns are directly traceable to cultural artifacts. Yet you claim it is entirely new and groundbreaking. This constitutes serious cultural appropriation and plagiarism. I demand that you withdraw this skirt immediately and amend your description." The manager's smile faltered momentarily, replaced by a dismissive expression. He had assumed there was a significant issue, but it was merely this. "Ms. Tian, you may be misunderstanding. Our designer has simply drawn inspiration from Eastern culture for their creation, which is quite common in the international design community. As for the horseface skirt you mentioned, we are not familiar with it. Moreover, the exhibition has commenced, and it would be unfeasible to withdraw an exhibit at this juncture." Misunderstanding? Shen Sangyu scoffed coldly, her eyes sharp. Drawing inspiration should be rooted in respect for cultural foundations, not a blatant replication of structure while denying its origins and claiming it as new and original. This was not inspiration, it was theft. If you are unaware, I can elaborate on the history and cultural significance of the horseface skirt right now. Her voice rang out with authority. A crowd had begun to gather, drawn by the escalating dispute, murmuring amongst themselves. With the rising interest in huaxia culture in recent years, many had come to appreciate it, some even studying it extensively. The brand manager, feeling increasingly cornered, displayed signs of discomfort but seemed unwilling to address the issue. Instead attempting to deflect responsibility, "Miss Tian, I admire your passion for culture, but this is a decision made by the designer and the brand. I merely oversee the exhibition. If you have objections, perhaps you could submit them through official channels after the fact. Addressing it now might disrupt the experience for other guests." He attempted to leverage the potential disruption against her. Shen Sangyu understood well that raising the issue later would yield no results. She stood her ground. "It is precisely because we are at the exhibition with so many media representatives and peers present that it is imperative to clarify the facts and prevent the spread of misinformation. If you insist on an action, I will, in the name of Tian, publicly explain the situation to all media and attendees right here." Her stance was unyieldingly firm. The brand manager began to sweat. He had not anticipated that Tian would be so serious and unyielding. It was merely their culture after all. What a fuss. How typical of huaxia people. But with so many witnesses, he reluctantly replied, "Please hold on. I need to consult with our headquarters." Just then, the event organizers were also alerted and hurried over. Upon grasping the situation, the organizer's representative wore an expression of concern, attempting to mediate. Ms. Tian, we understand your feelings. But it is quite challenging for us as organizers to intervene in the specific design disputes of a brand. Would it be possible for you to remain calm for now? We will relay your concerns to the brand and suggest they provide clarification later. Shen Sangyu observed the organizers and the brand deflecting responsibility. Their attempts to quell the matter only stoking her anger further. Taking a deep breath, she surveyed the growing crowd and the media cameras, her voice clear and resolute. Difficult to intervene? When a blatant act of cultural theft occurs at your exhibition, you choose to stand by idly. The horse-face skirt is a traditional huaxia garment, with a well-defined historical and cultural lineage. It cannot be casually appropriated by a brand and touted as a wholly original inspiration. If we allow this behavior to go unchallenged today, tomorrow, more treasures of our culture will be so easily seized and distorted. This is not merely a design dispute. It is a matter of principle. It is a violation of the cultural dignity of a people. She took out her phone, swiftly locating several clear images of museum-held horse-face skirts, showcasing them to the surrounding media and audience. Please observe clearly. This is the horse-face skirt. Centuries ago, our ancestors wore garments like this, and this skirt is an exact replica. This is blatant plagiarism. An uproar ensued. Media reporters began to fervently take photographs and record videos. The gathering designers and spectators murmured amongst themselves, many casting doubtful glances at the brand manager. The expressions of the brand manager and the organizer transformed entirely. They never anticipated that Tian would exhibit such fortitude, boldly exposing the matter in front of the global media. The atmosphere became palpably awkward and tense. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd, striding purposefully toward them. The sight of this individual startled Shen Sangyu. It was Ilya. Her expression was grave as she surveyed the perspiring brand manager and the organizer, then cast her gaze over the surrounding media and crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm and allow us a moment to address this issue. Kindly return to your designated areas and continue to appreciate the other design works. Thank you for your cooperation. Her commanding presence, combined with her status as a key representative of the collaboration, gradually dispersed the crowd, and the media's cameras temporarily shifted away. Though it was evident that everyone's attention remained fixed on the scene. Only then did Ilya turn to Shen Sangyu, her face adorned with a smile. As she gestured invitingly, Miss Tian, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience you've endured. I am Ilya, one of the principal representatives of this exhibition. Might I request you to step into the lounge, so we can discuss this matter in detail? I assure you, we will handle this situation with the utmost seriousness and fairness. Observing her professionalism, Shen Sangyu felt her anger dissipate somewhat, and she nodded in agreement. All right. Chapter 91. Restoration of the Ancient Painting. Ilya escorted Shen Sangyu into a tranquil lounge and personally poured her a glass of water. Once the door was closed, Ilya regarded Shen Sangyu with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes and smiled. I must confess, I am genuinely astonished to discover that you are the legendary designer Tian. It's truly delightful. Mr. Xie is indeed fortunate to have married such a talented and beautiful spouse. Her tone had shifted from earlier, now imbued with pure admiration. To be honest, Ilya shrugged with a candid expression, I find myself no longer envious of you. Rather, I feel a tinge of envy for Mr. Xie. As you make a splendid pair. Shen Sangyu was taken aback by her words and smiled in response. Thank you. Ilya swiftly redirected the conversation to the matter at hand, her demeanor becoming serious once more. Regarding the incident with the exhibited piece, I extend my apologies once again. As a partner, we uphold clear standards regarding the authenticity of exhibited works and respect for cultural heritage. The occurrence of such an incident reflects a lapse in our review process. She spoke earnestly. I have a strong interest in huaxia culture. Although my understanding is limited, I recognize it as a great invention with profound history and unique aesthetics. Your correction earlier, based on your professional judgment as Tian, is something I completely trust. Rest assured. Ilya solemnly promised. I will immediately request the brand to withdraw the controversial piece and issue an official statement clarifying the source of design inspiration, along with an apology for the failure to accurately attribute and respect the original culture. Should they refuse, I reserve the right to terminate their participation in the exhibition and retain the authority to pursue accountability for any negative impact on our event's reputation. Hearing Ilya's decisive and robust approach, Shen Sangyu's dissatisfaction evaporated entirely. Thank you, she expressed sincerely. No, it is I who must thank you, Ms. Tian. Ilya shook her head. Your persistence has aided us in averting a potentially escalating cultural controversy. I hope this unfortunate incident will not tarnish your overall impression of this exhibition. It certainly will not. Shen Sangyu smiled. The exhibition itself is remarkable, and many of the works are truly impressive. That's wonderful to hear. Ilya smiled back. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time here. However, after the exhibition, I would like to discuss a few matters with you. Are you available? Shen Sangyu contemplated her schedule and realized she had no pressing engagements. Sure. After arranging a time with Ilya, Shen Sangyu felt considerably lighter and returned to the exhibition hall to continue admiring other exemplary design works. Just as she stood before a particular piece, an excited and admiring voice rang out from beside her. Sister Tin, it's really you. I saw everything just now. You are amazing. Turning at the sound, Shen Sangyu noticed Yun Xinyu standing a short distance away, her small face flushed and eyes sparkling with admiration, clutching her phone as if she had been recording the scene.
Xinyu?
Shen Sangyu exclaimed in surprise, then smiled. What brings you here? I came with my mother. Yun Xinyu hurriedly approached her, her tone brimming with respect. Mom brought me to see the world. I was just over there when I saw you debating with that person. Sister, you were so impressive. You left them speechless. You defended our Huaxia culture. I want to be just like you in the future. The young girl danced with excitement. Her eyes filled with stars as she looked at Shen Sangyu. Shen Sangyu was touched by her innocent enthusiasm and affectionately patted her head. Thank you, Xinyu. It's nothing special. I simply did what I ought to do. Not at all. That was super cool. Yun Xinyu earnestly declared. So many people online are praising you for your courage and principles. Shen Sangyu had also seen the trending topic and was aware of her rising fame. However, she had grown accustomed to it and felt indifferent. At that moment, Yu gracefully approached, a smile adorning her face. Miss Shen, it's a pleasure to see you again. We witnessed the earlier incident, and your handling was quite impressive. Ms. Yi, you flatter me. Shen Sangyu smiled. I merely fulfilled my duty as a citizen of Huaxia. We want to take up more of your time. Please continue your exploration. I hope QIYU will one day grace such an international stage. Thank you for your kind words. Shen Sangyu nodded. Yun Xianyu waved reluctantly. Goodbye, Sister Tian. After their time concluded, Shen Sangyu sought out Ilya. Ilya was already waiting, and upon seeing Shen Sangyu, her face lit up with a smile. Shen, you're right on time. A promise is a promise, Shen Sangyu replied with a smile. At that moment, Xia Jinyan's figure suddenly appeared, striding towards Shen Sangyu and directing his gaze at Ilya. Is it not over yet? Where are you taking my wife? Ilya, observing his demeanor, noted that he was a far cry from the previous version of himself. He seemed transformed. Unable to resist teasing, she remarked, What's the matter, Mr. Xia? Are you afraid I might whisk your wife away? Rest assured, I merely wish to solicit Shen's assistance briefly. She will be returned shortly. Xia Jinyan raised an eyebrow, candidly admitting, Naturally, I must supervise personally to feel at ease. He was aware that Ilya was currently involved with a girl, who knew if she might take a liking to Shen Sangyu. After all, he had experienced Shen Sangyu's allure firsthand. Shen Sangyu was amused by his unabashed concern and gently nudged him. Stop teasing. Ilya, shall we be on our way? The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Ilya laughed and shook her head, leading them to a studio. Shen Sangyu glanced around and realized they had arrived at a conservation studio. On the workbench lay an extensive ancient Huaxia painting. The artwork was exquisite, depicting mountains and pavilions, but regrettably, due to its age and improper preservation, it bore multiple severe damages, tears, and stains. The silk was fragile, its colors faded and peeling. The condition was dire. This painting, Ilya's tone conveyed her disappointment, is an ancient piece I stumbled upon many years ago and have long desired to restore. However, the extent of the damage is so severe that our conservators have attempted several times with unsatisfactory results, even fearing they might cause further harm. I later sought out Huaxia specialists, but they indicated that such professionals are exceedingly rare and unfamiliar. I thought you might have insights in this area, so I dare to ask if you could assist us in finding someone. This painting is truly precious, and we wish to do our utmost to save it. Her demeanor was exceedingly earnest, evidently reflecting a genuine desire to safeguard this cultural heritage. Shen Sangyu stepped forward, donned her gloves, and meticulously examined the condition of the painting, her brows furrowing tighter with each passing moment. Having been influenced by Sangyuan since childhood, she possessed a modicum of knowledge and understood that the extent of damage to this artwork was alarmingly severe. Chapter 92, The Uprising. After a considerable pause, she straightened up, removed her gloves, and shook her head at Ilya, her tone grave. Ilya, I regret to inform you that the damage to this painting is far beyond my capabilities. It necessitates the highest level of professional expertise and experience. Any misstep could lead to irreparable loss. I am unable to restore it. A look of palpable disappointment crossed Ilya's face, as she had assumed Shen Sangyu meant that no one could be found to undertake the restoration. However, Shen Sangyu continued, "But I can immediately reach out to my father. He knows individuals who can handle this. If you are willing to trust and delegate this matter, I believe they can provide the best solution." Instantly, Ilya's eyes brightened. "Really? That would be wonderful. Of course, we are willing. Thank you so much." Without hesitation, Shen Sangyu took out her phone, moved aside, and called her father, succinctly explaining the situation. On the other end, upon hearing the severity of the damage, Sangyuan became immediately attentive. "Hand the phone to the person in charge over there. I will communicate directly with her. If possible, I will arrange for someone to come and restore it right away." Shen Sangyu passed the phone to Ilya, who began conversing with Sangyuan in English. After hanging up, Ilya excitedly told Shen Sangyu, "That's fantastic. This gentleman has agreed. He said he will arrange for an expert team to take over immediately." "Shen, I cannot thank you enough. You and your father have been an immense help to me." With the resolution of one concern, Ilya's spirits lifted, and she warmly invited, "To express my gratitude, please allow me the pleasure of treating you to dinner." Shen Sangyu glanced at Xie Jinyan and smiled, acquiescing. "Very well, then I shall graciously accept." After dinner, Shen Sangyu and Xie Jinyan returned to the hotel. As Shen Sangyu removed her coat, she remarked with a cheerful tone, "Ilya is actually quite a delightful person, professional, straightforward, and a worthy friend." Xie Jinyan, seated on the sofa, glanced at her, his tone nonchalant yet imbued with a hint of jealousy. "Oh, have you become friends so swiftly? It seems Mrs. Xie holds her in high regard after just one meal." Detecting the undertone of jealousy in his words, Shen Sangyu couldn't help but chuckle as she approached him, wrapping her arms around his waist and gazing up at him. "What is this? Is Mr. Xie feeling jealous?" Xie Jinyan looked down at her sparkling eyes, playfully pinching her nose. "I am merely stating facts. Moreover, her admiration for you is quite natural. My wife is undoubtedly the best." Shen Sangyu was amused by his endearing awkwardness and leaned in to plant a kiss on his chin. "Indeed, Mr. Xie has the finest taste. But rest assured, no one compares to you in my heart." This clearly flattering remark successfully dissipated the subtle jealousy in Xie Jinyan's eyes. Replacing it with a smile, he tightened his embrace, kissing the top of her head. "That's more like it." The two sat quietly on the sofa for a while. After some time, Xie Jinyan spoke again. "What are your plans for the next few days?" "My commitments will conclude by tomorrow afternoon." Leaning against him, Shen Sangyu pondered. "I have no particular plans. I've finished the exhibition, and the situation with Ilya is resolved. I just want to wander around, enjoy the streets, and buy some interesting little things to bring back for my parents." Xie Jinyan nodded, but his expression grew serious. "Wandering is fine, but you must prioritize safety. The situation here in M country is rather unstable, especially in several popular tourist areas where theft and robbery incidents are frequent. Do not venture into secluded places alone. Maintain contact at all times, and ensure the driver and bodyguards accompany you." Having heard some concerning news recently, Shen Sangyu recognized he was serious and nodded. "Yes, I understand. You need not worry. I will be very careful, only exploring well-secured areas near the hotel, and I won't stray far." "Good." Xie Jinyan kissed her. "Once I finish my tasks tomorrow, I will be available all day the day after. We can go wherever you wish." "That sounds wonderful," Shen Sangyu replied cheerfully.
"It's settled then."
The following afternoon, while Xie Jinyan attended a meeting, Shen Sangyu followed her original plan, strolling through a safer commercial area near the hotel to select gifts for her family. The bodyguards and driver trailed her closely. She had just exited a boutique, carrying several shopping bags, feeling relaxed as she ambled down the street and prepared to stop by a nearby cafe. Suddenly, a piercing scream and the sound of shattering glass pierced the air. The crowd erupted into chaos. "Help! Robbery! There's a robbery! Run! They have guns! An uprising! Hide!" A group of masked individuals armed with sticks and weapons surged out from several screeching vans, violently smashing shop windows along the street, rushing in to seize merchandise, and even clashing with security personnel attempting to intervene. The scene devolved into utter mayhem as terrified crowds scattered in all directions. Shen Sangyu's heart sank. She could hardly believe the audacity of these individuals to incite a riot in such a place. Swiftly, She scanned her surroundings, seeking cover or an escape route. Just then, she heard a familiar cry.
Mom, Mom.
Let go of me. Help. Following the sound, she spotted Yun Qianyu amidst the chaos. It seemed she had been separated from her mother, Yiyu, in the throng, a masked assailant roughly gripping her arm, attempting to drag her toward a van. Yi was being blocked by two other assailants nearby, desperately calling her daughter's name.
Shenyu.
Shen Sangyu's expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, she discarded her shopping bags and shouted to her bodyguard, "Call the police, summon help." She immediately dashed toward Yun Qianyu. "Let her go." Shen Sangyu confronted the assailant, her voice sharp in English, trying to deter him. The assailant paused momentarily upon noticing the arrival of another young, attractive Eastern woman, but his eyes quickly lit up with greed as he reached out to seize Shen Sangyu. Although she possessed some skills, the overwhelming numbers and weaponry of the assailants soon overpowered her, and in the ensuing chaos, she was forcibly shoved into the van alongside Yun Qianyu. The door slammed shut, and the vehicle accelerated rapidly, swiftly fleeing the tumultuous scene. Inside the van, Yun Qianyu trembled in fear, clutching Shen Sangyu's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Sister Shen, I'm so sorry for dragging you into this." "Do not fear, Qianyu. It's all right, we will be fine." Shen Sangyu suppressed her own terror, striving to remain composed as she whispered comforting words, while also quickly assessing the interior of the vehicle and the masked assailants. The van drove into a secluded, abandoned warehouse. Chapter 93. Shen Sangyu has been kidnapped. Shen Sangyu surveyed her surroundings, noting that most of the captives were beautiful women, suggesting that their motives extended beyond mere destruction. They also sought to capture individuals under specific conditions. They were pushed into a dimly lit room. Soon, a figure who appeared to be the leader entered, surveying them with a fierce gaze. Shen Sangyu forced herself to remain calm and spoke in fluent English, her tone steady. "Do you realize whom you have captured? We are citizens of Huaxia. What you are doing is instigating a serious diplomatic incident. Our families and the embassy will soon be informed. Release us immediately. There is still a chance to rectify this situation." Upon hearing citizens of Huaxia, the leader's eyes flickered with hesitation, indicating a moment of doubt. They were aware that Huaxia had significantly enhanced its protection of overseas citizens in recent years. She scrutinized Shen Sangyu, seemingly weighing the risks. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Sangyu intensified her bargaining chips. "Moreover, my husband, Xia Jinian, is currently in Country M. You may verify this. He is the president of the Xia Group. If he learns of my predicament, he will spare no effort to rescue me, and you shall not escape the consequences." Upon hearing the names of the Xia Group and Xia Jinian, the leader's expression shifted. The Xia Group had initially thrived in this very place, and he had heard of Xia Jinian's international influence and power. He fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, he pointed at Shen Sangyu and instructed those beside him, "Release her." He decided it was best not to stir this trouble. Shen Sangyu realized her words had made an impact, and then turned her gaze towards Yun Qianyu.
No.
The leader outright refused, and a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yun Qianyu. This exquisite Eastern beauty could fetch a handsome price. Yun Qianyu's eyes widened in terror as she clung tightly to Shen Sangyu's arm. Shen Sangyu's heart sank. She immediately positioned herself in front of Yun Qianyu, resolutely declaring, "She is also a citizen of Huaxia. You must let her go." The leader impatiently shook his head. "I can only release one. Will you leave or stay? If you don't leave, you'll both remain." Without hesitation, Shen Sangyu replied, "Then take me and let her go. My worth is far greater than hers. My husband would be willing to pay any ransom to secure her release." Hearing this, Yun Qianyu shook her head vigorously, crying out, "No, Sister Shen, don't. I can't leave you behind." "Listen, Qianyu," Shen Sangyu interrupted, gripping her hand tightly. "Only if you go will there be hope. Hurry, go." Yun Qianyu gazed into Shen Sangyu's anxious eyes and understood her intention. She bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, and eventually nodded firmly. The leader, growing impatient, waved his hand. "All right, let the girl go. Keep the woman for negotiation." It seemed this young girl was acquainted with Xia Jinian. If both were held, it would complicate matters. Releasing one was better for negotiation. Yun Qianyu was shoved toward the door by the thugs. She turned back, tears brimming in her eyes, and gave Shen Sangyu a final glance. Shen Sangyu nodded emphatically, silently urging her, "Go." The warehouse door opened and shut, and Yun Qianyu's figure vanished outside. Meanwhile, Xie Jinian had just concluded a meeting when he noticed the person in charge rushing towards him, disregarding everything else. The individual leaned in and whispered urgently in his ear. In an instant, the composure on Xie Jinian's face evaporated, replaced by an ominous aura. He abruptly stood, knocking over the chair behind him with a loud crash. Ignoring those around him, he strode out of the conference room with an oppressive aura. The person in charge hastily followed, speaking rapidly. Mr. Xie. The incident occurred in the Central Avenue Business District. A violent robbery and kidnapping have taken place. The bodyguards lost track of Madam in the chaos, but reported to the police immediately, and the authorities have sealed off the scene and are conducting investigations. We are dispatching personnel to search. We need to prepare a vehicle to head to the site. Xie Jinian's voice was icy, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth. His grip on his phone tightened, knuckles turning white as dread swelled within him.
How dare they?
He was acutely aware of the recent precarious situation, yet allowed her to venture out alone. The vehicle soon arrived at the chaotic scene, where police lights flashed and the crowd swayed amidst the debris. As soon as Xie Jinian stepped out, he spotted a familiar young girl, dazed and being assisted by an officer. It was Yun Qianyu. She appeared terrified, tears streaked down her face, her clothes in disarray. Xie Jinian's heart sank, an ominous premonition enveloping him. He rushed over, his voice taut. Qianyu, what are you doing here? Where is Xiaoyu? Did you see her? Hearing his voice, Yun Qianyu lifted her head, and upon recognizing Xie Jinian, tears flowed anew. She choked out incoherently. Xie, brother Xie, sister Shen, she exchanged herself for me. She's still inside, and they let her go. Still inside? Xie Jinian felt as if his heart had been gripped by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating him. He struggled to contain his fury, grasping Yun Qianyu's arm, striving to maintain composure, though his trembling fingers betrayed his emotions. Clarify, who captured her? Where is it? In which direction did they go? Yun Qianyu was just a child. She had never encountered such situations. I don't know where it is. Just an old warehouse, very far away, she sobbed, shaking uncontrollably. Sister Shen told me to find someone to rescue her. Brother Xie, you must hurry. Those people are terrifying. At that moment, Yiyu burst through the crowd, and upon seeing her daughter safe, she embraced her, weeping aloud. Qianyu, my child, you scared your mother to death. She looked up and saw Xie Jinian's pale, terrifying face and suddenly understood. Mr. Xie, Xiaoyu. Xie Jinian did not continue to inquire. He recognized that Yun Qianyu was merely a child. He now possessed the critical information. Shen Sangyu was trapped in a warehouse. Bring people, Xie Jinian commanded. Immediately mobilizing all available resources, contacting every connection he could in Country M, the police, the underground intelligence network, as well as the Huaxia embassy. I don't care what methods you employ. Within an hour, I must know her whereabouts. Yes, Mr. Xie. The person in charge began making calls. Xie Jinian pulled out his phone and dialed an encrypted number, his tone frigid. I need your help. My wife has been kidnapped. Location unknown. Suspected abandoned warehouse. Utilize all your means to locate her. A languid voice responded from the other end. Got it, got it. In the dimly lit room of the warehouse, Shen Sangyu was left alone. She forced herself to calm down, knowing they would likely hesitate to harm her. She quickly surveyed her surroundings and the guards watching over them. She overheard the guards excitedly discussing in the local dialect how they could swiftly sell this batch of premium goods for a good price, their language exceedingly crude. Shen Sangyu's heart sank, but her expression remained impassive. She understood that panic would resolve nothing. She needed to buy time and await rescue. At that moment, several guards appeared to be bored and began gathering to play cards, their raucous laughter filling the air, though their skills were abysmal. A sudden idea struck Shen Sangyu. She forced a smile and approached them in fluent English. Gentlemen playing cards? You seem to be having such a good time. I learned a little before, may I watch? Her tone was ingratiating, lowering their defenses. One guard glanced at her sidelong and scoffed. Oh, the Eastern beauty knows this too? Alright, come see how I play. If I win, I might consider being nice to you. Shen Sangyu slowly approached, focusing on his cards, then scanning the table. Big brother, your hand is quite good. Play it like this. Shen Sangyu directed him. Soon, he won a small pot. Wow, amazing. The guard beamed, his attitude towards Shen Sangyu improving considerably. Let's play again. Take a look at this hand. Shen Sangyu nodded, continuing her guidance. With her keen observational skills, memory, and logical reasoning, her seemingly casual suggestions consistently turned the tide, leading to several victories. The other guards grew envious, calling for Shen Sangyu to assist them with their cards as well. Beautiful lady. Could you take a look at this for me? And what about myself? How should I proceed? Shen Sangyu gracefully navigated the interactions among several individuals, exhibiting remarkable composure. In an astonishing turn of events, the warehouse bore witness to an unusual scene, a hostage leisurely instructing a group of kidnappers on how to play cards. To the extent that they followed her every suggestion. The leader, situated in a corner while contacting potential buyers, frowned and glanced over upon hearing the commotion. Initially, he paid little attention, but upon observing Shen Sangyu's excessive calmness, a sudden realization struck him that something was amiss. Wasn't this woman a hostage? How could she lead them into such a trance? His expression shifted drastically as he abruptly ended the call and strode over, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You fools! You've been played, and you don't even realize it." He forcefully pushed aside those encircling Shen Sangyu, glaring at her menacingly. "Get back to your corner. Stay put. And if you pull any tricks, don't blame me for being rude." A chill ran down Shen Sangyu's spine. However, she blinked innocently, her face a mask of feigned innocence. "Big brother, I was merely teaching them how to play cards. How is that deceiving them?" Shen Sangyu felt a sense of grievance.
Bang!
Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted from the warehouse door, shaking the entire structure. What was happening? The leader and everyone else were startled, fear evident in their eyes as they turned toward the entrance.
Bang!
Another, even more forceful impact contorted the iron door, causing a lock to fly off. In the next moment, the heavy iron door was violently kicked open from the outside. Blinding sunlight flooded in as a group of individuals clad in black combat gear surged into the warehouse, swiftly and efficiently securing all exits. Leading them was none other than Xie Jinyan. As the leader caught sight of Xie Jinyan, he opened his mouth to curse. But upon noticing the insignia on the uniforms of the men behind him, his expression faltered, nearly causing him to collapse.
It was the Shadow.
His voice trembled with fear. The Shadow, a legendary organization among international mercenaries, had vanished for years. Known for their ruthlessness and unmatched efficiency, they were a source of terror. How could they be here? Was it Xie Jinyan?
Impossible.
He was merely a businessman. A pungent odor suddenly wafted through the air as the leader, overwhelmed with fear, lost control of himself. Xie Jinyan paid him no mind, striding directly toward Shen Sangyu and enveloping her in his arms. His grip, so tight it felt as if he intended to merge her with his very being. His voice, laced with relief, echoed, "It's all right, Xiaoyu. I'm here. I'm sorry I'm late." Shen Sangyu wrapped her arms around him, inhaling his familiar scent, and the tension that had gripped her began to dissipate. She gently shook her head. "I'm fine. I knew you would come for me." At that moment, the Shadow members had already subdued all the kidnappers with remarkable speed and precision, leaving no room for hesitation. Only after ensuring Shen Sangyu was unharmed did Xie Jinyan finally release her. Shen Sangyu approached the incapacitated kidnappers, her voice icy. "How dare you kidnap me?" She now possessed a newfound confidence, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. The leader, meeting her gaze, was utterly terrified, unable to utter a word of plea. Turning back, Shen Sangyu noticed Xie Jinyan's unwavering attention on her. She stepped forward with a slight smile. "What's wrong? Are you in shock?" Xie Jinyan embraced her once more, feeling the warmth of her body, finally allowing his anxious heart to relax. When he first saw her, it felt surreal, and only now did the reality sink in. He lowered his gaze, meticulously checking for any injuries. "Are you hurt? Did they mistreat you?" Shen Sangyu shook her head, leaning into his embrace, her voice slightly muffled. "No.
I am all right."
Once assured of her safety, the harshness in Xie Jinyan's eyes softened, replaced by concern and lingering fear. He gently kissed the top of her head. "I'm glad you're okay." At that moment, a tall man approached. He bore a faint scar on his face and exuded an air of mischief. He patted Xie Jinyan on the shoulder. "Jinyan, the Shadow is indeed swift. Rest assured. Is this the little sister-in-law who made you so anxious that you resorted to using your privileges to summon the Shadow?" Xie Jinyan released her, introducing Xiaoyu. "This is Yan Luo, the current leader of the Shadow." Yan Luo? Shen Sangyu felt a slight jolt. The name bore a resemblance to the King of Hell, hinting at this man's formidable prowess. Maintaining her composure, she politely nodded. "Hello, Mr. Yan. Thank you for your timely assistance." Yan Luo grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth that contrasted sharply with his imposing demeanor. "Little sister-in-law, you're too polite. Just call me Yan Luo. Your husband is my brother." And protecting you is our responsibility. Xie Jinyan cast a cold glance at him. What did you just say? Yan Luo paused, realizing he might have overstepped. Chapter 95. Yu Qiannan is suspicious. My command of Chinese ISN, T quite proficient. Yan Luo scratched his head. Jinyan. Without your life-saving grace and unwavering support back in the day, there wouldn't be a shadow today. This debt of gratitude is etched in my heart and that of the entire shadow. Your family is our sworn charge. At that moment, Shen Sangyu realized the depth of the connection between Xie Jinyan and the shadow. Yan Luo added with a smile, so little sister-in-law, if you ever need anything, just let me know. Don't hesitate. All right, Shen Sangyu replied with a smile. Xie Jinyan, feeling a twinge of jealousy, shot him a sharp look. If she needs anything, she will naturally come to me. You just take care of yourself. Yan Luo immediately raised his hands in a mock surrender, stepping back. All right, I misspoke. Jinyan, please don't be angry. Your wife will always be yours. Of course, it's you who takes charge. I was merely being too chatty. Despite his words, the playful glint in his eyes remained unabated. Shen Sangyu found their banter amusing, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, the shadow members had thoroughly cleared the scene, escorting all the kidnappers away to face their just deserts. Xie Jinyan took Shen Sangyu's hand, leading her outside. Let us go. I've wrapped up my business here, and it's time for us to return home. Yan Luo waved them off. Jinyan, little sister-in-law, take care. I'll ensure everything is handled seamlessly. Having endured such an ordeal, the couple had no inclination to linger any longer. They promptly booked a flight back to the capital. Upon their return, Shen Sangyu rested for a day before heading straight to her studio. As soon as she stepped inside, Gu Qiqi rushed over, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Xiaoyu, you're finally back. I was so worried. I saw the news about the incident in Country M, especially close to your hotel. Are you alright? Were you hurt? Shen Sangyu, nearly breathless from the embrace, felt warmth in her heart as she chuckled, patting her back. I'm fine really. Look, I'm perfectly okay. Not a scratch on me. However, not wishing to conceal anything from Gu Qiqi, she recounted her harrowing experience in detail. Gu Qiqi scrutinized her several times, her heart racing. My heavens, a kidnapping? This sounds straight out of a movie. How perilous. You truly are fortunate. And Xiaoyu, you were incredibly brave to even suggest a swap. In the heat of the moment, Shen Sangyu hadn't thought much of it. She smiled, relieved that it was all over. Indeed, it's behind us now. Gu Qiqi nodded vigorously, then, in a huff, added, those kidnappers are simply despicable. They must be made to pay. The shadow will handle it appropriately, Shen Sangyu interjected, steering the conversation back to her main purpose for visiting. By the way, during my absence, how has the situation with QIYU progressed? Any updates? Upon mentioning this, Gu Qiqi's excitement instantly faded, her brows furrowing as she shook her head, her tone tinged with disappointment.
Not yet.
I've meticulously examined everything as you suggested, yet I have found no flaws. Moreover, there have been no further occurrences with the subsequent dresses. That individual is exceedingly vigilant and seems remarkably familiar with our processes. She sighed. I'm beginning to doubt whether we're overthinking this. Perhaps it is merely a low-probability event? Shen Sangyu shook her head. The chemical agents involved cannot be fabricated. The more elusive the traces we find, the more it indicates that the other party came prepared and likely has a deep understanding of us. Possibly even hiding in plain sight. She turned to Gu Qiqi. Qiqi, we cannot let our guard down. This is not merely about a few garments. It is about someone deliberately attempting to tarnish QIYU's reputation, seeking to stifle us in our infancy. If we yield this time, they will only escalate their efforts in the future. Gu Qiqi, now serious, replied, I understand. Rest assured. Shen Sangyu nodded, pondering for a moment before stating, starting tomorrow, I will assist you in the investigation. We must not overlook a single detail. Agreed. The two then selected several designs for QIYU's upcoming productions, with Shen Sangyu and Yu Qiannan now being the long-term collaborators on the designs. Gu Qiqi couldn't help but exclaim, Yu Qiannan is truly talented. When I first discovered her, she seemed shy, yet her creations were brimming with spirit. Choosing her was undoubtedly the right decision. As she spoke, she perused Yu Qiannan's other sketches, growing increasingly satisfied. Look at these. While they may still exhibit some naivety compared to yours and require refinement, the concepts are genuinely promising. With time and proper guidance, she could undoubtedly become QIYU's chief designer. Shen Sangyu took the design drafts from Gu Qiqi, scrutinizing them closely. To be fair, Yu Qiannan's designs indeed possessed a certain flair. Quite impressive. Upon hearing Gu Qiqi mention Yu Qiannan, Shen Sangyu's mind flickered back to their encounter at the factory, where she had observed the girl's slightly anxious demeanor. As she had been preparing for a trip abroad at that time, she hadn't given it much thought. However, prompted by Gu Qiqi's remark, the suspicions crystallized. She put down the design draft, her brow furrowing as she looked at Gu Qiqi. Qiqi, do you remember when we encountered Yu Qiannan at the factory gate last time? Gu Qiqi paused, recalling, oh, yes. That day we ran into her. She mentioned she had heard there were issues with the products and was worried, so she came to check. Why do you ask? Do you find her presence there to be reasonable? Gu Qiqi had not suspected Yu Qiannan as a fellow designer. It seemed logical for her to be concerned about her brand's problems and visit the factory. On the surface, it appeared plausible. Shen Sangyu nodded, articulating her thoughts. But upon further reflection, several doubts arose. First, she had a class that day, but specifically took leave to go to the factory. Second, if she were merely concerned, why did she appear so flustered upon encountering us? She even seemed somewhat guilty. Gu Qiqi's smile gradually faded as she began to sense the oddity. Now that you mention it, she did seem a bit strange, speaking hesitantly. The most crucial point is the third. If her intent was solely to inquire about the issue, what would be the most straightforward approach? She should have come to us for information rather than sneaking off to the factory alone. Gu Qiqi's expression shifted. Xiaoyu, are you suggesting that Yu Qiannan might? She hesitated to voice the suspicion outright. But we cannot suspect her without evidence. Shen Sangyu nodded, calmly stating, it is premature to draw conclusions. We cannot unjustly accuse her based on mere suspicions. However, Qiqi, we cannot overlook her anomalous behavior that day. Chapter 96. We are here to find Yu Qiannan. She paused. Continuing, she seems exceedingly familiar with our design processes and production phases. And I stress, if she has been compromised or coerced for reasons we are unaware of, she indeed possesses the capability to manipulate things in a highly discreet manner, evading routine checks. Gu Qiqi recalled Yu Qiannan's usual demeanor and found it hard to associate her with such underhanded actions. Yet Shen Sangyu's analysis was indeed rational. What should we do next? Should we confront her directly? Gu Qiqi hesitated. No, we must not alert her prematurely. Shen Sangyu shook her head. If she indeed has ulterior motives, confronting her outright would only raise her suspicions, potentially leading her to destroy evidence. We need to exercise greater caution. After contemplating, she added, let's visit her school later. Qiqi, you should continue assigning her work, acting as if you are unaware of anything amiss. However, we must keep a close watch on her actions, especially her interactions with others. Simultaneously, we should find a way to examine her recent call logs and financial sources for any suspicious activities. I understand. Gu Qiqi nodded. I will be careful. If it truly is her, I will not show mercy. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Gu Qiqi rose to open it, revealing an unfamiliar woman standing outside. May I ask, is Shen Sangyu here? Upon realizing the visitor sought her, Shen Sangyu stood and was surprised to see it was Yiyu.
Meseye.
What brings you here? Please come in, Gu Qiqi exclaimed, inviting Yiyu inside. Yiyu entered with a smile, expressing her gratitude. Xiaoyu, I came today specifically to apologize. Qianyu was frightened, and her father took her back to Yun City, so she couldn't come in person. She insisted I extend her heartfelt thanks to you. Shen Sangyu gestured for her to sit before her. Ms. Yi, you are too kind. Under such circumstances, I would assist anyone. I'm just relieved that Qianyu is well.
Ye shook her head, her tone earnest.
No, we will remember this kindness. If it weren't for your selfless rescue, the consequences might have been dire. However, there is another reason for my visit today. Please go on. Yu took out her phone, opened an image, and handed it to Shen Sangyu and Gu Qiqi.
Take a look at this.
As they leaned in to examine screen, their expressions changed immediately. The image showcased a clothing design. Shen Sangyu recognized it instantly. It was a dress she had previously sketched and intended to produce. This is surprising, Gu Qiqi stammered. This design has not been shared since it left my hands. How could this happen?
Ye nodded.
A friend of mine recently invested in a newly established designer studio. Yesterday, she showed me the series they plan to promote, and I thought these designs resembled Tian's style, so I took a photo. I also confirmed that Shen Sangyu's name is not on the designer list for that studio. She looked at Shen Sangyu, her voice laced with concern. Xiaoyu, I suspect there may be an internal issue. This design draft may have been leaked. Her ability to notice such details explained why she had become the wealthiest woman in Yun City. Shen Sangyu's gaze hardened as she fixed her eyes on the design draft. Her suspicions were almost validated at that moment. The only individuals who had seen this design were Yu Qiannan, Gu Qiqi, and herself. There was only one possible source for the leak. She earnestly addressed Yu. Ms. Yi, I am profoundly grateful for your information. It is incredibly significant and has indeed aided QIYU immensely. I will remember this favor.
Yeyu vavet herhand dismissiveli.
It was a small effort. I am just glad to help you. Moreover, given that you saved Qianyu, this is nothing in comparison. Since you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Farewell. After seeing Yu off, the atmosphere in the studio plummeted. Gu Qiqi trembled with rage, now fully aware of who was responsible. Her eyes brimmed with tears. I can't believe it truly is her, Yu Qiannan.
How dare she?
We place such immense trust in her, rescuing her from that dreadful place, granting her opportunities, and nurturing her talent. Yet, she has the audacity to steal our design drafts and sell them to others. I fear the garments may be compromised, and she might have tampered with them as well. After the initial fury, a profound sense of disappointment and betrayal enveloped us. She had always treated Yu Qiannan like a sister. Shen Sangyu, maintaining a semblance of calm, patted Gu Qiqi's shoulder and said, Qiqi, this is not the time for anger. We must gather evidence to confront her, ensuring she cannot deny her actions. Moreover, there are likely others behind her. QIYU is a new brand that, upon its inception, immediately collaborated with the Xie Group, and with Tian as the designer, it is only natural that envy would abound. I understand. Gu Qiqi nodded vigorously before inquiring, should we visit her school? Of course, Shen Sangyu affirmed. Without delay, they drove directly to Yu Qiannan's university. Being a celebrity, Shen Sangyu donned a hat and mask to avoid drawing attention. Gu Qiqi navigated to Yu Qiannan's dormitory using the address they had previously obtained.
Who are you?
A roommate inquired, puzzled. We're here to see Yu Qiannan, Shen Sangyu replied. What do you need her for? We have some work-related matters to discuss. I've tried calling her, but she hasn't responded. Is she staying in the dorm lately? The roommate shook her head. No. She hasn't returned in quite some time. She mentioned her family wanted her to marry, so she went home. Shortly thereafter, she said she would return to stay at school, but in reality, she hasn't been back much. She's moved out most of her belongings. Shen Sangyu and Gu Qiqi exchanged glances, both understanding the implications. They had speculated on the day Yu Qiannan moved out of the residence they had prepared for her. Gu Qiqi had even advised her that returning to the dorm might not be conducive to her creativity, but Yu Qiannan had rejected the suggestion. If she had indeed orchestrated these events, she likely had already received payment, thus moving out was only logical. Shen Sangyu stepped forward. Classmate, we are the heads of Yu Qiannan's studio and need to speak with her. Do you know where else she might go apart from school? Has she mentioned renting a place? The roommate regarded Shen Sangyu, a flicker of recognition crossing her face. Aren't you Shen Sangyu? Upon being recognized, Shen Sangyu unveiled her mask. You know me? Ah, I can't believe it. It's you. Who doesn't know you? I've been a fan for ages. Can I get your autograph? Shen Sangyu, surprised to encounter a fan during this visit, nodded of course. The roommate joyfully produced a notebook. Just this please. As Shen Sangyu signed, the roommate chattered excitedly. I'm in your fan group. I was so thrilled to win a spot in the fan meeting, and now I get to meet you early. She even shared her Weibo handle. Upon glancing at it, Shen Sangyu recognized her as a devoted fan. Thank you for your support, Shen Sangyu said graciously. Though the fan was ecstatic, her mind quickly returned to the purpose of their visit, promptly revealing Yu Qiannan's address. She mentioned having heard it by chance and was aware of Yu Qiannan's family circumstances, noting that the neighborhood was quite upscale, making it curious how Yu Qiannan could afford to live there. Though puzzled, she refrained from probing further. Shen Sangyu nodded slightly at the address. Thank you for the information. It is incredibly helpful. After leaving the dormitory, the two made their way to the destination. They ascended the stairs and knocked on the door. A faint rustling sound came from within, and soon the door opened slightly. Yu Qiannan, chewing on something, wore an expression of annoyance at being disturbed. However, upon seeing Shen Sangyu and Gu Qiqi standing outside, she froze, forgetting to swallow her food. Miss Shen, Sister Qiqi, how did you find me here? Her voice trembled with nervousness. Shen Sangyu regarded her with a cool detachment, devoid of any discernible emotion. Aren't you going to invite us in for a chat? We have some important matters to discuss. Yu Qiannan's heart raced at her words, but she quickly reassured herself that Shen Sangyu couldn't possibly know anything. Flustered, she stepped aside. Oh, Yes, please come in. Shen Sangyu and Gu Qiqi entered the modest yet cozy room where half-eaten takeout lay on the coffee table. Gu Qiqi surveyed the surroundings, suppressing her anger, and asked in a casual tone, Qiannan, why did you move out? Weren't you supposed to stay with me? This place must have a hefty rent. Gu Qiqi was aware of the neighborhood's reputation. It was not a place for just anyone. Yu Qiannan, understanding the implications, knew she had to treat herself better after finally obtaining some money. Yet, in front of Gu Qiqi, she dared not say too much, casting her gaze downward. I thought I'd find a quiet place for creativity. I didn't want to disturb you with your busy work. The landlord is quite nice and offers a reasonable rent, which I can manage with the salary you provide. Oh, I see, Gu Qiqi replied, her tone remaining neutral. As long as you can manage, that is fine. Just don't overexert yourself. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to reach out. You and Xiaoyu are not outsiders. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Sister Qiqi. Yu Qiannan nodded repeatedly, stealing a glance at the reticent Shen Sangyu, her heart racing. What could it possibly be that they wanted to discuss? Sensing her gaze, Shen Sangyu slowly began. Qiannan, we're here today primarily concerning work. The issues with the previous batch of garments have been resolved, and QIYU cannot afford to halt production. We need to promptly initiate the next series. Yu Qiannan lifted her head, unsure of Shen Sangyu's intentions in bringing up the faulty garments. A flicker of apprehension crossed her eyes, but was quickly masked. That's wonderful. How can I assist? Shen Sangyu retrieved her tablet and displayed a few design drafts. This is the design for the next series. Qiqi and I have outlined the direction. We require you to create a piece for us to select from, as you are a founding member of the company and it is essential to keep you informed for future work. As Shen Sangyu examined the designs, a twinge of jealousy flickered in her eyes. Why did Shen Sangyu effortlessly create such designs while she had to struggle to escape from her tumultuous upbringing? Meanwhile, the two before her seemed to possess everything she yearned for with such ease. Regaining her composure, she forced a smile and praised Shen Sangyu. These designs are absolutely fantastic. No wonder you're the esteemed Miss Shen. May I take a closer look to learn from them? Could you send me a copy? I wish to study the details thoroughly. Her request sounded reasonable, akin to that of an eager learner. Shen Sangyu regarded her with a penetrating gaze. A subtle smile gracing her lips as she readily agreed. Of course, I hope you find inspiration and create even better works. Thank you, Miss Shen. I will study diligently. Yu Qiannan promised excitedly, though a hint of glee and greed glimmered in her eyes. She had anticipated this endeavor to be challenging, yet it unfolded with unexpected ease. Shen Sangyu was truly naive. Gu Qiqi, observing Yu Qiannan's expressions, felt an intense frustration but, recalling Shen Sangyu's instructions, refrained from showing any signs of discontent. Rising to her feet, she casually remarked, well, now that we've addressed everything, we won't intrude on your creative process any longer. Please focus on your work and remember to take breaks. As Yu Qiannan witnessed their imminent departure, she felt an undeniable eagerness for them to stay. Yet she maintained a facade of politeness, urging, President Shen, Sister Qiqi, are you leaving so soon? Why not stay for dinner? I can go buy some ingredients shortly. In truth, her last remark subtly implied that if they were to stay for a meal, she would need to procure food, indicating her true desire for them to leave. No need, Shen Sangyu discerned her intentions and shared her own reluctance to linger, stating, we merely came to check on you and relay some work matters. You enjoy your meal, we have other engagements. Very well then, President Shen, Sister Qiqi, safe travels. Yu Qiannan bid them farewell as she escorted them to the door, her gaze laden with venom as she watched their retreating figures. Immediately thereafter, she retrieved the design blueprint that Shen Sangyu had just sent her, her face alight with excitement. Downstairs, once they settled back into the car, Gu Qiqi could no longer contain her indignation, exclaiming, Xiaoyu. You know it's her. Why would you send her the actual design draft? Isn't that merely providing her an opportunity to continue leaking information? Shen Sangyu's eyes turned icy as she replied, Qiqi, what I sent her was specially modified. Certain proportions appear normal when rendered physically, yet they will look quite peculiar when worn. If she merely studies it for herself, it poses no threat, but if she transmits it unchanged to others. Her sentence trailed off, yet Gu Qiqi grasped her implication. Xiaoyu, you are remarkably astute. Shen Sangyu smiled. Once the other party invests substantial resources into prototyping, production, and even marketing, we will then release the accurate version to the market. By that time, their product will be proportionally flawed, ultimately becoming a source of ridicule, which will serve as our finest opportunity to validate our own capabilities.